Chapter $100 Bet. 1 year in the US presidential election, when the host excitedly read out the result of the vote count, the entire United States was boiling, and countless people were shouting, laughing and making noise. The whole of the United States seemed to be caught in a carnival, especially in the black neighborhoods. Everyone took to the streets, waving the stars and stripes desperately, and shouting, "Long live the United States! Long live the President of Natural Human Rights." Even the supporters of the failed president did not have too much pessimism. They all admitted with a smile that this presidential election opened a new chapter in American history, because it was an African who assumed the presidency of the United States. Black president of American descent. In the live broadcast room, Omar, the winner of the general election, accepted the result with a smile. He picked up the microphone and said, "This result is very good. In fact, Mr. Walsh is also a very powerful competitor. This victory was achieved through difficulties, but I think this victory is very worthwhile, because it is a victory for democracy, it is a victory for the United States in accepting new challenges, and it is a victory for the host, because you have witnessed success." This victory. Omar's humor made the host laugh, and he went on to say, "Of course I have to thank many people for this victory. First of all, the Republican Party, because without the support of the party, I cannot accomplish such a difficult situation alone. It's challenging. Secondly, I would like to thank all my supporters, especially all my compatriots, who went to the polling station to vote without hindrance, because without your support, I would not be able to achieve this miraculous reversal." Speaking of this, O'Malton continued, "But these are secondary. The one I should be most grateful for is actually a Chinese, because without his initial support, I might have to go. University teachers, not politics, and even less likely to run for president. Everyone says that the President of the United States is great. Then the person who guided the president to be elected is undoubtedly even greater. So who got this honor?" the host asked. Omar shook his head. "I'm sorry, I can't name his name without authorization. I can only say that his last name is Zhu, a greater person than me. Fortunately, I met him at the right time. Otherwise, I can't imagine what I'm doing now, whether I'm teaching in the university, or is it decadent to receive relief money every day. I don't know, and no one will know. Time has returned to 90 years. This day is the distance from Brook. Almost a week has passed since the incident, and everything has returned to normal, whether it is the business and investment of Wharton Insurance Company or Zuming's daily courses. It is really a pleasure to see Zuming come to class every day. Zaira happily said that in her opinion, there is nothing that makes her happier than Zuming attending classes every day, and Zuming feels very helpless. She is also the head teacher of the finance class at any rate. Even if she is born again, she is not happy. As for not loving learning so much, on the contrary, after having a lifetime experience, I actually regarded knowledge more importantly. If there weren't so many things before, I wouldn't have missed classes so much. As for Zira's preference for herself, Zuming was quite troubled because there was Yining next to her. Every time she saw Zaira, her pretty face was frosty, and her enthusiasm was like that fire. I was tormented in the two heavens of ice and fire. After class, Zuming handed the textbook to Yining to take back to the dormitory, and he drove to a cafe outside the school. "Hey Zuming, we are here." When Zuming walked into the cafe, he heard someone say hello to him. It was Danny, the chairman of the Harvard Student Union. He also had a middle-aged man who was older and looked like him. It's not difficult for Zuming to guess that it was his father. Zuming asked them to come here today because he has very important things to talk about. "I'm sorry Danny, I've been a bit late for you to wait a long time," Zuming said politely when he came over. Danny waved his hand and said, "This is not a big deal. After all, Zuming, you guy has missed too many classes. I think you must be the first person besides those bastards who were fired halfway. It is time to pick up these courses again, otherwise it will be a shame to fail to graduate. Although you have many more important things, the school does not care about so much. You know, The church is always very rigid. Then Danny introduced Ziming and the middle-aged people around him to each other. This is Mr. Bowl, he is my father, and the founder and current chairman of Bowl Investment Company. Mr. Bowl, this is the classmate Ziming I mentioned to you. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Bowl. Ziming took the initiative to say hello to Bowl Danny, and the three of them sat down together. Bowl Danny first asked Ziming and said, "Student Ziming, what is the market value of the company now? How much investment funds do you have?" This question made Ziming stunned. Danny didn't expect that his father would ask such a question in the first sentence. He was angry and said, "Mr. Ball, I can't imagine that you are really an investor. The chairman of the company, how can you directly ask such a question of lack of self-cultivation? Don't you know that this is very impolite and commercial literacy? No mistakes, no skipping." Poor Danny didn't care about him. He just looked at Ziming and waited for his answer. Poor Danny's problem is actually an important reason why they made an appointment today. I still remember that when Danny and Ziming met for the first time, he said that he hoped to cooperate with Ziming. Later, because of Ziming, all kinds of things were delayed. Now that Brooks' affairs are over, Ziming has seen the magical use of American power, so he picked up the original agreement with Danny, hoping to carry out political cooperation. Ziming thought for a while and said, "My company is a newly established insurance company. It is of course far worse than Mr. Ball's investment company, but it also has a cash flow of more than 100 million yuan, which is enough to support most investments. Includes support for an election of the mayor?" asked Danny Ball. "Of course." Ziming nodded and said, "If Mr. Bowl needs it, I can even take on the election of a mayor." Facing Ziming's confident answer, poor Danny was still dissatisfied. "Classmate Ziming, are you sure you really understand an election? The so-called election expenses are not just those published in newspapers and TV. They are all used to fool ordinary voters. The actual expenses and hidden expenses incurred, it is the most prohibitive thing for all small consortia. I am mentally prepared for these, otherwise I would not sit here today and talk to Mr. Ball about co-financing the campaign." Ziming said, "If this is the case, that would be a great thing. I very much hope that a district mayor or even a mayor can be promoted by us, so that both your insurance company and my investment company can get better further development." Poor Danny said, took out a sticky note and handed it to Ziming and said, "This is my election foundation account. As long as Ziming scores $100,000, I believe it is right for this." This election was very helpful. Ziming picked up the post-it note and glanced at it and said, $100,000 is indeed not a huge expense. I can remit money in at any time, but before remittance, I would like to ask Mr. Ball a question first. That is you. Who is his candidate? Can he succeed in the campaign? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. It seems that Ziming is a very cautious person. It is a very good habit to be serious and meticulous. Poor Danny said, "My elector's name is John. He is a barrister at a gold medal law firm. He has a very high level of attainments. He debates very well and often makes opponents helpless in court. At the same time, he is also very politically minded and fully possesses the qualities of an elector." After speaking, poor Danny thought about it, and finally added another sentence, "In addition, he has a Democratic Party membership." You may not know that in Massachusetts, it is always easier for people with Democratic Party membership to win. Ziming said, "I have every reason to believe that. This lawyer John must have been carefully selected by you, Mr. Ball, but please forgive me, I have never heard of his name. If Mr. Ball trusts me, I hope I will choose another candidate. Is it okay to come out, Mr. Ball, shop around? It's always easy to pick the best. You may also miss the best." Bordeni said after taking Ziming's words, "Classmate Ziming, you are Chinese and you don't know the situation in the United States. This Mr. John, he once won a community election. It was an election with no support at all. Everything depends on yourself, whether it's funding or operation. You can start from here. Those who came out were the real politicians. Attorney John meets this requirement." Finally, poor Danny asked Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, you said you haven't heard of Attorney John, So can you listen to me? Who have you talked about? This is a regional election, not a presidential election. I have really heard of many people. Ziming smiled bitterly in his heart. What he said he had heard is actually his memory before rebirth. Whether it is a star governor or a presidential candidate, after all, the United States is the only superpower in the world, and consultation is developed, and many things are not investigated even if they are not investigated. Can also know. So even so Ziming had never heard of this lawyer John. This shows that he is just a very mediocre person, and he knows that this is a mediocre person and invests. His brain is really broken. However, there was no way to talk to Bold Danny about this. In the end, Ziming could only say from the side, I don't think Mr. Ball, there are too many chances in community elections because there are very few people participating in the elections. It is possible that his relatives and clients are here, so he can win the election more easily. But if this is enlarged to the district election, the situation may change a lot, and I hope that our candidate can finally elected. But poor Danny obviously did not understand. Mr. Ziming, it seems that our differences are very big. If you don't trust my elector, then you can choose another one yourself. Two would also be very happy to comment. But for one thing, my foundation will not give any support, and can answer some of your consultation questions at most. You know, a fist can only exert its power when it is held together. Thank you very much, Mr. Ball. So that our cooperation can only be limited to words. Although $100,000 is not a huge sum of money, I still don't want to invest in things that are hopeless. Ziming said. Poor Danny smiled disdainfully. There is no hope. Classmate Ziming's words are really surprising, but I think it is so-called young and vigorous. To young businessmen, you will always be arrogant. He makes the right decision he thinks and executes it willfully. It won't change if he doesn't experience failure. So I advise classmate Ziming, don't be too capricious. Really? But I don't think I will fail, on the contrary, it will succeed. Ziming said. Is that so? Then if we bet $100, you will definitely fail. Poor Danny was very confident. Ziming smiled and said, deal. Chapter 2 The sun will rise as usual tomorrow. Ziming and Danny and his son walked out the door of the cafe together and shook hands at the door to say goodbye. Mr. Ball, although we did not reach a consensus and cooperation intention in the time just now, I still think that this meeting is very meaningful. At least he helped us both to enhance our understanding. Maybe there will be opportunities for cooperation on other issues in the future. Ziming said to poor Danny very politely. However, poor Danny did not understand the implicit of the East, or he did not put Ziming in his eyes and said, I think it is a pity today, because I came to cooperate with classmate Ziming with sincerity. I also heard about some of your deeds from young Danny, thinking that you are at least a mature, steady and successful man, but you have chosen a very willful wrong path. Ziming said with a smile, for Bo I'm sorry for Mr. Er's disappointment, but Mr. Ball said this is a bit too arbitrary, right? There are many words that are correct. Perhaps my choice is a bit willful, but after all, the results have not come out. How can I say that it is the wrong path? Maybe I can find a future American president. I think Mr. Ziming's words must be a joke, but unfortunately the level of this joke is very low, and it is not suitable at this time. Ni said, looking at you with me funny contempt. Ziming shrugged senselessly. Well, if Mr. Ball insists on this, I don't think I have anything to say. Then let's just leave it alone. I wish Mr. Ball a victory this time. Said, it's really a shame. I was expecting a new bourgeoisie to break the situation in Brighton. It seems that I was overwhelmed. But Ziming, I hope you can remember the bet between us. Maybe it's just to an $100 bet, but I hope to add more bargaining chips to my electors, such as voting from the Chinese community. Mr. Ball can rest assured, if Mr. Ball candidates are really very promising, I think I will definitely help you. Ziming said. Then I hope this time will not be too long, otherwise I won't necessarily need more help then. You know $100,000 is nothing. Poor Danny turned around and left when he finished speaking. His son, Danny, who is also the chairman of the Harvard Student Union, did not immediately follow him. He hesitated for a while, and then persuaded Ziming to say, "Ziming, I know you have your own thoughts, but maybe you can try to understand my father's electors. I sincerely hope that we can have a chance to cooperate." After that, Danny thought for a while and said, "Or Ziming, you can ask me first." Father's campaign fund invested $100,000, so that we can count as cooperation. In addition, you can also find your ideal elector and let him participate in the election. It doesn't matter, you always say a win-win situation. I think this is the ideal state of a win-win situation. Thank you very much for Chairman Dennis' efforts. This is indeed a very constructive choice, but I am sorry, I will not accept a failed investment. Ziming said, "Please forgive me for using the word failure, but John, I don't see the value of investment in him. Perhaps his debates in court are very powerful, but elections and court debates are not the same. The two are not comparable." I totally agree with you, but Danny wanted to say something, but before he could say what he said, he just listened to poor Danny yelling at him to go quickly. Danny had to apologize and said to Ziming, "I'm sorry, but I hope you can consider my suggestions before making a decision." After speaking, Danny returned to poor Danny and complained to him, "Pole sir, I don't understand why you want to do this at all. It's completely different from what we said beforehand. You also know Ziming's affairs very well. You also said that he is a very unique person, but why are you today to deny him altogether? I think it is not Ziming who is arbitrary today, but you're Mr. Bold." Facing Danny's complaint, poor Danny looked indifferent, without the arrogance and contempt he had just now. Poor Danny looked at Ziming's departure for a long time before asking Danny, "Mr. Danny, you said Ziming is a person with unique vision, so in your eyes, what am I like? What about people?" Danny was his father's sudden rhetorical question asked was completely kept, and only react after a long pause, tentatively asked his father, "Mr. Bormean, you have your own ideas or difficulties?" Poor Danny shook his head. He still did not answer directly. He just sighed. "This matter is not as complicated as we see it on the surface. You see the sun set. Do you think that day has passed? But actually there is still a lot of time on this day, even if it's 12 o'clock, and the time of this day has passed. It is also the beginning of a new day. As long as we don't lie in the coffin, the sun will always rise. Right? Skip the word." Danny was puzzled by his father's philosophical and profound words, but after thinking about it carefully, he seemed to understand his father's meaning again. On the other side, Ziming returned to the dormitory after bidding farewell to Danny and his son. Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Yining were all waiting in the lobby on the first floor. When Ziming came back, they immediately surrounded them. "How is Ziming's situation?" "Even their lawyer, Alan, is here." "Is attorney Alan here to collect his own attorney fees?" "Yining should have credited all the fees into your account." "You have to worry. I know very well that you cannot owe attorney fees if you owe any fees here in the United States." Ziming make a joke. Alan shook his head and said, "I am not worried about lawyer fees because I am very willing to be Mr. Ziming's lawyer, even if I will be owed lawyer fees. After all, I am not short of money." In contrast, I am more worried. What is the result of Mr. Ziming's cooperation negotiation this time? I believe your friends will only care more and more anxious than me. Following Alan's words, Chen Yining and they both nodded desperately. After all, they are those closest to Ming in the United States know Ziming's situation at the moment. Ziming urgently needs to speak out politically, otherwise, no matter how successful he is in business, he will eventually become a meal of power. Just like this time, I had clearly used Brooks' greed to successfully bring him into the game. At the same time, all the evidence pointed to Brooke as the real perpetrator. This is indeed the case. However, the end result was that Brooke used him. He lost the power of the Parliamentary Investigation Committee, forcibly arrested himself into the FBI building for interrogation, and later sent someone to intercept him on the road. All of these are serious crimes. If you are replaced by another person, I am afraid that Brighton has been making a lot of noise, but he is Brooke, so from the judiciary to the media, he has become blind and dumb at the same time. invisible. I didn't speak anymore. Why? Just because he is Brooke, Massachusetts' own senator, has the privileges granted him by the Constitution, nothing more. Since the rich in the United States can openly use power to protect themselves, then why can't we follow the example and use democracy to fight for power for ourselves? Faced with so many hopeful eyes, Ziming sighed in his heart. In fact, there was one thing he didn't tell them. That was the conversation between himself and Speaker Anthony in the Garden restaurant that day. Everything he said was only the first half. In the end, the most important thing is the transaction between himself and him. He didn't reveal the word to anyone, even those who are very close to him. Can Ziming compromise with $1 million plus a threat from a deputy governor speaker? This is of course impossible. In fact, the transactions and compromises here are much more complicated than Ziming said, and even involve many other aspects, including today's insistence on not cooperating with poor Danny. It's just these things. Ziming doesn't think it is necessary to say it, at least it is not necessary to let them know now, but even so, they still yearn for the power to defend themselves from being bullied. Ziming did not appetite for them, and directly replied, I met Danny's father, and he also recommended his candidate to me. He is the lawyer John of the gold medal law firm. He said he wants to fund this John lawyer to run for mayor. Ziming said this when the eyes are looking at Alan. Alan quickly responded, well, Mr. Ziming decided yet. I rejected his proposal, to hope to examine a candidate by myself. Ziming said. Alan breathed a sigh of relief. It's great that you didn't accept it, because I know this lawyer John. He is indeed a very capable lawyer. He also has his own political ambitions. But the key is him. I don't understand politics. To sum it up in one sentence of your Chinese people, you have great ambitions and talents. That's right. He is an idealist. He can always tell you a lot of his political opinions, but he never considers these. Whether the political claims can be implemented, or even if there is any practical significance. Ziming nodded. So, no wonder I haven't seen any records about him in any newspapers or magazines, and I have nothing to say about him. Impression. The choice you made is the best, but it seems that Mr. Danny's political action this time will fail again. Yining sighed. Well, let's not gloat. After all, the day has not been over. The sun will always rise tomorrow. Who knows what the situation will be like? Ziming said with a smile and rubbed Yining's little head. Yining and the three of them greeted Ziming, and Alan asked Ziming, it's just that I'm very curious. Since you rejected John, Mr. Ziming, you must have a more ideal candidate. There are no mistakes because of John. People, if they don't know him very well, they are really easy to be deceived by his eloquence, thinking that he is a very politically passionate and capable person. I do have a very suitable candidate, Ziming replied. He said, his name is Omar. He is currently 30 years old. He is studying for a doctorate degree at Harvard Law School. When Ziming's words fell, Alan was immediately surprised. Omar, I know this person. He but the first black chairman of the Legal Review. His legal theory is nationally recognized, and his eloquence is also very good, but what he showed is all theoretical knowledge related to law. You say you want him to be your candidate? Alan asked uncertainly. Can this work? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Chapter 3 Invite you to run for election? Harvard Law School, located on the high ground on the north bank of the Charles River, is the oldest law school in the United States. Although it is nearly 200 years later than Harvard itself, based on the strong heritage of Harvard University, Harvard Law School has risen rapidly in 200 years, has become one of the most authoritative law schools in the United States. At the same time, it has also cultivated many American presidents. Perhaps not the most in number, but definitely the highest in popularity. A black Buick crossed the Anderson Memorial Bridge to the Harvard main campus on the north bank of the Charles River. Ziming took Yining and Alan in the car. May is the time when Harvard University's young grass grows, and the road is full of thriving lush greenery, but Ziming is obviously not a tourist. In fact, he did not have any need to study here, so his car is fast. Driving through the main road of Harvard, directly on the heights of the law school, bypassing the statue of Joseph standing high at the door, to the library building of the law school. I graduated from Harvard Law School. I know very well that the students of Harvard Law School usually come to the library to read in their after-school activities when they are fine. You know, there are so many weird laws and regulations in the United States, except for rote memorization. There can't be any other way. Here, the more outstanding students read books, the harder they will be. Since Omar is the first black chairman of the law review, I think he will only work harder than others. I guess he will be here. Alan said his thoughts to Ziming. I fully believe in lawyer Alan's judgment. Ziming nodded and said, and then got out of the car with Yining. Yining looked up at the magnificent Greek-style promenade and giant pillared building in front of him, and asked Alan, "Ai Loyalan, the library is so big. How do we find it?" Everyone who enters and exits the library must register with the guard at the entrance. Of course, some bad students who evade maliciously are not excluded, but most of them are for staying here overnight. Night owls reading books. Some guards also close one eye, but during the day I believe that the guards will still not let any small mouse want to sneak in. And this is not necessary. Alan said. Then you mean we only need to check with the guards? Ziming asked. Alan nodded and answered yes, and then a few of them walked to the guard room. Yining wanted to take the initiative to ask but was stopped by Alan. He said, "I'm sorry, you can't do this. The guys in law school are all arrogant idiots. Although you are very beautiful, I think they will still refuse to disclose any relevant information because you are Chinese. So let me do it." Alan's words made Yining very angry, but sometimes the reality is like this. Ziming, isn't that why you want to master politics? Mr. Ziming, the guard told me just now that because today is a holiday, Omar came early today. We now have two choices. The first is to go directly to the library to find him, and the second is that we are at the door. Before Alan finished speaking, Ziming gave the answer. Let's go in and look for it. Not Mr. Wharton. It's not my style to stay outside and wait for a rabbit. Alan is not in the opinion of Ziming's choice. Surprised, but today seemed to be their lucky day. When they just walked into the library building and before they had time to separate to find someone, they saw a tall black man walking towards him with a few books. As a member of the Special Forces, the instinctual instinct recognized him first, and whispered to remind Ziming that it was Omar. In fact, for Ziming, there is no need to remind him. Ziming has already recognized that person. After all, Omar, as the US president in the most explosive era of online information, is re-elected as the president and the first black president at the same time. There are no people who don't know him when surfing the internet. Even 25 years ago, even though Omar was much younger and had short curly hair, his unique face still made Ziming recognized at first sight. Ziming nodded to them, and then took the initiative to stop Omar. Standing in front of Omar, Ziming looked at each other up and down. Is this the future president of the United States? It seems to be quite high. Is it the racial advantage of the mulatto? This was Ziming's first thought. Originally, Ziming thought he would be very excited when he saw Omar, just like the first time he met Yang Lao and North Russian President Nikolaevich. But in fact, Ziming's heart was very calm. Apart from being a little surprised at Omar's height, Ziming remembered that Omar's height was 185 centimeters reported on the internet. Ziming can have such a calmness. On the one hand, he has experienced too many things, and he has also seen two heads of state and legendary characters, and his psychological quality has become much stronger. On the other hand, he has once promoted Omar. He is very high, and I have a very high expectation of him. Now that I see him, I will naturally feel a little disappointed in my heart. Ziming was calm here, but Omar over there was taken aback. He stared at Ziming, who suddenly came in front of him and asked, "I'm sorry for this, classmate. I have something to do when I go back. If you ask me for something, I don't know if I can finish it as soon as possible." Ziming came back to his senses and said to Omar, "Hello, classmate Omar, it is indeed a very important thing for me to find you." "Of course, Before I say, let me introduce myself first. My name is Ziming and I am the CEO of Wharton Insurance Company. I'm sorry I don't need any insurance now, but you can leave me a business card if I need it later. Contact. Do you think this is okay? Nothing is wrong without skipping words, Omar asked. Being regarded as an insurance salesman, Ziming himself felt very helpless. But classmate Omar, did you not pay attention to the position that you just reported for your family? Have you ever seen any insurance company where the CEO personally went to campus to promote insurance? Thinking about it, Ziming still said, I'm sorry, classmate Omar, I'm not here to promote insurance. I asked you to be my elector. Elector? Omar was stunned. Obviously. Ziming's large span jump made him unresponsive for a while. Ziming nodded and said, yes, my insurance company recently established an election foundation, preparing to recommend and fund an elector for this election during the community or district elections. So you chose me? Nothing is wrong without skipping words, Omar asked in a daze. But I don't understand why you chose me. Because I know that you are the future president of the United States. Even the president can be elected. What other elections are you unable to pass? This is Ziming's biggest reason, but this reason is too shocking to the world. Therefore, in the end Ziming simply said, because I have seen some of your works by Omar and your speech on law review. I appreciate your concentration on the law and your eloquence in the debate, but the most important thing is that I heard your outlook on the future of politics. I think these are very in line with the conditions of an elector. Omar was already at this time. He came back to his senses, but he did not speak, but looked at Ziming and Yining Alan from side to side. Seeing Omar's performance, Alan took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello classmate Omar. My name is Alan and I am a lawyer. I am also a graduate of Harvard Law School. I think you may have heard of me. Now I work in a gold medal law firm and I am Mr. Ziming's legal counsel, providing him with necessary legal services. And of course, I can also provide him with necessary guarantees, such as now. Alan continued, Student Omar, I can assure you that Mr. Ziming's election fund company is completely legal. You can sign a cooperation agreement with him, and then he can provide the necessary funds and other services for your campaign. But you have to promise our interests, Yining added. Or it can be said that you must guarantee to fulfill your campaign promises after the campaign is successful, Alan explained. After Yining and Alan, Ziming asked, do you understand what Omar said? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Omar nodded and said, I think I understand very well, but I am afraid I will disappoint you, because I don't have any intention to participate in the election. If it is the chairman of the student union, I might think about it, but what do you want to say about the district chief? Mayor, I'm sorry I don't have any interest. I have something to do when I go back. Please let me thank you. After Omar said he was leaving, but Ziming didn't mean to give way. He still said, Student Omar, maybe I didn't say it clearly just now. The campaign cooperation I mentioned will not let you even if 1 cent is extra. I can even pay you a salary. But all I need is for you to represent my election foundation in the election and to honor the promise you made to me after being elected. I'm sorry Ziming. Classmates, as for what you just said, I understand very clearly. On the contrary, you don't understand what I mean. Omar said to Ziming word by word, I just want to say that I have no interest in the election. I hate the government, I hate the parliament, I hate the tax office and the police, and everything related to politics, because politics is extremely dirty, and I am a student of Harvard Law School. My future goal is to get rid of all this filth and let the law restore him to his original face. And now you want me to join such a filthy government? This is shocking. I doubt whether you know me, Ma said. But this is a very good opportunity. You won't lose anything because of it. On the contrary, you will get a certain amount of remuneration. You are from a single-parent family. Yining desperately wanted to make the last effort, but before he finished speaking, Omar was severely interrupted by Omar. Omar stared at Yining angrily and said, This lady, I ask you to pay attention to your words. If you are here to beat me, So now you have achieved your goal. But I will never allow you to insult my father and mother in any way in front of me. Omar's words surprised Yining, and she hurriedly explained, I'm sorry Omar classmates, I don't mean to insult your parents. It may just be my English problem. Omar still shook his head and said, no matter what the problem is, I hate you guys a lot. I don't want to talk to you anymore. One word. In the end, I just want to say one more word to you. What kind of campaign you are going to do? What kind of shit foundation? I just want to be my own Omar. I won't run. I don't want to be anyone. Please you don't come to me again in the future. If I see you again, I will definitely call the police. Omar finally left such a sentence and left, leaving only Ziming and the four of them staring at each other on the ground. Chapter 4 How do you know that you are not blessed? The teacher is really sorry. I blamed me today. I know that Omar's parents are divorced but still use the term single-parent family. This clearly refers to a bad term that an accident happened to one of the parents. I shouldn't he have said. That's why he resisted or even resented us like that. This time we not only failed to help the teacher persuade Omar, we even drove him away. I really made the biggest mistake. Bad person. Yining threw herself into Ziming's arms and wept bitterly, sentence after sentence, deciding whether he was wrong, as if to describe himself as the worst person in the world. They had already left Harvard Law School at this time, but Yining didn't cry when they left Harvard Law School, because the lawyer Alan was still here at the time, and she knew that she could not make a fool of herself in front of outsiders, so she always endured it. But after sending Alan back to the law firm, Yining could no longer help crying. Yining was very sad, tears falling from her cheeks like broken pearls, causing Ziming to wipe her in a hurry. Yining, don't cry. This matter actually has nothing to do with you. It's just a single-parent family. Those who are divorced are also single-parent families. No one stipulates that they must pass away. You don't mean any insults. And what Omar said is very clear. He hates the government and parliament very much, and he has a deep hostility to politics. It is this hostility to politics that makes him disgust us. It's not a word from you. Ziming tried to comfort Yining, but Ziming's comfort seemed to have no effect, because Yining was still crying bitterly. Ziming scratched his head and said, I know you regret that you said that, but crying now is of no avail. Also, you don't always let your brother teach you self-defense and say that you are a strong woman. Child, it's not good to let him see you like this now. Don't forget that your brother is my bodyguard and he wants to drive my car. Ziming said this to Yining, but when he looked up, he found that he had left the car at some point. This made Ziming very helpless. But at this moment a burst of laughter came. Ziming lowered his head and found that he had no use to comfort Yining just now. At this time, he couldn't help but laugh. It's too late to sigh the woman's thoughts, don't guess. Ziming had to follow what he said just now. I've said that I'm going to drive. Who knows if this guy ran away suddenly, it's still my bodyguard. It's a bit of a failure. But this time Ziming's words were not so effective. Yining lowered his head and said in a very depressed mood, teacher is really sorry. I'm so useless. Not only did things mess up, but now I have to you come to comfort me. What does this have to do? And there are some things that you can't stop, so we still have to be optimistic. Ziming said, and I am not an Aladdin's magic lamp, said if you come out, it won't be fulfilled like a wish. None of us know Omar. It's the first time to meet with him today. No one knows what he thinks. Do you plan to refuse? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. That's right. But Yining was anxious and wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by Ziming before she could say it. It's nothing good, Ziming said. Since you are doing something, you must be prepared for a situation. After all, what is sold in this market is not only hope, but also disappointment. If you just want to reap hope, then it's better not to buy things here as early as possible. Finally, Ziming said, and as my student, shouldn't it be perseverance? It's not terrible to fall, as long as we regain our strengths, where we fall from, and then from there. Just get up. If you cried and abandoned yourself when something happened, what would it look like? Yining wiped away her tears and said firmly to Ziming, "Teacher, I understand. I won't abandon myself anymore. Once it was my mistake that made Omar reject and resent us, but it is not impossible to recover. I will go back and work with everyone to find a way to try to convince Omar to participate in the election as an elector of our foundation as soon as possible." Ziming nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, it's good if you don't give up on yourself. Then if Omar insists on this side, there is no certainty. If the eggs are not in the same basket, we can definitely prepare another hand. Pre-plan," Yining said. Ziming applauded for Yining. "Pretty, my students should have this kind of ideological consciousness. I will call in now. Let's go back to the Harvard dormitory." Ziming rolled down the window of the car, but just as it was, when Ziming was about to shout, he got into the car. Yining's sudden sentence made him feel a little embarrassed. Yining said, "Teacher, you really don't know how to comfort girls." Ziming can only be embarrassed about this. I scratched my head. There is no way. This is a misfortune for women. Otherwise, if I understand women well, I am afraid that I will have a group of wives and concubines, and this book will also change. It has become a small Huangwin who has been severely cracked down by the state. However, Ziming did not hear Yining's last very quiet words. But this is the man who is the most worthy of relying on. Then he returned to the car, calmly when nothing happened. In accordance with Ziming's instructions, he drove back to the Harvard dormitory. In the dormitory, Chen Xiu and Li Yang were all waiting here. Seeing Ziming's return, they were very happy to meet him and said, "Teacher, you are back. I have just discussed the whole Brighton constituency with Li Yang. Analysis, combined with Omar's black status, our insurance company and Chinese descent status, we believe that the Fenway district is relatively good. We are still conducting a comparative analysis of the various communities in the Fenway district. I believe it will soon. There is a result." Li Yang looked behind Ziming and asked Ziming curiously, "Teacher, why did you and Yining come back? Didn't Omar come back with you?" Ziming frowned and looked at Chen Xiu and Li Yang. "Who told you that Omar will come back with us?" Ziming's rhetorical question made Chen Xiu and Li Yang stunned on the spot. They didn't understand why Ziming suddenly asked such a sentence, but Yining reminded them in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense, teacher." This time, he didn't convince Omar. He didn't want to join our foundation to participate in the campaign. How could he come back with us? What? The teacher failed to convince Omar? Li Yang exclaimed immediately. When he reacted, it was too late, because other students in the dormitory had already heard and rushed over one by one. The teacher failed to convince Omar. How is this possible? Today, the teacher personally came out, and our conditions are so good. Why didn't you come? The teacher is not testing us, is it? There are many words that are correct. Listening to the words of the students in the finance class, Ziming's brows are getting deeper and deeper, and he feels this. His classmates seemed to have a blind trust in him. Perhaps this is what any business leader is pursuing, but Ziming does not think this is a good thing, because it is a double-edged sword. They will think that as long as they have their own way, nothing can't be solved. As a result, they themselves will have a slack mood, thinking that any matter is something they can finally handle. So what do they care about so much? Of course, Ziming knows that the students in the finance class are very self-motivated, but everything must be prevented in the first place. More importantly, Ziming does not think that he is an almighty person like God. Just rebirth, not to become Buffett Soros. What I have to do is to make my team invincible. With this thought, Ziming asked everyone to calm down, and then he took Yining and his wife into the dormitory and closed the door. He stood in front of the team, looked at all the students in the finance class and said, "Dear students, do you think I am very powerful? As long as I take action, nothing can be done." All the finance students nodded subconsciously, and Ziming immediately said loudly, "I tell you, this is wrong. I am just a person, I am not a god, and I cannot calculate everything to perfection. What an insurance company, it is more of a whole. We are not at the beginning of the company. At that time, We had nothing and had to gamble on everything. Now we are an insurance company with hundreds of millions of assets. What is this concept? Ziming asked and replied, an ordinary investment company probably only has a few $1,000,000, which shows that we have the ability to have a say in the stock market. In this case, you must make a more secure decision. Don't rely on me for everything. Don't think that I am a god. I will definitely succeed. We must also prepare for failure. You must also consider yourself a part of the company. We all work together to make the company invincible, Ziming said. Ziming's words shocked everyone. Chen Xiu first stood up and said, "Teacher, I'm sorry, your words remind us that we have been too dependent on you for a long time, and we have forgotten our own initiative. It's the same this time. If you say to persuade Omar, we believe you will succeed. We are not prepared to fail the plan, but we will correct it in the future." Li Yang also immediately stood up and said, "That's right, teacher. This time it was our negligence, but we can assure you that this is the only time. We will never have another time. We will try our best to give full play to our spirit of being a master and not let the teacher down." Yining also told Zhu Ming said, "Teacher, I have a lot of responsibility for this time, but this is also the biggest lesson for me. I will work harder and more cautiously in the future. Of course I believe you, because you are the best finance class," Ziming said. Ziming is really gratified. The students in these finance classes are all elites in the country. They can also contribute the most to themselves. More importantly, they can make adjustments the fastest and listen to their own words. It's said that if you lose your horse, you know you are not blessed. Ziming himself finally thinks about it. Maybe this time Omar was not convinced by himself, but for himself or Wharton. It is really a good thing for him or Wharton, because I found out the existing problems in time, and can make changes in the first time, so that the students no longer rely on themselves so much. Okay, let's stop here. Then we will talk about the issue of the election next. Ziming said, Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Yi Ning, come with me. Chapter 5 Behave and Behave Properly. Bao thanks to the monthly ticket support of Funny Funzai, Feng Shen Yu Xiao and Personality Brother. Ziming took Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Yining back to the study in his room, because Ziming has more his time needs to be outside, so his study is much vacant compared to other students, so Ziming's study is often used as a small meeting room. And this time, Ziming needs to have a small meeting here with the 3 team members of the finance class and the main person in charge of Wharton. After entering the study, Ziming asked Yining to briefly tell Chen Xiu and Li Yang about Omar's situation. Chen Xiu and Li Yang frowned upon hearing this. How could this be? We funded him to run the campaign. Not only did we complete all the campaign work for him, we even promised him a salary. This is already a very generous treatment. Otherwise, other candidates will have to. He paid his own money and used the campaign foundation to complete all the campaign work. It's already like this. What else is he dissatisfied with? Li Yang was the first to express his opinion. Chen Xiu shook his head and said, I think things may not be that simple. Li Yang, you forgot what Yining said. Omar said that he hates the government and all administrative agencies. This shows that he himself hates politics. It's not dissatisfaction with our offer. My teacher and I have the same idea, Yining said, but if Omar really hates politics, it will be very difficult for us to persuade him to run. Chen Xiu nodded and said, I agree very much. This is very troublesome, because if it is due to conditions, we can still sit down and talk. But he himself is disgusted with politics. If we want to persuade him to participate in the election, it will be very troublesome. It's difficult, unless we have a way to reverse his thinking. But how is this possible? There. 3 of them all looked at Ziming subconsciously, but when they saw Ziming's eyes, they suddenly remembered that they had just been. He promised to think of a way by himself and no longer rely on Ziming. So he immediately turned his head away. It's not impossible. Li Yang continued Chen Xiu's previous topic and said first, because it is like a word in love, there is no love without a reason and no hate without a reason. From a psychological point of view, there are other reasons for his behavior. We only need to know why Omar hates politics, so we can prescribe the right medicine. That's right, but it's hard to find the root cause. After all, we don't know anyone, let alone understand. It is not impossible to find out the reason from his past life, but it takes a lot of time, but we don't have that much time now, Yining said. Yining's words silenced the atmosphere. After a while, Li Yang said, otherwise, we can skip the investigation process and prescribe the right medicine. Chen Xiu and Yining raised their brows when they heard Li Yang's words. I tentatively asked, Li Yang, you don't mean to say that we think of a way to make him suffer a loss once? Let him understand the importance of power, he will come to us? Li Yang nodded and said, there is only this way now. For emergencies, we will have to administer drastic medicine. Otherwise, we will grind to investigate his past. The election time has long passed. The US Congress will not specifically extend the election time for us. The president will be re-elected. There is no such treatment. And as long as we be more cautious, I don't think he will find out. This is a way. Yining agreed. And the power incident against him is not difficult. He is a black person is discriminated against here. Many incidents of abuse in the police station or other places will not be distinguished by the fact that he is a student of Harvard Law School, so we may only need to call the police, or it is to help him create a little conflict so that he can understand the importance of power. And there is another point, Li Yang added. Yining said just now that he is a single-parent family, so the single-parent family is still black. Both of these points are very terrible. I think he was discriminated against in the process of growing up. It must be quite a lot. Maybe he can't stand anything he wants. Chen Xiu listened to Li Yang and Yining's words and pondered for a while before saying, if this is the only way to do this, then I think we should do our best. Do it harder. Because ordinary small losses won't make him much determined. Only when he really suffers from the unforgettable big losses, will he be determined to change. Li Yang faced Chen Xiu's final statement. I smiled. I used to think that the squad leader was very kind, but I didn't expect that the squad leader was even more cruel than us. Then I want to do it. When Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Yining agreed, Ziming suddenly said, I object to your ideas. Ziming said shockingly. Yining and the three of them were stunned at the time. They stared at Ziming in a daze, and didn't understand why Ziming said suddenly. That's what happened. Through the attack on Omar, let him understand the importance of power, and let him participate in the election spontaneously. There is nothing wrong with this method. I also think that there will be a high chance of success if done well, but have you ever thought about it? One question is, what should he do if he knows it afterwards? Do you continue to use lies to make up for the expectation that you can hide from the sky, or wait for a break and create a campaign scandal? Ziming continued, don't think this is impossible, just like that. As the old saying goes, if people don't know what they can do, since we have done it, no matter how well we plan, we still have to face this problem. Regarding the problem that Ziming suddenly raised, Chen Xiu, Li Yang and Yining could not give an answer, but Ziming did not need them to answer, because Ziming immediately went on to say, the best way is not to do this, whether in business or politics. You must be upright, and only voluntary cooperation is reliable. If it is involuntary, then no matter whether your original intention is for him or something else, there will be no good results in the end. But that Omar I hate politics very much. If we don't use any means, I'm afraid it will be difficult to persuade him to run for us. Yining tried to explain. However, Ziming still disagrees, but this is not the reason for us to use this method. Perhaps some means can better achieve the goal, but it is not the right way. Although Omar hates politics, maybe we are just it's hard to convince him. It doesn't mean that we really don't have a chance. On the contrary, if we use means to be known by him, then the situation will have no room for change. Ziming paused before continuing. Said, there is one more important point. Why do you always want to convince Omar? I just said Omar is the best candidate for me. I never said that he must be elected as a candidate. He disagrees. We can run as candidates on our own. Are we bound to be worse than the black man? Of course not, Li Yang subconsciously answered. Teacher, We will try to invite him again. If he really doesn't want to, don't force him. I can run as a candidate. I'm very confident. Moreover, it's always better to spend money on your own people than on outsiders. Yining also said. Ziming smiled. That's right. As a student in my finance class, I should have such a spirit. Li Yang praised Li Yang, and then Ziming changed the subject. Our most important task is now. It's a campaign, because the time is just right, but at the same time, we must not forget the business of Wharton Insurance Company. Although the company already has hundreds of millions of dollars in funds on its books, more than half of it is the insurance amount of each insured person. What needs to be returned to the insured after the contract expires. In addition to that, there is still a lot of claim settlement work that has already begun. It is for these reasons that the most important work of our Wharton company must be investment. Continuous investment creates profits to ensure the company's continuous development. Otherwise we will become a financial fraud like a Ponzi scheme. Ziming said, looking around Chenxiu, Li Yang and Yining, and said, so now the campaign is how's the profit growth going? Although Ziming was looking at three people and asked, in fact Ziming wanted to ask Yining, because he and several other girls were responsible for the statistics. Yining did not disappoint Ziming, and immediately replied, teacher, as of the end of the statistics last night, from last week to this week, the company's investment has increased by 1.5%, or $2 million. The company's normal operating funds and commissions and other expenses, the company's total net income is $1 million, is only $1 million less than 1% of the income. This income may be a lot in other companies, but for a financial as far as the investment company is concerned, it is still a little too low. Is there any investment loss in the middle? Ziming asked. Faced with Ziming's question, Chenxiu, Li Yang and Yining looked at each other. Finally, Chenxiu reported to Ziming, teacher, our investment model has made a loss. Ziming said in surprise, but he didn't rush to say anything, but gave a gesture to continue talking. Teacher is like this. We have a venture capital model based on the company's stocks and bonds. We have previously selected hundreds of stocks that have performed very well in the stock market and have very rich heritage. But just last week, the 100 stocks of different industries in the middle have fallen at the same time, and the highest decline has exceeded 5 percentage points, with a loss of more than $6 million. Chenxiu said. Ziming frowned. The investment model has lost such a big loss? Has there been any abnormality in the market before? Chenxiu shook his head and said, no, the performance of these stocks in the market before was very strong, and the historical situation is also very different. We only selected very good ones. We don't understand why this time. However, Li Yang and I have started to track and repair the model based on this situation. We temporarily removed the underperforming stocks and added additional selections. Many high-quality stocks that performed well during this period have already minimized their losses as much as possible. After speaking, Chenxiu thought for a while and added, teacher, Li Yang and I were planning to wait for the situation to stabilize this time. I will make a general report to you later. Ziming nodded and said, that's it. Maybe this time is just an accident. I said that you can deal with some small problems yourself, and you don't need to report to me. But I need to remind you of the investment model. I don't have any problems with the repairs. I just hope you can be more cautious. If you just replace a few of the underperforming stocks, it's okay, but if the number is too large, it means that our original design ideas are problematic. The way is to redesign one, you know. Chenxiu nodded firmly and said, teacher, please rest assured, we will be cautious. Chapter 6 Yining's Determination. This failure has a lot to do with me, so I must convince Omar. Only in this way can I make up for the mistakes I made. This is a small note posted on the bedside of Yining's boudoir. Yining has a habit. She always likes to stick some famous quotes or inspirational mottos on the bedside, because she thinks that only by doing so can it be achieved. Yining is a loyal supporter of diligence and ability to make up for the effects of 3 times a day. And this is also an important reason for her to enter the finance class. There are a lot of talents in the finance class. There are many geniuses who are sensitive to numbers or who are familiar with the financial economy. Yining is just one of them. The reason why she was able to enter the finance class and became the secretary of the regiment is because of her habits, can reflect on the mistakes she made every day and work hard to correct them, so that she, an ordinary girl, can catch up with and suppress the geeks in the finance class and become the third-class worker in the finance class. A series of famous lines including Laozi, Confucius and Mencius, Shakespeare, Socrates, etc. were posted on her bedside, such as the difficult things in the world must be done easily, the great things in the world must be done in detail, and a fool thinks he is smart. Only smart people know that they are stupid. These words have been favored by her, but now they have been replaced by these words for granted. The reason is very simple. Yining has been feeling extremely distressed for not being able to convince Omar, even though 3 days have passed since the incident happened, and Zuming's enlightenment was given that day, and after returning to the dormitory, he and Chen Xiu and Li Yang there was a small meeting to discuss this matter. But she always cared about it. She still thinks that she didn't do a good job that day. If she could do better that day, it might not be the result. She didn't know why Zuming insisted on looking for the black men who had never met, but she trusted Zuming 100% and believed in his judgment. Since he made this choice, there must be his reason. But her own mistakes delaying or even destroying his progress is absolutely unforgivable. It was this thought that made her post this small note. She wanted to make up for this mistake, and through her own efforts, she would invite Omar back. Yining stood in front of the bed and stared quietly at her little note. Suddenly the door of her dormitory was knocked. She went to open the door. It was the monitor Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu brought a lot of information to her. Said, "Yining, here is the information we have about Omar." Yining took the information and thanked Chen Xiu, but Chen Xiu did not rush to leave, but asked Yining, "You really plan to carrying this matter on your own? Do you persuade Omar to come back on your own? I think it's better to let me and Li Yang help you together. I know that you have always been strong and don't want to trouble the teacher, but some things it can't be solved by acting hard, and the teacher didn't blame you." Yining nodded and said, "Thank you, monitor. Of course I understand this. The teacher has a very broad mind. He will definitely not blame me for this. But it's definitely not me. The reason for dumping the pot, on the contrary, is that there is such a teacher, so I should try hard not to disappoint him or even surprise him. Moreover, in this matter, even if I don't have all the responsibility, at least there is a large part of it. My responsibility lies with me. Since you insist, then I don't think I have anything to say." Chen Xiu shrugged meaninglessly, and then exhorted, "But Yining, remember that there is still me and Li Yang, there are the entire finance class, and finally there are teachers. We are all your backing. If you encounter something, don't try to behave. At least you have to come back and tell me there is Li Yang. Let's discuss it together and do it again." Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Yining smiled and said, "My squad leader, don't worry. Since I am rushing to succeed this time, I will definitely choose the safest way." In addition, Li Yang and I have already made the new investment model, as well as the modification of the old investment model, as well as the company's profit and loss data during this period. I have already sent it to your mailbox. Remember to review. Don't delay the company's business because of an Omar. After all, Omar does not want us to have alternatives. Chen Xiu reminded Yining again. Yining silently nodded and smiled. "I know, I won't delay anything." Chen Xiu still wanted to say something, but he also understood Yining's determination, knowing that it would be useless to say anything more. Finally, she said cheer and left. After Chen Xiu left, Yining closed the door and returned to the house with the information given by Chen Xiu. She came to the bed and looked up at the little note she was pasting, and silently clenched tightly. "My own little fan punch, I will make up for my mistakes, wait." In this way, Yining studied the information for 2 days in her dormitory, and she went out on the 3rd day. In the morning, Yining didn't even eat breakfast in the dormitory. She grabbed 2 tea eggs and a cup of soy milk and went out. She took a taxi across the Charles River and came to Harvard Law School. She waited at the entrance of the study room of the law school. According to the information she got, Omar would go to study in the study room at this time, so she just came here to wait and see. Facts proved that the information she got was correct. She didn't wait a while before seeing Omar coming over. Although she was blinded to black people, Yining recognized it for the first time. Yining immediately ran 2 steps forward and said, "Good morning, classmate Omar. I am very happy to see you here. I think you may still have some impression of me because I had been with my classmates 2 days ago. I've found you together." Omar frowned and looked down at Yining. "Of course I remember, it was the damn insurance salesman, so what's the matter with you this time?" "I'm sorry to correct it. He did not an insurance salesman. He is the CEO of our Wharton Insurance Company and the head of the foundation for this campaign." Seeing that Omar seemed to be impatient, Yining quickly continued, "Student Omar, please don't rush to listen to me. Our foundation is not a dirty political trick. We are still just students. What we do is also the dream of students, and we are dream chasers. And we hope to make other students' dreams come true. So you are here to invite me to participate in what bullshit campaign?" Omar asked meaningfully. "Student Omar, I think you still don't understand what I mean. I don't want to do otherwise the campaign itself, but what I want to emphasize is that this is a way to realize your dreams." Yining emphasized the point first, and then said, Although I am not a law school, I am studying financial economy. But I also understand that if I want to formulate an economic order, I must first persuade the parliament to legislate, otherwise I cannot even protect my rights and I will not follow it. There are other laws and regulations, and the most direct way to get the support of the parliament is to participate in the election. Yining tried to explain for a long time, but when she looked at Omar intently, she found that he still had a face. Looking at himself mockingly, "What kind of dreams and channels are you going to talk about for a long time? Isn't it still a campaign?" Omar laughed out loud when she spoke. Yining anxiously wanted to explain, but Omar did not let her say, "Let me, the law school, tell you, whether it is the parliament or the mayor and governor, these are the most important things. Dirty political tricks. I have no interest in this. I think I should be very clear and accurate when I say this. I just don't know if you understand it." After Omar finished speaking, he bypassed Yining and walked towards the library building. No matter how Yining explained, he would not listen. "Classmates, we are not playing political games. We are just to assert our power, for the future stability and development of the insurance investment industry. Since financial investment is necessary, then I think it is definitely and inevitable to learn investment." Yining explained very carefully, but Omar ignored her at all and continued to move away. In the end, Yining had no choice but to shout "coward," which made Omar finally stop. "What did you just say?" "I hope I heard it wrong." Omar turned around and said to Yining. Yining took a step back in terror by the sudden look in Omar's eyes, but she quickly gathered up the courage to walk 2 steps forward and came to Omar's face, and looked up at Omar's words without backing down. "Say, you didn't hear it wrong, but I didn't say it wrong. You are a coward. Why are you reluctant to participate in the election? Why do you hate politics? It is nothing more than your past. You are obviously bullied by power, but you didn't dare to stand up. You only dared to hide in a quilt and watch the officials shivering with their teeth and claws on the stage. What do you think such a person is not a coward?" Yining said powerfully. "You bastard, what are you talking about?" Omar scolded, and at the same time raised his arms to strike Yining, but Yining did not evade at all, but stood firmly in place and looked at Omar. Omar's hand hung in midair for a long time. After all, he still didn't make a move. He finally sneered and said, "It was the damn insurance salesman who asked you to say that, right?" There are a lot of words that seem to have understood him. "My past, you all worked so hard for me. So I am curious why he didn't dare to come by himself, but let a woman like you come. Isn't he a bigger coward?" "Nothing wrong, no words." "He is not a coward. He is a hero. Yining immediately retorted, I want to come by myself this time, not because he asked me to come. Is it? Omar slowly put his hands down, spreading out his hands needlessly and said, but why is your explanation so pale and weak? I think you don't believe your words, right? There are many words without mistakes. Yining was anxious. I wanted to say something, but Omar didn't give her this opportunity and then said, I actually don't understand why you must ask me to run for the election. You even used such bad methods, but I don't think I need to understand. Yes, because you have made me understand that politics is a dirty thing. I'm sorry, I am a student of Harvard Law School. I don't want to fall into the same society with you. I will become a lawyer in the future, and dirty and corrupt politics be right. I will become a lecturer on the Constitution and train more excellent lawyers for the United States. But I will never go into politics and step into your fishy ditch. Speaking of the end, Omar stretched out his finger and pointed at Yining and said, so please give up. Angels will never be with the devil. After speaking, Omar bypassed Yining and left, but he only took 2 steps. I went back to add another sentence, also, I hope this is the last time. If any Chinese come to me for a campaign in the future, I will definitely call the police. I want you to go back and tell the damn insurance salesman. You remember. Chapter 7 is self-righteous. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zuming came out of the bath and heard the door of the dormitory be knocked. Zuming will take a bath before he ran back in the morning. After all, I don't have a healthy physique. I am afraid that I should be in the entrepreneurial stage when I run to the hospital twice, so Zuming insists on exercising every day. Zuming opened the door in the past. It was Li Yang, the deputy head of the finance class. He brought a report to Zuming. Teacher, this is the business report of the dormitory convenience store last week. At present, the dormitory convenience store is implementing a daily half price. After the event, the turnover has increased significantly, up by at least 40% compared to before. However, I am a little worried that this is only a temporary enthusiasm for the event. After a long time, everyone will not have any expectations. This situation is the case. It's normal, Ziming said and let Li Yang into the room. They sat down and said, but we can limit the time to the event, and the time will be different each time, so as to keep consumers as long as possible. The enthusiasm. There is another situation, teacher. Someone recently distributed such flyers in the school. Li Yang took out a small flyer to Ziming. Ziming took the leaflet. The above was a photo of a pond filled with dead cow corpses. Below it was a short paragraph of shocking words. Do you want to know why the half price is discounted? It's because they use this kind of beef. These black-hearted merchants think that everyone is a carrion-eating vulture. What's black-hearted businessman hey price discount? Which clearly is that our hostile convenience store well, because now we are only in the Harvard University in the implementation of activities of daily hay price. Li Yang said annoyed. When was this discovered? Did it have any impact on the dormitory convenience store? Zuming asked concerned. Although Zuming now has Wharton Insurance Company and has absorbed nearly $100 million of insurance funds through the insurance company, he has never lost the dormitory convenience store project. After all, this is his starting point in the United States. And it can be very good. It's a good exercise for the financial classmates' management ability. What's more important is that I'm not sure when it will be useful, so I have stayed here all the time. Zuming is also more concerned. Li Yang thought for a moment and replied, this flyer was received by Huang Ping on his way to the library this morning. He felt that this situation was more important and he brought it back to me immediately. I also just came back from the dormitory convenience store. It was convenient this morning. The store's burger sales have decreased by 30% than usual. Zuming nodded silently. It seems that this flyer was distributed last night or this morning, and the purpose is to target our convenience store. Teacher. Then we should. What to do? Call the police right away? But we don't even know who is doing this now. Li Yang asked Ziming. Ziming didn't answer directly, but instead asked Li Yang, I don't know who it is. Li Yang, didn't you say that little Brooke was arrested? but his shop was still here. Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Li Yang suddenly realized, it turns out that this is the case. I guess his father must have done this for revenge. Since we know the object, let's do both. Li Yang, you call the police immediately, and Attorney Allen invites him to do the specific things. After all, he will be more familiar with this process. As for beef matters, Ziming thought for a while and said, I think we can start a burger contest. On the one hand, it can start the convenience store brand, and on the other hand, we will also give our beef the name. Ziming's words brightened Li Yang's eyes. He said happily, Teacher, your idea is great. Students from Harvard University. They are all very enthusiastic, and I believe this competition will be very spectacular. At their end, Li Yang hesitated and asked, Teacher, do we still need to learn from them and send small flyers to fight back against them? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming nodded and said, of course. It's not impolite to come and go. Li Yang will be responsible for this job. Although you are a science student, I hope you can come up with a good slogan. Great. Li Yang said happily, Teacher, don't worry, I promise to complete the task. I'm very confident about it. Ziming then remembered something to ask. Right, general reporting work, isn't it all done by Yi Ning? Why did you report to me by Li Yang today? Is there anything Yi Ning has to do with her? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Teacher, there is actually nothing wrong. Yi Ning is responsible for this matter. But I am also responsible for this. Li Yang said. In fact, Ziming originally asked this casually, but listening to Li Yang's answer, he immediately realized the problem, frowned and asked, Li Yang, I know your eloquence is very good, but you can't deceive me. Let me tell you. What happened? Let me tell you, this is in the United States. If Yi Ning has any accident, you simply can't afford it. Ziming's tone was indisputable, and Li Yang said number? The pressure of living in Ziming had to be honest. Teacher is very sorry, I don't want to lie to you. Yi Ning went to find Omar, she blamed the last time on herself, and she said she must persuade Omar. Come back. This Yi Ning. I have said that this matter is not her responsibility. I think too naively. Ziming nagged and asked, where did Yi Ning go? Or the law school? Your library? No mistakes, no skipping. Li Yang nodded and said yes. Ziming immediately changed his clothes and went out. Of course, before going out, Ziming didn't forget to give Li Yang a sentence. It's so self-righteous. I'll settle accounts with you when I come back. Ziming went out and got on the car to the front of the library building of Harvard Law School. Yi Ning was still here. She was the only one, sitting on the bench in front of the door looking at the library building in a daze. Ziming sighed and walked over gently. Before she reached her side, Yi Ning said, I'm sorry, I'm waiting for my friend. If you can I trouble you to sit somewhere else? Thank you. Although Yi Ning said so, but Ziming sat down without hesitation and said, is that so? Then I think I am the friend you are waiting for. Yi Ning's body was shocked when he heard Ziming's voice. She turned back blankly. Teacher, why are you here? Ziming smiled. How long do you plan to wait here if I don't come? Day by day, on will you become a mastermind stone? Yi Ning couldn't laugh at Ziming's humor. She just lowered her head. The teacher is very sorry, I am really useless. I still failed to convince Omar today, and I seem to have annoyed him. He said that if there are more Chinese to invite him to run, he will call the police. I know, but it's not to blame you. I know you have worked very hard. You checked the information and habits about Omar, and you passed the Charles River very early to wait for him. This is not easy. But some things are, it's really hard to force. Our Mr. Omar also hates politics. I think we shouldn't force others to make it difficult. Ziming continued, as for him to report to the police, it's his freedom. Can't stop it. It has nothing to do with you. Now Li Yang is already in the dormitory to prepare for his election. I have asked Attorney Allen. He is already helping to prepare some necessary legal materials. I believe we also have a very good candidate. Ziming said to Yi Ning, Teacher, do you really blame me? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Yi Ning asked, very moved. Of course not, Ziming said after turning to the front. But if you continue to look for another man behind your back, I'm really going to get angry. Yi Ning's pretty face changed when she heard this. She was blushing, and she covered her small face with her hands and said, "Teacher, what did you say? How can I find a man behind your back?" When Ziming finally started to molest his sister, who was still her own female student, another while in Lexington, Anthony drove to Old Brook's villa. "Brother Brook, I heard a very interesting news at the Brighton police station today, saying that the Chinese Ziming's property on the Harvard campus was maliciously attacked by illegal small flyers. You will not do this thing, right?" There are a lot of words. Anthony's talent just walked into the villa. He asked Old Brook. Of course. His behavior was indeed a questioning, but in fact his tone did not mean any questioning. He had already very sure of the facts. Old Brook received a call from Anthony to come over. He was standing at the door of the living room on the first floor to greet Anthony. When facing Anthony's question, Old Brook replied, "Mr. Anthony, what you say makes me very sad. Why are you? Can you think of it this way? I admit that my son's industry on the Harvard campus has been taken over by my company, but it is only a small piece of my many industries, and it is the one I can take into account the least." Anthony gently smiled and said, "Brook, my brother, you can lie to me, but I also have to tell you that Ziming's lawyer has publicly stated that he will investigate this matter to the end and must find out the malicious slander behind it, or the agency filed a lawsuit. If he wants to sue, let him go to sue. Will I still be afraid that he will not succeed? A little Chinese, I can squeeze him to death at will." The words of the Old Brook are only here. It stopped abruptly, and Anthony changed his face and slapped the table vigorously. "Mr. Brook, do you think I came to joke with you today? Do you remember what I said to you last time? If you don't remember, I don't mind helping you recall it. I said that this matter is very complicated, but I can't handle it at will, let alone you." Old Brook lowered his head and said in pain, "But Anthony, I'm not reconciled, I'm really reconciled. Why do you think he is so arrogant in Brighton as a Chinese? How can he not be bullied by us like other Chinese? Why dare to resist us?" Anthony sighed and patting Old Brook on the shoulder said to him, "Brook, my brother, I can understand your feelings, because I also like your son Brook very much. I also have the pride of being an American, and I don't want to be in front of that Chinese." "Lower your head," Anthony said, and immediately turned the front of the conversation. "But brother, everything is his way. We must be patient, at least for now. I can promise you, when the time comes, I will do my best to help you deal with that Chinese. At that time, unless China and the United States go to war, the entire United States must protect him, otherwise I will kill him for you. I promise," Anthony said at last, "but before that, you have to restrain your emotions." "But as far as I know, the Chinese also organized the foundation to participate in the election." Old Brook raised another question. Anthony disdainfully said, "I am self-righteous. Do you think he can win the election?" Chapter 8, May 15th, Candidate Day. May 15th is a very ordinary day. There is nothing commendable on this day except for the Unknown World Family Day, but for Ziming, this day is not. It is not ordinary, because this is the day when Huang Yi participated in the Brighton campaign on behalf of Ziming's campaign foundation. Of course, the ideal candidate for Ziming at the beginning was Omar. After all, Ziming knew very well that he was the future president of the United States or a re-elected president. Therefore, even if he is recognized as a black man with no political status, Ziming still has great confidence in him. In addition, the development of a president is also a very exciting challenge. What Ziming never expected is that Omar is not the United States who can talk to the world 25 years later. President, he is still an angry youth who hates politics. So Ziming had to give up this best choice. Later, Ziming's intention was to choose Li Yang, but after consulting with Alan, he learned that although the elections they participated in were not as stringent as the election of congressmen, the law also stipulated that candidates must have obtained citizenship in the United States for more than 7 years. As an American citizen, Li Yang, who has only been to the United States for a few months with him, obviously does not fit this status. He hasn't even entered the United States for 7 years, so he can only choose another choice. Although Huang Yi is also an overseas student, he immigrated to the United States with his family 7 years ago and has become a citizen of the United States since then. Therefore, he just meets the legal requirements and serves as the chairman of the International Student Mutual Aid Association. His speech is also very good. Ziming only decided him. Early that morning, Ziming's lawyer, Alan, drove to Ziming's dormitory with a bunch of legal documents. He handed the documents to Ziming and said, "This is the election document of the Vinda community. There is no difference in the election documents of the city of Taunton, and no clauses are attached. These are the real estate documents of the Vinda community and your tax certificate as the head of the Vinda community. These are very important, because to run for a councillor, you must first live in the electoral district so that you can better represent the interests of the voters. And the real estate documents, the tax payment certificate, is the best and most direct document," Alan said as he took out a few more forms. "This one is the election registration form. I have already filled out one according to your request, Mr. Ziming. If there is no essential problem, then Mr. Huang Yi only needs to copy it again." After Little Brook's affairs, for the convenience of communication, Huang Yi also lived in Ziming's dormitory. When Alan came, Huang Yi it happened to be there. Alan handed the documents to Ziming and Huang Yi, and went on to say, although according to Massachusetts law, any U.S. citizen who has joined the U.S. citizenship can participate in the election campaign, the Election Commission will definitely treat every candidate, carry out verification and screening, weed out those candidates with poor qualifications. This is to ensure the smooth progress of their election campaign. Therefore, candidates are blocked out of the gate before they run, and they usually get a certain amount of money in the electoral district. The support signature is handed over to the election committee, and the election committee will basically release the candidates to pass after receiving the signature and verifying the registered identity of the voter. Alan said. Then Attorney Alan, "Do you mean that I have to go to the electoral district to find a certain number of voters?" Huang Yi asked. "I think so. And in order to ensure the fairness and justice of the election, voters must belong to the constituency you are campaigning for," Alan said as he took out another document to Huang Yi. "This is a legal document on the status of voters. You can take a look at it. Although it looks a little complicated, but in simple terms, at least he must have a property in the electoral district for more than 5 years and live in more than 3 years. And all the voters who signed must have been registered with the election committee," Alan continued. "This is very important, because not all signatures have legal significance. The guys on the election committee do it every day. It's just a matter of picking the bones in the egg. Don't think about being fooled. There have been many people who wanted to do this, but in the end their names bid farewell to the election forever." Huang Yi looked at the document and said, "It looks a little complicated, but our constituency is in a Chinese-speaking area. I believe it's okay to have a sufficient number of voters' signatures." Regarding Huang Yi's statement, Alan first, after looking at Ziming, he said, "Mr. Huang Yi, I advise you not to be too optimistic." Ziming stood up and said, "Thank you very much, Lawyer Alan. I think no matter what difficulties we have, we will always. What I have to overcome is that Huang Yi is just the chairman of our Chinese Student Association. This is the first time he has participated in the election and he is still a student. It may be a little excited and nervous." Attorney Alan, "Don't mind, but I don't know if Attorney Alan is still. Do you have any ideas to remind us?" "Nothing is wrong, no skipping." Faced with Ziming's peacemaker, both Ellen and Huang Yi couldn't say anything. Ellen shook his head and said number. Ziming then invited Ellen to eat first, and then went out after the meal. After about an hour and a half, Ziming and the others are bussed to the Parliament building in Fenway District, where the Fenway District Election Committee was located. According to the election practice, all electors who participated in the election first signed up, and then submitted the full number of voters' signatures within a limited time. So today Ziming and the others are here to accompany Huang Yi to sign up first. When Ziming and the others arrived at the Fenway District Council building, there were already a lot of people gathered in the square inches front of the building. Everyone gathered together in groups. It was obvious that there were two major parties, other small parties, and no party. The slogans and banners put out by the people were noisy, and even more scolded, much like a domestic market. Li Yang and the others got off the bus and saw this scene. They were immediately surprised. Wow! Do you want to be so exaggerated, teacher? We are sure that we are participating in a community election. There are so many words without mistakes. Why so many people? I think I have come. The scene of the presidential election. Before Ziming had time to speak, Yining said, "No way, this is the United States. The election is a very important political issue here, but this is also a community election. For the general election, I'm afraid there are only two parties left here, right? There are a lot of words in the two parties and Lunswang. This is all the knowledge in the high school politics textbook. Don't tell me you have forgotten." Yining mocked. After that, Li Yang shrugged awkwardly, but he felt that Yining seemed to be getting closer to Ziming. Li Yang can feel it, Ziming can naturally feel it better, but after all Yining is nominally her own female student, and she always can't overcome the obstacle in her heart, so she can only pretend to be an ostrich and say, "Well, we can do it today. It's not here to play. Others have supporters, so we have. Let's send Huang Yi to the election committee and report the name." Ziming is an absolute center. Although everyone mocked each other for a while, as long as there is after Ziming spoke, everyone could immediately calm down and listen to Ziming's command. So Chen Xiu and Yining began to organize their classmates to take out banners and slogans and walk toward the parliament building. These are all prepared in advance. After all, the election campaign is not only a major event in the United States, but also the most important thing for them at the moment. Although Ziming recommended Huang Yi for the community election, it was actually the Fenway District House of Representatives election, but they belonged to the Vinda Community's House of Representatives, so it could also be called a community election. According to the U.S. Constitution, all members of the House of Representatives are elected every 2 years. This year happens to be the election year of the House of Representatives. Therefore, Ziming and the others must seize this opportunity. Otherwise, they will have to wait until 2 years later, or a by-election can only start if a member of the council dies or is cancelled during his term of office. Although the House of Representatives is far inferior to the Senate in terms of power and influence due to tenure, they are also very important, because in the administrative planning of the United States, states, counties, cities, and cities are from top to bottom. Strictly speaking, Fenway District should be called Fenway City. Ziming and the others just call it state and city due to domestic customs. District. In this set of administrative planning, the most basic administrative unit is the district. Unlike the country where there are basic units such as communities and sub-district offices, all communities here enjoy a high degree of autonomy, which means that you can do whatever you want without violating the federal constitution, Massachusetts law, and the Brighton City Charter. If you want to say that the grassroots units that are truly managed are subject to the district's a non-governmental autonomous organization approved by the parliament. Generally speaking, the members who can lead this non-government autonomous organization are the members elected every 2 years. In other words, the congressman is the director of the community and the street, and he is also a king with a high degree of autonomy. Therefore, if the elected congressman has business in the community, then he can rely on his status as a congressman. Under the premise of not violating the law, you can freely formulate policies for yourself and clear all obstacles for your own business, such as using administrative power to attack competitors. Perhaps because of the loose federal politics in the United States, the situation in more than 3,000 cities in 50 states may be different in each place. But there will not be much difference in general. A lawmaker is a gangster under the cloak of law. It is also for this reason that many businessmen in the United States always want to participate in elections after they have enough money, or actively support someone to run for election, which can gain direct benefits after being elected. Ziming brought Huang Yi and other students from the finance class to the front of the Parliament building. Ziming said to Huang Yi, "Due to the number of restrictions, the students can only send you here. Lawyer Allen and I will accompany you in. The election committee submits the registration form. I believe you can do it." Allen patted Huang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Hey, young Chinese guy, you have to cheer up, and then you just need to leave the registration form at the faces of the people in the council are fine. They will do the following work for you. You don't even need to speak during the whole process, so you don't need to be too nervous. Just take a deep breath with me." Huang Yi gently let out a sigh of relief and said, "Teacher, don't worry, this is the task you gave me, and I promise to complete him." "This is good." Ziming praised Huang Yi, "but when they were about to go in, when I was in the Parliament building, I suddenly heard a strange voice from the side. Isn't this the Parliament building? Why are there still yellow-skinned monkeys here? Didn't the Parliament's security guards come to work?" Word. Chapter 9. The Arranged Script. Despite the noise in front of the Parliament building, Ziming and Huang Yi still heard the voice clearly, because there were only their group of ethnic Chinese, so the reference in the words couldn't be more obvious. Ziming turned his head and saw a fat man with a very rich American image. He and a tall white man led his black bodyguard and walked out of the crowd. Seeing Ziming, he deliberately spit on the ground, saying very arrogantly, "What do you look at, lowly yellow-skinned man? You don't know that your eyes are poisonous. Just looking at me makes me feel uncomfortable. This Parliament building is a place with the highest glory. You quickly roll back to the dirty, go to Chinatown. Don't come to pollute our holy land." This person is the chairman of Vinda Logistics Company, Bob. I once represented him in a case, so I recognized him. I guess he also came to run for the election. Allen introduced to Ziming in a low voice. At this time, Bob also saw Ellen. He pointed at Ellen angrily and said, "Lawyer Ellen, please don't tell me that you are here to accompany this yellow-skinned man to run for the election. If it were you, you would disappoint me too much. Yes, you are in vain as an American." "Mr. Bob, shut up. Running for the election is the legitimate right of every American citizen. This is written in the federal constitution, so no matter who runs for the election, there is no problem. If you don't know, then I ask you to go back and read the federal constitution carefully before running for the election." Allen retorted sternly, "In addition, I can also be Annon's lawyer, unless you are a federal judge and deprive them of all political power." Except for Allen, the finance class students who came with Ziming also scolded one after another. "What are you? Why are you making irresponsible remarks here? In the final analysis, you are nothing more than yourself, a loach in the rotten water ditch. Why are you running for the election? I have to feel sad for this election, because a bug like you is only worthy of staying in the sewer that never sees the sun all the year round. Your election can only, it makes people feel disgusting in there." The yelling of from the face classmates finance, Bob trembling with anger, the finally roared of he, "Yellow damn by yellow-skinned people, you insult me, dare to openly to the I want you a lesson by you teach guys, Berenty, you beat them up. My husband is very happy to serve you. I like to deal with these yellow monkeys the most." The black man next to Bob finished speaking and geared towards the students in the finance class. But before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by the tall white man on the other side. "Mr. Bob, please don't get excited. Violence is not the best way to solve the problem." The white man enlightened Bob. "Then what should I do? I really can't swallow this breath, and now I just want to kill these damn yellow-skinned people right away." Bob's words gritted his teeth. "Of course, there can be a more civilized method." The white man dropped this sentence to Bob and then stood up and said to everyone, "This is the quality of the Chinese race. They actually scolded those dirty and unbearable. It's hard to imagine that they are from Brighton. I can't believe that they actually came to run for the election. What makes me even more dare not to think is that if they succeed in the election, our Fenway district and the whole of Brighton. What will the city of Dayton look like? Can you think about it? Nothing is wrong. No words. The white man's words were like a soldering iron thrown into the water, causing the scene to boil all at once, and everyone scrambled to blame Ziming and the others. Oh, those ugly Chinese people. They are the malignant tumors of the society. They represent poverty and filth. If the Vinda community is handed over to them, I am confident that they will turn the community into a garbage dump. My goodness, in my impression, shouldn't all candidates be polite gentlemen? How can they curse people like this at the door of the parliament? This is too unqualified. And his supporters, my goodness. If it weren't for the supporters of the electors that I knew they were, I would think they were gangsters. The scene just now was terrible. Hearing the accusations below, the white man's mouth raised slightly, throwing I asked the last question. Then such a candidate, would you be willing to choose him? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course not. Everyone said in unison, and finally one person added, I will vote against it if I can. This negative sentence made everyone laugh, and the white man laughed too. Maybe the future constitution will be revised to vote against, but now we still only have the right to choose and be chosen. Of course, some low-quality people are not considered. The white man's words caused cheers from below. Huang Yi couldn't help it. He shouted at the white man, but you scolded first. We just came here to sign up for the election. You suddenly came here to insult us first. We are just forced to speak back. For Huang Yi's words, the white man just smiled disdainfully and said, really? If you have to argue like this, I don't think I can do anything. After all, the mouth grows on you. It is impossible to order your mouth to tell the truth. But I seem to have forgotten that you Chinese do not have genes for telling the truth. Compared to being honest, you are more willing to cheat and lie. The white man's words caused a lot of laughter. Huang Yi, what else to say? Ziming stopped him and shook his head and said, Huang Yi is useless. Didn't you say that Americans are inherently discriminatory against Chinese? And this is in front of the parliament building. Here is all supporters of other candidates. They themselves have prejudice against other competitors. Do you think your explanation will be of any use? The white man saw that Huang Yi stopped talking, and he said again, it seems that our Chinese children have deeply felt guilty for what they did just now. Then I think we should also show our generosity and disagree with them. I care about it. After speaking, he and Bob walked to the parliament building, but Bob said very arrogantly when he passed by Ziming, you should go back to your mother's stomach as soon as possible. Noble things are not suitable for your rubbish, you know. Nothing is wrong, no words. While saying that, Bob was still laughing. His black bodyguard followed him and gestured his muscles to Ziming and the others. Seeing the behavior of Bob and his black bodyguard, clenched his fists. Mr. Ziming, can I teach them? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Don't. Alan said, we are here to run for elections, not to create conflicts, and provocations like this are often seen during elections. We must be patient. Violence. It is definitely not a solution to the problem. But he ignored him, just waiting for Ziming's decision. Ziming looked around and finally sighed and said, forget it. Attorney Allen is right. We are not here to fight. And now we are at the gate of the parliament building. Maybe some people want us to fight. We can't walk into the script arranged by others. Ziming patted the shoulder of the after speaking. Don't think it's wrong. Reconciled, someone like Bob, I will be able to clean up him. But now we still have to send Huang Yi into the parliament building to sign up. It's more important. Only then did he let go of his fists, and followed Ziming. Alan and Huang Yi walked into the parliament building together. Watching this scene, in the hotel opposite the parliament building, a cup was smashed to the ground, accompanied by a roar, the damn Chinese. Why didn't they do it? It's the one from Bob. The guy's mockery isn't strong enough. He kept telling me how swearing he was. I really thought he could get the Chinese to do something. But didn't it turn out to be nothing? Nothing wrong, no skipping. At this time, another person said, Brooke, my brother, I don't think you can say that, Bob. I know, his mouth is very dirty. I have reason to believe that he did his best, but it caused this. The reason for the situation is that Ziming's endurance is very good, or he guessed it may be our hands and feet behind the scenes. These two people are not others, it is the Speaker of Massachusetts Anthony and who have been targeting Ziming. Senator Senior Brooke of his own. Old Brooke calmed down when he heard Anthony say this. Indeed, Anthony, what you said is correct. Ziming, a Chinese, is indeed very cunning. It is not so easy to hide him behind his back. And this time Bob appeared. It's too suspicious. He has no reason not to be vigilant. What's more important is that they are at the door of the Parliament building. There are so many people here. If he uses his brain a little, he will understand that nothing happens here. It would be a good choice, Anthony added. That's why it's a pity. If Bob can scold a little bit harder and make the Chinese lose his mind, maybe we can succeed. Old Brooke said. Indeed. Wasn't it for this reason that we asked Bob to do this today? Nothing was wrong. Anthony stood up and walked over to the bed. He looked at the Parliament building opposite and said, But Brooke, my brother, I don't think you need to be discouraged, because I believe Ziming is definitely not a person who would be willing to suffer this loss. He will definitely find a way to retaliate. So let's just wait here quietly. We must have confidence in Bob, and even more confidence in Ziming, the Chinese. This is really exciting. Good news. Old Brooke stood up and said with a grinning grin, Ziming, you can kill Bob's bitch soon. I can wait for you. And just like the two directors Anthony and Old Brooke hopefully, when Ziming and the others walked into the Parliament building, they did meet Bob again. Oh my god. It's you Chinese again. Are you dogs? You follow me all the time looking for bones to eat. But no matter how you beg for mercy, I will never throw any bones to you. Bob screamed at Ziming. But this time it was in the Parliament building. It was necessary to keep quiet. So someone from the election committee was immediately dissatisfied. Are you here to run for the election? If so, just shut your mouth. Please don't make a loud noise, otherwise I will kick you out of here, I promise. Bob shrugged needlessly and said, Okay, but sir, I don't shelter. Parliament should be a refugee. It should have standards. No, all kinds of people come in to run for the election. That will only make the congressman cheaper. You see, there are a few Chinese people over there. I'm sorry I used only the term of this unit, but they only deserve to be called only. Over there. Bob was taunting unscrupulously. His voice was deliberately so that Ziming and the others could hear him. Huang Yi clenched his fists and said, This damn fellow, Teacher Ziming, we really can't help it. Do you do something to him? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Of course there is a way. When Ziming spoke, his eyes were not at Huang Yi, but at the other side. He laughed and said, And I think I already know how to teach him how to be a human being. Chapter 10 Spilling Manure. Alan, first accompany classmate Huang Yi to register for the election. I and will go over there. You must remember that no matter how Bob insults you, you must try to exercise restraint. You can go to the election committee, make a complaint, but don't do anything. Do you know if you do any radical things? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming left with the police after confessing to Alan and Huang Yi. Although Bob is still provoking, Ziming believes that they can be restrained. As the chairman of the Chinese Student Mutual Aid Association, Huang Yi has witnessed the discrimination of countless Americans. Now with Ziming's explanation, he can resist desperately, even if he is a passionate young man. There is also Alan, this scheming man. Lawyer, he has seen countless provocations in and outside the court, and he is sure to hold the last line of defense. Ziming and the police came to the main entrance hall. Several white people were chatting here. One of them, Ziming, happened to meet. Ziming came to say hello. Hi Mr. Rogers. Hello, I am very happy to see you here. Ziming, his acquaintance is Rogers, the key account manager of Brighton Bank Securities, who worked with Ziming on the Deep Blue Airlines project. Rogers was surprised when he saw Ziming. Mr. Ziming, it's a coincidence to be able to meet here. I know that today is the first day of the Fenway District House of Representatives election registration. Could it be that Mr. Ziming also wants to run for the election? If this is the case, This is really the biggest thing in our Fenway district. Then if I can, I must vote for Mr. Ziming." Ziming waved his hand and said, "Mr. Rogers is joking. I am not qualified to participate to elect the House of Representatives. I have only been in the United States for a few months." "Really? That's a shame," Rogers said regretfully. Ziming glanced at the people next to Rogers, and Rogers would then consciously introduce to both sides, "Mr. Ziming, this is Mr. Garnett, he is here to run for the election. Mr. Garnett, this is Mr. Ming. Don't think he is young. He is a super business tycoon who has created 100 million assets in a month. I can't refuse his money-making methods." Garnett is a bold black man. He shook hands with Ziming very enthusiastically when he heard Rogers' introduction. Ziming also said a few polite words, and then said, "Manager Rogers, in fact, let's not hide from you. The reason why I met today, I came to this Parliament building to support my candidates." Ziming turned his attention to Garnett and asked, "So please forgive me. I seem to have heard you talk about campaign funding. Don't you? I don't know what I can do to help." These words made Garnett's eyes light up. "Is this true, Mr. Ziming? This is great. I'm just short of campaign funds. If you can help, it's a great thing for me to solve that." Rogers raised his eyebrows. He first glanced at Ziming and then said to Garnett, "This is really a good thing, but Mr. Garnett, although Mr. Ming is very good at making money, but I don't think you can let him help you for nothing, right? There are no mistakes in a lot of words." Jeanette nodded and said, "Yes, if Mr. Ziming needs any help, I will definitely be elected." "Help?" Ziming smiled embarrassedly. This really made Mr. Rogers and Mr. Garnett right. "I really have something to help at the moment, which is very important." Facing Ziming's words, Garnett was stunned for a moment, because his original help was just a polite sentence, but he didn't think Ziming would actually just climb the rod like this, but he couldn't take back the water splashed out if he said it. "Okay, but if there is any excessive request, it is not easy to refuse it, and Garnett will be entangled in this way." However, Ziming did not let Garnett's entanglement last long, because he then took out a checkbook and wrote a check in hand and said, "Mr. Garnett, here is a check for $100,000. If Mr. Garnett is willing to help, then this check is yours." Garnett took a breath. He didn't expect Ziming to say $100,000. But Garnett hesitated and said again and again, "Mr. Ziming, I can understand the feelings of investors, but running for councillors is not in business. All actions must be done within the framework of the law. You cannot do anything arbitrarily, so you must say it first before I can consider whether to agree or not." Ziming did not explain much, but wrote another check saying, "Then add another $200,000. As long as Mr. Garnett agrees, this one plus the previous $100,000 check, two can give it to you." Garnett was so surprised that he almost jumped up. "What? This will add another $200,000? Isn't this money? This money is enough for an ordinary family to spend for several years." He actually threw it out like this. "This is incredible. Did he open a banknote printing factory or a bank?" Rogers saw Garnett's surprise and explained to him, "Mr. Ziming, he is doing insurance investment." Garnett suddenly realized that. He finally gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Ziming, this is not money." "How many questions?" "I said that this is a very serious legal and moral issue. I hope I can enter the Senate through the House of Representatives. I don't want to leave any stains on myself." Before Garnett's words are finished, Ziming wrote another check and said, "For $500,000. If Mr. Garnett agrees, then the $500,000 and the previous $300,000 will be given to you." Garnett really doesn't know what to say now. What's better? He had to look at Ziming dumbfounded, thinking that Ziming is definitely a lunatic. "But Mr. Ziming." Garnett wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Ziming before he could speak. Ziming said to him, "Mr. Garnett, I hope you don't hesitate. There is only one chance, and my money does not fall from the sky. If you disagree, then forget it. I will not make it difficult. These checks are to show respect for Mr. Garnett's personality." I immediately tore them all. As Ziming said, He held up the 3 checks as if they were about to tear. Garnet immediately stopped Ziming anxiously. "Mr. Ziming, please wait a moment. This check was torn like this. It's a pity. Although I don't know what Mr. Ziming wants, I think I can agree to it." "Not only can you agree, and my business is of great benefit to you." Ziming took over. Nate's words said, but in Roger's eyes, Ziming's brilliant smile made him shudder, and he made himself panicked when he thought of Deep Blue Airlines. It was already half an hour later when Ziming returned to the registration office and met Huang Yi Alan. Ziming saw them and asked them how they were signing up. Huang Yi replied, "The process is very simple. I just hand in the registration form I wrote, and then answer a few questions from the committee about the election." Alan also said, "Today is just registration. Then the process is of course very simple. But the committee will not remind us to hand in the voters' signatures. This requires our own attention." Although he did not say, "We must do it," Ziming nodded and said, "This is no problem." After signing up today, Huang Yi and my classmates in the finance class will go to the community to find voters for signatures. Attorney Allen, you'd better follow along, because we still have to consult you as to which voters meet the requirements. Alan nodded and said it's okay. Huang Yi asked carefully, "Teacher, what about that fellow Bob? I believe you must be ready, right?" "There are many words that are correct." Ziming patted Huang Yi on the shoulder. "Don't worry, he will be educated. As the saying goes, Cao Cao will be there." Ziming and Huang Yi only talked about him here, and his voice came over there immediately. "Yo, the yellow-skinned monkeys, haven't you left yet? What are you waiting for here? Are you waiting for someone to feed you bananas?" While talking, Bob sighed and said, "I really don't know how you monkeys were born on that land of East Asia. I heard that half a century ago, someone raped all of your women. You should all be bastards. You said that bastards like you come to participate in our election. Isn't this an insult to the election itself?" "There is nothing wrong with it." Both and Huang Yi suddenly clenched their fists, especially and showed murderous aura. As a Chinese soldier, how could he allow someone to insult his compatriots like this? As long as Ziming gives an order, he can kill him immediately, or make him worse than life. However, Ziming finally resisted the anger in his heart. In fact, he was not much less than Huo and Huang Yi. Ziming shook his teeth and said to Bob, "Mr. Bob, I think your bastard is the most appropriate to describe yourself, because in your body, I have already seen very clearly that there is a pig gene, and I am also very curious that you ate stool today. Why can I smell a disgusting stench in your mouth?" Bob immediately cursed back, What do you dare to say about this yellow-skinned monkey? I tell you that I am an American. If you dare to say I will throw you into the stinking ditch." Ziming didn't reply again this time. It was not he who persuaded him, but he saw the gesture that Garnet next to him gave him. Seeing that there was no movement on Ziming's side, Bob walked out of the Parliament building proudly. He felt that he was a victorious lion. He watched the countless supporters of various factions gathered in front of the door and announced loudly, "All yellow-skinned people are rubbish, and we must defeat them for our own benefit. We must adhere to the Chinese Exclusion Act of the past, because only in this way can our country develop better and we can have higher income." All people were very surprised to see Bob standing on the steps of the Parliament building. Although they had cursed Ziming with Bob more than half an hour ago, they did more to support themselves. "Candidate, who knows what your Bob is?" But Bob felt very good himself. He watched silently below, thinking that his speech shocked them. And at this moment, a black man walked up the steps and came to Bob with a bucket. Bob immediately covered his nose and asked the black man, "Did you damn nigger eat poop today? Why so smelly?" Facing Bob's questioning, the black man just smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Bob, you guessed it, but it's not that I eat poop, but you are going to poop," said the black man. He quickly unlocked the lid of the barrel, and then slammed it on Bob's head. Chapter 11. Isn't it possible for him to be afraid? Although people often say that you want to buckle the shit bowl on someone's head, It would be very shocking if someone really drenched someone's head one day. There may not be a saying about buckling a shit basin in the United States, but when Bob was splashed with shit at the entrance of the Fenway District House, everyone was shocked. Look at it, someone over there was splashed with dung, like a candidate. I know that person. His name is Bob. He is a candidate who can't control his mouth, and he is relying on himself. I'm more familiar with the media. I usually scold people everywhere, and even publicly criticize the district mayor and the chairperson in the media. He is so arrogant, and now I finally reap the fruits of it. It must be some candidate who is dissatisfied with him deliberately punishing him, splashing dung around him. This idea is really clever. Who is running for a member of parliament with a stinky look? It's very suitable to run for a sewer worker. I don't agree with you. After all, we have the sewers in Brighton. It's still very clean. He will only pollute our sewers when he enters like this. ... The crowd laughed together, everyone said a word to me, and Bob was undoubtedly in front of this parliament building, the focal figure of, and he himself was stunned there, looking at all this blankly, without any reaction, because his mind was blank at this time. He could not think that he would be thrown with dung one day, and is today. Didn't I come to run for the election today? This should be the beginning of my political career. In the future, I can go further into the Senate, from the districts to the state, and finally become a member of Congress. What a glorious life this is. Bob was thinking so in his own mind. He even had a meal with a senior state senator a few days ago. At that dinner, the senior senator praised himself and said that he would give it to himself. Helping in the campaign gave me a great chance of being elected. It's just that I need to help him target a Chinese who is running for today. Bob didn't know why he said that, but it was nothing to him. Moreover, he himself hated Chinese people. To mock is something he does every day, and it is even more difficult to catch. I thought it was easy. But how could it be like this now? I was splashed with filth all over. Bob felt that he was in a dream that he didn't want to remember, but when the spring breeze blew him, he couldn't stop shivering, and he realized that he was really splashed. Why? Why are you doing this? Bob raised his head and yelled at the black man in front of him. The black man just sneered. Are you embarrassed to ask why? Just at the nigger you just said. I want to splash you again. It would be even better if someone else gave you money. As long as I see you once, I will splash you all over. But now I don't want to go to jail, and see my Senator Bob. After speaking, the black man dropped the bucket and ran away. At this time, Bob reacted fiercely and shouted, Berenti, what is your mother's mother doing? Why didn't you stop him? I don't think you can get your salary this month. The black bodyguard was also very helpless. He was confident whether it was he can stop anyone who wants to hurt Bob in any way. But now the other party is carrying a bucket, so if he wants to stop him, don't he also have to get drenched? This is not a fun thing. Besides the shit you provoke, why should the bodyguards block this gun for you? But no matter how helpless he is, facing his boss, he can only explain, Mr. Bob, you can't blame me. The other party has no intention of hurting you, and his actions are too fast. I have no chance to stop him or catch him. Bob is about to vomit blood. What kind of reason is that? You are a bodyguard. If you can't even react to such a dung-sweeping person, what do you need to do? Hurry up and get me back to sleep. Bob was angry, but he did not show it, because at this time he thought of a more important thing, that is, this black man who splashed dung did not appear out of thin air, but was instructed by others, although he usually because of this opening your mouth has offended many people, but no one would commit this. Then there is only one answer left, and that is the Chinese who also came to campaign. It must be the Chinese, said Bob, gnashing his teeth. Those Chinese people are like farts. They are the most disgusting and least irritating in the world. Only they can do this kind of revenge. They are just like the niggers. They are all rubbish and perverts in the world. They are worthless trifles. I want him to take revenge. When Bob was furious and desperate to rush back to the building to find Ziming's revenge in front of the Parliament building, in the hotel room opposite the Parliament, old Brooke was as happy as having Christmas. The moment Bo was splashed all over, he almost jumped up from his chair. and raised his arms and shouted, "This is really great." Of course, Old Brook was not gloating, but he did not feel for Bob. The grief is all there is, even though Bob was the one who came to mock Ziming. Old Brook was not only happy, but he immediately said to Anthony, "Did you see that Chinese? No matter how strong his endurance is, he can't help it anymore." The incident of Bob being splashed with dung must be the same. What he instructed behind his back. We must never let this matter go. We must use this matter to teach that Chinese man a lot. Anthony nodded and said, "Don't worry, my brother Brook." As the Speaker of Massachusetts, I am sure this kind of malicious attacks on the opponents should not be left alone. In order to ensure the fair and smooth progress of the campaign, I must eliminate all possible hidden dangers. That's it. I fully support the decision of Speaker Anthony. Old Brook said, "It's just that we're sorry for our little Bob. He was splashed all over, but don't worry, I think he'll pray for him silently." At this time, Anthony said, "Brother Brook, this matter it's better not to draw conclusions too early, because based on what I know about the Chinese, he shouldn't do such an impulsive thing. Not only is this very suspicious in itself, but also Bob's mouth is usually mean. I have offended a lot of people, so I am worried that this matter is not that simple." At the same time in the Parliament building, Ziming and Alan Huang Yi were chatting together. Ziming said to them, "Of course this matter is not that simple. I know that many people in the United States discriminate against Chinese people, but it's just normal. At this critical stage of the campaign, I think it's not a good strategy to show any racial discrimination, so I suspect that Bob should be instigated by others, and the only one who can do this is Congressman Brook." So Mr. Ziming, you just left with there, just to find someone to help you do this? And the person who did this is also a candidate, right? Nothing is wrong, Alan asked. Ziming smiled at Alan's question. "Alan is worthy of being a lawyer." "You can guess it because you are so simple," Alan said, "because I believe in Mr. Ziming's wisdom. Since you guessed it is possible. It is Congressman Brook and even Speaker Anthony who are targeting you behind your back, so you will certainly not give them any opportunity to threaten you. What I just don't understand is how you can persuade a candidate to do this for you. Once it is found out and if the Speaker is involved, the election committee will definitely disqualify him from running for election." Facing Alan's question, Ziming did not answer, but instead asked him, "Attorney Alan, how do you know that Congressman Brook and Speaker Anthony might be targeting them behind the scenes?" "Of course it was Mr. Ziming, you told me, and I am your lawyer, I know you." Alan's words are abruptly here. It stopped, because he suddenly remembered the problem in his sentence. Yes, he knew it was because Ziming told him, the contradiction between Ziming and Old Brook, and because he was a lawyer only knew. But these things are other people don't know. As long as Ziming doesn't take the initiative to confess stupidly, how can the other party know? We Chinese say that there must be a brave husband under the reward. I saw Manager Rogers and the candidate he supported nearby. I took out $800,000 to let the candidate do it for me, Ziming said. It turned out to be like this. Mr. Ziming, you are really amazing. Alan gave Ziming a thumbs up. At this time, an angry roar spread into the Parliament building. Ziming, you yellow-skinned bastard, you dare to assign a nigger to pour dung on me, I will kill you, and I will fuck your whole family. Ziming can listen whose voice came from. He smiled and said, it seems that Mr. Bob is very tenacious. Does he still want to enter the Parliament building? Nothing is wrong. Alan shook his head and said, I think it is impossible. The Parliament building is very important and sacred. It makes no sense to let a person who has just spilled dung water come in. As if to prove Alan's words, when Bob ran to the gate of the Parliament security guards immediately walked out with a rubber stick. After the dissuasion was invalid, the two bodyguards smashed the rubber sticks. Bob knocked him directly to the ground. But the security didn't stop there. You still greeted him at once, and yelled, you damn bastard, why don't you listen to you outside? You have to go inside the council, you know every day how long do we have to take to clean this door? You bastard, I should really put everything on your body in your mouth. Ziming and Alan happened to see Bob being beaten when they walked out of the parliament. In that scene, Ziming shook his head regretfully and said, "In fact, there is no enmity between us. There is even the possibility of cooperation in campaign matters, but you should not do such a thing, because not everyone it's a good thing for a big man to find you. If I'm not mistaken, Senator Brooks looking for you, right?" There are many words that are correct. Bob did not answer, but the meaning of his wide-eyed eyes couldn't be more clear. "I didn't expect that old Brook was really making a ghost behind him." "Teacher, you are so amazing, but what should we do next?" Huang Yi asked. Ziming shrugged at this pointlessly. "What else can we do? Go to Vinda community to find the voters' signatures according to the original plan. As for Congressman Brook, I don't think we need to pay any attention to them. If they want to fight, I will fight. I'm afraid that they won't make it." Chapter 12 is a kind of irony. The Vida community is a neighborhood near the Charles River in the northwest corner of Brighton's Fenway district, and across the river is the famous Massachusetts Institute of Technology. When Ziming and the others accompanied Huang Yi to register in the parliament, they rushed here immediately, because according to the unspoken rules of the election, they still need to hand in a sufficient number of voters' signatures to the election committee. Otherwise it is very likely that they will not be able to pass primaries. Vida community is a community with a relatively high proportion of Chinese residents in Fenway district. Many of our insurance company's customers came from this community. When Yi Ning and Huang Yi visited here before, many Chinese compatriots expressed their support for the election. That's why I put our constituency here. Today we will scatter to find voters to sign, and strive to resolve the matter within today, Ziming said to the students, and at the same time he took out the signature form he received from the election committee and distributed it to every student. Finally, with a big wave of his hand, all the finance class students left and asked for their signatures according to their assigned tasks. Watching the classmates leave with great energy, Ziming also smiled and said to Yi Ning and Huang Yi, "The classmates have all gone to work, and we can't just sit back and enjoy the benefits. Let's go to our area and take a look." Yi Ning and Huang Yi both nodded their heads in agreement. Only the lawyer, Alan, seemed hesitant to speak. Ziming said when he saw him, "Lawyer Alan, I know what you want to say. I can't say you are wrong, just something. You have to do it yourself before you know it. Otherwise, if everything can be decided by just thinking about it, I think there will be a lot of fun in this world, right? Nothing is wrong, no skipping." Alan sighed. Mr. Ziming is really a big businessman. This way of thinking is really different from ordinary people. Ziming took Yi Ning and the others to the North One, which is the area divided by Ziming, and this area all are high-end communities, with many single-family villas, and it is also the area with the most diverse residents. "Teacher, when Xiaoyan and I came here to learn about the situation before, we knew that most Chinese live in places near the east." Taking out the map of the Vinda community, Yi Ning introduced to Ziming. Ziming had no doubt selected the target. Ziming and the others walked east and saw a few young Chinese people skateboarding on the side of the road. Ziming took the initiative to ask, "Hello, we are running for the Wharton Foundation. We are now working for our Chinese people. Members are campaigning to collect signatures from voters. Can you help?" Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Listening to Ziming's words, these young people's eyes lit up immediately. Are our Chinese congressmen? This is really cool. Of course we have to support it. Where do you want us to sign? We have a special signature form, as long as you write your name and social security number on it. Yi Ning explained to these young people with a smile, and the social security number in Yi Ning's mouth is actually a social security number, because the United States does not have a household registration. There is no such thing as an ID card in the system. Generally, a driver's license and social security number prevail. Yi Ning took out the form uniformly issued by the election committee, but before that, Alan asked one more question. "How old are you this year? Are you 18 years old?" Nothing is wrong or skipped. Facing Alan's question, the young people looked at each other and shook their heads and said, "I'm sorry, we are only 16 this year. Can't we help you when we are 16? I'm sorry, it is not possible, because the Constitution stipulates that you must be 18 years old. Alan said, it turned out to be like this. That's really a shame. I also want to vote in an election, hoping that our own Chinese congressman will come out. The young people were very disappointed. Ziming thought for a while and wanted to stand up and say, in fact, you don't need to be discouraged, because although you can't, your parents are qualified. If you really want to support us and want to see our own Chinese parliamentarians, you can take us to find your parents. Can you? I think today is the weekend. Your parents should be at home. There are no mistakes. A few young people suddenly realized, yes, we can't, but parents can. Yes, they are all at home now. I will take you to find them. They said that they showed Ziming and the others the way to the community. Huang Yi said to Alan at this time, Attorney Alan, it seems this time you guessed it wrong. Our compatriots are very supportive of the election. In this regard, Alan just smiled meaninglessly. I don't want to curse you, but I hope so. A few minutes later, Ziming and the others followed these young people came to a small thruster unit. They told Ziming that their home was here. They asked Ziming to wait for a while at the door, and then they went in to find their parents. Soon some people came out. Middle-aged women. These few should be their mothers, but why are they only coming out? But those young people are not coming out. This question made Ziming frown subconsciously, with an ominous premonition in his heart. But no matter what, their parents came out and settled the matter first. Ziming thought this in his heart, and smiled forward, but before he had time to speak, some middle-aged women over there started to chase people out. I know what you are running for. No interest. You go to other places to promote, and you don't come to our children again, otherwise we will definitely call the police. They waved their hands as they said, looking very impatient, which surprised Ziming and the others. Sisters, I wonder if you have misunderstood something. We are from the Wharton Campaign Foundation. We are here to collect signatures from voters for our own Chinese congressman campaign, or you can listen to our political policy first. Ziming tried to explain something, but was interrupted mercilessly by the other party. I know what elections you are doing. There is no misunderstanding. We don't care what political guidelines and policies you have. We are just not interested in participating in any elections. What kind of congressman or voters are you looking for signatures? Please go to other places to find others. Don't be with us. Why is this? Yining said in surprise. Several eldest sisters, does the Vinda community have one of us? Is it good for my own Chinese congressman? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. What's good? The other party quickly answered the question. Could it be that we don't have to pay taxes when you become a member of parliament? Can you pay me $10,000 in salary every month? If not, why should I? Should I take the effort? I have time to vote for you. I might as well go out and earn a little more money to come. You go quickly, don't bother us here. If you don't leave, we're really calling the police. A few middle-aged the woman waved away impatiently, and even one of them stepped forward to push Ziming, and immediately stood in front of her. The woman pushed it hard, but didn't push it. But she stepped back a few times and almost fell to the ground. She immediately shouted, "Oh, do you still dare to hit people? Then you come to fight at me. I know what you have the patience to bully our women." The woman screamed and rushed to the front of her. In the face of such a shrew, Zhao Yun had nothing to do when she reincarnated. Or Ziming sighed, stepped forward to pull away and then said, I am sorry to interrupt. We just want to promote. Since you are not interested in understanding, then we will say goodbye. Goodbye. After talking about Ziming, they left with Yining, but the middle-aged women didn't plan to let Ziming and them go like this, and they were still chattering behind their backs. What kind of people are these? The community should be stricter and not allow outsiders to come in. What if they are going to be unfavorable to our children? What if they are campaigning? I don't think they look like good people. I have to warn me, don't talk to these strangers. Yining felt very aggrieved by the nagging behind her. After leaving, she complained, Teacher, how can they say that to us? We obviously just came in to promote the campaign. We don't have any malice, and even if we are elected, it will bring them great political benefits, but why don't they listen to our explanation? Ziming shook his head. Maybe they are afraid of trouble, or ours. The approach is wrong. Huang Yi, what do you think? Huang Yi was a little embarrassed about the question thrown by Ziming. I think it should be because the women's political enthusiasm is not high enough, or maybe our luck is bad. Maybe we go to the next unit. Will the result of the house be different? Student Huang Yi is right. Since we are here, we have to walk around and see. If we can't run into a wall, we will give up hope. Ziming said this, and then took Yi Ning with him. They went to the next unit, but the result was exactly the same as the first one. Every time Ziming knocked on the door and politely introduced his campaign foundation, the other party always waved his hands impatiently. Sorry, we don't want to participate in the election. We have not yet registered as voters. Will you support you after I go to register as a voter? I'm sorry, I'm still cooking. You left me with the materials. Will you make a decision later? These are the answers Ziming received. In the end, Yi Ning couldn't stand it anymore. Teacher, why are they all like this? We have visited dozens of families in 3 hours. Now there are only 4 valid signatures. Is there a problem with the region we chose? Nothing is wrong. No skipping. Ziming was holding the almost blank voter's signature form in his hand. He shook his head helplessly. He looked down at the time and said, it's hard to say clearly. Maybe Alan said that the Chinese political enthusiasm is not high. Now it's almost time for us to gather. Let's go to the door and wait to see how the other groups are doing. Yi Ning, Huang Yi and Alan had no objection to this. They quickly returned to the door. But when they got here, they found that someone from the other groups had already returned here and waited. Squad leader, did you come back so early? Our situation is not good, and everyone's political enthusiasm is too low. I don't know what is going on your side. Yi Ning stepped forward and asked with expectation, but was waiting for her. It was Chen Shu's disappointed answer. He said, we are in the same situation as you encountered. We visited 60 households in the past 3 hours, but only got 6 valid voter signatures. How could this happen? What about the others? Yi Ning asked again instead. However, the answers of others are also very disappointing. They only have single digits, which is far from 120 valid voter signatures. At this time, Li Yang returned with his group of people, and he also reported his situation. Teacher, I am sorry that I only got 20 valid signatures, but I don't know what happened. Our Chinese compatriots seem to be political. The enthusiasm is not high. On the contrary, there are 18 British and Hispanic Americans who volunteered to sign after hearing about our political policies. The Chinese are running for parliament, but the Chinese themselves do not support it, but others support it. This is really a kind of irony, Ziming said helplessly. Chapter 13. An unfortunate news. In 2002, a Chinese seized the headlines of major newspapers in Massachusetts. The eye-catching headline was Chinese Dragon Awakening. Huang Yi was elected the first Chinese senator from Massachusetts. In the interview room of the Brighton Radio and Television Building, Huang Yi smiled and threw aside the newspaper with his photo. The beautiful hostess opposite with her big sapphire eyes blinked and asked curiously, today the midterm elections are over. Mr. Huang Yi was elected as the first Chinese senator of Massachusetts with high votes. This was originally a very happy thing, but please pardon me, you don't seem to be happy. Facing the hostess asked a question. Huang Yi smiled helplessly and said, indeed, I am the first Chinese senator from Massachusetts. I should really be happy. I should open a bottle of champagne or just go to the bar and get drunk. Thank you for all my support, people, but at their end Huang Yi sighed, and he went on to say, since the first Chinese set foot on American soil in 1785, more than 3 million Chinese have come to this new continent to live in settlements. They were either engaged in business or farming, and even opened banks and insurance companies, which promoted the development of the U.S. capital market, and even helped many suffering Americans during several financial crises. Counted from 1785, it has been 217 years. In the past 200 years, Black slaves have been liberated. Black brothers have opposed racial discrimination. Latinos have immigrated in large numbers, and blacks have broken traditions and participated in politics and even campaigned for the President of the United States. The most educated and most democratic New England region has only now had the first Chinese senator born. This is really helpless. Huang Yi exhaled and continued, in fact, we Chinese are smart, talented, hardworking and brave. I am not defeated by anyone in this respect. But the only lack of enthusiasm to participate in politics may be due to historical reasons. My compatriots are used to silence and resignation. How can everyone care for others? Therefore, although the status of the Chinese in American society is becoming more and more important, they still have no political voice and have always been discriminated against and bullied by American society. But now Mr. Huang Yi has been elected to our Massachusetts senator as he wished. Doesn't this count as the beginning of your Chinese participation in politics? The hostess asked. Of course this is the beginning of Chinese participation in politics. It's just that it took a long time. Do you know when I started participating in politics? It was in 1990. And it took 12 years to reach the position of state senator. Huang Yi looked up at the hostess and asked, do you know what happened to my first election? The hostess did not dare to look directly at Huang Yi's bright eyes. She could only dodgingly shook her head and said she didn't know. Huang Yi didn't care about the hostess' rudeness. He just recalled, that year, when I ran for the first time, I went to the community where I was running to ask for signatures from voters. You know it's a must. That community, it was a community that I carefully selected, and it was a relatively concentrated community of Chinese descent. But in the end you would never expect that I didn't have a few signatures of Chinese descent that day, but I had a lot of signatures of Latinos and British descent. Huang Yi with a wry smile, he said, it's really a kind of irony. I slogan that Chinese people are running for councillors. The Chinese themselves don't support it, but others support it. Time reverted back to May 15, 1990. In the northwest corner of Fenway District, at the front gate of the Vinda community, Zuming's team was filled with a dazed and pessimistic atmosphere. Looking at the pessimistic expression on Zuming's face, Yining immediately aimed his finger at Huang Yi. Huang Yi, it's not that you said that Chinese Americans are a race that is bullied and discriminated against in the United States. All Chinese dreams can hope to have Chinese themselves. Is your senator even the president? Nothing is wrong. No skipping. That's right. Since I immigrated to the United States 7 years ago, I can hear my parents nag at home about how Americans and even this American society discriminate against us, and how we Chinese are bullied. Even the US federal government has passed the Chinese Exclusion Act that discriminates against the Chinese. They all dream of wanting to have their own congressmen and presidents, and they hope to have their own voice in politics. Huang Yi said, and I also knew this since I was a child before I joined this Chinese Student Mutual Aid Association. So now, Yining looked at Huang Yi seriously, and asked him word by word, why the Chinese compatriots in the Vinda community, all of them are so unwilling to support us, even if they just sign us. Facing Yining's question, Huang Yi hesitated and didn't know how to answer. He wanted to prove that he was not lying, but the facts in front of him made him totally unsure of how to explain it. Huang Yi's performance made other people dissatisfied. Li Yang accused Huang Yi and said, you are not playing us. There are a lot of words to realize your own political ambitions. After all, I can understand how a person is like this, but it's too suspicious that the whole community is like this now. Don't tell me the reason for this community. But this community was also chosen by you. I definitely didn't fool you. Huang Yi almost jumped up and defended loudly. But, I really don't know why this is happening. Why don't you know it? I think you did it on purpose. You have lived here for 7 years. So long is not enough for you to become an American. But it's enough to understand the basic situation here. Huang Yi gradually lost his courage to the doubts of the finance classmates. Finally, he lowered his head and just murmured in a low voice, I don't know, I really don't know. In their end, Ziming stood up and helped him out. Well, Don't blame classmate Huang Yi anymore. I believe he was definitely not intentional, let alone impossible. Will play tricks on us, not just me. You have known him for so long, don't you know what kind of person he is? Nothing is wrong. No words. Teacher, of course we all understand what you said. But what is going on right now? Li Yang asked. Other finance class students also looked at Ziming curiously. Actually, Huang Yi didn't lie to us. Since he was a child, his parents must have expressed complaints about Chinese Americans being bullied and discriminated against in front of him more than once. Otherwise he would not have such a deep memory. It's imprinted deep in his heart, and since we arrived in the United States, we can also see and hear this. Ziming continued, of course, the Vinda community where we are now is not an exception. We have yellow skin and they will not integrate into the American society very harmoniously. Even if they live in a high-end community with more money, they will still be discriminated against. Teacher, we are all confused. Since they have been discriminated against, we must also want someone to stand up and speak for them, hoping that a Chinese will be elected as a member of parliament or even the president, but they are not willing. This is not very contradictory, is it? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Yining asked suspiciously. Other finance class students including Huang Yi nodded desperately. Obviously, they all had the same doubts as Yining. Ziming shook his head and said, in fact, it is not at all contradictory. Because whether it is Huang Yi's parents or the Chinese compatriots in the Vinda community, their complaints are just talking. Following Ziming's words, they were all silent. All the students in the finance class, including Huang Yi, although they had never experienced the social life of chai, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea, their clever minds could also make them understand. They do complain, and they hate being bullied and discriminated against, and they hope that someone can stand up and help them, but at the same time they are also unwilling to be troublesome and have no political enthusiasm, or they are afraid that our campaign will ask them for money. What's more, they will think that the time to go to the polling place to vote takes up their working time and will delay their earning money. Ziming paused here, and then continued with a wry smile. Does it feel ridiculous? He clearly wants to change, but he is unwilling to do something. As a result, he can only be bullied by the repeated cycles of generations. A poor person must be hateful, Chen Xiu said, hating iron and steel. Everyone agrees with Chen Xiu's words. But at the same time, there is another question before their eyes. What should they do now? Teacher, should we change our strategy and find other ethnic groups to sign? There are many words that are correct. Since our compatriots do not support us, we will find a way to win the election and then talk about it. Li Yang proposed. Yining immediately objected. This is not allowed. We are a Chinese organization, and our purpose of participating in the election is to be the masters of the Chinese compatriots. How can we give up and give up? But our compatriots are like this now, they are all. We don't want our support and are unwilling to help us in the election. They gave up us, not we gave up them, Li Yang emphasized. But our elector is Huang Yi, who is a Chinese American. We are now a discriminated ethnic group, and there are even people who are targeting us behind the scenes. Now if we give up seeking help from other Chinese, what else can we do? You know we didn't invite Omar. Yining said Omar's name in a hurry, and the scene suddenly became quiet again. Yining also immediately covered her small mouth, with a pair of beautiful eyes open. Big Eyes looked at Ziming nervously, for fear that he was talking about Ziming's sadness. Ziming glanced at Yining, smiled and patted her little hand and said, it doesn't matter, things are over, you don't need to be so nervous. Teacher, or we should think of a way with Omar again. There are many words without mistakes, Yining asked tentatively. Ziming waved his hand and said, no, we are not the ethnic Chinese we are looking for. For us, we still have to be self-reliant. As for Omar, we will just wait for him to find us. Now, I very much agree with classmate Li Yang. Since our compatriots do not support us, then we will find people who support us, and in short, we will gather our signatures. Before talking, Ziming then turned to the front and continued, This is very unfortunate news. But since the object of our support has changed, then our rhetoric and policy may also change. So we will come here today, go back to discuss it, and come back tomorrow. Everyone, okay? For Ziming's question, all the finance class students and Huang Yi shouted hello in unison. Okay, everyone line up, let's go back, Ziming said, and took everyone to leave. But when they returned to the bus, something unexpected happened. I saw a few vehicles with the license plate of the State Assembly drove over and surrounded Ziming and the others. And finally old Brooke got out of the car. Good afternoon, my Chinese friends. I hope you will not be surprised when you see me, although I have brought you very unfortunate news. Old Brooke said. Chapter 14 Is the FBI a pig? Mr. Brooke, I don't think I was surprised by this. Because you are like a toad. You can spread the misfortune wherever you go, Ziming said to old Brooke, but Ziming said nothing. It's easy, but in fact he frowned secretly. Not only Ziming, but other finance class students also glared at old Brooke. After all, just like Ziming just said, old Brooke stayed in the shadows all day long. Although he has not caused any substantial loss to Ziming so far, he will jump out every time he wants to do something. His behavior is indeed like a toad that can't bite people, but it can kill people with disgust. Old Brooke looked at Ziming and they were very happy. Toad? Thank you very much. I think I like this name very much. Really? If Congressman Brooke just made a special trip here to show your lower limit, I think I don't have time to mess around with you. I have something to do. Leaving. Ziming will take the students from the finance class to leave, but old Brooke still stands in front of Ziming. Ziming looks up, looking at him. Old Brooke still said with his sinister smile, sorry, Mr. Ziming, I don't think you can leave, because you are related to an election case, and you have to go back to the election committee for investigation with me. That's it. Ziming frowned immediately. What election case? Following Ziming's words, the students in the finance class and Huang Yi also yelled, that's right, you damn fellow want to slander again. What's wrong with us? We haven't violated any laws and regulations, and we won't let you take Mr. Ziming. We don't recognize any senators. All the students in the finance class spontaneously stood in front of Ziming. Old Brooke happily clapped his hands when he saw this situation. What are you doing? Are you preparing to violently resist the FAR? That's really great. Of course I can let go of the lovely Mr. Ziming like this. It's just that next time I can't guarantee whether it's the police or the FBI, what means will be used to arrest people, and will any more charges be added. At this time, Ziming yelled, everyone from the finance class please get out of the way. Everyone unconditionally obeyed Ziming's orders. So no matter how unhappy they were, they still gave Ziming away. Ziming stepped out from the crowd and turned around and said, my classmates, this is not the first time. We don't need to believe in American laws, but we must at least believe in human justice. Since the situation was so bad before, our Congressman Brooke, even the FBI was sacrificed, but there was still nothing to do with me. Then this time, he still can't do anything with me. So you don't need to worry, I just go back. Ziming said. He turned to face the old man. Brooke. Old Brooke smiled and said, it seems that classmate Ziming is quite confident. I just don't know if you will be confident when we arrive at the election committee later. Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming is not confused about this. I can return this to Congressman Brooke. I am afraid it will be you who will not be confident in their future. Old Brooke's face suddenly became savage. He stared at Ziming and said, you are a yellow man. Do you know what you look like? The way you look is really disgusting. I really want to smash your face. Ziming smiled meaninglessly. In fact, I always have a question to ask you. You say when can an old fellow like you die? Old Brooke screamed frantically, but he immediately regained his calm. He watched Ziming gritted his teeth, and ate Ziming with a wish. You yellow-skinned bastard, you are really good, he said in a tone of voice. I will smash all the bones in your body one day and take it away. There. Last sentence, old Brooke, was the person he brought. Yelled, and just when the people in the parliament came to take Ziming away, Alan calmly stood up and said, "As Ziming's lawyer, I think I have an obligation to accompany my client, no matter what the circumstances." Old Brook turned his head and glared at Alan, but before he had time to say anything, Huang Yi also stood up next to him, but compared to Alan, he was a little less confident, but he still tried his best to straighten his back. "Brook Congressman, I am the elector this time. Since you said that this is an election case, then I think I can't get rid of it. I will definitely go together." Compared with the bold words of Alan and Huang Yi, as Ziming's bodyguard, the police had already stood behind Ziming silently. Ziming felt warm in his heart for the persistence of Alan and Huang Yi. Although the final result still depends on themselves, it is very rare for them to make such a statement, at least better than those in the Veda community. Compatriots of Chinese descent don't know where the strength is. At least Ziming can understand that they are not for any benefit, but really care about themselves. Ziming's heart was very warm here, but old Brook over there was trembling with anger. "Well, you are all united, then let your unity go to hell, take it all." Old Brook finished his big hand flick. The four of Ziming and the others were taken into the car and drove to the Parliament building in Fenway a quarter of an hour later. Ziming and the others were sent directly to the investigation office of the Election Commission. Of course, for the purpose of investigation, they have been taken here. Became the appearance of the interrogation room. Senior Brook and FBI Deputy Director of the Massachusetts Division, Mueller, sat across from each other. The appearance of Mueller surprised Ziming. "Isn't I here for the election committee? Why does the FBI take care of this?" Old Brook grinned and replied, "You can't think of it. There are no mistakes. But this is just the beginning. There will be more unexpected things." Compared to the arrogance of old Brook, Mueller may have eaten in Ziming's hands before, so he answered cautiously, "Our FBI's duty is to investigate everything in the country. Illegal and criminal acts include illegal acts in elections, but under normal circumstances we will not directly intervene. We will only intervene in investigations when entrusted by the election committee." "So that's the case." Ziming Xiang he leaned back on his chair. "Then what kind of investigation am I facing this time?" "Mr. Ziming, what you are facing this time will be an investigation into 11 allegations of unfair elections, insults to personality, and harm to others." Mueller looked at his own documents and answered, but Mueller always felt a little weird when he answered, because he always felt like he was answering a higher level question. But he was obviously just a suspect in his own interrogation. Mueller felt a little aggrieved. Ziming said, 11 allegations investigations? Where did you weave me so many unreasonable charges? Alan explained to Ziming, "This is a common method used by the FBI. They will always amplify a matter infinitely and add all the charges related to the matter, so that they will have a great advantage in prosecution, because there are always so many charges that the other party cannot refute. This is called widespreading phishing. It seems that the FBI's methods are not very good," Ziming said jokingly. Snapped. Old Brook slapped the table fiercely and said angrily, "Ziming, please pay attention. This is the investigation office of the election committee, not your dormitory. I think you want to add another accusation of contempt of the election committee and the FBI. Congressman Brook, I also want to remind you that my client did not have any fault. Your current behavior is deliberately framing my client. My client has the right to dispute." As Ziming's lawyer, Alan immediately ticked back. Ziming waved his hand needlessly. "I am here to listen to your performance here. I just want to ask, why have I been accused of so many?" This morning, Vinda community elector Bob was splashed with dung in front of the House of Parliament. He reported to the election committee that you were maliciously retaliating against him because you had conflicts before. "This is the allegation investigation file. Look at it," Mueller replied Ziming. At the same time, he took out a document from his own folder and put it on the table and pushed it in front of Ziming. However, Ziming waved his hand and said it was useless. He pushed it to his lawyer, Alan, and said, "I don't want to look at this thing. I only have one question to ask you." Mueller made a please gesture, but Ziming said, "I said you are an election commission investigation office, an FBI. I ask you, are all pigs, is it?" Nothing is wrong without skipping words. As Ziming asked this question, The atmosphere in the room suddenly stagnated, whether it was Alan Huang Yi or the old Brooke Muller. They were all stunned. No one thought that Ziming would ask such a question. Alan Huang Yi was shocked, because in their minds, which suspect was trembling from time to time in the face of FBI investigations. Even if you don't persuade you to be like your grandson, you will at least be polite to the other party. How can you ask someone like a pig when you open your mouth like Ziming? This is too awesome, right? There are many words that are correct. Old Brooke and Mueller are incredible. Especially Mueller. The gesture he asked Ziming to ask was still in midair. After Ziming's question, they became extremely embarrassed. Ziming, you guy dare to despise us like this, we won't let you go, old Brooke roared at Ziming. Ziming dug out his ears meaninglessly, saying that he didn't care about the threat to old Brooke. Mr. Brooke, you are all blind, I can understand, but you shouldn't be the deputy director of Mueller. Anyway, you are also the deputy director of the FBI. Don't you understand the most basic steps like evidence? Evidence? Mueller turned his head and looked at old Brooke with a puzzled look. Old Brooke was stunned and muttered, "Isn't you doing that thing?" Ziming smiled. "What did you say?" It was like trying to prove it. Their thoughts were average. When Ziming's voice fell, the door to the office was immediately opened. Mueller's assistant walked in and leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Mueller's face changed immediately. He first looked up and down Ziming in surprise, then sighed and waved his hand to the assistant, indicating that the assistant should go out first. "Deputy Chief Mueller, what happened?" old Brooke asked him. Mueller did not answer, but looked at old Brooke with boredom, and then said to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming, you can go." "What?" Old Brooke stood up in surprise, and he rushed to Mueller yelled, "How can you, Deputy Chief Mueller, do this? He is an important annoyance of this election fraud. You are malfeasance. I will tell the parliament truthfully. I persuade Congressman Brooke to not say anything so as not to be ashamed." Ziming said to old Brooke that his words made old Brooke crazy, and then Ziming also stood up and walked outside the door. But before leaving the house, he turned around and exhorted Mueller, "Deputy Chief Mueller, I believe you are the FBI's excellent investigation officer, but later investigators, remember to bring my mind, not to those who did not mind saying what you believe, and hope we do not meet again in this way. Goodbye." The first chapter 15 Coming and Not Being Indecent. Deputy Chief Mueller, what are you doing? Why are you letting a criminal suspect away privately? You are dereliction of duty. I will reserve the right to report you to the Parliamentary Supervision Committee in the investigative office of the Election Committee of the Parliament building. When Ziming and the others fluttered away, the anger of old Brooke immediately vented towards Deputy Director Mueller. Although the Parliament belongs to the FBI's supervisory agency, in the face of old Brooke's anger, Mueller still relentlessly gave it back. "I have no dereliction of duty. If you, an idiot, want to report you where you want to go, report it. Even if you report to the governor, I will still accompany you, but I will also report to the speaker that you, a senator, have no brains and are here to abuse public power for personal gain." Old Brooke and Mueller glared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. "I want to take the other party alive." But Mueller is the first to come back to his senses. He relaxes and says, "Mr. Brooke, I don't think it makes any sense for us to fight in here. You are not here to blame me. Why don't you think about why I let the Chinese man go?" Mueller's words caused old Brooke to wake up suddenly and murmured, "Why?" "In fact, the reason is very simple," Mueller replied. "Congressman Brooke, I don't know if you remember that you once told me that Ziming, the Chinese, is a very smart person. He has probably guessed that he was targeted during this campaign, so do you think he would give you such a big opportunity when he knew that you were targeting him behind the scenes? Nothing wrong, no skipping." "You mean someone else instigated this incident?" old Brooke asked rhetorically. Mueller felt a little speechless for the old Brooke's question. He couldn't imagine how such a stupid man became a senior senator. However, he answered truthfully, "I'm sorry, I don't want this, but it is the case. My assistant just now come in and tell me that the suspect in today's case has been caught. According to the interrogation, He didn't know any Chinese. He was appointed by another candidate. Old Brook immediately reacted. This must be Ziming's instigation behind the scenes. This is what a candidate did. As long as we catch that candidate, we will definitely be able to catch the Chinese. Congressman Brook, why don't you understand what I say? This game of who is the murderer it's not fun. Not to mention whether the back is related to the Chinese, Ziming. Even if there is evidence pointing to him, it is difficult for us to judge him guilty based on such complicated contact, and if it is not him, do you still want to be the Chinese again? Is anyone humiliated once? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. After talking about it, Mueller calmed down and said, Mr. Brook, I know you have a lot of contradictions with the Chinese because of your son's affairs, but maybe this is also my suggestion. You should look at your eyes slightly. Move away from the Chinese, so that you can restore your sharp mind. You will discover more and more useful things, and you will find that the senator can do more than just find a China people's trouble. After Mueller finished speaking, he did not continue to be interested in ink painting with Old Brook. He left with only one sentence, there is still something to do. Faced with Mueller's departure, Old Brook just froze there and did not say. In fact, as the senator of Massachusetts, he certainly would not be very profitable. It was only because of Little Brook's matter that he was blinded by hatred. Today's result: 1 minute ... 2 minutes ... 10 minutes. Old Brook has been in the office for half an hour. The staff of the Fenway District Council were digging their heads outside the door, but because of the quarrel between Old Brook and Mueller just now, so that they all subconsciously did not dare to come in, for fear that they would also encounter unsuspecting disasters. Although the State Assembly does not have a direct relationship with the District Assembly, it is very easy for a senior state member to find a District Assembly member in trouble. After all, the power that both parties have and the power that can be mobilized are not on the same level. For details, please refer to the Chinese just now, but they don't think that they can also be like the Chinese. Therefore, one thing is worse than one thing less. I don't know how long it took before the Old Brook in the office finally came back to his senses. He took a long breath and said, okay, Ziming, you will be lucky this time, but don't think it will pass. We will still see you again, but for some things, I think I'm a bit too kind. Are you running for the Vinda community? He'll let you run for it. Old Brook laughed grinningly, and peeped at the parliamentary work that came in secretly. The staff was taken aback, but he didn't know at this moment that the thought he had prepared would help Ziming again in the future. When Old Brook was calculating Ziming in the office, the object he wanted to calculate had already got in the car and went back to Harvard. In the car, Huang Yi recalled the situation just now and danced with joy. Teacher, you were so handsome just now. I didn't expect that you would not be afraid of the parliamentary and FBI investigations, and they would have nothing to do with you. I have to thank the evil capitalist legal system, Ziming said with a smile. If it is in the country under Western propaganda, I'm afraid I can be shot directly without investigation, but it's not possible here. They must have conclusive evidence. No matter what they do, they must have a legal basis, so that I am not afraid of them, because they are helpless to me. Ziming paused and said, as for the things they will always aim at me, there is no way, because even if I don't do this, they seem to always aim at me, so it doesn't matter. Ziming's words made Alan stand up for him. A thumbs up, because facing the opposition of the largest supervisory and investigative agency, the Parliament and the FBI, even the President of the United States can't sleep peacefully. Perhaps only Ziming can be so calm and calm. It's just a teacher. I'm very curious. Why did they let us go so easily? I think within the framework of the law, it's okay for them to embarrass us. Huang Yi asked curiously. Ziming didn't answer Huang Yi's question. Alan answered him first. If I'm not mistaken, it should be because they caught a key person, such as the one who made that morning. After the interrogation, the suspect in the incident learned that it was not Mr. Ziming who did it, so he immediately released them, so that we would not complain after the incident. But if they release me now, I won't file a complaint. No mistakes, No skipping, Ziming said meaningfully. It's also not to be indecent, Attorney Allen. How do you think I should thank them? Two methods. One is to report the complaint to the relevant unit, such as the State Assembly and the Bureau of Justice, or we can collect evidence and directly prosecute, Allen said. Ziming nodded and smiled and said, Lawyer Allen, I think you should understand my plan. I think Mr. Ziming intends to sue directly. Allen replied. Ziming shook his head, and Allen asked in surprise, Am I wrong? Mr. Ziming, are you planning to report and complain? Ziming still shook his head, which confused Allen, but Ziming did not give him selling guanzi, then told him, we Chinese are used to top-pronged approach. It is better to report complaints and prosecute together. Allen also smiled. Mr. Ziming, you are causing them a big trouble. So they just said that they were not being indecent. They are framing and slandering and the FBI summoned for investigation. I would be too sorry for them if I didn't give them a big gift, Ziming said. Allen nodded and said, okay, I understand. I'll go back and prepare. I will file a lawsuit against them in the state court. Then I will turn to Attorney Allen, Ziming said politely. Ziming first sent Allen back to the law firm, and then he returned to the Harvard dormitory. The finance class students were all waiting in the dormitory lobby. Although they were very confident in Ziming, they faced the opposition from the Parliament and the FBI. They would still inevitably be a little worried, so when they saw Ziming coming back, they immediately cheered, and girls like Yining cried happily. Teacher, it would be great if you could come back. We are all worried about you, Yining said sobbing. Ziming patted Yining's little head for comfort, and then said loudly, finance classmates, please rest assured, since I am your teacher, I will not take you until I graduate. If you have something, don't worry about it. Don't he look like you are in mourning? Ziming's words made the students laugh, but at this time the door of the dormitory was knocked suddenly, and the sudden knock on the door made everyone stunned, and then they all became nervous. After all, Ziming had only come back from the Parliament and the FBI after being bitten by a snake for 10 years. They also understood the old Brooks targeting of Ziming, so it is natural to worry about it. In fact, Ziming himself was a little surprised. Why did the FBI find evidence that he was picking up Garnet? Still after I sent Lawyer Allen back. But then a voice from outside the door made everyone relieved. Ziming, I am your class guide Jira, you come out. I have something to tell you. It turned out to be your own beautiful class guide. All the finance class students let go. Of course only Yining felt more nervous. Then Ziming asked everyone to go back to the room, and then the door was opened, and everyone else left. Only Yining followed Ziming firmly, and with a very hostile expression towards the guard outside the door. When Ziming walked out of the dormitory, he was asked by Zaira, Ziming, let me ask you, did you sign up for the election today? You also organized your entire dormitory? Ziming feels very innocent about this. I said, Teacher Zaira, I don't remember which Harvard school rules are not allowed to run for election, right? We are all normal people with political power, although we did not vote, right? But it's okay to set up a foundation to help the campaign. Besides, today is also a weekend. There are no classes in our class and I haven't missed classes. It's true, but why didn't you tell me? On this matter, I more often than you do. I used to serve as an assistant to Speaker Anthonis' campaign foundation. I know this campaign process very well, Zara said. Ziming was very helpless. He never thought that his own beautiful class guide came to the door specially for this reason. When Ziming was stunned, Yining came forward and said on behalf of Ziming, thank you very much, Teacher Zaira, but I don't think we don't need it, and Speaker Anthony is not a good person. You have done things under his hands and neither do we. I will believe you. Zaira turned her head and looked at Yining. Yining, are you suspicious of me? And him asking for Ziming's opinion. It has nothing to do with you. Whatever you think. But I am now the administrator of this campaign foundation, and I have the right to say so. Yining did not show weakness. Hearing Zaira and Yining diametrically opposed in front of her, Ziming was the first and too older, because Ziming knew very well that they were talking about the election on the surface. but in fact they were all coming for themselves. But it happened that he was the least likely to deal with this kind of triangle relationship. In the end, Ziming could only lament in his heart, this kind of peach blossom robbery is really not something ordinary people can withstand. Chapter 16 Is the police to catch you? At 5 p.m. on May 19th, Ziming took Huang Yi and all the students from the finance class to the Vinda community by bus. After getting off the bus, he opened the luggage compartment and took out the folding table. The chair also had some promotional slogans and flyers. Then the students were divided into two groups. One set up a booth to distribute flyers and introduce candidates to pedestrians, and the other went deep into the community to knock on doors door to door. These were all prepared for a long time. When Ziming came back on the 16th, he had a meeting with his classmates and discussed about the next thing to sign in Vinda community. Then, on the 17th and 18th, slogans and flyers were prepared for 2 days. Finally, after class on the 19th, they came directly to the community. In fact, these few days are not weekends. This arrangement seems a bit unreasonable, but there is no way. Who wants the election registration to last for only a few days? Time must be raced against. Of course, you can continue to skip class, but Ziming didn't want to do it. Not only because he promised Zaira not to skip class, but also for the students in the finance class. Ziming himself naturally doesn't care about the diploma of Harvard University, but he can't delay these students in the finance class. This is not only because I agreed to Mr. Yang and Chairman Du, but also because these students support and trust themselves so much that there is no reason to give up on them. Teacher, none of us has ever run a campaign. These are all experience in organizing clubs and colleges. Can you tell those Americans to sign for us? Nothing is wrong or skipped. Li Yang asked Ziming as he directed the setting of the table. Facing Li Yang's question, Ziming didn't answer, but instead asked him, "Then what good way did you think of?" Li Yang shook his head blankly. Teacher, how can I do it? If I had been as early as the 16th, I brought it up at the meeting. Since there is no other way, what are you complaining about here? Ziming said angrily, and then said sternly, Li Yang, you have to know, now that the decision has been made, it's done and it's already being implemented. So do it well. Don't think about the useless ones. Instead of worrying about those, you might as well put more of your mind on today's affairs and see what problems we have encountered, so that you can summarize them and prepare for the next time. Teacher, don't worry, I'm just nagging. It won't delay things. Li Yang stopped here, because he noticed another important point. He asked again Ziming, Teacher, do you mean that we might still be unsuccessful today? How can we succeed so casually? We are really crossing the river by feeling the stones. Ziming laughed and teased. One sentence, and then said nothing. Li Yang did not continue to ask more, silently directed the work. Ziming believed that he would be more attentive. But then another cowardly voice came. I'm sorry, teacher. I shouldn't. I should agree to let Teacher Zaira help us. Hearing what she said, Ziming didn't have to look back to know that it was Yining. Ziming pretended to be angry and criticized. Why did you talk about this again, Yining? Didn't you say that you should not mention it? But Teacher Zaira once worked in Speaker Anthon's campaign team after all. She is very familiar with the entire campaign process. With her help, we will definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Yining explained anxiously. I blame me. I shouldn't have been so headstrong that day, and ended up getting angry with Teacher Zaira, so we're going to cross the river by touching the stones now. Ziming would be fierce to Li Yang, but Ziming really couldn't get angry with Yining. After all, I like my female students so much. But Yining, didn't you also say that Speaker Anthony has a very close relationship with old Congressman Brooke? At this time, Teacher Zaira suddenly took the initiative to come up. It is hard to say whether she really wants to help us or has other purposes. The author said, we will always face the election independently in the future and cannot always rely on the help of others. Right? Explanations. See what Yining would like to say. He immediately added, well, Yining, you do not always put all the responsibility on himself. This is not your fault. Do not you be my decision. he said after Ziming thought for a while. He added another sentence, "And I didn't blame you." Yining was still very self-blaming, but when she heard Ziming's last words, her eyes suddenly brightened. "Really, teacher? You really didn't blame me?" Ziming actually added that sentence at the end, because perhaps for a man, it is necessary to make a clear reason with him, but for a girl, the most important thing is how she cares about her. Ziming just tried Yining, but he really guessed it for himself. It seems that after experiencing so many girls, I am no longer the one who didn't understand the girl's mind at the beginning. I have gradually moved closer to the playboy. I really don't know if it is good or bad. Ziming sighed in his heart, and said seriously to Yining on his face, "Of course, I know that Yining is thinking about me, so how can I blame you? But if you don't give me a lot today asking for a few autographs, then I'm really angry." As Ziming said, her face was deliberately straightened again. Even though Yining knew very cleverly, she still nodded vigorously. "Hello sir, we are from the Wharton Campaign Foundation. We are going to help a Chinese congressman in the campaign. We hope to get your help. Of course, in return, our congressman will also consider the Vinda community very much. We will more to fight for the interests of the residents of the Vinda community. It is very rare for Chinese to run for parliament in Brighton, but we Chinese are the most serious and responsible. There are also many Chinese living in the Vinda community. From them, you can know that we are very worthy of help. We will pay more attention to the health and medical issues in the community. We have noticed that there will be some deficiencies in the sanitary conditions here, which may not be dealt with by the current legislators, but if we leave it to us, I believe we have the ability to handle him well. In addition, we can also introduce very generous insurance for the residents of the community, so that the residents of the community can enjoy the greatest benefits. This is our promise. This gentleman, you believe that supporting our election is supporting your own happiness. All the students in the finance class are pulling pedestrians coming and going on the street to promote and recommend Elector Huang Yi to them, and explain to them their campaign policy invites them to sign the support form. The students worked very hard. It can be said that they tried their best, but in the end, as Ziming initially expected, there was no result. Most people just stayed for a while because of curiosity, and finally shook their heads and left. Only a few actually signed the form. "Teacher, it seems that the situation is not optimistic." Li Yang frowned and said to Ziming. Yining also walked over and said, "You are really nonsense. We have all seen this. Now we can only wait for the results from the monitor. I hope that their door-to-door knocking will bring good results." "It's not me." Splash cold water. "Shenxiu, I advise you not to think about hope," Ziming said. Ziming's words came to an illusion. Here, when his voice came to an end, Shenxiu rushed out there. Although Yining and Li Yang were depressed, they went to ask about the situation as soon as possible. But he didn't answer, but shook his head again and again to them, then went straight to Ziming, breathlessly saying to Ziming, "The teacher is not good. Let's go quickly." Someone in the community called the police. The words were like a blockbuster, leaving Yining and Li Yang stunned. "What? Call the police? Why? We are just here to promote our campaign. Why do they call the police?" Li Yang, who couldn't help but yelled immediately. Yining was also surprised. "Yeah, we are just doing campaign propaganda. Is this also illegal?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Originally, Yining and Li Yang were psychologically prepared to accept Chen Xiu's return without success under the vaccinations given by Ziming. This was the worst situation they wanted to come, but who would have thought that the reality could not be so? Even Ziming didn't expect it at all when he made such a joke for them on the lower limit. Chen Xiu took a breath. Before he had time to say something, he saw a few middle-aged elder sisters in their 40s chased out from the community. They trot and pointed at Ziming and cursed, "It's really you again. These people, I know when I see him. Don't run if there is something. I'll tell you I've already called the police. You just wait to go to jail." Yining and Li Yang said that panicked. Ziming finally stood up and asked, "This eldest sister, we are just here to promote the election. This is permitted by law. Why do you want to call the police?" With Ziming taking the lead, Yining and Li Yang also said, "That's right, if you say that you don't support our Chinese campaign for councillors, it's fine." "What do you mean by adding chaos to the police? Do you deliberately do not want us Chinese to be councillors? Is there any sense of nationality?" Ting Yining. When Li Yang said that, the older sisters were immediately annoyed, and one by one they ran over and poked Li Yang and Chen Xiu on the chest and said, "Oh, you little guys are still right. Can you talk about us? I told you, you guys, we eat more salt than you have eaten. You little gangsters who were thrown into the Atlantic Ocean 20 years ago. Why do you have the face to come to the United States? Go back to China." Another street next to him echoed, "Yes, you said what you are doing in the United States. Isn't that embarrassing us? I just want to call the police to catch you. Just like you, I should go back to the country and get poor." Ziming pulled Chen Xiu and Li Yang stepped back 2 steps, and distanced themselves from each other and said, "Sister, if you have something to say, don't do it, okay? Since we are in the United States, we must be a bit civilized, and we are just propagating here." "I don't think I offended you. There are so many words right." Faced with Ziming's question, the big sister Bnai called out again, "Oh, you little gangster, if I don't say you, you still have the face to talk about me? Well, I'll tell you, let you know. You want to campaign to promote, I have no problem, but what do you want our children to do? Their first task now is to study hard, but you are good. What to tell them? Election and election. They don't want to do anything else all day, they just think about elections, and they want us to vote. Do you think you're a scourge?" Big Sister Bnai pointed to Ziming and said, "Last time I let you go, but today you dare to come? It's really a lantern to find you shit." Another street next to the street said, "Yes, we called the police to catch you. Tell me about what else you are learning." Americans do campaigns. Do you know what campaigns are? Do you know what the results of the campaigns are? That's not your kind of trick to deceive children. If you come to study abroad, just study abroad. Don't have so many moths, or else once you come, we will call the police to catch you once. Chapter 17. Sapo is rolling and arrogant. Okay, I understand. We are going now, and we can guarantee that we will not harass you and your children again. Ziming helplessly then asked Chen Yanning and the others to start closing the stall, but at this time the older sisters were still reluctant, and then pointed to Ziming. "Do you still want to run? Run? I'm telling you, this is not that simple. I have already called the police. This matter must wait until the police come to make it clear." Another eldest sister also echoed, "Yes, if you run away from the police, you don't have to question it. Did we report the fake police? You have to stay here. We don't want to talk so much with the police that it's useless." These elder sisters forced them to come up while talking, reaching out to grab Ziming and their clothes. Ziming could not bear to yell, "Do Nima, stop me." Ziming's roar, like a mountain chanting and tsunami, immediately shook the elder sisters. Ziming glared at them and said, "What are you doing? We are just promoting our campaign here, and it doesn't hinder you a bit. If you don't like it, don't listen to it." "Yes, I told your kids about the campaign, but that's every a person's power. Even though they are not yet 18 years old, they have the power to understand. You have no right to deprive them of this power." "Zimini," I said sternly, "and you said you have to call the police now and you need the police." "I'm here to make it clear." "I'd like to ask you, what on earth do you have to call the police, and what face do you have to call the police?" Ziming finally said, "Now you are still messing around in front of us. This is what you want to teach your children. Something? I also said that we harm your children. I have never seen such a brazen person." Ziming's words are as loud as Huang Zongdalu, as if every word has to pierce the other's heart. The eldest sister Bnhai, who rushed to the front, felt her knees limp and sat on the ground. The other people who came with her came to help her, but she didn't get up. Instead, she sat there crying and crying, This doesn't make people live. This little guy knows to bully us women because of their large number of people. It's also a Chinese, or a Harvard University student. I think it's a little gangster on the street. It's a heinous crime to say that he is campaigning here, but secretly ruining our children. With the big sister Bnhai cry, others have accused Ziming to play, that is, this is what offends me, have the ability to deal with the Americans off to, you know what kind of man, angry red woman, what college students, too outrageous. Fu Yining could not listen to the what sister at the eldest have said, and came forward to retort. Obviously about the what are you at talking, we are the just propagating here wallpaper by you scold us indiscriminately, we reason with you, and you are? Here. Suppo rolling? What are you doing? Yining's words were justified and well-founded, but the other party didn't listen at all, and the elder sister Bnhai cried again, you are all educated, you know that you are bullying those uncultured elderly people, anyway. I just can't tell you. Regarding the current situation, both Zuming and the students in the finance class feel very aggrieved. It is clear that he is the one who has the reason, but the other party is just messing around with you, putting on an appearance of being bullied, and the key to himself is I can't beat her up yet, and looking at the compatriots' sake and paying attention to the influence of future elections in the Vinda community, I can't take any measures, which makes it even more annoying. Suddenly the sound of police sirens was heard in the distance. Ziming looked up and saw 2 police cars driving into the community. The police are here, don't be afraid that these little gangsters are running away, you go to the police, don't let their wicked sue first. When the police car came in, the big sister Bnai sitting on the ground hurriedly said to the people around her, for fear that one step would suffer a big loss. The eldest sister immediately went over to the police, and the others stopped Ziming and the others. This series of routines were comparable to an outstanding military strategist. Teacher, what should we do? The police come, or you go first? Let's stay here. Yining came up and said to Ziming. Ziming shook his head and said, they are here for me, how can I leave? Huang Yi immediately stood up and said, teacher, you can't say that. If you want to say that they are here for me, after all, I am here to participate, you and your other classmates should go first. But I asked you to do this for your election. Ziming said, seeing what Huang Yi and Yining had to say, he immediately said again, okay, don't tell me anymore. Don't forget that I have a lawyer. I have been with the FBI twice. Now I'm just a policeman. They can't do anything to me. Ziming is talking here, over their sister Bnhai, who was sitting on the ground, was not idle. She said to Ziming, you little guys, don't discuss how to run. I tell you, none of you want to run today. Hearing this, Ziming looked down at her with a disdainful sneer and said, want to run? You think too much. Don't think that I, like you, only know how to bark like a dog here. I'm standing today. Here? See what else you can do, and how far you can show the lower limit in front of me. Following Ziming's words, all the finance class students consciously stood behind him and used their actions to show that they should be teachers. The strongest backing. Sister Bnhai was shocked by the momentum and shrank subconsciously, but then she reacted. But before she had time to say anything, her friend brought the police over. Who can tell me what happened here? Why are there so many people here? Don't you have any weapons? 2 black police officers came over. His hands were placed nervously on the guns on his waist. There were 2 white police officers behind, but they were all hiding behind the police car. They looked at this side very vigilantly. Obviously, there are many people on the side who are afraid of any violent activities here. This is the vigilance of the American police, even if they are now in Brighton, the most educated place, not a place where gangs are rampant. Hearing the police's questioning, the elder sister of Bnhai had no time to plan with Ziming, and immediately turned to the black policeman and said, it is great that you are here, Mr. Officer. It is these people. They are here to defraud my family. Children under the age of 18 went to campaign, and now I found out that they came to bully me. You see, they pushed me to the ground. Her words made all the finance class students furious. Is it really a villain to sue me first? It was obvious that she was messing around here, but in the end, she bit herself and said that she had bullied her. So what kind of fraud did she make up? There is no factual basis at all. It was all she came here with her mouth open. This is still Chinese compatriots. Why are they so cruel to compatriots? What do you mean? But before the students in the finance class had time to say anything, the black policeman over there pulled out a gun and pointed at the big sister Bnhai and ordered her sharply, "Don't move. Raise your hand and speak slowly." The big sister Bnhai immediately raised her hand subconsciously, and at the same time said to the black policeman tremblingly, "Mr. Officer, don't shoot. I'm a good guy. I'm the one calling the police. They re the bad guys. Go catch them, take them, get all caught in the jail," she said as she pointed towards Ziming. She wanted the police to come and arrest Ziming and the others, but the black policeman said angrily, "I want to make sure you are safe first." "Yes, don't yell here, or I will deal with you first." The eldest sister Bnhai nodded in fear at the black policeman's muzzle, and then the black policeman searched her and confirmed that it was not dangerous. When he came to Ziming, he looked at Ziming up and down. At this time, the big sister Bnhai whispered, "Mr. Officer, please catch him and go. He is very dangerous. You see that there are so many people behind him." Her words came to an abrupt end here, because the black policeman and Zuming both glared at her, and she immediately covered her mouth in shock. "I want to ask, what are you doing here?" the black policeman asked. "I didn't do anything. It's just that my friend is running for a member of parliament. My friends and I helped him to promote and build momentum here," Ziming replied, neither humble nor overbearing. The black policeman frowned, seeming to feel uncomfortable with Ziming's neither humble nor arrogant. He then said, "But someone called the police that you were conducting fraud and other illegal activities here. I need to take you back to investigate. I hope you can cooperate." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Ziming immediately denied, "I'm sorry that this is impossible, because we have not violated the law." "I'm sorry this, sir. It's not your decision to break the law or not," the black policeman say. "I'm also sorry, it's not up to you whether you violate the law, unless you are a judge." Ziming said tit for tat. "Do you know what you are talking about, you yellow bastard? You are defying the law." "There," black policeman said angrily. For him, the Chinese should be as obedient as the previous Bnhai elder sister. How dare they dare to stand up? "What about yourself?" So he immediately pulled out the gun. It's just that his gun failed to land on Ziming's head. The police first reached out and grabbed the black policeman's gun. "You yellow-skinned bits and pieces. I really should shoot you." There. Black policeman angered. He was anxious to withdraw his gun at the first time, but he found that his hand was like being clamped by a pair of tongs. After living, he couldn't move a single bit with his strength. Now he really panicked. Then he shouted at there. "What are you doing? Are you trying to attack the police?" "Damn it, yellow bastard. Don't tell me that it's your first time to come to the United States. It is a very serious crime to assault the police here." Ziming waved his hand to, only then let go. The black policeman was caught off guard and fell down suddenly. On the ground, Ziming stepped up and said to him, "Mr. Police Officer, I'm very sorry. What I want to say to you is that we have not assaulted the police nor committed any crimes. Everything we do is legal." "Then how do you explain what happened just now?" the black policeman asked, his voice trembling a little. The voice of the black policeman was because he was really scared, because at the moment, he really felt a breath of death from his body. This statement is very mysterious, but it is true. The feeling of the black police is actually the murderous aura exuding from the police. As a soldier, the murderous aura of the police is not to be mentioned, but he is usually restrained. It is just after what happened today to the Chinese compatriots or lesbians, that can be tolerated, but now a black policeman doesn't mind killing him. "It was just an accident," Ziming said. "We really did not have any illegal activities. If Mr. Officer has any questions, I can call my lawyer. I am Ziming, the chairman of Wharton Insurance Company." The black policeman was taken aback when he heard Ziming's self-introduction, then he remembered something and turned around and asked, Hey, this gentleman said that his name is Ziming and he belongs to Wharton Insurance Company. Is that him? No mistakes, no skipping. Someone over there immediately replied, it turned out to be him, then let him go. Chapter 18 Old Brooks Motion. Okay Mr. Ziming, I believe this is a misunderstanding. If you really haven't done anything illegal or criminal, then you can leave here at any time, and we will not stop it, the black policeman said to Ziming, and also he turned sideways and made a please gesture. The words of the black policeman blew everyone up like a blockbuster. Everyone, including Ziming, did not expect that he would give such an answer. Ziming originally thought he was going to talk to the American police again. After fighting wits and courage, he might even have to go to the detention center, but he didn't expect that the other party would immediately let him go when he heard his name. What's the situation? Do you have such a high profile? Ziming looked at him suspiciously. Mr. Officer, I can ask, you are really sure you want to let me go? Do you believe what I said? Do you know me? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The black policeman smiled and replied, of course, I saw Mr. Ziming go to the Parliament building to sign up for a campaign, and I have also seen campaign propaganda, so I believe you. That's it, thank you very much. Ziming told the black policeman. He thanked him, and then turned around and asked Chen Yining and the others to pack their things and leave. In fact, Ziming didn't believe the black policeman's statement, but Ziming didn't plan to ask the bottom of it. After all, this question is not that important. Ziming and the others only need to get rid of the entanglement of these elder sisters and leave the Vinda community. These policemen may not be able to meet again in the future. The elder sisters, who were still arrogant and domineering in front of Ziming, just now stood there obediently one by one, looking at Ziming and the others calmly leaving. The elder sister named Mhai, who was the most ferocious just now, asked in a low voice, Mr. Police Officer, aren't they all criminals? Why did you let them go? There. Black policeman did not rush to answer but asked in a rhetorical question, you are the judge or the chief prosecutor? Big Sister Mhai said with a smile. Mr. Police Officer joked, how can I be a judge or chief prosecutor? I'm an ordinary citizen. Before Big Sister Mhai finished her words, she was told by the black policeman. Interrupted, since you know that you are not a judge or the chief prosecutor, what are you talking about? I now suspect that you maliciously report to the police and abuse your power to report. Hearing what he said, Big Sister Mhai panicked. Mr. Police Officer, I didn't abuse any power, so you can do what you want. There. Black policeman looked at her disdainfully and said with a smile, cowardly yellow bastard. Ziming has been paying attention to the situation here. He saw the eldest sisters and his completely different performances, so he could only shook his head and got in the car and left with the students in the finance class. Mr. Ziming has a good journey. When Ziming's bus passed by the police car, the four policemen waved to them. It was not until Ziming's car was far away that the black policeman asked in a low voice, Sergeant, isn't it wrong? He's not the Chinese Ziming you said to us, right? There are no mistakes. There. White policeman shook his head and replied, I'm not sure if you ask. Those yellow-skinned Chinese are also long in my eyes. But look at this person today. He is different from other Chinese Americans. He is very imposing and behaves very confidently. He is not as cowardly and humble as the Chinese women behind. Look at him with so many people, for sure it's also here to promote his campaign. There. Black policeman nodded faintly, and the white policeman went on to say, in short, whether he is Ziming or not, we are not wrong in dealing with it today. It is just to teach these Chinese women a lesson. You have to call the police for something wrong? Go ahead and do this. There. Black policeman showed his big white teeth and laughed. Thank you very much, sir. These Chinese, they like to give money. To the black policeman turned and walked towards the older sisters with a smile like this. At the same time, Ziming also had a foreboding of the possible situation on the bus. He said to his classmates, I think these policemen are afraid it happened to know me or something. And they could also judge that we did not do anything illegal, so they let us go on the principle of not causing trouble. Ziming sighed and said, It's just those eldest sisters are miserable. I heard that the American police are not so good at talking, especially they just recognized the council in front of me. Maybe they will get face from them. Before Zhu Ming's words fell, Li Yang immediately said, "Teacher, shall we care about them to die? Who are they? I don't know whether they are right or wrong, but they must be taught." That's right. I very much agree with Li Yang, they are all too hateful. I don't understand, we are also Chinese, how can they be shameless to that point? Yi Ning said to Li Yang, but she was crying. It's just a teacher. So pitiful. Ever since you came to the United States, you've been targeted. We used to be Americans. Now even our own Chinese are targeted. Why is that? Ziming held Yi Ning's hand, said, "Thank you very much Yi Ning and other students for caring about me, but I think this is the situation we have to face. Just like Tang Sen has to go through 19 and 81 difficulties to learn from the scriptures. If you can overcome it, do you have confidence? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." All the students in the finance class shouted in unison. Only Yi Ning, who was holding a small hand by Zhu Ming, lowered her head in shame. So now, we have encountered a situation in the Vinda community. Let's temporarily slow down this matter. It is not a good idea to come here every day to make trouble. I think we are still trying to find a way to focus our insurance company. And Huang Yi, your real estate document in Vinda community, you must communicate well with Attorney Allen. We can't let anyone catch the pain. Ziming said. In their South Brighton District State Capital, an informal meeting of senior senators is being held. The meeting is presided over by Deputy Governor Speaker Anthony. Almost all senior senators attended this meeting. What we are discussing today is an issue raised by Senator Brooke, which is aimed at all ethnic Chinese in the state. Let's listen to Senator Brooke's thoughts. If feasible, we will find a way to put it in a formal meeting. Discuss. Anthony said that he give the right to speak to Old Brooke. This is a tradition of the Massachusetts State Assembly. In fact, not only the Massachusetts State Assembly, but all the parliaments in the world basically have this tradition, and all the issues are actually being raised. Before, there would always be an informal meeting where some senior senators would give each other a breath, and everyone would have a bottom or an agreement before they could really discuss it. This is the so-called politics. In fact, it is not only the parliament, but there is this kind of culture in any officialdom. Isn't there a tradition of standing committee members in China, and a few secretaries meeting to discuss it first? The concentration of power and xenophobia are the same everywhere. Old Brooke opened his own folder and said to the microphone, "Everyone, I think so. After all, the Chinese are a country that is hostile to the United States. This nation is not able to integrate with us. They are stupid and barbaric. Even if they do, all the dishes are cooked with oily fume everywhere, brown and yellow, which can choke an elephant to death. So a special bill must be given to them." At this point, Old Brooke paused and said, "So my suggestion is that we increase taxes and fees for Chinese shops and Chinese residences by 200%, and more than double them, including other expenses such as medical security and sanitation." As the Old Brooke said, the scene was suddenly surprised. Everyone looked at Old Brooke with wide-eyed eyes. Some even exclaimed, "Are you crazy, Brooke? How can we do this? There will be suspicion of racial discrimination, and those Chinese are very botune, if we suddenly increase so many taxes and fees, not to mention whether it can be implemented. Even if it is possible, I think they will definitely march, and may also attract dissatisfaction with the Chinese government. This is not a good proposal." Faced with the doubts of other senior senators, Old Brooke was not in a hurry. He waited for others to finish and said, "We are all Massachusetts senators. I think you must have read the U.S. Code. Nothing wrong. Lot of words I do not know if you remember what is where the 8th chapter 7, is the exclusion of the Chinese, although for some political reasons was abolished, but the bill itself is a very valuable reference. In the half before the century, all Chinese were not allowed to become American citizens and enjoy any form of American power. This is the only bill in the United States aimed at a certain nationality and ethnic group. Why? I think the reason is simple. because the Chinese are American enemy. Old Brook continued, now that the legal boundary is broken, Chinese can become American citizens, but they have to get our approval. It is not too much to pay more taxes and fees. As for the fear that they will demonstrate, or there will be protests from the Chinese government, I think these are not important, because those Chinese will definitely not do it. Old Brook's words were sonorous and powerful, so that all the senators did not know how to answer. At this time, a senator stood up and said, Congressman Brook is very reasonable, but I would like to ask, why should I believe and support you? As far as I know, Congressman Brook has a big conflict with a certain Chinese. You even sent your son to jail. Now you have to enact this bill. You will not send this anger to other Chinese. Are you on your body? There are no mistakes. Following the senator's words, a burst of laughter suddenly sounded in the conference room, and everyone looked at Old Brook with a smile. Old Brook was very angry about this, but he forcibly held back his anger. He glanced at the senator and said, I'm sorry, I didn't say that everyone should believe and support me. I'm just here to tell my story. The proposal, if it is supported, I think I can consider supporting any other proposal, even if it is a proposal that requires me to pay some price. Old Brook's words made everyone's eyes bright, but no one immediately yes. Someone asked him, Member Brook, we are all elected by voters to represent the interests of their respective voters. Why do we support other proposals? This seems a bit inappropriate. There are no mistakes in many words. Old Brook hated it. He knows these people are eating people do not spit the bones of the old fox. He can only be a fiercely pound the table, said. You guys, we should agree, otherwise I will oppose all proposals, you figure it out, said after that. Old Brook sat back in his chair and did not speak. At this time, Speaker Anthony, who presided over the meeting, stood up and said, everyone, listen to me. I think Congressman Brook's proposal is worth considering, or we can stop implementing it in the state. Only try it out in a certain place to see how it works before you consider it. What do you think? In the face of Anthony, Old Brook first promised, no problem. I agree. Listening to Old Brook, he took it first. Soft, the other senators all agreed, and Anthony finally said, thank you very much. Then this bill has been passed. Chapter 19 The Sins Made by Yourself. The teacher is the marketing manager of a food company in Brighton. Although he was born in the United States, he still retains the hard work of the Chinese nation. Therefore, in addition to the formal work of the food company, he also operates in the vendor community where he lives. A small supermarket, managed by his wife. The teacher's wife is from Brunei. She met by chance when she went to Brunei to negotiate. Then she gave up her job in Brunei and married here. This day, the teacher drove home from get off work as usual. At this time, private cars are still a novelty in China and are a sign of wealthy and powerful, but they have become accustomed to them in the United States. Generally speaking, as long as a slightly wealthy family can afford it, they can afford it. For a private car, the teacher, as the company's marketing manager, took the company's fuel subsidy and naturally wanted to buy a car. The teacher drove into the garage, but was told that his garage was in arrears and needed to be renewed before he could continue to use it. This surprised the teacher. He knew that the garage in the vendor community was rented and charged. Except for the villa, everything else, the parking spaces in the garage belong to the property company. So if you need to use the garage, you must pay a certain amount of rent to the property company. But didn't I just pay the rent in January this year? And it's only rent. How could it expire so soon? And why didn't I have any notice in advance? The teacher felt very incomprehensible. The guard told him that this was because the rent of the garage was temporarily adjusted, so his garage was in arrears more than half a year in advance. Because it was a temporary adjustment, there was no prior notice. The teacher felt very helpless about this, but he couldn't help it. After all, the garage still needs to be used. If you park outside, you will be fined. He had to go to the property to make up the arrears. And then he came to park with a new contract. Parked the car, the teacher went home, and saw his wife in the living room in a daze and did not prepare food for him. He wondered and asked, What are you doing in the living room? Didn't you cook for me today? The wife raised her head and shook out a few slips and said, "This is the tax bill sent by the tax bureau today and the reminder notice sent by the gas and water and electricity department. Could you please explain to me what is going on? You said it is used for tax payment and utilities. Where did all the money for the fee go?" Hearing what his wife said, the teacher suddenly widened his eyes. "It's impossible. I just paid it last week." The wife sneered and said, "Pretend. You will pretend to me. You said you have handed in. Then what are you going to say about these receipts?" Their wife said that she patted the receipts on the table, then turned her head and ignored the teacher. The teacher immediately picked up the receipts on the desktop. After reading it, he was immediately stunned and muttered, "How can this be? I have really paid these fees. Why would I send reminders? What about the payment?" Looking at the performance of the teacher, his wife just sneered and did not speak. The teacher took out his briefcase without believing in evil, and pulled out the receipt for the payment from it, but his wife looked at it. He didn't even look at it and said, "I don't look at this thing. I don't know how you do it. I only know that those departments are urging orders like hell." Their teacher became angry. "Why don't you tell me at all?" "The reason? I did hand it in. The documents are here. What else do you want?" "I don't know what the situation is." Their teacher paused when he said that. Then he thought of something and said, "When I came back today, the garage doorman said that my garage was in arrears, but we only paid in January." "You were there at the time." "Even if the price is temporarily increased, it will not reach the arrears stage." "What happened to him?" "How much? Do you think the increase in garage prices is also related to our tax bills and utility bills?" As if to prove, the speaker's voice came down, and the door to his room was knocked. The teacher looked at his wife, because usually women did things like opening the door, but this time his wife had no intention to go. So the teacher had no choice but to get up and open the door by herself. The visitor is their neighbor and also a Chinese. When he walked in, he asked the teacher, "Our family received a lot of tax bills and reminders for water, electricity and gas charges today, but I only paid them a few days ago. What's the matter, huh?" "The cost of the garage has also more than doubled. As a result, I was in arrears today. But I obviously renewed the lease with the community in January." "Have you encountered this situation in your home?" "Yes, I was talking about this to my wife just now. How come your family is too?" "Nothing is wrong. No words." The teacher nodded desperately, and wanted to look back and wink at his wife to show that he was innocent, and his wife immediately stood up. The wife took the receipts and compared them and said, "It's true that they have been handed in recently, so how can they be handed in again?" "Could it be that the city government has issued any new policies and new regulations?" "But there seems to be no news," said the neighbor outside the door. "If the city government's new policies or regulations are okay, those Americans will definitely not agree to it. Then there will definitely be senators protesting. And then these inhumane policies and regulations will be abolished." "We all don't worry about him," said the teacher's wife. "However, the development of the facts can always go beyond people's expectations." After she finished speaking, she heard the sound of someone coming upstairs. It was a staff member of the community property. He came up to them and said, "I will tell you something. From starting today, the sanitation fee and property management fee in your community will be adjusted upwards. Please go to the property to make up the cost within 3 days." After saying that, the staff was going to continue upstairs, but they were stopped by the teacher. "Why, the property fee has also been increased. Are you not fooling around?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." The staff member turned around and said, "What do you think is your business? But this is not for your family. All the Chinese in Vinda community are the same." "What are you talking about?" "It's just that the Chinese have been raised in property fees." "Is it? So is the garage rent?" the teacher asked, and he noticed the key points in the staff's words. "Yes, it's just you Chinese." The staff member left them with this sentence and went upstairs. leaving only the teacher and them staring at each other on the ground. What's the situation? Why do we just increase the fee for us Chinese? Isn't this bullying? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The wife complained, and the teacher and neighbors nodded, because they also had the same idea. And then they heard someone behind her, who made us not have our own counselors, who told you to call the police and drive away the counselors who came to the community to promote. Mum and aunt, I ask you to think about it. If we have our own counselors who belong to the Chinese, we can speak up in the parliament. How could the city government dare to have such a policy? If you don't help them, you can drive them away. In this situation, Mom and Auntie, you have done your own evil. The teacher and the others turned their heads. It was their son. The wife of the teacher slapped up the face, and then scolded, "Why don't you study well in the room? Don't interrupt about adults and children. What do you know? What are those who are running for parliament? I think they simply come here to get money. It was only you do not understand anything. This kid actor will believe them, but this time things, I think they simply engage in out." The last word division. The wife pointed to the child's nose and warned, "I'm telling you, if you talk nonsense again, I don't think I can teach you a good lesson." The neighbor also echoed, "That's right, or else it's been fine before, this time it's them." After I came, our fees have been increased. The kid said unconvincedly, "I don't see this. Obviously we don't have our own rights." I came out to say that the school called just now and told me about mine. The tuition fee is going up. In response to the child's words, the teacher's cell phone rang. After the teacher connected, his face changed immediately. He hung up the phone and said, "It's the bank's phone." He said, "My credit has been adjusted. This month's credit bill must be paid within 1 week, otherwise they will take measures. And at the same time, our mortgage interest will also be adjusted, which will increase by 8 percentage points." In the face of the child and the teacher's news, the teacher's wife immediately weeping, "This is to kill us. How can there be such a reason for us?" Their teacher frowned and said, "This is really not good. We have no reason to pay so much more than others, so we go find other Chinese in the community. Let's go to the district council to protest and ask the council to revoke the unreasonable policies against us." Their neighbor asked suspiciously, "Is this okay?" Nothing is wrong or skipped. The speech teacher shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but it can only be done like this now." When their time came the next day, the speech teacher contacted other Chinese in the Vinda community and came to the gate of the Fenway Parliament building with their hands held high. While holding a protest sign, he shouted at the Capitol at the same time, "We completely protest the city government's racial discrimination policy. We are American citizens. We demand equal treatment. Please do not apportion excessive taxes and living expenses to us. We can't afford it." Due to the excessive increase in fees, almost 1,000 Chinese came today, and they all took up the square inches front of the Parliament building. The speaker and his wife were also among the crowd. The wife looked at so many people around. She said to the speaker happily, "I didn't expect there to be so many Chinese in Brighton. This is the first time I watched it after our wedding. So many Chinese together, which looks certain to compromise the Parliament raised cancel it. Maybe no mistake, a lot of word of so many people in our pressure. The city council will help us to reduce some of the costs of it." Compared to his wife he was optimistic, but the teacher frowned. He said, "I think it's better not to be so optimistic. This is not in your country. The parliament will not be so easy to compromise. We should still go to the MP that our son said. He might have something to do." Their teacher was interrupted by his wife before he finished speaking. "What kind of shit counselors are they? You can use them for a shit. I think they did it this time." "Yes, it's good if I don't trouble them. You see, so many of us are here now. Is it possible that they still dare to be rude? That's going to make big news, and even the governor in the country has to compromise." But this is in the United States. We are only Chinese. The teacher said. The facts were like proving the speaker's words. When his words fell, a team of riot police officers with shields entered the arena. They marched in a neat line, directly separating the crowd and the parliament on two sides. Seeing this, the teacher panicked. "No, let's go quickly, we are going to suffer." But his wife didn't take it seriously. What else can they do? It's obviously that they are racially discriminating. We are justified in petitioning. Can they still use force? Before the teacher's wife spoke, she heard a few bangs over there, and several tear gas were hit into the crowd, which immediately caused a commotion in the crowd, and then the riot police strode towards the crowd, waved the rubber rod in his hand, and slammed it on people's heads. There was a panic among the crowd. When the tear gas was fired, everyone instinctively backed away and fled. When the riot police rushed over, the people went into a mess. Everyone was like a headless fly. The screams and cries screamed and screamed. In a panic, the interpreter and his wife were separated. The interpreter desperately shouted his wife's name, but when he finally managed to move away from the crowd, he happened to find that a white policeman was holding a piece of rubber that was thicker than his arm. Great. Hit his wife hard. Don't. Chapter 20. I beg you to help her? Bow thanks to the 4 monthly tickets from Kingfing Station. A few days ago, the Fenway District Council building was attacked by hundreds of mobs holding sticks and props. They tried to achieve their political goals by attacking the Parliament building. At 1 noon, the police dispatched anti-riot police to disperse the attacking crowd and arrested 32 main leaders. It is understood that these thugs are members of the Blue Dragon Gang. The gang is a Chinese gang in Brighton. It has been engaged in illegal activities such as illegal immigration, prostitution, smuggling and drug trafficking. Brighton police cooperated with the FBI. The gang has carried out many arrests, and relevant sources said that the attack may be the arrest of the Blue Dragon Gang in retaliation against the Brighton police. The mayor of Brighton expressed anger at the incident and condemned all the Chinese who participated in the incident. He made a televised speech after the incident and said, "Brighton is a peaceful city, and he will never allow anyone to be there, or groups may undermine and trample on the people's right to live a normal life." He said that the city government and the police will never compromise, and will surely wipe out all criminals and give all Brighton people a peaceful life. At the same time, the mayor of Brighton also called on people to stay away from all ethnic Chinese as much as possible, so as not to be used by some desperate Chinese or even unnecessary harm. This is the front page headline of the Massachusetts Daily newspaper the next day after the incident, and not only the Massachusetts Daily, but also the Brighton Times and the Northeast Incident reported on the Fenway District Capitol the next day. The time at the door was reported. Of course, the unanimous call of all the media was that a certain Chinese gang had provoked and retaliated against the Brighton city government, and expressed indignation and condemnation of the incident. Snapped. Ziming slammed the newspaper on the table and yelled, "Does the American media still have a lot of shame? Do they have the most basic morality and conscience as a media person? And those in the vendor community, are they all idiots? Didn't I tell them all that I can help them solve it through legal means? But why they just didn't listen? They just went to the parade, and now they are all called criminals." Ziming's words echoed like Huang Zongdalu in the room. Chen Yining and Li Yang were both in the room, but at the moment they just bowed their heads and said nothing. Only Yining silently helped Ziming to collect them and be thrown away. The newspaper on the table, watching the news on it, eyes moist. Of course, Yining wanted to cry not for the vendor community, but for Ziming. Because since Ziming decided to participate in the vendor community selection, he was very concerned about matters in the vendor community. That's why he became a Chinese in the vendor community. As soon as our garage fees and other taxes were raised, Ziming received the news. It is not difficult for Ziming to judge who did it, but it is not important. The most important thing for Ziming is how to solve it. Ziming ignored the 2 unpleasant events he had with vendor community. He went to vendor community for the first time and said that he was willing to help them solve the problem through legal means. However, those people ignored Ziming at all, and even gave Ziming a complaint. Ironically, they finally chose to march and rally at the gate of the district council building, which resulted in what they are now. Yining manages those who don't know good or bad to die, even if they are also Chinese. but the key thing is that these people's stupid things also affect them. When the news came out, Yining and the others went to class this morning, and it was obvious that the attitude of other students in the school had changed a lot, with some guard and hostility. After helping Ziming to sort out the newspaper, Yining said to Ziming, "Teacher, I know you are very angry now, but this matter really has nothing to do with you. What needs to be done is how to dilute and eliminate the impact of this incident." With Yining's beginning, Li Yang immediately followed, "Yes, teacher. Now because of the impact of this news, the business of our dormitory convenience store is compared to before. It has dropped a lot, and there are groups that promote the ban on our convenience stores in front of convenience stores. There is also a very intuitive influence on Wharton Insurance." Chen Xiu also said, "This morning the company received many calls from customers asking if there would be any problems with our insurance and if there would be any non-insurance, or the phenomenon of non-payment on maturity. There are no new customers. Even if there is a big intention before, but under the influence of these news, all customers will not choose us." Ziming listened quietly, before they all after speaking. Ziming sighed and said, "What a bunch of idiots." Then Ziming sat down and said, "Although the media is very unfavorable to us now, it may not be a good opportunity. Establishing a good image of the company in the incident can achieve better results than before. First of all, at the convenience store in the dormitory," Ziming said to Li Yang, "we can sponsor a multi-ethnic immigration cultural event in the United States. At the same time, we launched our convenience store and merchandise, proving that we are one of the immigrants who helped build the United States, and we are with others." Then the insurance company. Ziming turned his head to Chen Xiu and Yining. "Bian, at present, our insurance company's insurance coverage is close to $100 million, which is a very large number in itself. We are not a bank or other financial institution. We must continue to develop new customers without being a bank. It is very difficult to roll up this number. After all, our current market has become saturated. And now I think what we need to do is to do a good job in the maintenance of our existing customers." Ziming emphasized, "To do this well, we must do a good job in our investment, whether it is bonds or stocks, and even we can send our investment statements to each of our customers to let them know that we have been helping them make money." Yes. Listening to Ziming's words, Chen Yening and Li Yang kept nodding their heads. They are very smart and know that the current situation is very unfavorable to them, but they believe that as long as Ziming is there, everything can be changed. "Okay, everyone is busy and go there." It happens that tomorrow is the weekend, and we have plenty of time to adjust. Ziming said that the meeting was about to adjourn, but then Ziming's cell phone rang suddenly and Ziming connected. It was Huang Yi's call. He hesitantly asked Ziming, "Teacher, someone from the International Student Mutual Aid Association has found a hope. We can help, but this person's identity is a bit special. He said he is from the Vinda community." Look, Ziming was very surprised by this. "From the Vinda community? Where are you now?" Regarding this question, Huang Yi, "I feel more embarrassed. I'm at the door of our dormitory right now. If you have any other ideas, I will take him away." Ziming shook his head and said, "No, since I'm here, I will bring him. He's coming in." Ziming hung up after speaking, talked to Chen Yining and Li Yang, then got up and went downstairs. When he came to the lobby, he saw Huang Yi standing there with two Chinese. Huang Yi saw Ziming come down and immediately stepped forward and explained, "The teacher is sorry. They asked me the address of my dormitory directly from the association, and I didn't expect it." "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you come. We are not here." "What military base?" Ziming said with a smile, and then stepped forward to shook hands with the two Chinese to say hello. "Hello, my name is Ziming, and I am also a member of the Chinese International Students Mutual Aid Association. I am glad to meet you." These two, the Chinese, are one big and one small. When Ziming finished speaking, the little one immediately said, "That is him. He is the person who came to the community to promote the campaign last time. I still remember him." These words made everyone's heart beat. Could it be, are you coming for trouble? There are no mistakes in many words. They remembered the sloppy and savage appearance of the eldest Panhai that day, and they were not surprised to say today that they were not taking things in the newspaper to their heads. But the fact is not the case. The older Chinese said, "Hello, classmate Ziming. I am a resident of Vinda community and my name is Yan Shai. This is my son Yang Su. I am here this time and I hope you can help." Yes, their teacher gave Ziming a deep bow, and his son also bowed to Ziming. This made Ziming and the others stunned for the first time. After all, they were all prepared for the other party to roll around here, but they didn't think that he was coming to ask for help. Ziming was the first to react, and stepped forward to help him up and ask him to sit down in the hall. Ziming said to him, "Hello Mr. Yan, you don't need to give such a big ceremony at all. You might as well talk about what you saw first. If it's within my abilities, I can definitely help you." Their teacher nodded and said yes, and then asked Ziming, "I think you must have read the newspaper this morning, classmate Ziming, right?" The word "I have read" this as media too much. Obviously pot Brighton government and parliament. How can we flung Chinese who said what mob is really how to be more shameless? Ziming said angrily. The mood of the teacher was also provoked by Ziming's words, who said no. They are a bunch of beasts that are inferior to pigs and dogs. Then the teacher calmed down and continued, "Student Ziming, although Brad there are also media reports on this matter in the city government. But the impact is very bad. My wife was arrested by the police during yesterday's chaos. I went to bail and they said that bail is not allowed. I made a special trip to classmate Ziming. I want you to help me release him on bail." After the teacher said, Ziming hadn't made a statement. Yining asked him first, "Your wife is in her 40s. Is she a big sister from Bnhai?" Do not skip words. The teacher nodded and said yes. He suddenly remembered something. Before Yining could speak, he said first, "I know my wife had a misunderstanding with you for a while, and it was a bit unpleasant, but..." Yining interrupted loudly. The words of the teacher, "Misunderstanding and unpleasant." Mr. Yan, your term is really subtle. At the beginning, we only went to the Vinda community for campaign promotion. But your wife was abuse good, and indiscriminately doesn't even call the police to arrest us. If it weren't for the few policemen who were sensible, I'm afraid we are in jail now. Who will bail us at this time? Is it you or your son? The teacher was cursed by Yining and curled his neck. He cautiously said, "This classmate, I know that everything was wrong with my wife. She shouldn't treat you like that. She is an idiot. She doesn't do anything. Understand? I also know that she almost caused an irreparable mistake to you. I am here to apologize to you on her behalf, but she has been arrested now, she has been punished, so I beg you adults to have a lot of trouble. She cares. I still beg you for help, and I kneel down for you." When she said that, the teacher really knelt down to Ziming. At the same time, she cried and said to Ziming, "Classmate Ziming, I beg please. I saw that my wife had been injured by the police that day. You know that Americans discriminate against us Chinese. They will definitely not treat her in prison, and may even abuse her. She's going to die if she goes through this kind of suffering. I beg you to help her." Chapter 21. Want to unite outside? Mr. Yan, what are you doing? Get up quickly. We actually do your business. I've been thinking of ways to say that we are all compatriots. And you are older than us. You are breaking us. Chen Yining and Li Yang, the three young students, have never seen such a scene. One by one, panicking, you will go up and help the teacher up. After all, bowing is the highest respect for people no matter ancient or modern, Chinese and foreign, and the students in these finance classes are very kind, even though they are right. The teacher's wife was very angry, but now seeing the teacher kneel down for them, they still feel sorry for them. Only Ziming was very calm. It was not that he was cold-blooded, but that he had seen more of the world in his 2 lives. The Yan teacher obviously saw Ziming's calmness. He immediately pulled his son twice, and Yang Zhu knelt down very sensibly. I came down and said, "Brother and sister, I know that my mother is sorry for you this time, but I only have one mother. I will apologize to you for what she has done wrong. I beg you to help my mother, as long as you help, no matter what. I will agree to whatever I want, and I promise that I will sign you when I grow up to 18 years old." Yang's innocent words made Zuming laugh, and then he said to Yangzu, "Your name is Yangzu, right? There are a lot of words that are correct. Since your father hasn't taught you, then he'll teach you that there is gold under the knees of men. Don't just kneel casually, you know. No mistakes, no words." Faced with Zuming's explanation, Yangzi stunned and nodded and replied. Zuming suddenly turned his face and said, "Now that you know, why don't you get up?" When Zuming said this, Yangzi subconsciously standing up. It was very obvious that Zuming's aura from so many years of training had an effect on him. Even the speech teacher was stunned for the first time, and then the speech teacher turned around and wanted to say something, but Zuming was already prepared to say to him, "Mr. Yan still has you, please stand up too. You kneel down like this. The tricks for forcing me to submit are not very clever." Student Zuming, "I didn't mean that." Teacher Yan wanted to explain in a panic, but Zuming interrupted him. "Mr. Yan, you don't need to explain, you just did it. The look in your eyes has betrayed your true thoughts." There. Teacher looked at Zuming in horror, because Zuming's words were like a knife inserted into his heart. He couldn't imagine how Zuming guessed this. "It's horrible that you can be so calm when you are young." The expression of the teacher was seen in the eyes of Chen Yanning and Li Yang, making them very contemptuous. "What kind of people are you guys? Obviously you did something wrong, and now you come to the door to play some moral kidnapping. It's really unbelievable. Your wife is as shameless as the family. It's not that the family doesn't enter the house." Zuming didn't mock the teacher anymore, but calmly looked at the teacher and said, "Can Mr. Yan get up and talk now?" The teacher stood up and sat cautiously in front of Zuming. He even dared to sit only half of his ass, because Zuming's current calm made him even more frightened, and he couldn't understand what Zuming was going to do. When the teacher sits down, Zuming asks him, "Mr. Yan, I am actually very curious, why did you come to me? Because first of all, this matter has nothing to do with me, and secondly, it's not my turn to deal with it." Huang Yiz. The association is only called the Chinese Students Association. I think you can understand it, Mr. Yan. Of course, the I understand, but not the I can help it. At the teacher side, the police have said that the police officers were not allowed to be released in bails. The I wanted to find at the embassy, but we that have said were already American citizens. It's not under their control. I found the community, the district council, and the city government. I found all the relevant departments I could find, but they couldn't help me, so I had no choice but to find you. I heard Yangsu say that you once went to Vinda community to promote that you are running for a counselor, and you also have a mutual aid association, so I think you must be very capable, and I thought of coming to you. The teacher said, "That's why you are calling for emergency medical treatment again," Ziming said. Facing Ziming's words, the speech teacher could only lower his head there, because he came with his last hope. Ziming did not delve into this issue, but calmly said to the speech teacher, "Mr. Yan, I have a question to ask you. You said that there were two brothers in the past, one hardworking and the other clever brother chanting outside every day. The poem is against the world, and the industrious brothers grow chickens, ducks and pigs at home. One day the industrious brothers hope that the clever brothers can help to plant the land, but they are rejected by the clever brothers." Ziming continued, "Smart brothers. He feels that farming and raising poultry is very troublesome. He is unwilling to do this. He even feels that his brother is very embarrassed when he is doing these things. There is even a smell in the sky, or is it a bad idea to hit him? So he is smart." His brother began to deliberately trample on the crops in the field, or let the neighbor next door come in and steal the poultry at home. The industrious brother knew about it, but he didn't say anything. Listening to Ziming's story, the teacher's head became more and more serious. Lo, Ziming continued to say, "Later the weather was getting colder and colder. The hard-working brothers set up a stove in their own home and boiled a pot of hot soup. while the clever brothers shivered in their own house. The clever brother can't stand the cold anymore. He went to the hardworking brother and asked for a sip of hot soup, hoping to let him come in to get warm. At this point, Ziming paused for a while and finally asked, "Mr. Yan, you say if you were that hardworking brother, would you help that clever brother?" Their teacher buried his head almost on his knees and replied in an inaudible voice, "No." Ziming smiled and asked him, "Then Mr. Yan would like to know my answer?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The teacher did not know how to answer this question, but Ziming did not need him to answer. Ziming first gave him the answer. "If it was me, I would." Hearing Ziming's answer, the teacher slowly raised his head. His eyes were full of incredible. He knew very well what Ziming's answer meant, but because of this, he couldn't believe it even more. "Student Ziming, what you said is true. Will you really help?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The teacher murmured, because in his opinion, that smart brother is completely self-sufficient, and he should be frozen to death. If he doesn't laugh at him, he is already very restrained. How can he expect to be bullied by his hard-working brother to save himself? But Ziming calmly nodded his head. "Of course it is true, because we are brothers of the same compatriots. There is an old Chinese saying that we depend on our parents at home and our friends outside. But now that we are all abroad, I think we must rely on the unity of our compatriots." "Mr. Yan, you said that if the two brothers are out together, if even your brother is not facing you, and your compatriots are still not supported, then who can you expect to help yourself?" Teacher Yan's tears flowed into his eyes instantly. He choked up and said, "Classmate Ziming, you are a very great person. Thank you. Thank you very much." Their teacher's gratitude is from the heart. He knows the so-called smart brother Ziming said. Actually his wife. At the beginning, Ziming and the others came to the Vinda community to do campaigns and become members of parliament. Isn't this to enable all Chinese to have their own voice in the decision-making of the city government and council? But his stupid wife, the short-sighted woman, actually chased them away just for trouble and worry about being cheated of money, and for the reason that affects the children's learning so ridiculously, and finally even made an alarm to the police. Isn't this approach the same as the so-called smart brother trampling on crops and letting neighbors steal poultry? The speech teacher can imagine how painful and helpless Ziming and their hearts were when they faced the difficulties and resistance from their wives at the time. Chinese people wanted to run for parliament. Not only did their compatriots not lend a helping hand, they even became the biggest resistance. What is this? As a result, both themselves and their wives are reaping the consequences. The city government and the council have specifically raised taxes and other living expenses for the Chinese. They found that they had no right to decide their own lives. They wanted to go to the council and the government to petition, but they were beaten by the police, the media, and not only did none of the congressmen stand up to speak for themselves, they even tried to discredit themselves one by one and discredit all Chinese. In the final analysis, because he did not have any political power, he could only be mermaid. At this time, he turned his head to find them. This was a very shameless and cheeky approach, but Ziming ignored the predecessors and promised to help. This is such a great personality that made the teacher awed Ziming. He suddenly discovered how small he was in front of the other party, and how dirty his and his wife's thoughts were compared to each other. "But Mr. Yan, there is one thing I have to remind you," Ziming said to the teacher suddenly, "because the United States is legally lawful, all I can do is hire a team of lawyers for you. It's to protest your wife's bail. The second is to sue the government and all the media to make them accountable to you. I know, Ziming, you can do this for me, and I will not raise any more excessive demands," the teacher said. After the teacher finished speaking, Yang Zhu immediately pushed him behind him to remind him, "Dad, they still have their signatures, and they still have to run for parliament." After this reminder, the teacher suddenly reacted and said, "That's right. Classmate Ziming, I heard that you need to have the signature of a legal voter if you want to run for a councillor, right? I can do this. I am a legal voter." Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, But this voter also needs to get the Parliament Election Committee certification is only acceptable. It is not necessary to be at least 18 years old. In other words, if you are not certified, Mr. Yan, you must first go to the Election Committee for certification. Otherwise, your signature will not be of legal benefit. I think this is what your wife finds troublesome. After all, it will delay your normal working hours. Their teacher waved his hand vigorously and said, "No, please don't worry, classmate Ziming. No matter what the final result of this incident is, I will do it. I will go to the Parliament for verification right away, and not only me, but I will also ask all the compatriots in the vendor community to verify it, and all come to give your signature support." The teacher finally said very solemnly, "Because I think that nothing is more important than the unity and support between compatriots. On behalf of our team, I will thank you very much." Ziming smiled at the teacher, nodded, "But I think I need to remind Mr. Yan that this election is Huang Yi. I have just arrived in the United States for less than half a year, and I still don't have this qualification." Chapter 22 is because it is necessary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 119. As long as we have another one, we will be able to meet the standard. Li Yang shouted loudly in the crowd. This was on the court in the vendor community. Ziming promised the speaker after requesting help from Ziming. He came here to collect signatures. After experiencing various tax and fee increases and petitions to the Parliament building, they were driven and beaten by the police. They heard that Ziming was here to run for councillors to help them. After speaking, they immediately volunteered their signatures one by one. Hearing Li Yang's shout, an old man in his 70s raised his hand. "I can still sign one." These Yankees, they set a lower limit for the age, but there is no upper limit for the age. "I can still help you. Sign and become your legal voter." There. Old man came to Li Yang's desk with the support of his family as he spoke. He picked up a pen and looked at Li Yang and said, "Lady, you must run for the Senate. We Chinese of American descent have been bullied in the United States for a lifetime, and we are afraid that we will not be protected for a lifetime. Now they are targeting us Chinese to keep us alive. We can only count on you." Li Yang nodded solemnly and said, "Old man, don't worry, what you said is our original intention to run for councillors." Listening to Li Yang's answer, the old man left tears of emotion. Then he wrote his name on the form, and as the old man wrote down name, Ziming and the others gathered 200 voter autographs for Huang Yi, and there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers at the scene. "The teacher is great. We finally got 200 signatures. Huang Yi will not be brushed off. He is eligible to enter the official election. We will soon have our own parliamentarians, so we can no longer have to suffer from those Americans. We can do our own business freely." Yining said to Ziming excitedly. Ziming was helpless. He could only say one thing, too naive about Yining's words. 200 signatures had just been collected, and the election hadn't started yet. Why did he think so deeply? What's the difference between this and just thinking about how to become CEO and marry Bai Fumite to the pinnacle of life? However, Ziming was not good at hitting her at this time, so he just nodded and said yes. "Then find the words." Division. Ziming said, "Students, I have completed my promise to help you complete 200 signatures, and now you can help me save my wife it without a lot of wrong word." For the word division, Yining was not happy at the time. "I said, why you are talking like this? As if we were deliberately using this matter to jam you. We are indeed very grateful for you to help us persuade these Chinese friends to help us sign, but there are no strings attached, and we all went to the police station yesterday. Didn't they say that bail is not allowed? You were there at the time. What are you doing now?" Ziming waved his hand and asked Yining not to speak. He spoke to him. The teacher said, "Mr. Yan, I happen to be looking for you too. My lawyer has already found several experts in this area and is now collecting evidence. As long as they have collected the evidence, they can sue the government for you at any time. I think you also know very well that this matter is not likely to be resolved through legitimate administrative means, and you can only take legal proceedings. Ziming added. This time my lawyer said that because the case involved cloth the Leiden city government and the state government can therefore directly sue the Massachusetts Circuit Court. As long as the court rules that the Fenway District and Brighton city government's actions are unconstitutional, not only can all administrative orders be revoked, but your wife can also be released to prosecute to the circuit court too. This is not a long time to do, Yan teacher exclaimed. It is no wonder that the teacher will be surprised, because the full name of the circuit court is the U.S. Federal Court of Appeals for the Massachusetts Circuit. According to the U.S. court system, the status of the Massachusetts Circuit is second only to the Federal Supreme Court and slightly higher than the Massachusetts Supreme Court. The General Circuit Courts deal with difficult cases that are difficult to handle locally but are not qualified to appeal to the Federal Supreme Court. Such cases are often complicated and representative appeals all the way from the local to this place. The teacher has not been through the gate of the Circuit Court for most of his life, so he didn't know that Ziming had to go directly to the circuit court to file a lawsuit this time. This is very necessary, Ziming said. In terms of jurisdiction, both the Massachusetts High Court and the Circuit Court have the right to make rulings. However, due to the issues of racial discrimination and possible unconstitutional issues, the Circuit Court's ruling will be it is more rigorous than the High Court. So my lawyer chose this way. As for time in the Circuit Court, it is definitely needed, but it is also necessary. Please understand, as long as my wife can be rescued, it will prevent us from to bear such a heavy tax and living expenses. The longer time will be longer. Who keeps us from taking the initiative to participate in politics? The teacher sighed and said, then he raised his head and said, Mr. Ziming, this time is very thank you. Teacher Yan was interrupted by Ziming before he finished speaking. Ziming said to him, Mr. Yan, don't rush to thank me. I have another news to tell you. Maybe it doesn't. It's not good news. It's conservatively estimated that the attorney's fees this time will reach $800,000. Hearing this figure, the teacher immediately took a breath. Does the prosecution cost more than $800,000? Will this? It's going to be a bit too much. Would you like me to help Mr. Ziming? Yining was not happy at the request of the speech teacher. Help, Mr. Yan, what do you mean by that? Is it possible that you are still going to do we help you pay? You have to understand that we are helping you save your wife and help all of you abolish the tariffs that you can't afford. You still care about us asking for money? You think our money is falling from the sky if you come down? Will you give it to you? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. The Yan teacher shrank his neck in embarrassment, but he didn't give up. He looked at Ziming blankly. He knew that among these people, Ziming was really in charge. How could Ziming fail to see his plan? Ziming said to him, Mr. Yan, my idea is to persuade you to stop fighting. I won't pay a cent. After all, it is your wife, not me, that I want to save. Wife, you are not me who is being bullied, and I am not a shantang, and you are not beggars who can't afford to eat. If you don't even want to pay the money, then wash and sleep as soon as possible. The $800,000 is actually not a lot. It is already discounted by my lawyer. I think Mr. Yan, you should discuss it with other Chinese compatriots in the Vinda community. There are 200 signatures here. 4,000 people are enough to count. Otherwise, if you don't have money, American lawyers will never do anything for you. Ziming said, or, Mr. Yan, you have other ways. You can change. 1. A lawyer. Mr. Ziming, is there really no other way? The teacher still asked without giving up. Of course, Ziming replied, Mr. Yan, maybe you can go to the White House to petition. Maybe Mr. President can issue you an amnesty. There. Teacher paused, and he still wanted to say something, but however, Ming pulled his face and said first, Mr. Yan, I think we have done our best to be benevolent and righteous. If you are still so unreasonable to make trouble, I think I can only say goodbye. You know you don't have any bargaining chips. Yan, the smile on the teacher's face stiffened, and in the end he had no choice but to say, well, I know, thank you very much Mr. Ziming. After finishing speaking, the teacher stepped back, and Yining said very angrily, Mr. Yan is too. We have helped him so much. He actually wants to make us money now. He really treats us as a bank. I really don't want to care about him. Ziming smiled and said, even if we are. It is true that the money for opening a bank is not taken in this way, but no matter what the attitude of the teacher is, we still have to deal with him. Why is this? Yining asked in surprise. Because we have to. Ziming said, Yining, you have to understand that whether we are running now or when we are doing business, the most important thing for us is to deal with people, but not everyone will treat us taste. Then at this time we must learn to deal with anyone, whether you like it or not. Yining nodded silently, and then said, just like now, if we can't deal with this Mr. Yan, then we won't be able to get the signatures we need. Smart, that's the truth. Ziming say. At the same time, on the Parliament Hill in the center of Brighton, Old Brook and Anthony were walking around. Speaker, how are the Chinese people gathering in front of the Fenway District Council? After the expulsion that day, they haven't come again, right? There are no mistakes and many words, Old Brook asked. Anthony shook his head and said, Brook, my brother, although I voted for you in this matter, and the media is also my guide for you, but I still don't think this is a good strategy. Because I later learned that the Chinese people are not harmonious, and the Chinese in the Vinda community may not be united to help the Chinese. Then this strategy will warn them not to go too far with the Ziming near, otherwise they will have a disaster. Old Brook continued. And this time the adjustment of taxes and other tariffs for the Chinese community can just alleviate the state government's fiscal deficit. It can be considered indirectly to support Speaker Anthony. The newly proposed budget. Anthony nodded silently and said, since Brook brothers support me so much, then I think I should tell you something. As Anthony took out his pager to Old Brook was skeptical. He took a look at the pager. His face immediately changed. And he looked up and asked, Speaker, is this news true? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Anthony took back his pager calmly and said, this is a message sent to me by an incumbent member of the Vinda community. I think there is a competition between him and the Chinese. He has no reason to provide it to me. Fake news. So I think the Chinese really used this to help him unite the Chinese in the Vinda community. So today he quickly gathered 200 signatures. Hearing this news, Old Brook jumped. Get up, this is really terrible news. I can't let that Chinese succeed. I will definitely stop him. Old Brook said that he was leaving, but he stopped after only 2 steps, because he knew very well Anthony, what he did was basically purposeful and would not do any useless work. So this time it is also impossible to tell myself such a news for no reason. No matter what the relationship between himself and him, he is not so generous. So Old Brook thought for a while and turned his head back to Anthony and said, Speaker, you know that I have always supported your motion, and this time it is the same. I know that your new motion is to speed up the internal reform of the government and parliament. It is very necessary. Anthony smiled, and he nodded and said, I have no doubt about this. As for the Chinese, I can remind you that he made a very serious mistake. This made Old Brook's eyes. Yiliang, this is what I'm waiting for. Chapter 23. Serious ignored issues. Ziming took the students from the finance class to the Fenway District Council building on a bus. After they got 200 signatures in the Vinda community, they came directly here. Although it is said that there are still a few days before the registration is over, but considering that there is still a senior state senator targeting himself, in order to avoid all uncertainties, Ziming decided to pay early. Oh my god, we are really in the presidential election, right? There are so many words without mistakes. Why are there so many people here? Li Yang exclaimed, looking at the situation outside the car window. Many people gathered at the entrance of the Parliament building as on the first day. They gathered in small groups according to their respective parties. Banners and posters were raised high, and many people distributed leaflets at the intersection in small groups. The scene is so lively. Perhaps this is the electoral culture of Western countries. For them, elections are as important as the new year. The most important thing is that we should do our thing quickly. Ziming explained, and then asked the police to the car, drove to the parking lot a little farther away, and then walked over with the students from the finance class, because the parking lot in front of the Parliament building has long been out of place. Ziming and the students in the finance class have a huge team of 30 people. With so many people, especially all Chinese, walking together on the roads of American cities, it is difficult not to become the focus. Look, the Chinese are coming over there. The pedestrians on the road and those from other parties and organizations all exclaimed, and they pointed and discussed Ziming and his team. Do these Chinese still have the face to come to the Parliament building? They are villains and bastards. They are usually lawless. Are they going to attack the Parliament building again today? Although there are few people coming here today, the essence is still the same. Oh God, why are these Eastern demons coming again? Did they see the crowds at the entrance of the Parliament building make the police unable to let go? Then I have to go quickly. I don't want to be with these evil gangsters. They are all from hell. The evil spirits that crawl out will take away everyone's kindness and conscience, and become demons who don't know how to think like them, but only know destruction and greed. Some of the crowd was angry and insulted at Ziming and others, and some felt towards them fearful. These words made Ziming frown. In his previous life, it was not that he had never heard of the distortion and slander of China by the Western media, but it was all heard from the ears, and now I can really feel it. Ziming suppressed his anger and walked forward. After all, with so many people, it is impossible to stop and reason with them one by one. Suddenly a group of people stood in front of Ziming and the others. The leader was a white man with a turban. He shouted at Ziming and them, "Go back to the Chinese. This is the sacred Parliament, not your pig farm." With the cry of the leader, followed by others are also echoed, shouted, "Chinese people, get out of here. You are not welcome here, all you filthy forgot social dregs of cancer, you are God abandoned, often you. These red Chinese running dogs, you communist wife. I have my family and my lovely daughter. I will never allow anyone to interfere and bully them. I want to protect my family. We want to protect our family, protect our parents, wives and children. The Chinese, go away." Everyone yelled at each other, and they yelled and forced them towards Ziming. Facing the turbulent crowd in front of him, they stood silently in front of Ziming. The other finance class students panicked. Chen Yining came to Ziming and pulled him. "Teacher, these Americans are crazy, or else let's go first and come back another day." Ziming shook his head. "When will we wait until another day? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? If there are so many people here every day, do we have to give up?" But the teacher, Yining Ziming wanted to say something, but Ziming raised his hand to stop her, and then Ziming took 2 steps forward and took out a loudspeaker in the face of the approaching crowd and yelled, "Shut up for me," Ziming said. The shouting was like magic, making everyone stunned for the first time, staring at Ziming blankly, not knowing what he was going to do or what to say. "First of all, I want to say that we are not here today for a parade, but for a campaign." Ziming's first sentence caused an uproar at the scene, and then Ziming went on to say, "You are all Americans, you are not. Do you always talk about election freedom? So are you now expressing your freedom? Stop us from letting us pass and drive us away, or are you afraid of us running for election? So you can only use this dirty and despicable means to prevent our freedom? Please tell me, is that right? No mistakes, no skipping." If Ziming's first sentence shocked everyone, then Ziming's subsequent sentence caused everyone to explode. These people scolded each and every one of you. You are the most despicable and dirty. You are the greatest enemy of freedom. In their face of the overwhelming verbal abuse, Ziming stayed still, even leisurely tidying up his clothes, and then said, "Since you are still free citizens, then you dare let us go, dare to face us face to face in a legitimate and free election? Make no mistakes and skip the word." Ziming blocked everyone's mouth with this question, making them all stunned. But Ziming's words were not the only way, he said. He raised his finger to the other side and asked, "Do you dare? And you, are you going to be heroes who are confronting us head Or are you hiding in the crowd, blocking us from cowards who dare not compete with us? Of course it is a hero. As soon as Ziming's voice fell, someone shouted, and with this shout, other people also shouted, "Who is afraid of each other? I think you are cowards. If you have the courage, you just go over." "Thank you very much," Ziming said with a smile, and then bowed to everyone. The Americans also bowed to Ziming in all manners, but at this time Ziming had already taken the finance class students to the Parliament building. Therefore, all Americans bowed and looked at Ziming and the others who were walking by. Suddenly they had an illusion, as if they were generals marching victoriously, and they were just slaves crawling under their feet. This picture also fell in the other pair of eyes. In the hotel opposite the Parliament building, someone was also watching all this from a condescending position. She said softly, "Such a scene is really like a warrior. The king of Yum is patrolling the subjects in his conquered territory. Ziming of China, this man really has the heart of a king, holding a scepter and a sword, ready to meet any battle and challenge at any time." This voice tweeted like a nightingale, and again as ethereal as the singing of Bailing, as soft as icy and innocent, the kind that makes every man's heart itch. At this time, there was footsteps behind her, and another woman said, "Your Highness, we should go back." Whether this Chinese Ziming is holding a purse, a scepter or a sword, it has nothing to do with you. You are destined to not be a person of the world. She looked back at Ziming again, sighed faintly, and said, "Okay, I know, I'll go back with you." Then she stretched out her little hand with lace gloves. The middle-aged woman immediately came up knowingly and took her little hand, leading her out of the room. At this moment, in front of the Parliament building, Ziming has brought all the finance class students to the Parliament building. He doesn't know who is paying attention to him, maybe he doesn't care at all. He is still the same as last time, but he and himself Huang Yi walked into the Parliament together, and other finance class students just waited outside. Since it was not the first time here, Ziming found the election committee by car. Ziming handed the signature form to the Parliament staff. At this time, Ziming's cell phone rang suddenly, and Ziming hurriedly took it outside to connect. The lawyer Alan called. Before Ziming had time to say hello, Alan asked nervously, "Mr. Ziming, has your signature form been handed over to the election committee?" Ziming looked back and replied, "Just now." "Just handed it in. What happened?" "Nothing wrong, no skipping." "It's still a cliché," Alan said. "That problem is easy to be ignored, but easy to be overlooked does not mean that he does not exist, and this problem will be serious enough to threaten Mr. Huang Yi's election." Ziming was silent. After a long time, I said, "Thank you very much. I am prepared for this question. Let's see the situation." A few minutes later, Ziming returned to the election committee and saw Huang Yi arguing with the Parliament staff. Ziming went up to ask, "What happened?" Huang Yi turned around and said, "Teacher, he said we have been disqualified from running for election." "How could we do this?" "It is because you violated the basic election law, so according to the law, the election committee has the right to deprive you of your qualifications for election." A voice answered from behind him. They turned to Ziming. An old acquaintance walked in too. Ziming laughed. "Brook Senator, hello, your old haunt it really is. Come what old Brook?" Facing Ziming's mockery, he said, "I like you saying that very much, but believe it or not, I don't have any thoughts against you, but this time, you are indeed breaking the law, and I didn't let the FBI arrest you. You should thank God. I'm afraid that the FBI Director Mueller doesn't want to drip your muddy water anymore, right?" "There are a lot of words," Ziming asked with a smile. "Chinese Ziming, I ask you to pay attention to your own words and your respect for me." Old Brook shouted at Ziming, but then he recovered calmly and said, "Fortunately, I am used to it. It's so rude." "Mr. Brook, I want to remind you that politeness is relative. I can't bow to a dog that always barks at me, right?" "There are many words that are correct. Are you right?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." Ziming asked Old Brook back, and then before Old Brook went crazy again, "But I'm very curious about what you are looking for this time. Although you are your own senator, You can't interfere in the normal election, even if you're a senator. I hate me very much, Old Brook said with a grinning grin. Do you really want to know? Then you beg me. Maybe I will tell you when I am in a good mood. I'm sorry, I'm not interested. I have to leave beforehand, Ziming said disdainfully. After he said that, he turned around and left with Yi and Huang Yi. This way of not playing cards according to the routine made Old Brook annoyed to jump his feet. He shouted to Ziming's back, because you are one person and one person. The elections supported by the company are suspected of bribery and election manipulation. Therefore, according to the basic election law, you must be deprived of your elector's qualifications. Ziming stopped, and Old Brook continued. You didn't expect it. This is you don't understand the consequences of the election. Play with me here. I can kill you. Let me tell you, you will die. You can't have any chance in politics. Listen to Old Brook after speaking. Ziming suddenly turned around and smiled at him and said, Really? Then I'm sorry to tell you, I guessed it a long time ago. Goodbye. Ziming left after speaking, and Old Brook was angry behind him, stomping. Chapter 24 The Incredible Visit. What? Teacher? Did you say that we were disqualified from running? On their bus, all the finance class students shouted in surprise. At this time, they had left the Parliament building and Ziming was in the car. The superior told them that Huang Yi was disqualified from running for election. Everyone was suddenly surprised. Of course, they were even more angry when surprised. After all, they finally got the autographs from the compatriots in the Vinda community. Finally let yourself have hope again, but now you say you want to disqualify. How can this make people not annoyed? Teacher, I think this must be Congressman Brook's idea. Since we sent little Brook to prison, he has been making trouble for us. From the insurance campaign's business to the current campaign, he has been sticking to us. Let go of the dog. Li Yang said. He used FBI to frame and arrest the teacher before, and it must be the case now. With Li Yang taking the lead, other finance class students echoed, Yes, it must be him. He is a disgusting mangy. We have to find a way to deal with him. And Ellen, he is obviously a teacher and your lawyer, but he didn't say anything. Yankees are really not a good thing. They always boast about the legal system. Now it seems that it is just a decadent running dog of capitalism playing with power. In there, face of the students in the finance class, what you said and I said was finally implicated on Alan. Ziming stretched out his hand to signal that everyone was quiet and said, Classmates, this time I actually made a mistake in my own judgment, because Attorney Allen has reminded me of this issue. In the basic election law of the United States, in order to prevent a certain consortium from rigging the election, the law there are regulations on the amount of election donations. Generally speaking, donations from a company like ours are not acceptable. Ziming said with a sigh. But I thought it might be a recognition at the time. I didn't care about my blind spot, but now it seems that I'm too naive. Here, I want to apologize to everyone. Ziming stood up and bowed to everyone. When Ziming did this, all the other students we all got up immediately and bowed to Ziming. At this time, the driver saw the situation inside the car and slowly stopped. Teacher, please don't do this. You are damaging us. We all know that, teacher. You can't help it, Yining said to Ziming. After Yining, other finance class students all said, Yes, teacher. You also want to come to the United States to do business. You only want to do finance and not participate in politics, but there is no way. The Chinese are here too. If you are discriminated against, if you don't want to fight for your own political status, you will not be able to carry out any commercial activities. Now that things have developed into this way, you are forced to do so. We know that it is not your intention, teacher, so please cheer up. We are still waiting for you to lead us to create more miracles. Yining finally said. Listening to the words of Yining and the students in the finance class, Ziming was very pleased, because their expression of this was undoubtedly that they trusted themselves to the extreme. Thinking of this, Ziming said, Your trust makes me very touched, but you think I've been defeated. Don't you think you underestimated your teacher? Ziming's words made everyone laugh, and Li Yang said. The courage asked Ziming, Teacher, You have been prepared for that? Ziming shook his head and said, I couldn't talk about preparations long ago, but now Huang Yi has been disqualified from running. It's not a big problem. What do you plan to do with the teacher? Li Yang asked again, followed by other finance class students. Ziming did not answer at the first time, but first reached out and clicked. They said, I said you guys don't even know how to solve this problem? Then you are still worthy of being a student in the finance class? Of course it is. Find a candidate, as long as the candidate is selected, and then contact Rogers and the customers of Deep Blue Airlines and ask them to help donate a little, which is equivalent to a new and complete elector. Following Ziming's answer, everyone yelled happily, Teacher, this is really a good way. The teacher is worthy of being a teacher. He is smart. When the yelling of the finance class students rang out, they laughed a bit, and then slowly restarted the car. Half an hour later, Ziming and the students from the finance class returned to the dormitory by car. Ziming immediately held a meeting to discuss the search for new candidates. At the meeting, the students from the finance class volunteered to speak and put forward many opinions. In the end, Ziming selected a few representative opinions and gave them to the students, but after the meeting, Ziming found Huang Yi alone. This time, Congressman Brook was behind the scenes. Although the final investigation report of the election committee has not yet come out, I believe that with the intervention of Congressman Brook, there will definitely not be any good results. So in order not to let our efforts go to waste, the best way is to find new candidates. As for your side, I just hope you don't have any psychological burden, Ziming said to Huang Yi. Huang Yi shook his head, moved and said, I won't, teacher. In fact, when you chose me, you placed great trust in me. I also knew very well what kind of material I was. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know it in my life. You are eligible to stand for election. Now that this matter has happened, you have to choose another one. You have to take care of my idea. Thank you very much. Ziming smiled and patted Huang Yi on the shoulder and said, if you can really understand, of course it is better. But you can rest assured that if there is another opportunity in the future, I will definitely help you run for the election. Teacher, is this true? Huang Yi muttered. Ziming was affirmative. Nodding to him, Huang Yi was moved and said, Teacher, I can call you a teacher in Huang Yi's life. It is my luckiest thing. It's just that some things are easier said than done, just like finding a candidate. The candidates are the same. After all, people with presidential qualifications are definitely not running around. The students in the finance class have been searching for several days, but they have not found a suitable one. For this reason, Yining initiated a campaign against Chen Xiu and Li Yang. Grumble. What's the matter with you? These days have passed, but we have not made any progress here. This is Harvard University. There have been several presidents in the history of the United States. Don't we even have a community member? Can't you find it? You were so strong when you expressed your attitude in front of the teacher. Did your feelings be mouth to mouth? Yining said. Yining, we are really not talking about it. Li Yang explained. You know that Americans and other Westerners discriminate against Chinese, plus the demonization of us by the media before, and now those Americans on campus even I dare not say anything to us. We can find even less. But these are not reasons. Yining said. We all agreed to the teacher at the beginning, and we must complete the task. Listen inside, Yining said. Ziming smiled and opened the door and walked in and said, Yining, you are not to blame for this matter. My requirements are too high. I really went to the president's request to choose, because I want more than just a community counselor. Teacher, your high requirements are right, and the rest is that our execution is not in place. You always emphasize the issue of execution with us, saying that if an enterprise loses its execution, it will quickly go downhill, because no matter how good a decision is, it's impossible to implement it. Yining said, and now is when we are showing you our ability to execute. We have to demand ourselves. Although Li Yang was arguing with Yining just now, he is now arguing with Yining. He also echoed, I completely agree with Yining, teacher. We will fulfill our promise to you and find the best candidate. Well, Then I am waiting for the good news of your victory. Ziming finally cheer them up and exit the room. The finance classmates outside find Ziming and say that someone is looking for him. Ziming came to the lobby curiously and saw an old acquaintance, Danny, the chairman of the Harvard Student Union. Ziming asked him to sit down in the lobby. Ziming asked him, "Surely there must be something wrong with Chairman Danny's sudden visit." Danny nodded and said, "Of course. I heard the campaign you out a lot here recently condition your voter disqualification, are not you?" Ziming against the back of the sofa, also nodded and said, "Look Danny, to the president very well informed. Yes, that is so, but it is also not a big deal. Something is always a solution, but I do not know Danny. Chairman, are your thoughts? Why do not students or Ziming consider joining my father's campaign fund? Right?" Danny said. "Is it still that John lawyer?" Ziming asked. Danny replied, "Yes, I think Ziming should pay attention to other campaigns. Now lawyer John has performed very well. I am very confident that he can win the city congressman, not just a community member. It's true that city councillors and district councillors are not comparable, but I think I still have my own ideas." Ziming paused here, and then continued, "I don't rule out that I will change my mind in the future, but it is definitely not now. I understand, but I hope Ziming can make a decision soon, because I really want to work with you, but if the delay is too long, you will want to come in again when the situation of lawyer John's election becomes clear. It's impossible. I hope classmate Ziming can think carefully." Danny got up and left the dormitory after he finished speaking. Ziming escorted him to the door. When Ziming looked back, he saw Chen Yining and Li Yang standing there. "Behind myself." All three of them bit their lip, and Yining said to Ziming, "Teacher is really sorry. We have heard what you and Danny said just now. This is because we are unworthy. If we can find a suitable candidate, you must not be so passive." Ziming shook his head and wanted to say that it has nothing to do with you, but before Ziming's words were spoken, Li Yang said first, "Teacher, or should I go find Omar? What he said we have already investigated during this period of time. It is indeed a talent for campaigning. It is just his ideas. But I think that sincerely, we can change him." Yining hasn't finished speaking. Ziming waved her hand to interrupt her and said, "No, Omar is indeed a very good candidate, but he now has his ideas. I don't think we need to force others. If he wants, I think he will come to us." As if to prove Ziming's words, when Ziming's words fell, the door of the dormitory was knocked open. Omar walked in, and he walked directly in front of Ziming with everyone's surprised eyes. He bowed deeply and said, "Classmate Ziming, I want to participate in the election. Please." Chapter 25. Is this the reason? May 15th is the day of the Fenway District Council election, and it is also South Blair. Dayton District Court holds the judge's hearing. According to Massachusetts law, anyone who wants to become a judge must be approved by the Parliament. It can be said that the hearing of the Parliament is equivalent to the election of judges and is the most important step in becoming a judge. Omar wanted to be a judge. He arrived at the Parliament House in South Brighton early that morning, and he also brought a notebook and a pen with him. Omar attended the hearing at 11 o'clock in the morning. He was sitting in the corridor of the Parliament before, using his pen to write something in his notebook. Suddenly, there was a sound of leather shoes, and a person came in front of him. Omar looked up. He was a tall and handsome white man who was also an acquaintance of Omar. Omar smiled and said to him, "Kane, is it your turn next? Good luck." Kane also smiled at Omar. "Of course I will have good luck. Although I did not beat you at Harvard, this time is different. I will definitely become the new judge." Omar shrugged senselessly. I shrugged and said, "Then you come on, but I think I will still try my best to beat you. When I become the new judge, I will ask you to eat a hamburger with 2 pieces of beef. You can don't be too happy. Wait until the hearing is over. You'd better save the burger for yourself, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to eat it anymore." Kane left this sentence and walked in first. At the hearing, Omar waited until 10:45. He closed his notebook. At 10:50, The parliament staff came out to remind him to enter. Omar got up to tidy up his clothes, and then walked confidently into the hearing scene. This hearing site is actually a small parliament hall, a speech platform, and dozens of members sitting on the opposite side of the hearing. Kane stepped out of the lecture hall and brushed against Omar. At the same time, he said, "I'm doing pretty well. I hope my old opponent will not give me water because of sympathy." "Don't worry, I still have to. Please have 2 beef burgers, because I don't think you can eat them anymore," Omar said diametrically. Kane then left the hall and Omar walked to the lecture table. He took a deep breath and said, "Hello, dear gentlemen and ladies, I am Omar. I am now studying for a PhD at Harvard Law School. My dream it is to become a judge and use my own hands to maintain the justice of the law and the fairness of the society. Please believe that I will become a qualified judge." Omar's hearing lasted for a total of 1 hour. In addition to his own speech, he also had to face all the parliamentarians' consultations and difficulties. However, Omar went through it one by one. When his final speech was over, the scene even went on for a while. Remembered the warm applause. This made Omar very happy because he did not remember hearing applause after Kane's hearing. Omar walked out of the hall and saw Kane and said, "It seems that I played better than you this time." Kane smiled disdainfully. "Before the results come out, it is too early to say anything. Maybe it turns out it will be unexpected." The results of the hearing were announced a week later. Omar still came to the Parliament House in South Brighton early. He thought he would become a judge safely, but he did not expect to wait until he failed. "I'm sorry, what we need is an American who can guarantee loyalty to the law. Your grades are excellent but you are black. It is difficult for us to guarantee that you will uphold the law fairly, especially in some cases that are aimed at blacks or have ethnicity. In the case of color, we need a longer time to record your actions. Maybe you need to go to the court to work as a recorder." This is the answer Omar heard, and his eyes widened at the time. "It's because of me, I'm black, so you don't let me be a judge? Isn't that racial discrimination?" To Omar's words, the other party sneered and replied, "Just now I gave you the answer. As a member of the parliament, what you want to say to you, the law is not played by niggers like you. You should go back to your slum and play with your drugs and violence. If you want to be a judge, we will allow God and will not allow it." The parliament workers' words were like a heavy hammer hitting Omar's heart, shattering his yearning for freedom and fairness to pieces. "No, this must be a conspiracy by those racists. I'm going to the Speaker of the Speaker to inquire." Omar thought this way, and then he wandered outside the parliament door to enter the parliament, but before he thought of a way to sneak in, he saw the Speaker come out with Kane, which surprised Omar very much. Quietly hiding aside, he heard news that shocked him. "Mr. Speaker, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to become a judge in Brighton," Kane said. Speaker waved his hand and said, "To make a nigger think we became judge in Brighton I was sick. I do not know how to think of other urban areas, but in our South Brighton area, is absolutely not allowed." Then the Speaker said, "But classmate Kane, I don't know how your father is thinking about supporting me in the mayoral election next year." Kane smiled and said, "Of course it's okay, Mr. Speaker, you know my father. He has always hated those niggers. This time my father will be very concerned about my running for a judge. He knows that you are so principled. I think he will be very happy. In fact, I came to you this time because my father hopes to be able to. I asked you to have dinner together. Don't you know if you have time?" There. Speaker also smiled. "Of course I have time. It's really an honor." Omar listened to their conversation. His fists clenched. His lungs clenched. About to explode, he then realized what Kane said to himself before the hearing. It turned out that he had colluded with the Speaker a long time ago, and he wanted to target himself. But then Omar loosened his fist again. Who made himself black? Who would let himself not have a very rich father, just a poor student at Harvard? Even his biological father, the Kenyan student, didn't he hate his black ancestry and left? These problems made Omar very frustrated. His fists gradually loosened, and he slumped on the ground, staring blankly at Kane and the speaker chatting and laughing, leaving him from the bushes hiding in a long time. Come out. Omar walked back to Harvard Law School in despair, but here, he saw another thing that made him sad. Downstairs in Abraham's dormitory, a beautiful blonde girl was kissing a handsome white guy with no one else. This was originally a very romantic and beautiful picture, but in the eyes of Omar, it was so ugly, because the blonde was his girlfriend, and the handsome white guy, his name was Kane. Why? Lucy, why are you betraying me? Omar ran over angrily and asked. Suddenly, Omar was shocked by the cheating couple. The woman called Lucy hid behind Kane for the first time. Kane took a step back subconsciously, but then he saw that it was Omar stepping forward. He looked up and down Omar several times and said, Omar is back. I'm sorry to tell you one thing, Lucy broke up with you. She is now my girlfriend. Omar ignored Kay at all. Well, he just looked at Lucy angrily, gritted his teeth and said, Lucy, I want you to tell me this is not true. Lucy did not answer Omar, but Kane said, this is true. Yes, but I advise you not to ask why, because I'm afraid you won't be able to accept some bigger blows. I want to know, you bastard. Tell me if you lied to Lucy. Omar said with 2 steps forward. He grabbed Kane's collar and looked at him fiercely. Kane was taken aback. Lucy said subconsciously, Omar, what are you going to do? You let go, otherwise I want to call the police. You should know the consequences of your being caught in the police station as a black man. Omar was taken aback when she heard Lucy's words. Kane took advantage of this opportunity and pushed Omar to the ground with both hands, and pointed at Omar and yelled, what do you want to do? You nigger. Want to go into the police station and be stabbed in the ass? I tell you, Lucy was originally my girlfriend, just for this judge. At the hearing, she would be aggrieved to be with you, otherwise you thought she would be able to see you just by your disgusting appearance? Omar shook his head in despair, and muttered, impossible, this won't be true, we are so good. Kane seemed to feel that the blow to Omar was not enough, and he went on to say, do you think you are really that good? Let me tell you one more thing. Remember your first birthday together? That was the first time you slept together, but unfortunately you drank too much. Listening to Kane's words, Omar suddenly raised his head, as if thinking of something very terrible thing. Kane looked at Omar triumphantly and said, it seems you have guessed it. That's right. Lucy gave you sleeping pills that day, and then on your birthday, on the bed in your room, I was by your side, fucking your girlfriend fiercely. Can you understand that feeling? That feeling is really good. A nigger like you should be treated like this, ha ha. No, it's not really, you are lying. Lucy will not betray me like this, you are lying. Omar shook his head desperately and said painfully, and in the end he yelled at Kane, as if he was injured. Of the beast. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Anyway, you lose everything, whether it's the judge hearing or your girlfriend. Kane said, reaching out and raising Omar's head, looking at Omar's eyes, and finally said, remember to be on top. I told you in a debate, how you usually win is useless, because you can't change any facts except to satisfy your vanity. But as long as I want, I can change my life in any way, and the critical moment of destiny, let you be completely defeated, you can never turn over. For example, this judge's hearing. Kane said, I learned about your hearing essay from Lucy, and refer to your ideas, I found a lot of new problems, so my performance this time is also very good, so I have to say thank you. You are a bastard. Omar cursed with gritted teeth. Haha. Kane said the I like this name, and then left with her arms around Lucy's waist. All Omar looked at Payne and this, and off he that Lucy turned saw her head and before leaving have said sorry to him. All are liars. Any love and equality law is a lie. Omar wailed in pain. This is the reason why I came here today, in order to have the power that belongs to me. I want to change everything. I know you can help me. Omar said to Ziming, Chen Yining and Li Yang. Say. Chapter 26 President Allegiance. The lobby of the Chinese dormitory was dull. Omar and Chen Yining and Li Yang both looked at Ziming intently, waiting for Ziming's final answer. Although Omar had already told all his stories just now, for Chen Yining and Li Yang, this was still an incredible miracle. You must know that today is May 23rd, and there are only 2 days left before the end of the registration. If Huang Yi was disqualified before, they still had the last glimmer of hope after Ziming's meeting. So today, when they failed to search for a new candidate, they completely gave up hope. Otherwise Yining would not say anything to go back to persuade Omar. Of course, they can't give up the election. After all, they are mainly here to learn financial and economic knowledge, and the United States is a capitalist country, and everything is provided for commercial capital. Also, there are a lot of companies that do not participate in politics here. As long as the laws of the United States support capital and business activities, companies can live within the legal framework. So if others can, then they can as well, and they are holding a sigh of knowledge from the bottom of their hearts. Why do we have to surrender to Old Brook? We are not convinced. But the reality is cruel after all. Because of racial discrimination and propaganda, they run into walls everywhere. The people they are looking for are either unwilling to run for them or have insufficient political skills, so there is no progress in only 3 days. However, at this time when there was nothing to do, Omar, who had been appointed by Ziming before, suddenly came to the door by himself. Apart from a miracle, they couldn't think of any other expressions. When Omar suddenly appeared at the door just now, they were almost so happy that they jumped up. Only Ziming remained calm. First asked Omar to come in and sit down before asking him what happened. After a while, Omar saw that Ziming was still silent. He couldn't help but said, "Classmate Ziming, Mr. Ziming, I know my attitude was very bad before, and I can apologize to you for that." As Omar said, he stood up and bowed to Ziming. Then he turned to Yining and said, "I can also apologize to this lady for my bad words that day. I don't ask you to forgive me, I just want to tell you that I still have use value. I know how to vote and I will give a speech. As long as you can support me, I can win a seat for you. Please trust me." Facing Omar sincerely with words, Ziming was a little bit dumbfounded, because he was just a little distracted. After all, Ziming never thought that this black president who was destined to be recorded in the history of the United States and the world would have had such an unbearable time to look back. Lost the chance of a judge, and was even put on a green cap on his bed. However, this seems to explain why Omar only chose a job as a teacher after getting his PhD from Harvard Law School this year. It was not until 6 years later that he started his political career with the encouragement of his wife. In 10 years, he became the President of the United States from a city council election, and he was the first black American president to break the tradition. From another aspect, this also shows his political ability. Ziming just thought of these things a little distracted, and when he came back to his senses, he saw Omar apologizing to himself and Yining, and also started self-promotion. This really made Ziming a little helpless, but it could also be another one. This shows that Omar has really made up his mind to enter politics. Now that he has given himself a heart-to-heart, it would be too interesting to hold it by himself, even though he didn't want to hold it. So Ziming said to him, "Mr. Omar, I am willing to believe you. If we support you, you will definitely help us win this election. But before that, I have a question. Mr. Omar, the purpose of your campaign is what? Is it to get power and retaliate against your girlfriend and opponent Kane, or do you have to have some other ideas?" Ziming's question made Omar stunned at the time. He shook his head and muttered, "I don't know. I just want to have power. I'm just not convinced. Why are we all in the United States? They are a higher class than us. Why is I destined to be bullied just because I'm black? Do you think you're destined to be bullied? You are an American, but the United States is not your home. You are an African, but Africa is a stranger land?" Ziming asked. Omar was taken aback for a moment, then he read Ziming's words silently in his heart. His eyes lit up, and he nodded desperately. "That's right, Mr. Ziming, you are really amazing. You can say a word. It feels like I can't describe it. Although you look very young now, I think you must be a very smart and experienced person. Ziming actually blushed for Omar's praise, because what he just said was what Omar wrote in the book later. Ziming just told him his own summary in advance. Ziming waved his hand and said, "I'm not a writer. I just don't want the candidates I support to run aimlessly." Omar, because of your identity and experience, I think you must be a great influence on American society. The structure has the most say, so what you have to do is not only control the power, but you have to use this power to change them according to your ideas as much as possible. Ziming's words made Omar awe-inspiring to Ziming. Jing subconsciously straightened his waist. Although Ziming is still sitting there, in Omar's eyes, Ziming is now as tall as a giant. Mr. Ziming, you are the greatest of all the people I have met, not only because of your wisdom, but also because of your mind and your personality. You will hope that your followers will make progress with you, and it's not just using them, it's the sea and the sky. I used to think that only God can do it until I meet you. Omar continued, while clasping his chest with his right hand and bowing solemnly to Ziming and giving Ziming a knightly. I know these words are not worth mentioning to you, but I still want to say that I will be loyal to you, and I will work hard to win every election for you. Hearing Omar's solemn oath, Ziming just wanted to laugh out loud. Heaven testified, I really didn't want to pretend to be B. I just want to simply put Omar on an equal position with myself, and want to have a win-win cooperation with him. Who knows that it's such a pure idea? Let him be like this. It seems that he is too equal, forgetting that Omar is not the President of the United States now, but a black student who has been bullied. Who is Omar? He is the President of the United States to be re-elected in the future and the first black president in the 230 years since the founding of the United States. Such a person now actually swears allegiance to himself. This is definitely an exciting thing to howl. Orgs now he still does not know exactly how the US Capitol collusion of politicians to create interest. But now they're only schedule years old. Time is still very long. Omar has not even got a doctorate. The capital and power the game. I have time to learn more about it. But now Ziming did not howl with laughter. After all, his unconscious fitted out B. Howard kind are still to Bahrain. So Ziming deliberately sighed and said, Austria ma, now I know what I would say to you. Cooperation or don't need to be like this. It's all an insult to you. So I won't say anything. I will just tell you, I will accept your allegiance. Get weak Ming of a positive reply. Omar smiled and said, very grateful, thanks. What is this? In the 1990s, he could still accept the oath of allegiance from such a Harvard elite, and he was a strange flower. Ziming in the heart Fufi, but for the next Port Chen leaves and Li Yang to say, all eyes despite occurring very suddenly, but in their hearts they are taken for granted. After all, not someone else, it is their teacher Ziming. No matter who, even if Omar is now the President of the United States, swearing allegiance to Ziming is not unacceptable, right? No mistakes. For Ziming, allegiance was just an accidental episode. Ziming quickly skipped this paragraph. He said to Omar, let's talk about unnecessary nonsense. What I want to tell you is that we are planning to run for Victoria. The House of Representatives in the DA community is not a Brighton City Councillor or a Massachusetts councillor. Starting from a grassroots councillor, are you a Harvard doctor willing? There is nothing wrong with it. Austrian Ma replied, of course not, Mr. Ziming. I've been loyal to you. I hope you do not doubt my loyalty sincerity. Ziming silently nodded and then said, I'm sorry, I do not doubt that, but I have little need to remind you that, because I was against the people, so in your campaign, in addition to the original 200 signatures of voters besides, I'm afraid I can't give you much other support. You need to raise funds yourself and make your own slogans and hire people to promote it. Cloth Luke Senator do, no mistake not jump word. Omar asked tentatively. It seems that you also know, Ziming asked rhetorically. Omar scratched his head embarrassedly and said, I went to get to know a little bit after you came to see me, Mr. Ziming. It turned out to be like this. That's right. This senior senator from Massachusetts was targeting me. Ziming say. Omar thought for a while and asked, in this case, Mr. Ziming, if you can, I don't know if you can give me a list of rich people. After all, I have been studying in school and my social network is not that wide, but as long as there is a name, a list and phone number, I believe I can raise money. Is it all about the name, list and phone number? You are looking for a stranger to ask for money. Ziming was curious. Of course, because the electoral funds are not all raised like this. So I originally called these politicians professional senior beggars, but I didn't expect that I would have such a day myself. Omar said. Ziming felt a little helpless about Omar's relaxed words. It seemed that this was a cultural surprise. For Chinese people, apart from beggars and liars, it is always difficult to tell a stranger to ask for money. That's why Ziming was the only one who will use his own money to help Huang Yi campaign. But now listening to Omar, in their eyes, it is only natural for them to ask strangers for money. After teasing herself, Omar then asked, Mr. Ziming, although it is presumptuous, I still want to look at your previous campaign brochures. Faced with Omar's request, Yining was the first to respond. After responding, he took the initiative to rush to get the brochure. Omar took it and closed it with only one glance. He raised his head and said to Ziming, I'm sorry to say, Mr. Ziming, your brochure is too wordy. I think the best publicity is enough. Ziming silently nodded. I think I did not choose the wrong person. You really, Omar, great political talent. Indeed, it is political propaganda advertising. Word and more people will remember, and can the most memorable propaganda is only one sentence. What do you plan to do, Omar? Omar pondered for a while and replied, if I remember correctly, the Vinda community belongs to the Fenway district. The election time in this district ends in 2 days. I can sign up tomorrow and then visit the community to investigate and decide the slogan. On the last day, I took a slogan and asked for the signatures of 200 voters. Mr. Ziming, do you think I can arrange this way? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Don't ask me, just do what you said. Ziming clapped with a big wave of his hand. Chapter 27, Preparation in the Darkness Part 1. There. Next morning, Omar came to Ziming's dormitory early, and at the same time, he and Omar also came to the Vida community's voice teacher. Ziming did it for them. Introduced each other. When the speech teacher heard that Omar was Ziming's new candidate, he was very surprised. Ziming explained to him, Mr. Yan, this is because someone obstructed from behind. Huang Yi has been disqualified and we have to replace one candidate. I chose this Mr. Omar. I called you over today to let you take him to the Vinda community for an inspection. For unnecessary trouble, we won't go there. These damn Yankees, that's right, bullying us Chinese. The teacher said bitterly, Mr. Ziming, don't worry, I have already asked for leave from the company, and I will be a good guide for Mr. Omar. Ziming nodded and said okay. It happened to be breakfast at this time. At time, Ziming took advantage of the trend and invited Omar and the teacher to have breakfast together. Since Omar had never been in touch with Chinese food before, he yelled excitedly for the first time today, oh God, this is so delicious, how did you make it? How can you put these dishes in the noodles? This is amazing. Ziming and the students in the finance class felt a little speechless for Omar's surprise. After all, pie is a very common food in China. But all the dough masters who can make pie basically do it. What's all the fuss about? However, Ziming also realized that the legendary pizza was invented because Westerners didn't know how to put fillings into the noodles, so they could only be produced by randomly piled on the noodles. After breakfast, Ziming asked if Omar could drive. Omar nodded, and Ziming gave him the car key. In order to make things easier for you, this car will be lent to you during your campaign. Today, our Department of Economics has a class, and Congressman Brook is still targeting us for me. If you let him know that I have also found you, it's not good news. But if Mr. Yan goes with you, he lives in the Vinda community, and you can ask him any questions you have. Ziming then went on. He took out a note to Omar and said, this is the contact information of my lawyer, Alan. Regarding your identity and real estate in the Vinda community, He will help you deal with it. Omar took it carefully. The note solemnly said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming, please rest assured, I will not let down your expectations. Their teacher also said, Mr. Ziming, I will take care of Mr. Omar. If you return, if you have anything, you can contact me at any time. You know my page number. Omar and the teacher got in the car and left together. Watching Ziming's Buick car disappear at the end of the road, Yining said to Ziming, Teacher, don't worry, with the support of more than 100 Chinese in the vendor community, Omar will easily win this election. I have no doubt. But this election is not only about winning. And you have to win beautifully and win the support of the vast majority of voters in the vendor community. Ziming thought about it for a while and then asked Yining, you have been to the vendor community many times. What do you think Omar will come up with? Slogan? Yining shook his head and said, Vendor community is a community with relatively complete facilities. I can hardly imagine what kind of omniscience slogan he can come up with. Then we will wait for him to give us surprise. After Ziming finished speaking, he took Yining and other finance students to the class. On the way, Ziming said to Chen Xiu and Yining, although there is Omar in the campaign, I also believe him. However, we still can't take it lightly here. We have to focus on the capital market. How about the recent futures market, especially the oil prices in the international market, and our funds? All from Deep Blue Airlines. Has the company and the stock market been pulled out? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. The current situation in the Gulf region is relatively complicated. Kuwait is constantly increasing oil production for its own benefit, which has resulted in the continued decline of oil prices in the international market. As for our funds, it was Chen Xiu who answered Ziming. Ziming saw his words. Some hesitated and said to him, it's okay, just say what you have. You don't need to hide in front of me. Chen Xiu took a deep breath and said, Teacher, last night I was Li Yang, Yining and finance. The classmates fought for all night, and it is estimated that the funds that can be drawn back today will not exceed 40 million at most. Ziming suddenly stopped. He frowned and said, is it only 40 million? This money is a little bit small. Yeah, teacher, there is a reason. Chen Xiu hurriedly explained, because our funds are diversified investment in the form of portfolio investment. There are cumbersome procedures for withdrawal. And our investment field is also these funds are concentrated on bond notes and high-interest deposits. These funds need to be held for a time limit, and there is no way to get them back in a short period of time. After Chen Xiu said this, Ziming asked him again, then if how about our investment auction? It means to sell all of our holdings, whether it is bonds, tickets, receipts, or deposits. How much money can be withdrawn? What? Sell them all? Chen Xiu. All the students in the finance class were stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. They were surprised that Ziming actually said this method. That's right, it's all sold off. Ziming said very surely, Chen Xiu, don't care how much you will lose, because this way of forcibly withdrawing funds will definitely cost a certain price. You just tell me how much you can withdraw. Chen Xiu thought for a while and replied, Teacher, my classmates and I have not calculated it specifically, but a conservative estimate of our 80 million investment. If we follow the forced return standard, I am afraid that at most 60 million can be returned. Then what if the investment expires according to the established plan? Ziming asked again. Without even thinking about it, Chen Xiu immediately replied, if you follow the current interest rates and market conditions, you can expect to get an investment return of 15 to 20 million after the expiration of 2 years. That is to say, if I forcibly withdraw funds now, I will lose 20 million in return on investment and 20 million in principal. This means that I will have a loss of 40 million US dollars. This figure has exceeded 30 million of the campaign's assets. One part of it, Ziming said to himself, no matter what point of view, this is a huge sum of money. Especially now that his assets in the United States are only so many. The loss is more than a third of the assets are not the work of a wise entrepreneur. Although Ziming finally believed that he could earn it back, Losing so much money at once would still make people feel painful. I knew that I would not teach them to play investment models at the beginning, or let them use their own money to make investment models, so that they would not have today's choice. I didn't expect that. I dug a hole and finally jumped for myself. Ziming thought helplessly. When he came back to his senses, he saw Chen Yining and other finance class students looking at him, waiting for his own decision. Ziming waved his hand. Anyway, there is still one day. Let's go to class first, and I'll give you the answer after class is over. Ziming took all the students from the finance class and walked towards the classroom after he finished speaking. A round of sun and moon illuminating 3,000 worlds. Everyone can be a world, and each world can coexist and be different at the same time. Here when Ziming took the students from the finance class to sit in the classroom, on the other side Omar and the teacher had already drove to the Vinda community, and Omar also began to study the Vinda community under the leadership of the teacher. Structure. Think about what campaign slogan you should use. In addition to Ziming and Omar, the old Brook, who has been targeting Ziming, is not dead yet, and he is continuing his story. On the Parliament Hill in South Brighton, Old Brook was stopped just after he walked out of the chamber with his own folder. Old Brook turned his head and it was Speaker Anthony. What's the matter with Speaker Anthony? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Old Brook asked curiously. In the meeting just now, I am very grateful to the Brook brothers for supporting me in proposing the new bill. So I want to invite the Brook brothers to dinner together and discuss other things by the way. Anthony said. The old cloth Brook this thought for a moment, said, Anthony Speaker, for you to tell me the news. I am very grateful, and I therefore let the Chinese people was cancelled candidacy, but I also voted in favor of your bill voting. I think I have fulfilled my promise. Although I agree that there must be an alliance between the senators in Parliament, I believe that everyone will have their own ideas. Speaker Anthony, do you think that? No mistakes, no skipping. Anthony smiled and said, rest assured it my cloth Brook brothers, I am a businessman, but I was not a stingy businessman, for the Chinese people's things. From just after I walked out of the chamber, I had forget. I find you have to say this is another thing, a great sense of something. I need to get my cloth Luke brothers support and help, due to the special relationship between me and the family. Do no mistake, not jump word. Old Brook asked rhetorically. Anthony forthrightly nodded and said, no mistake, because some things are more complicated. I or my partner need greater support, and look at the entire United States, the ability to support it, and only a family can do it, and the family behind you is the most important one. But you know him just a parameter Massachusetts members. In short, I was that family on the stage of a puppet. That decision does not affect any family. Old cloth Luke said. Anthony smiled and shook his head and said, my cloth Luke brother, you are too timid. And I do know that the pride of the family. No, you cannot over Brook's brother's puppet. You are a very important senator. The old cloth Brook would like to say something, but first Anthony said, cloth Brook brothers, or you do not need to make any decisions now. You can have dinner with me first, and so to see people hear things in the future, then you are seen and heard truthfully brings the family is like, in this matter, even if I owe you one, I know you are a businessman. You see this business profitable to you. Do no mistake, not jump word. The old cloth Luke laughed. Anthony, or that I was convinced you. In the evening, Old Brook followed Anthony to the garden restaurant at the foot of Parliament Hill and asked for a castle box. When Old Brook walked into the castle restaurant, he was immediately stunned, because before he came, he had thought about whom Anthony would bring himself to meet. It may be an important person in a certain family, from the governor to the congressman, but he never expected that Anthony brought him to meet, but it was a young woman, a very beautiful young woman. Old Brook glanced at Anthony subconsciously, thinking that this is not your lover, right? There are no mistakes. Of course, Anthony understood what he was thinking, and immediately whispered to him, don't think about it, this woman's identity is much more important than us. At this moment, The woman reached out and asked Anthony and old Brooke to sit down and said, "Hello Mr. Brooke, my name is Caitlin. I think Mr. Anthony must have not told you the reason. There are many words that are correct. This is for confidentiality. For this I want to apologize to you, so let me tell you. This time I made a special trip to ask Mr. Anthony to come to you, hoping to tell the family two things through you. One is the Gulf and the other is China Bank." Their woman's voice is very nice, but old Brooke is listening to her. After that, he couldn't help but inhale a breath of air. Chapter 28, Preparation in the Dark Part 2. In the first-year classroom of Harvard University's Department of Economics, as the bell rang after class, Ziming and the students from the finance class walked out of the classroom, and their beautiful class guide Gila stood at the door. Of course, Ziming knew who she was waiting for, so he volunteered to greet her. "Little handsome Chinese boy, shall we find time to have dinner together?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Zaira sent out the invitation very directly. Faced with Teacher Zira's invitation, many male students around stared straight, because they dreamed of having the opportunity to have dinner with her, especially she still has the identity of a teacher. If you can go further, then this taboo pleasure would make people unable to extricate themselves like taking drugs. But it was a pity that Zaira invited Ziming instead of them. Ziming scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Mr. Zaira, let me see my time first. You know, I have a lot of things recently, and maybe I don't have time." Ziming's answer caused many people to beat their chests and their feet, cursing Ziming for wasting opportunities in their hearts. But Zaira didn't give up like that. She went on to say to Ziming, "Don't make a decision in such a hurry, because I may have news that you are very interested in." Zaira said 2 steps forward, and stood on tiptoe. When Ziming's ears whispered to Ziming, "It's about the China Bank and the Gulf." Ziming frowned immediately. "What news do you know?" Regarding Ziming's question, Jilei smiled and stepped back. Very teasingly said to Ziming, "You are really a bad student. I am your Zaira class guide. If you ask that, I won't answer you. If you really want to know, just ask me. You know my number, or you can come to my dormitory directly to find me. I'm waiting for you." After Zaira said this, she turned around and left. At this time, she will look at the surrounding students. I was tickled by Zaira's glamorous expression just now, especially the bad student, which was so tempting. The fire swelled. "I wish I could rush over and throw this teacher into bed and do something he. Ziming also looked at the back of Zaira leaving, but Ziming didn't think about something nasty. But what Zaira said just now, she said she wanted to tell herself about China Bank and the Gulf. Fortunately, China Banking understands that it was a bank established by Chinese. Due to Mr. Tiger's relationship, he was taken care of by China Banking in the United States. Although he deliberately disappointed Mr. Tiger later, the relationship with China Banking remained unbroken. I have had a lot of contacts with Hoover, the head of the Brighton branch of China Banking Corporation. But what does the Bay mean? Does this woman also know something? But if there are things that are not born again like yourself, can you still be a prophet? Many questions suddenly popped into Ziming's mind. At this moment, Ziming suddenly felt that his sleeve was pulled twice. Ziming turned his head and it was Yining who was pulling himself. "Teacher, why don't you go to meet with Teacher Zaira? There are no mistakes in a lot of words. Maybe she really has some news to tell you. You asked us to withdraw funds. Isn't it just an investment move? Maybe Teacher La can really help you." Yining said to Ziming, but Yining's analysis of the head was right, but her expression was very aggrieved. Ziming could even see crystal tears in her eyes spinning around. "Don't think about it, this little girl student must be jealous. Ziming knows what to do at this time even if she doesn't understand a woman's heart. Don't worry, I won't make an appointment with her. Let's go back to the dormitory first. I still have important things to tell you. No matter how important the news of Teacher Zaira is, it's not as important as you," Ziming said. All the students in the finance class cheered enthusiastically, especially Yining was the happiest, just because Ziming was watching her just now, she would think that Ziming's last sentence was specifically for her. Just because of the people here talking too much, Ziming is so embarrassed that he will add one more after you. 3 minutes later, Ziming took the students from the finance class out of the teaching building of the Department of Economics. After a quarter of an hour, they returned to the dormitory. When they returned to the dormitory, they did not prepare to eat as usual. Instead, they all came to the lobby on the first floor. Ziming said to them, "I thought about it in the morning. I think we should try our best to take it back. All the funds have been recovered. It is acceptable to make a loss, but I need you to reduce the loss to less than 12 percentage points." Ziming paused after throwing out this number and then said, "I know there is something wrong. It is difficult, but you are not ordinary people. You are students in the finance class. You are all financial elites selected from all over the country. So now is your opportunity to perform. Are you confident?" "Yes," all the finance students shouted in unison. But Ziming was still dissatisfied and raised his tone and asked, "I can't hear it." "I have confidence." All the finance students shouted again. Almost all of them were shouting in tears. Ziming's role in bringing the atmosphere, and more importantly, they all understood what Ziming's decision meant. There is an old saying in China, "Some people do business that loses their heads, but no one does business that loses money." Is Ziming a fool in this way? The answer to this question is number. People who are able to conquer the finance class are definitely among the best. Since Ziming can accept a loss of 12%, it means that Ziming has discovered that he can earn more than 20%. Big business. This algorithm seems to be problematic, but it is actually okay. After all, for merchants, making money is not simply to exceed the original principle. You must know that the original principle can also generate income. In addition, there are among them, operating costs and possible taxes and fees, etc., are also included in the calculation. And if you can make money without these, then it is really making money. Obviously Ziming has this confidence. Everyone also understands that the accumulation of capital is in a downward trend, which means that the greater the amount of capital, the lower the proportion of money earned. To put it simply, it's easy for you to make 5 yuan with $1. There are many ways to make 10,000 yuan with 10,000 yuan, but if you want to change 10 million into 20 million, change 100 million into 200 million, it's not that simple. This is because the amount of funds is small, so he will have a lot of room to display, and he will also have a gambling psychology of gambling with a small amount of money. On the contrary, if the amount of funds is larger, the space he can display is smaller and he will be more cautious. So now Ziming withdraws so much money at once, and still has so much confidence in the income. What kind of project will this be? All the students in the finance class stared at Ziming, their eyes full of curiosity. Facing the eyes of all the students, Ziming's answer had already reached his lips, but in the end Ziming glanced at Yining and decided to swallow the answer back into his stomach. It's better to sell it first. I hope everyone can focus on how to reduce the loss of funds from circulation first. Everyone should prepare quietly in the dark and stop making noise, Ziming teased. Finally, he said, "As for my approach, I will explain it to everyone after this." Ziming's answer made all the students in the finance class a little disappointed, but everyone can still accept it. After all, if Ziming really talks about the next project, according to the magic of Ziming's past, they will be distracted if they are not sure. Thinking about the next project will cause problems with the return of funds. This is not worth the gain. It is better to concentrate on one thing. Only Yining looked at Ziming in a daze, as if thinking of something. In their afternoon, Ziming and the others still had classes. When class ended at 4:30, they returned to the dormitory. Omar had already come back and waited here and saw Ziming and the others. When he came back, Omar took the initiative to come forward and said, "Mr. Ziming, I completed the task very well, and I have thought of the best slogan." Following Omar's words, all the students in the finance class suddenly cheered. But Omar didn't expect it. After all, it's just a slogan. You don't need to be so excited, right? There are no mistakes in many words, But Omar knows that these finance class students are not only cheering for him, they are cheering for Ziming, because Ziming has brought them extremely excited news today. Yes, now Omar is just icing on the cake. Only Ziming remained calm. How could Ziming be very confident in the future US president? Ziming stepped forward and patted Omar on the shoulder and said, "Nice job. Let's go to the room." Omar makes it easier for you to see a doctor. This is the slogan I think of for the Vinda community. Then he entered the dormitory. Sitting down in the hall, Omar told Ziming eagerly to take credit for him. Ziming was a little surprised when he heard the slogan. The slogan is very simple and easy to remember, but why is it going to a doctor? As far as I know, it is near Vinda community. There should be a lot of hospitals, right? There are a lot of words, right? Omar nodded and said, "Mr. Ziming, you are right. There are indeed many hospitals near the Vinda community. But these are private hospitals with higher fees. There are wealthy people living in villas in the DA community, but most of them are ordinary people living in unit buildings. Even if they have medical insurance, they cannot afford the tens of thousands of medical expenses. Therefore, the people in the Vinda community, they would rather go to a district hospital 5 kilometers away because the medical expenses there are cheaper. Seeing a doctor is to run a marathon. This is one of the words I most often say when I meet people in the Vinda community." Omar added, "That's why I will focus on medical care, so I can get more support." Nice work. Ziming is Omar applauded. He then asked, "So raise funds in this area?" "You know, because of the election of the basic law, I cannot offer much support for you." When he heard Ziming's question, the smile on Omar's face disappeared. He sighed and then replied, "Mr. Ziming, it is true that this is a big problem. I found it according to Mr. Yanshai. There are a few wealthier families in the community, but they are generally unwilling to take money. Only a few of the African American compatriots collected $1,000 for me. On the way back, I called Mr. Rogers and he agreed to. I invested $1,000. Is it only $2,000? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Ziming frowned and said, "In fact, $2,000 is quite a lot." Omar said lightly, "After all, this is just a campaign for community members. A few $1,000s is enough. Even in the election of congressmen, many people are only willing to invest $1,000. Ziming nodded silently. "If you say it's okay, then I'll choose to believe you, Mr. Omar. Then you go back and make preparations as soon as possible. But you have to prepare quietly, don't Congressman Brooke discovered, especially the relationship between us. When you are ready to submit a plan to me, and how much money is missing in the end, I can help you solve it within the scope permitted by the law." "Thank you very much, Mr. Ziming. I will go back and prepare now." Omar thought for a while and then said, "I will prepare quietly in the dark alone, and will not be discovered by anyone." There. 29th chapter. Should not be able to escape. Harvard University is the world's leading research university. It gathers high-end talents from all over the world. Since it is a research university, there are absolutely no large and small research rooms here. Next to the computer building of the business school, there is an unobtrusive dome-like building. This is Harvard University's financial research office, which collects data on all capital markets for research. In addition, it accepts commissions from companies or certain consortia. Use the collected data to calculate the investment model. Ziming's beautiful class tutor, Zaira, was assigned to work here after she received her master's degree in finance. As for the class tutor of Ziming's class, it belongs to another work arrangement. On May 26th, since Ziming's class did not have any courses today, Zaira came to the financial research room with a bunch of materials. When she habitually walked into the office, she was suddenly stunned because there were already people waiting in the office. Here, sitting at her desk, turning on her computer, tapping the keyboard with her slender fingers, looking at the data on it one by one. Seeing Zaira coming in, he just squinted his eyes and said, "You are finally here." Zaira immediately walked over and bowed to him. "Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were waiting for me here." That person, without waiting for Zaira's words to finish, she waved her hand and interrupted, "I didn't inform you. How is the task I entrusted to you?" Did you go to Ziming? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Jipul he nodded and said, I've followed your orders to Chinese banks and the Gulf of News to him, but he does not seem to want to listen to the meaning, because at least now he did not call me, the man he curiously said. It seems that he hasn't realized the problem. After all, the Bay is too far from Brighton. Unless it's a special concern, he won't necessarily care. However, he has news from China Banking Corporation. It's weird that you don't care. At this moment have said Zaira, Sir, the I think you have the reversed may the order based on my understanding of Ziming. It is impossible to miss at the news for him from at the Gulf, or to some extent that have said values of he, at the Gulf even more than that of China Bank. Is that so? It seems that you really fell in love with the Chinese. The man tilted his head and looked at her up and down meaningfully, then her face was abrupt, and she reminded Zaira, just don't forget who you are. Zaira lowered her head. Sir, please rest assured, I will remember it, but I still ask you to pay attention to Wharton's recent capital trends. It would be better, I think, if he learns about the Gulf News, no matter it is from what channel he learned, and based on his personality, he would not be indifferent. And he would definitely prepare as early as possible. At their end, Zaira said in a voice that almost only she could hear, as for me, I'm afraid he won't take the initiative to contact me. The person didn't hear Zaira's last words, just got up slowly after listening to Zaira's early preparations, walked to the window and looked out the window and muttered, Do you know, little Zaira? Actually, there is nothing to prepare early and late, because the ones who should come will never get away. At the same time in the Chinese dormitory, as there is no class today, Ziming and the finance class, all of my classmates stayed in the dormitory. There was a crackling keyboard click in the computer room, and you were talking on the phone every word in me. There was a busy scene. Only Yining and a few girls walked back and forth, constantly taking out files. Give it to Ziming, who is sitting in the hall. Teacher, since the opening of the stock and futures markets today, we have been trying to sell bonds and other tickets. According to the contract, deposits will be given to us at the current deposit rate according to the contract, and a 5% penalty will be deducted. Yining reports to Ziming Yui. Ziming looked at the documents that Yining handed over, and silently nodded. The 5-point penalty is not a big deal, and our investment model does not invest a lot in deposits, mainly bonds and other tickets. According to reports, these things are sold in large quantities in the market, which can easily cause market fluctuations and attract the attention of relevant departments. Therefore, when we are selling, we must pay attention to the rhythm of the selling and avoid being caught by the relevant departments as much as possible, you know. No mistakes, no skipping. Yining nodded vigorously and said, Teacher, please rest assured, the students are all aware of our current situation, and they will definitely try their best to avoid it. Ziming put down the file with confidence, and then waved to Yining. Go back to work. The sale was in full swing. Ziming and the police walked out of the dormitory and drove to the Vinda community. When Ziming arrived here, they found that Omar was promoting his political views and collecting autographs. The scene was very lively. Ziming didn't bother him, just asked the police to park the car aside and silently observe Omar doing things. It has to be said that Omar is a figure destined to become the head of state. Although he is still very young, at least things are still in place. For example, Omar is currently campaigning in the Vinda community. In fact, Ziming has not done anything other than introducing him as a local speaker and helping him resolve the issue of belonging to the Vinda community, including inspections. The research fundraising, as well as the subsequent registration and the current publicity collection signatures, were all organized by Omar himself. And just as Ziming was thinking about this, a person came over and knocked on Ziming's car window and said to Ziming, Sir, are you also from the Vinda community? I think you need to pay attention. Omar will let you see your doctor. It's easier. I hope you can vote for him in the future community elections. These words made Ziming a little bit dumbfounded. It seems that this is the person Omar paid to hire, and he regards himself as a passerby. Well, I can also better understand Omar's status here. Although he is the future president of the United States, I am very relieved of him. But after all, he is not as mature as in the future, so it is better to take a look. The other party left after dropping a promotional leaflet. Except for the formulaic words before, he didn't say much. Obviously, he was not as enthusiastic as the finance class students. However, considering that they were just hired jobs, it was easy to understand. Ziming opened the leaflet. It was a cartoon of Omar smashing a hospital cross, indicating his determination to break the old monopoly system of community hospitals and suggest new hospitals for the community. At the same time, he also listed the current private communities in the community. Some hospital charges. As expected of Omar, this thing is really quite scheming. Ziming commented with a smile. Ziming will say this is not unfounded, since Omar knows that people in the Vinda community hate the problem of high fees for private hospitals. He also specifically listed these fees, which is undoubtedly arousing everyone's anger, and at the same time, he also said with their determination that they will break the monopoly of the old hospital. What else can voters think of in such a contrast? I know, you have always hoped to have a fair hospital. You can buy a cold granule at any time when you have a cold during the day, and you can buy a box of diarrhea when you have a diarrhea in the middle of the night. Instead of taking a taxi to go to the hospital, district hospitals a kilometer away, or endure cruel drug prices of those private hospitals. Those private doctors are robbers. They will arbitrarily snatch dollars from your pockets, and then watch you and your family starving. They laughed from the side. If the community had a reasonable hospital, this would not have happened. Not far away, Omar was speaking to everyone with a loudspeaker, and those community residents were under his speech. Bursts of shouts of the same hatred were made. This picture of vice politicians, people, fish and water makes Ziming shook his head helplessly. Ziming forgot where he saw a sentence. People are actually the most shameless bitches. As long as you meet their most urgent needs, they cannot wait to become your people. Although this sentence is very vulgar, it is actually happening in front of Ziming now. Half an hour later, Omar's speech ended. He walked off the stage and shook hands with voters in the community. All the voters gathered around him. You said to him in one word, "Great." I never pay attention, but this time, if you are running for Mr. Omar, I will definitely vote for you. Omar, what you said is in my heart. We have endured the private hospital here for too long. I need to spend at least 2 to 3 times the medical expenses for a medical visit. You know, if this money can be saved, I can at least buy an extra set of Playboy every month. Mr. Omar, how can I support it? I will definitely vote for you, and I will also donate funds to you. You must be the lifesaver of our Vinda community. In this piece of speech, Omar smiled and thanked one by one. Thank you very much for your support. Now, as long as you can sign and support my form, and then go to the designated polling place to vote on the polling day, I will definitely win election, and then build the hospital you need. As long as you can support me, as long as you can, we will definitely support you. Everyone shouted in unison. Then Omar walked out of the crowd. He suddenly saw Ziming's car parked beside him. He said goodbye to the crowd and walked over to say hello to Ziming. Ziming looked at him up and down. Well done. Well, have you collected all the signatures? No mistakes, no skipping. Omar nodded and said, I collected everything half an hour ago. The efficiency is very good. Then it seems that your personal speech time will follow. I just passed by here to see if you need help, but now I see him thinking too much. Ziming said, but I think Mr. Ziming, you are here at the right time, because I have to go to the Parliament building to hand in the signature form. Omar said. Ziming laughed. Omar's step was indeed good, so Ziming signaled him to get in the car, and half an hour later, he took him to the Parliament building in Fenway District. However, because he was worried about being informed by the old Brook, Ziming did not accompany Omar in, but only asked Omar to hand in the signature form alone. After Omar was sent away, Ziming's cell phone rang suddenly. Ziming immediately connected, and Yi Ning's anxious voice came out. The teacher is not good. Our selling action is being watched by the judicial department. Ziming sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he couldn't escape what he should have come. Chapter 30. Does it matter? On the highway from Fenway District to Harvard Business School, a Buick is driving fast, from the vendor community to the Chinese dormitory, constantly overtaking without speeding. Only it took less than a quarter of an hour to bring Ziming back to the dormitory. Chen Xiu and Yining were waiting at the door. When they saw the car that Ziming was familiar with came back, they ran out immediately, and when Ziming got off the car, they handed the documents to Ziming and said, "Teacher, this is how the Financial Management Committee passed the company. They asked us the reason for selling bonds and various types of tickets. They asked us to stop the selling immediately, otherwise they would take compulsory measures." Taking the documents from Yining's hands, Ziming said at the time, "Frozen. Because this situation was unexpected but unexpected. It is expected that a senior Massachusetts senator like Brooke has been targeting Ziming. No matter how careful Ziming is to invest or organize his election, the other party will know about it and come over to impose interference. Even for him, it didn't he hesitate to even move out of the FBI. Now that Ziming has made such a big move, there is no reason for the other party to sit idly by. For this reason, Ziming is ready to enter the FBI interrogation room after being surrounded by the dormitory. However, what surprised Ziming was this faxed document. Is this only one fax document? There is nothing wrong without skipping words, Ziming asked subconsciously. Chen Xiu and Yining seemed to feel something wrong with Ziming's question. Yining nodded and said to Ziming, "The teacher only has this fax document, which is transferred from the company's fax machine to the dormitory. I contacted the teacher as soon as I received it." Chen Xiu took Yining's words and asked, "Is there something wrong with the teacher? Or did the company's employees find it late because of the passive sabotage?" Although Wharton Insurance, the company was set up by Ziming and his classmates in the finance class, but because they were all students at Harvard University and did not have so much time to manage the company's affairs, the company usually recruited a few people on duty and were responsible for it for other daily tasks. This time when they received a fax from the Financial Management Committee at the company, they immediately contacted Chen Xiu and sent them over. It's not a question of sooner or later, but why is this Financial Management Committee? Ziming said, shaking his head. Have you heard of this institution? Chen Xiu and Yining both shook their heads and replied, "No. But I heard from the company's employees that this is a department within the judicial department that specifically targets financial violations, and it seems to have something to do with the FBI." Impossible. Although I don't understand the judicial structure of the United States, I know that the FBI is an independent system. It belongs to the U.S. Department of Justice and does not belong to the same department as the General Police. I am afraid that the company's employees do not understand. Guess it randomly, Ziming said. In fact, his affiliation is not important. The important thing is, why do you think the Financial Management Committee sent us such a fax? Of course the Brooke congressman instructed him behind his back. Yes. He has done so many things like this. Yining opened her mouth and replied, but her words stopped here, because she also realized the problem. Yining looked up at Ziming and asked again, "Teacher, do you think that if there is only one fax document, it doesn't look like Congressman Brooks' style, right?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Chen Xiu also reacted at this time, "Teacher, this is indeed too strange. It turns out that Senator Brooke will go to war every time. He wants to send you to jail right away, but this time, why is there only such a document? FBI teacher you have to take to move out of no way. He must understand that this is for your teacher is not the role of it. No mistake, many teachers. Do you think the word is not Brooke members larger conspiracy brewing it?" Ziming shook his head, said, "Well, let's not guess here. The best way to know his purpose is to ask our lawyers. After all, this is the United States. No matter what this Congressman Brooke wants to do, he must abide by the basic law. Otherwise, he can only continue to send assassins to intercept me on the road. but that means he broke the law. Then Ziming and Chen Yining returned to the dormitory. Li Yang immediately got up and asked about the situation when Ziming came back. Except for Li, the others in Yang were still doing their own business as usual. Obviously, this fax did not let the other students know that this was the place where the three of them did a better job, and the unexpected situation did not affect the business. Ziming told Li Yang to stay calm. He took them back to his room. Ziming dialed Alan's phone, and after explaining the situation to him, he asked Chen Xiu to fax it over. Alan, after receiving the fax, said, "The Financial Management Committee is part of the Commission. There is a body dedicated, responsible to Parliament for all financial activities. I think they must be monitored to you in the sell-off in stocks and bonds because I am worried about what speculation you are doing. I will send you such a fax as usual. This is what I told you when you consulted me, Mr. Ziming. I think of you when the time is mentioned such a thing." Ziming suddenly realized. He then asked, "But it does not matter, Mr. Brook, and do the fax also has what legal effect on us now? What impact will the sell-off have?" Alan thought for a moment replied, "To say that there is no relationship between members and Brook, this is not good judgment, because at Zixi and Qingming you make such a large sell-off activities. Financial Management Committee is sure to have the operation, which is their normal duties, and this fax itself does not have any legal effect. It is more of a reminder and suggestion. Before you apply for the court's injunction, it will not cause any interference to your selling activities. That is to say, I now put the fax directly thrown into the trash, and then continue. My actions have not violated?" Ziming asked. "From a legal up to speak like this?" Alan answer. "Good Alan Law, thank you very much." Ziming hung up the phone, and Chen Xiuyining immediately came over and asked the situation. Ziming told them not to worry, just let go boldly to do on the line. Chen Xiuyining nodded and said yes and leaves. Paw carefully thought for a moment and asked, "Old teacher, we need to accelerate the pace to sell it." "No mistake, not jump word." Ziming hesitated for a while and said, "If you can, speed it up. After all, organizations have already intervened. We don't even know what the relationship between him and Brook is. It's better to be safer." "Old Krishna, as well as how about the case of Omar over there?" "You just go Veda community. There is only one person, he can be busy over it." "No mistake, not jump word." Yining asked with concern again. "Don't worry, you just need to know that this is the person I chose," Ziming said confidently. When Yining was about to go back, Ziming told her again, "Since we are going to speed up the selling, then it's okay to make a big loss, but it's okay to not exceed 15 points as much as possible." Slightly Ning smiled. "Teacher, do not worry, all our current losses at unkept percentage average of 8 points. Even if we need now speed them up, and you lose by will not too much." Yining's words made Ziming feel relieved. In any case, this is the finance class he brought out. Their abilities and sense of responsibility are beyond doubt. Now they finally have the opportunity to be here. If they acted in front of themselves, then they are not working hard enough. But what they don't know is that even if they lose more than 20% or even 30%, it doesn't matter, they still won't really lose anything. After all, their next projects will also have to make a lot of money. The most important thing is your own cards are not only that. However, what puzzled Ziming was that Ziming was not sure what old Brook thought at this time, and whether the fax from the Financial Management Committee had anything to do with him. Although this fax is not in line with his usual style from the analysis point of view, what the other party said is also a senior senator. God knows if he is preparing for something they haven't guessed. No matter what he is going to do, my business must be prepared. And I have a more feeling that this fax has nothing to do with him. He may also be entangled by another thing now. If the Gulf news that Zyra said is true, then maybe old Brook has also received something. The news. Ziming thought so in his heart, and then he dialed another number. After a while, the call was answered. Ziming said, "Sister Mu King, how are your preparations?" "Time is running out, and now I also have a very bad feeling in my heart. I am worried that things will change." Ziming's call was made to Lin Muking from Hong Kong City. She said after listening to Ziming's words, "Ziming, do not worry, I have received your message after it has been prepared, and then a few days will certainly be ready." At the same time, a Cadillac limousine pulled into the Old Brook in Lexington Villa. This is Speaker Anthony's car. The car steadily stopped on the lawn of the villa. Anthony stepped out of the car. Old Brook took the initiative to greet him and invited Anthony to a seat in the courtyard. Old Brook opened a bottle of red wine for Anthony. At this time, the housekeeper of Old Brook came forward and told him that the Financial Management Committee had monitored Ziming's Wharton Insurance Company to sell a large number of bonds and other tickets. According to the report, the committee sent Ziming a fax warning. Old Brook was stunned, but after a while, Old Brook made a decision. He waved his hand to let the butler leave, and then he took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Anthony and sat beside him. "It seems that my Brook brothers must have something very important to discuss with me," Anthony said first. Although Anthony didn't mean to overhear anything, he still heard what the butler said to Old Brook. He and Old Brook had a very good relationship, so he also knew Old Brook's hatred of Ziming. So now he can even do this. Put it aside first, it is enough to see the importance of what he said to say. So Anthony had to speak first. Old Brook didn't hide it, and he nodded directly and said, "Indeed, it's what I said last time about the bay." Anthony picked up his eyelids and said, "The news about their bay in the garden restaurant last time. Didn't you make it clear at the meeting? Why do you want to say it again now? Or do you have any new news that I want to convey?" Old Brook shook his head and said, "It has something to do with that news, but it doesn't matter, because this is between you and me, Speaker Anthony." Anthony didn't speak anymore, but looked at Old Brook quietly. Old Brook didn't rush about it. He took a sip of red wine and then said, "Speaker Anthony, you and I are all people who have businesses facing such an important event. Since we have also grasped such important news, do you think we can join hands to do this business? Brook brothers mean shall we invest once?" Anthony asked. Old Brook smiled and nodded to Anthony. Chapter 31 News from China Bank and the Gulf Part 1. "Mr. Ziming is great. My signature form has been submitted to the election committee within the specified time. I have collected more than 350 valid signatures. I think I will be able to run successfully this time." On the other end, Omar was reporting his situation to Ziming. Ziming said congratulations. Then Omar thought of something and said, "But what's the situation with you, Mr. Ziming? The last time I saw you I left in a hurry." "There is no major problem, right? There are no mistakes in a lot of words. It's just that my selling behavior aroused the alert of the relevant agencies and warned me." "It's no big deal," Ziming said in a relaxed tone. "It's just a pity that I'm just a community member now, and I can't provide you with any help," Omar said, annoyed. Ziming smiled and said, "Yes, so I can only make political investments in you. I hope you can climb up quickly. You can help when you become a state congressman or even the president." "I'm very busy, Mr. Ziming. Please rest assured, I will do my best," Omar then said with a wry smile. "Just the president, Mr. Ziming. Don't make a joke. I am black. How can I run for the election?" "What about the president? Who told you that blacks can't run for president? Is there such a clause in the US Constitution?" "Why don't I remember?" Ziming asked Omar back, leaving Omar speechless. "Your black status will make it easier for you to run for president, because your opponents will never dare to attack your black status. This will make your opponents feel helpless because of this." Omar took a deep breath, said in disbelief, "It seems that this is indeed the case, Mr. Ziming. Do you mean that I really might run for the president?" "Of course," Ziming said confidently, "but these are all in the future. Besides, you are now the first to run for Vinda community councillors. If you cannot take this step, there will be no follow-up." "Mr. Ziming, please rest assured, I will do my best," Omar solemnly said. Ziming promised. Ziming room when the door was sounded. Omar over the very sensible and Ziming ended the conversation. "Zuxian Xingming, you two handle your business. If you have any requests you can always call me. Goodbye." Ziming hung up the phone in the past to open the door. holding a paper leaf condensate came. Ziming let her sit down, looked at the time and then asked, "Is today's sell-off?" "No, wrong end of a lot of words for it." Ye poor point head said, "The old teacher, today's sell-off action an hour ago has ended. In just half an hour of time, I analyzed today's data statistics. The day today, we have a total sell-off by pumping. The return of funds is 40 million, and the loss ratio is controlled at 7.8%. Very wrong scores." Ziming heartfelt praise Road. These financial class of students is indeed from the country singled out elite students. The ability to really did not have to say, because the market is never fixed, himself now, so a large-scale sell-off will definitely cause market turbulence. That's why there was a fax warning from the Financial Management Committee. But he had resisted the pressure of the market, with their perfect trader reduce the deficit in 8 percentage points or less, which is already very great. Ziming feel if their own can be maintained at 10 points have been very not bad. It seems that there is really a specialization in the technical industry, and I am suitable for this kind of leadership position, and I will leave it to these professionals. Ziming very cheeky of thought, and then he asked, "That Financial Management Committee members, there will be no recurrence of what it has fax, or any other agency intervention?" Yining shook his head, said, "Did not. In addition to the Financial Management Committee morning staff meeting fax until closing in the afternoon, we have not received any notice again. We deal also did not suffer any intervention agency." Ziming raised an eyebrow, said, "So it seems fax Financial Management Committee is just a normal reaction, although this is. But you cannot take it lightly. We must as quickly as possible to throw bonds are sold dry clean. I know the rest are the most difficult to deal with, so I allow your loss to increase to 15%. Tomorrow, you must deal with it as cleanly as possible." "Is there a problem?" "Nothing is wrong, no skipping." "Absolutely no problem," Yining replied firmly. "That's good. You go out. What problems can always come to me," Ziming said. Yining. Yi poor point head said yes, but she ran into a squad leader Chen Xiu. Xiu Mingzhu reported that in coming to open the door when, "The old teacher, President Hoover Chinese banks to come to you, he is now in the hall." This news surprised Ziming, but Ziming stood up immediately and went to the hall with Chen Yining. Hoover on the other in the big hall. He saw Ziming came down to take the initiative to shake hands and said, "Zuxian Xingming, sorry I took the liberty of coming to play." "Disturbed there. Do not tight. Mr. Hoover is very important to my partner. My Wharton Insurance Company has been able to develop both rely on the help of Mr. Hoover. I was able to get a Chinese bank loans. Mr. Hoover at any time I'm always welcome." Ziming also polite sentence, "Then please." Hoover was sitting on the sofa and asked, "Mr. Hoover was Chinese?" Brighton Bank branches long, usually is certainly busy. Do not know today is. I of course nothing goes to the temple of. Hoover was embarrassed smile. "I came here today and Zuxian Xingming Tang talk about our bank loans." Ziming hand, "I do not understand. Please, Mr. Hoover express is the week of hope Xian Xing Tang Ming can return the bank loan in advance." Hoover said, "Advance to repay the loan?" Ziming asked very surprised. Hoover once explained, "Zuxian Xingming, I know that Chinese banks and you sign the loan contract, logically, it should not be so early reminders, but now due to the banking of funds there is a big problem, so there is an urgent need to withdraw funds. I hope that Mr. Ziming can repay the loan in advance if possible, and the interest is up to today." Hoover finished. Ziming did not want to speak of meaning, he immediately added, "Mr. Ming, I also know Mr. Ziming also sell the bonds held today. I think Mr. Ziming you certainly do not lack here cash. This is your personal help. If Mr. Ziming or Wharton has any difficulties in the future, I will help as much as possible." At the end, Hoover added, "Mr. Ziming, this is definitely a very good deal. Can I ask a question?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming suddenly asked, "Did something happen to the Bank of China?" "And it has something to do with the Persian Gulf?" This question was asked. Ziming could clearly see Hoover's face stiffen, but in the end Hoover still said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, this is an internal issue of our Tang People's Bank. It should not be disclosed to the public. Please don't make any guesses, Mr. Ziming. I think we should talk more about loan repayment. Can you please? Make no mistakes. It's just a few million loans. I don't have a problem here, but because the bank requires an early return, can there be some reduction in interest? Ziming asked. Of course there is no problem. I can calculate for Mr. Ziming according to the most favorable interest rate. Hoover said. Ziming nodded and said, that's fine, as long as China Banking Corporation sends over the bills I owe. There is no problem with my property after verification, and I will proceed with the remittance operation immediately. Hoover shook hands with Ziming. Thank you very much for Mr. Ziming's cooperation. I still have many customers to visit, and goodbye. Hoover left the dormitory after saying that, and Yining groaned dissatisfied when he saw Hoover leave. This President Huss News is a little too well informed. There are many words that are correct. We just sold him and he came over. Teacher, do you think he did this on purpose? There are many words that are correct as we were before. When the money was needed most, he broke our loan because of some pressure. Ziming shook his head and said to Yining, I think it is definitely not. Yining, I don't know if you still remember that our class guide Gila once said to Yining what I told you about China banking and Gulf. Teacher, you went to teacher Jira to ask in private, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Yining asked anxiously. Ziming smiled and touched Yining's little head and said, of course not. How could I do something you don't like so much? Yining smiled shyly. In fact, if you really want to know the news, teacher, it's not that you can't find her. Really? Then I will look for it, Ziming asked deliberately. Teacher, you can't. Yining blurted out subconsciously, but when she saw Ziming's expression, she realized that Ziming deliberately teased her, so Yining shyly dropped a nasty sentence, and then hurried back to the room. Looking at Yining's shy back, Ziming smiled. But Ziming's smile quickly solidified on his face, because from Hoover's performance just now, there must be a major problem with China Banking Corporation, otherwise he the head of the Brighton branch would not rush around in such a hurry to urge loans. You must know that this is a breach of contract and loss of credibility. It is an act of exhaustion. If there is no major problem, no bank would be willing to do it stupidly. This almost suicidal move. Ziming couldn't help frowning at Lenovo's words. Zaira had said to herself. News from China Bank and Gulf. Ziming is very clear about what is going to happen in the Gulf. It is for this reason that Ziming is so anxious to withdraw all his funds in order to make a fortune in the global oil futures market. What does this have to do with China Banking Corporation? Or is it just a coincidence in time? And there is actually no direct connection between them. Coupled with such a big sell-off, Old Brook didn't have any overreactions. Could it be that it was related to the affairs of China Banking Corporation? These thoughts made Ziming feel a little headache. After all, there are too few clues at the moment, and it is difficult to make any decisions. Or maybe I should go to teacher Zaira once and ask what's going on. There are many words that are correct. Ziming thought so. He subconsciously glanced at Yining's room, thinking that he should forget it. Don't hurt this girl student who loves himself so much. Anyway, these things at the moment, if they are with himself, I always understand that if I don't have anything to do with myself, then it's useless if I want to know. At this time, Ziming's cell phone rang suddenly, and it was a call from someone Ziming hadn't expected. Hello, Ziming. It was a sentence in Chinese. With the beautiful Yu Jia's voice, Ziming immediately realized who she was. Karnina. No mistake. I am very glad that you can remember me, Kalialan Yuo said. Not me this time. To call you a little something to tell you. I think you will be very interesting. It is about Chinese news from the bank and the Gulf. What? You know these two messages? Ziming surprised. Chapter 12 Chinese Banks and the Gulf of Messages under ? I know that Chinese banks and the Gulf of News. Ziming, do you ask what is the meaning? Is there other people and you said it? No mistake, not jump word. On the other side of the phone, Karolina was also surprised, but Ziming was no less surprised than her. After all, The bay was where Zuming was ready to make money next. According to Zuming's memory, in this year's 81-day Iraq and Kuwait on oil negotiations broke down the next day. Brazenly sent troops to Iraq, Kuwait, the Gulf War broke out. Since the Gulf region is the most important oil-producing area in the world, the Gulf War has subsequently affected the global oil price. Zuming is ready to borrow this event to make another profit in the international oil futures market, just like 3 years ago, like Black Monday in Hong Kong City. To this end, Zuming even financial class students are not told, but now they have been there before and he brought two outsiders came. What this situation? He is a rebirth to an unknown prophet, but how can they all know? Now Karolina continues to be in charge of the Dota project in North Russia, and cooperates with all the commercial oligarchs in North Russia. Even the new North Russian government sometimes asks her to come to power, so her intelligence sources may be better than you have more, but you can't be a prophet anyway, right? There are a lot of words without mistakes. In Zuming's memory, the sudden dispatch of troops in Iraq shocked the whole world. Think of these, to be sure, Zuming not to agree to anything, but first said, "The really someone and I mentioned before, but I did not find to ask a special case." Then it Khalil your side. What news do you know? Let's talk about the news over the bay first. It seems Zuming is you really do not know, because these two messages can be regarded as strictly speaking a message that they are a continuation of the turret plan. Kalina said, "The continuation of the Dota project." Karolina, what do you mean by that? Zuming asked, very surprised. Because it was Mr. Mata who received the news. Karolina said, just yesterday, Mr. Mata suddenly received a paging message, saying that there was a mission about China banking and the Gulf, and he asked him to go to Swiss Bank immediately to get the materials from the designated safe of the company. Mr. Matar told me the news. I immediately took someone to the Swiss Bank and found the safe specified in the information. Zuming asked, the result. What did you find? One, a copy of China banking materials and a newspaper. Karolina replied. This answer surprised Zuming. There is another newspaper. Yes, it is a newspaper. It is an international news from last week. The headline of the front page is the situation in the Gulf. It is Iraq that is surrounding Kuwait. Negotiations have begun on the issue of oil production. Before Karolina finished speaking, Zuming interrupted her and said, I know that Iraq and Kuwait are the most important oil-producing countries in the Middle East. Iraq helps Kuwait reduce oil production and increase oil prices so that it can rely on oil exports to repay the debts owed by the Iran-Iraq war. But Kuwait hopes to use oil production as a bargaining chip to force Iraq to resolve the border issue between them. Both sides of the negotiations have their own opinions and attitudes. They are very tough. Even other countries are useless to mediate in the middle. Their negotiations are likely to break down and eventually war will break out. This time Karolina was surprised. Zuming, you really paid attention to the situation in the Gulf. Oh my God, Zuming, your sense of smell is so keen. You are really a super businessman. Okay, don't praise me. I just want to know what Mr. Matar said, and how this matter has something to do with the Dota project. Does it matter? Zuming asked. Karolina rationalized her thoughts and continued, the reason is very simple. Mr. Matar was a financial warfare expert in the United States and the planner and executor of the Dota plan. Therefore, every step of the Dota plan will give him information, in order to avoid exposure in the Dota project. The contact was made through a single line. The above did not think that Mr. Matar, the sole figure of the Dota project, would betray, so now I still send the information to him. This can indeed explain why he received the information, as well as the materials and newspapers in the safe. Zuming said, the Dota project is not a simple financial war plan to overthrow the former Soviet Union, but a very large conspiracy. However, Mr. Matar doesn't know who the target is and why he did it. He is just responsible. Regarding the person in charge of this part of the former Soviet Union, he did not know the others. He only knew that their Dota project would be transferred to the Middle East. Karolina continued, Mr. Matar also told me that based on what he received according to the information provided, The consortium behind China Banking Corporation invested in a lot of oil fields in Iraq, and there will be a big investment plan this year. Therefore, this plan is very likely to go to these oil fields, and even in order to achieve its goals, they will not hesitate to plan a war. Since the Middle East is not like the former Soviet Union, they do not have such a huge nuclear arsenal, and they can act unscrupulously. Ziming took a breath. He originally only wanted to use the Gulf War to cause oil on the international market. The futures price fluctuates to make money, but he didn't expect that there is so much unknown information behind him. At the same time, Ziming also noticed an important point in the middle. Who are they? The real mastermind behind the Dota project. Mr. Tar doesn't know who it is, but what is certain is that they all hold huge wealth, strong enough to make superpowers serve them. Karolina said, it's nothing more than some powerful consortia. These consortia are either a family or a consortium of several families. They control many companies that are related to the country's economic lifeline. They use money to control everything they need to control, Ziming said. After chanting these, he finally let out a long breath and said, I understand. It seems that this is the reason why they deliberately leaked the information to you. Karolina was very surprised. Ziming, you mean he was not accidental? Of course not an accident. So much the message. How may mistakenly sent to the hands of an already renegade? You know, when I took over the Pottery Heritage National Order, you have a message, Pottery Country, so that only one of the most end of the participant, not to mention Mr. Matar, he is the soul of Project Dota. Or do you think the contacts of Project Dota are blind and deaf? Don't even know if Mr. Matar is there? Ziming thought for a moment and said, and if it is accidental? Why not? Then you get a complete information, but such information is incomplete copy of a newspaper material, and it is not Mr. Matar's plan in a very important decision makers do. No mistake, not jump word. Kalyalan suddenly realized, no mistake. I have always felt that this thing was so strange, so I hesitate to call the day before you think of this news really is to mislead us, but their purpose. Ziming does not agree. Kalyalan he who deliberately sent a message to Mr. Matar, and perhaps not misleading, I guess they might be and pass some message. What's the message? Karolina was a little unsure. This issue should not ask me, you have to ask, Ziming said. And finally you find that the only two things to do. Mr. Matar has not come up with any other according to these two things. Kalyalan that side hesitated for a moment before saying, and no, because the information provided too little. Mr. Matar is not responsible for this one, so he do not know. That way, if I am wrong, then I hope they are also involved. Just like the last time they will send Kalyalan to give me as a guide. Took me to the north, like Russia. Ziming said, this time too. I said just now that someone had told me similar news before that. I'm afraid it was for this purpose. My God, if indeed this is the case, then this must be a huge conspiracy. Kalyalan murmured said, then hurriedly asked Ziming road, I have how to do. Ziming answered with a smile, this is also how to do. So if someone sincerely invite us into office, we came in to accompany them to play good games. Kalyalan, thy side ready to give my money, call out to be on standby at any time, if possible, help me contact Erbidov and the others, since the last time Crisco left, I have missed them a lot. Kalyalan that side laughed, Ziming that you worry, I will help you contact the better. After saying this, Karolina's voice suddenly softened, Ziming, since we left at Crisco, I miss you too. Hang up the phone. Ziming's mind could not be calm for a long time. The first is the last words of Karolina. After all, the hero is sad for the beauty of. Ziming doesn't think she is a hero, but Karolina is a beauty. Now Karolina is so passionate and proactive about her miss. How can she not make Ziming at a loss? Sometimes Ziming really wondered, did his charm value increase this time when he was reborn? Why is such a beautiful girl so desperate for herself? Fortunately, Karolina didn't go on, otherwise Ziming really didn't know what to do. In addition, it was the news that Karolina told herself, because originally Ziming just wanted to take advantage of the memory of rebirth and know what major economic events would happen in the future, and wanted to use the ability of this unpredictable profit to carry out. It was speculative to make a little money, but now it was discovered that the Gulf War did not seem to be the whim of Saddam's war lunatic. There were so many inside stories behind him. It's the Dota project, the big consortium, the China Banking Corporation, and the oil fields in Iraq. In the end, it also implicated itself. It was too complicated and caused headaches. Ziming lay down on the bed with this thought, looked up at the ceiling, and thought to himself, do you want to participate, or is it just to use the influence of the Gulf War to earn oil futures on the international market according to the original plan? At the same time, Old Brook shouted to Anthony in his villa, you must not let Ziming participate. Although I am not sure if he knows the news, he is now selling on such a large scale suddenly. According to bonds and tickets, this is definitely problematic. Indeed, like Ziming's current selling behavior, his loss is at least 8 to 10% or more, unless it is to avoid risks or he urgently needs a lot of funds. Invest in a more profitable project, otherwise this kind of loss-making sell-off will not make sense. Anthony also said, but the news about China Banking Corporation and the Gulf is top secret. He shouldn't know it. Is it Hoover? Someone told me that Hoover went to find Ziming today. No matter who told him, I will never let him get involved. Old Brook patted the table bitterly, this damn guy, I want him to die right away. Chapter 33 Next Judgment? At 10 o'clock in the morning on May 27th, a Buick car drove to the Fenway District Court. Ziming and lawyer Allen got out of the car. They went to a simple room with only the judge's clerk in the dock. This is actually a simple court, used to judge cases that do not need to go through complicated trials. In fact, many simple civil or criminal cases are judged in this kind of court. The reason why Ziming came here today was not who was sued, but a public prosecution ruling, which was a ruling on the sale of Wharton. Just yesterday afternoon, Ziming received a subpoena from the court explaining the situation and asked him to attend the judgment on time at 10 o'clock this morning. So early this morning, Ziming called attorney Allen over and asked him to accompany him. Let's attend this court together. In fact, for Ziming, he is not surprised that there will be such a judgment, because his selling behavior is indeed like speculation. But what makes Ziming feel strange is that this judgment came too late, as if it was a bit late. The afterthought is average. Could it be that Old Brook is busy with something, so it is only one day late to get the news? Ziming thought so in his heart. Mr. Ziming, right? The court found that your Wharton Insurance Company had a large-scale sell-off of stocks and bonds on May 26. The court believed that such a move might be speculative. So the court ruled that Wharton immediately ceased the selling, except the investigation of the Financial Management Committee, and further judgments will continue after the investigation results come out. There, judge said, handing out a document to Ziming, this is the court's judgment. The court appealed, but it does not accept any objections. Please sign on it. Ziming took the judgment and handed it to his lawyer, Allen. After reading it quickly, Allen returned the judgment to Ziming and nodded to him. Ming then signed the verdict. The judge took back the verdict, stamped it on it, and gave it to Ziming. He glanced at his watch and said, the time is now at 10:15, and the verdict will take effect at 11:30, and the court will give you an hour time to stop all the campaigners selling. Ziming got up and thanked him, then left the court, and returned to the dormitory a quarter of an hour later. After all, the selling continued before the judgment came into effect, and the dormitory had more than the company computers, so students in the finance class are more accustomed to working in the dormitory. Opening the door of the dormitory, all the students in the finance class subconsciously looked at the door. They all knew that Ziming had gone to the court, and they were all waiting for the answer that Ziming would bring back. Ziming held up the verdict and said, the court's verdict is that we must stop all selling immediately, but the verdict will take effect at 11:30. That is to say, from now on, you still have 1 hour, and 1 hour later. No matter what the outcome is, All selling activities must be stopped. Did you hear me clearly? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Following Ziming's words, cheers suddenly sounded in the dormitory. Li Yang smiled and said to Ziming, "Teacher, there is still 1 hour, enough for us to complete the task." Ziming also laughed, and he said to Li Yang, "It's easy to say, I'm ahead of it. Although the time is tight, you are not allowed to lower the requirements. You must complete the task on the basis of the guaranteed loss rate. No, after an hour, no activity is allowed anyway. Do you know? For this reason, I will personally control all the accounts and funds." Li Yang, if you can't do it by that time, don't blame me for letting you be the owner of a convenience store for a lifetime. Ziming's words made Li Yang a little bit jumped up. Obviously Li Yang has ambitious ambitions. His ambition is in the capital market, and he does not want to be a lifelong convenience store owner. Seeing that the students in the finance class were all getting busy, Ziming was relieved to sit on the sofa. Ziming just said that he didn't want to scare them, but that he had to do so, because he was under the law of the United States. The supreme country, regardless of the court's decision, is a thin piece of paper, but every word on it is heavier than chan. You can appeal a judgment to a higher court, but you must execute the judgment before the new judgment is issued. If you refuse to execute it, you will be contempt of the court. This is a very serious crime in the United States. You know, when someone yawned while listening to the verdict, they were sentenced to half a year in prison for contempt of the court. His refusal to execute it would obviously only be more serious, let alone an old brook who helped the flames. So it's better to be honest. The most important thing is, didn't the court give yourself an hour to prepare? As Li Yang said, this time is enough. Alan also sat down on the sofa. He first gave Ziming a thumbs up, expressing his appreciation for Ziming's leadership, and then said, "Mr. Ziming, please be forgiving. In order to avoid possible accidents, sell off. It's better to end the event at 11:20 or 25. After all, if it is exactly 11:30, it is easy to cause unforeseen consequences. Now that the court's judgment has been formed, it is better not to make extravagance." Ziming nodded. "Don't worry, Attorney Allen, I will control the time." But in fact, it didn't take an hour at all. It took only 20 minutes. Some students started to complete the selling task. After 40 minutes, everyone completed it. After the task of selling, Ziming stopped the operation of accounts and assets. An hour later, after quick calculations by Yining and a few classmates, the result of today's selling loss rate was 10.06%. Hearing this result, Alan expressed a little surprise. Although Alan is not engaged in finance, he also understands that the loss of this kind of temporary selling is very high. But the students in the finance class are a little frustrated because the goal is to stay below 10 percentage points. Seeing the angry expressions of the classmates, Ziming smiled. "How is it? You are usually very good one by one. Now you know that doing things is not as simple as talking. There are no mistakes and many words." All the classmates are low. At this time, Ziming said, "In general, your performance is still worthy of recognition. You cashed out $60 million in 2 days, and the loss rate remained at 10 percentage points. Compared with other financial and for non-financial institutions, these are great achievements. As a reward for this, I will tell you my next plans." Ziming's words immediately attracted the attention of all the finance class students. Everyone raised their heads and stared at Ziming, because this was exactly what they had been looking forward to. However, Ziming did not directly announce the answer, but first asked them, "Ask you a question. Does anyone know the Gulf? Has anyone paid attention to the situation there?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Regarding this question, Chen Yining and Huang Ping first raised their hands. Finally, Chen Xiu and Huang Ping both signaled to Yining to speak first, and Yining did his part to answer. "Teacher, I know that the Gulf is the Persian Gulf in the Middle East, and it is the most important thing in the world. Oil-producing areas. The situation there is that Iraq and Kuwait have big differences on oil production and border issues, and negotiations are under the mediation of the international community." Ziming nodded and said, It seems that you have really learned about it. The situation is indeed like this, so do you know what investment opportunities are there now? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Yining shook his head blankly. Ziming turned his gaze to Chenxiu. He replied, Teacher, I think the most important investment in the Gulf region is oil. We can invest in oil futures in the international market, but according to the current situation in the Gulf, unless a war breaks out, I don't think the crude oil futures prices in the international market will change significantly. Then you don't think there will be a war over there, right? Nothing is wrong, Ziming asked. Chenxiu nodded and said, yes, after all, Iraq has just ended the 8-year-long Iran-Iraq war and has owed a large amount of foreign debt, and the international community is also actively mediating. Iraq is facing a lot of pressure, so I don't think it will. War broke out. After Chenxiu finished speaking, Yining asked, but teacher, your judgment is that war will break out? Yes, I think Iraq will definitely fight this battle, and the time is likely to be from the end of July to August. At the beginning of the month, Ziming said very confidently, of course I will make this judgment not because I am the round worm in Saddam's stomach, but based on the judgment of the situation. The political textbooks of domestic junior high schools have said that war is the best way to transfer domestic contradictions. A large amount of foreign debt, domestic sects and ethnic groups, contradictions, and Saddam's dictatorship have all made Iraq's internal contradictions abound. Everything requires a war. Now that Kuwait puts fuel on the fire at this time, it is very likely that it will burn itself. Ziming then said to everyone, regardless of whether there will be war in the end, the Middle East is a gunpowder barrel. At the same time, it is the most important strategic resource in the world, so your next task is to keep an eye on the situation in the Middle East. I will assign a futures account to each of you. You can try to buy international crude oil futures first to understand the operation process in the middle, waiting for the war to break out and the international crude oil futures prices change greatly. All the students in the finance class applauded happily. And then Ziming allowed them to move freely. Only Yining found Ziming and said to him, Teacher, you go to Teacher Zaira, I believe she must have important news about the situation in the Gulf. Ziming was stunned for a moment. He knew that Yining must be very determined to say this to himself, because Yining had always regarded Zaira as a love rival. So now letting her favorite person find her love rival is tantamount to the most painful choice for a woman. Ziming thought about this and then took Yining's hand and said to her, thank you very much, for making you wronged. Following Ziming's words, Yining's tears immediately flowed out of her eyes, just since it was in the hall of the dormitory and there were so many students watching. Yining didn't immediately burst into Ziming's arms and cried. After comforting Yining, Ziming returned to the room and dialed Zira's number. This was a respect for Yining. Although Yining had agreed, it would not be inattentive to make this call in front of her. Ziming didn't even have this IQ. After a few busy tones, the call was answered and Ziming didn't talk nonsense, and went straight to the subject. Hello, Teacher Zaira, it's me Ziming. I want to know about China Banking Corporation and the Gulf. Can you tell me now? No, make no mistakes. Ziming, you finally called me. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Zaira said. Her tone sounded a little choked, and then she said again, but it's not good to say on the phone. I think you still come let me visit here. There is someone who wants to see you too. After finishing talking, Zaira seemed to be afraid of Ziming's misunderstanding and added another sentence, I think this person should be Ziming, your old friend. For this sentence Ziming was a little surprised. Ziming thought about it for a moment and finally nodded and said, okay, no problem. Chapter 34 Nordriman? Quincy Restaurant is the oldest restaurant in Harvard University, even longer than the history of Harvard University. It was built when the North American colony was established. At first it was the castle of a certain lord. Later, some changes occurred. The Lord's Fall School was established, so the castle became part of Harvard University of course. It is now the most famous restaurant here, and it is also the place where Zaira chooses to meet Ziming. When Ziming came to the Quincy restaurant, He told the waiter the name of the box. The waiter was taken aback first, and subconsciously looked at Ziming up and down. After reacting, he apologized to Ziming and led Ziming to the box. Xirading's box is in the middle of the castle. It is a small banquet hall with a long dining table that is very decorated. It is the kind that often appears in movies in medieval castles. Zyra was sitting at the dining table. She immediately stood up when she heard the footsteps of someone coming. Although she asked Ziming to come here, she didn't know what to say when she saw Ziming. She just stood blankly there. Finally eased the atmosphere of embarrassment, Ziming said to her, "Jipal teacher, why choose such a place? Let's sit down and speak. You say you had my old friends do." Originally Zyra was ready to sit down listening to Ziming's words, but when she heard the last sentence from her old friend, she immediately stood up again. "Yes, there is another very important person." This move scared Ziming. Jumped. "Teacher Zyra, what are you doing? Who is the important person you are talking about?" Before Zyra could answer Ziming's question, Ziming heard a voice from behind him. "The person she said is me." Hearing this voice, Zyra immediately shouted to him respectfully. Mr. Ziming also turned her head, and then saw a very familiar face. Ziming called out his name, "Mr. Nordriman." There. Other party smiled slightly, revealing 8 big white teeth, and proactively extended his hand to Ziming. "Mr. Ziming, we have met again." Ziming also smiled, shook hands with Nordriman and greeted him, and then sat down together. Ziming said, "Mr. Nordriman, we haven't seen each other for a year since the last time we parted in Hong Kong City. It's just Mr. Nordriman. Since you are looking for me, then you can call me directly. Why not let Teacher Zyra deliberately sell me a pass? I've been wondering who it will be for a long time. I am not worried that I am not enough for Mr. Ziming to remember. You said that if I took the initiative to report my name, you said no. Yeah, wouldn't I be embarrassed?" Nordriman said, "That won't be true. I haven't been in the United States for a long time, and I don't know many Americans. I may not know the governor of Massachusetts, but I will definitely not miss you, Mr. Nordliman," Ziming said. After some greetings, Zyra asked the waiter to serve the food. It was a 3-part steak, mashed potato, fruit salad and a bottle of red wine. It was a very typical American dish. While eating, Ziming, she asked, "Mr. Nordriman, you said you want to tell me what is the news about China banking and the Gulf?" When Ziming asked a question, Nordriman was startled, then put down the tableware in his hand and wiped his mouth with a napkin on his chest before he said, "Mr. Ziming, before answering your question, I want to ask you another question. What do you think capital is?" Before coming over, Ziming had a lot of guesses about this meeting, including some that the other person might ask himself. Therefore, Ziming was prepared for a long time. He just thought about it and replied, "Although I don't understand why you asked me this question, Mr. Nordliman, I think that capital is actually wealth, not only the money we use. It also includes the knowledge in your mind of Nordriman and the enterprises I have mastered. These means of production are another kind of wealth." Mr. Ziming, you are right, but what you are talking about is only a kind of capital in a narrow sense. It is the wealth that you will only have after you quantify it. Nordriman said, "In my opinion, the so-called capital is actually the root of evil. He is everywhere, but he controls everything. As small as the steak we eat, as large as the presidential election, war and peace far across the ocean, seemingly far away, but in reality they are all in the thought of capital. Between, let's say that capital, if the cow should not die, then we cannot eat this steak. If the capital that the President Walsh is a jerk, then he will immediately get out of the White House. That should not happen. If the capital war, then there will be the ridiculous sit-in battle that took place on the European continent 51 years ago. These are all controlled by capital." Nordriman explained to Ziming. He glanced at Ziming and then said, "It may be said that you don't know much about these things, so say something you are familiar with. I think you know the name Wu Zetian. He is your only female emperor in China, but when it comes to why she is qualified to be the only one, I'm afraid it's not that clear. Is it because of capital? Ziming asked curiously. Isn't it because of capital? Nordriman asked deliberately. Nordman's deliberate rhetoric did not ask Ziming to answer anything. He went on to say, Wu Zishan is also called Wu Zhao, the second daughter of Wu Shixun, and Wu Shixun is a well-known wealthy businessman in Shaanxi. At the beginning, Tang Wang wanted to lead his troops fighting the world and lacking money. It was the warrior Xun who helped him generously, and the return on investment that Tang Wang gave to the martial arts was to help him spread the capital across the country, from Shaanxi to Luoyang to Jingzhou. In a corner, even overseas, it is these strong capitals that helped the martial artist to get out of the only orthodox female emperor. As Nordriman stretched out two hands, holding the sword in one hand and the money bag in the other. It's real capital. No money can't make a sword, and no sword can't protect money. This is a complementary pair. Ziming silently nodded. Mr. Nordriman said that, I can understand that the ultimate form of capital is to make money. Politics. I can understand all this, but I am curious, Mr. Nordliman, why are you telling me this? Because you are the new capital. Nordliman replied, I have been paying attention to you a long time ago. You have shown superb business skills from Red China to Hong Kong City to North Russia and then to the United States. Who have never seen a faster accumulation of wealth than you? Your eyes as if God is watching over the world. Wherever there is opportunity, you can always catch the first time. Having said that in Nord Freeman Dayton for a moment, then he continued, I heard that your Wharton Insurance Company is desperately selling and cashing out recently. Is it preparing for the Gulf side? What are you trying to say? Ziming frowned and asked, Don't worry, my dear Mr. Ziming, what I want to tell you is that there will be a war on the Gulf side, because there is capital that needs this war, and the time is probably from the end of July to the beginning of August. Nordriman said, What's the reason? Is it to curb the expansion of China Bank and the consortium behind him in the Gulf area? Ziming asked again. Nordriman stared at Ziming for a long time and said, You don't seem to be surprised. It seems that you have already talked to North Russia on the phone. Did Mr. Mater tell you? Ziming shook his head and said, It doesn't matter who told me. What's important is why you worked so hard to disclose the news to me, provide you with a little help. Nordriman also gestured to Ziming with his hands. Because China banking is not as simple as you think, so no one wants him to collapse so soon, including his opponents. In addition, Ziming, your eyes in Brighton is also a very interesting thing. Then which consortium do you belong to? Chicago? Ziming asked suddenly. Originally, Nordman used a fork to pick up a steak at this time, but when he heard Ziming's question, his hand suddenly stopped in the air, and after a while he put the cow into his mouth. After eating a piece of steak, Nordriman wiped his mouth again and said, It seems that you still have a certain understanding of the capital situation in the United States and me, but it is a pity that although I do come from Chicago, I don't belong to that consortium. I belong to the higher Kangxin. Ziming frowned, because this time Ziming is not the first came to the United States when the novices, and after several months of study, he had to add a lot of theoretical knowledge of economics, including Arnold says Freeman of this concern. To put it simply, concern is a monopoly alliance, which is similar to a consortium. It combines some important companies to form an interest alliance through strong capital. However, unlike a consortium, the family and companies in concern will enjoy with a higher degree of freedom. They usually do their own things. Only when they are unanimous to the outside world, the members of concern will form an alliance. Ziming thought for a moment and asked Arnold Freeman, that Chinese bank, does he belong to your concern? You? Nordriman smiled, with an expression that he had known for a long time. I know you would ask, but I advise you to take care of yourself first. If there is no other person's restraint, You think you can play in Brighton? Isn't that so high? Just an old brook can easily kill you. Don't think that a senior state senator has only his ability to show, and there is no support behind him. He will get out of the Capitol in minutes. You mean the Brian Layton Consortium? Ziming asked curiously. Brian Layton Consortium is one of America's oldest monopoly consortium. His history is more distant than the United States, that had the full support of Brighton Consortium. Only the American War of Independence. Silent referral shall, and suddenly changed the subject. Not two, it's just one hand. The world is more complex than you imagine. More. You want to know more. Please strive to grow. The only way to see the contents of the back page of the book. After talking about Nordman, he leaned back on his chair. Well, I have said enough today. Mr. Ziming, you are the most unstable variable in Brighton. I hope you will come on. Nordman's words were very euphemistic, and Ziming got up and thanked him, and then left the restaurant. Just a week after Ming left the restaurant, soon after, another person came to the restaurant. He asked Arnold Freeman, "Zhu Ming has gone yet?" Nordman nodded while eating and replied, "I just left, so unfortunately I missed you." The man sat next to Nordman and asked, "Then you told him all the news?" Nordman thought for a while to answer, "I have said everything that should be said, but Ziming is really like you said this time. He is a very interesting guy. I am looking forward to him creating a miracle in Brighton. I also hope very much. After all, the capital situation in the United States has been silent for too long. Everyone is like Grant, sticking to his own Aniaka 3-point land. The situation has become rotten and smelly like a stagnant pool, and there is no freedom at all. Now that it is going to change, he will be turned upside down and see what the final outcome will be. Direction. The man said. So that's why you went to China in the first place? My Nordman brothers. With these words, the candle on the table shone on the man's face, and it turned out that he was the real Nordman. Chapter 35 Women's Thoughts? Ziming and Zaira walked out of the Quincy restaurant together. Fortunately, no one came here because of consumption. Otherwise, they would come out together like this, and they would definitely have some malicious conjectures. Knowing their teacher-student relationship, I am afraid that the guesswork will be even more dirty and nasty. Suddenly Ziming seemed to feel something. He turned his head and glanced at the castle in the middle of the restaurant, startled in a daze. Jaira couldn't help but joked when he saw Ziming's appearance. What? Did classmate Ziming think that he didn't eat well this time? It's okay. Anyway, this Quincy restaurant has been here for more than 200 years. If classmate Ziming really, I am very interested. Next time I can accompany you for dinner, but I can only let you pay the bill. After all, you know that my salary as a teacher and researcher is not high, but I can't live such a luxurious life. Ziming did not agree. Ignoring Zira's joking, she just turned her head and asked her, "That person in the restaurant was not Mr. Nordman, right?" The smile on Zira's face instantly solidified, and she stared at Ziming in a daze, a little cramped. Asked, "Why do you think that, Ziming? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? You still talked to him for so long?" Before Zira could finish her words, Ziming interrupted her and said, "It is because I saw and talked to him for so long, so I am more sure that he is not Mr. Nordman, even though he and Nordman the husband is very similar." Ziming said. He looked at Zaira and said, "Of course I don't blame you, teacher Zaira. I think you must have your problems too. I just don't like the feeling of being deceived. Especially teacher Zaira, your deception, this feeling makes me uncomfortable. Do you know?" Zaira was ashamed, but she still desperately explained to Ziming, "Ziming, I'm sorry, but in fact, I didn't think about it. Anything to deceive you is just that my husband does not allow me to speak." "Who is your husband?" "Is that the person who is very similar to Mr. Nordman just now?" Ziming asked. Zaira nodded and said, "That's right. He is named Jeff Ehrman. Since he and Mr. Nordman are twin brothers, they are very similar in appearance, and it is difficult for ordinary people to tell them apart." Mr. Nordman's face is clear. The identity is a professor at the University of Chicago, and Mr. Jeffman, his apparent identity is a director of the bank. but in fact he is an important member of a wealthy family. Those of us who understand are called him Mr. And I guess that's almost the same. That Mr. Jeffman asked you to reveal the China Bank and Gulf news to me? Ziming asked again. Zaira replied to Ziming and said yes, and then she thought of something and hurriedly said, Ziming, whether it is in this matter or in other matters, I have not deceived you, and this matter is still to you. It's good. At least Mr. Jeffman really wants to help you. Ziming didn't speak, but looked at Zaira intently. Zaira was a little guilty when Ziming saw him. What's wrong? Ziming, why do you want to do this? Looking at me, did I say something wrong? There is nothing wrong with what I said, but I feel that there is something wrong with the logic. Ziming continued, I think Teacher Jaira, you should remember me and Jeff isn't it the capital issue that Manxian discussed. If it's someone else, I'm afraid they won't be able to react and can't keep up with Ziming's leaping rhythm. But Zaira was just taken aback, and then immediately reacted. Ziming, you mean he doesn't really want to help you, but the current situation makes him choose to help you, right? There is no other explanation besides this, Ziming said. After all, I don't know him. Just relying on the relationship between me and Mr. Nordliman is not so great, and I borrowed his words, that is, in terms of capital, there is no friendship, and there are only common interests. But there is too much difference in level between you. What common interests can you have? Zara immediately covered the question when she asked. With her mouth, she looked at Ziming with some worry, fearing that she had stabbed the man she cared about. After all, he was a young hero and he must be very proud. Regarding Zara's performance, Ziming certainly understood what she was worried about. Ziming smiled and said to her, it's okay. I am not such a stingy person, and what you said is indeed the truth. I am at a poor level from him. Too much, otherwise I am now a big trust manager with several big companies in my hand, and I am using capital to make the situation in the Middle East continue to deteriorate, and I will not be the one who has been taught by him. Ziming also I wanted to say something, but after thinking about it but didn't say anything, Zaira asked Ziming, you want to ask me about China Banking Corporation and the consortium behind him, right? Ziming nodded without evasiveness and said, I wanted to ask, but then I thought about it when I grew up and explored step by step. Some things might not be a good thing to know too early. Zaira was shocked. I didn't expect Ziming to be like you. It's amazing to be able to have such strong self-control when you are young. Then Zaira lowered her head again. But in fact, I can't tell you anything, because I only know that China Banking Corporation belongs to an ancient Chinese consortium. This Chinese consortium has a very good relationship with Morgan and other old consortia. The Morgan consortium. Ziming was surprised, but as far as I know, the Morgan consortium should be a monopoly capital consortium. His base is a bank. The sphere of influence should be on steel and railways. But this time the opponent's muzzle is aimed at the Gulf, where there is only oil. Don't you think it is Rockefeller? Zaira shook her head and said, although the Rockefeller Consortium is synonymous with oil, this time the Brighton Consortium is involved. The Brighton Consortium and the Rockefeller Consortium are partners. It's a mortal enemy. Since the president's assassination in Texas 27 years ago, the hatred between them has never been solved. Ziming silently nodded and said to Zaira, thank you very much, Teacher Zaira. I think I understand, Ziming said very politely, but of course Ziming would not believe that things were as simple as that. After all, even the Gulf War had hidden such a large capital entanglement. Then behind the president's assassination, who can say that there is no more complicated background? And the Mr. Jeffman in the Quincy restaurant just now said that capital does not have eternal friendship but eternal benefits, and the reverse is also true. Capital will not have eternal enemies. It's just that Ziming just thinks about these words for himself. There is no need to tell Zaira. Ziming doesn't have the fun of smashing people face to face. But he will not simply accept women's ideas. After bidding farewell to Zaira, Ziming went back to the dormitory. Yining waited at the door of the dormitory, wandering back and forth, seeing Ziming hurriedly running in 3 steps and 2 steps. But when he came to Ziming, he didn't know what to say, just looking at Ziming pitifully. Ziming smiled and rubbed Yining's little head and asked her, "Why did you sway at the door? Are you okay?" Yining shook his head and whispered no, then raised his head and asked Ziming, "Teacher, did you meet with Teacher Zaira? Where did you eat the meal? What did you talk about?" Ziming felt very warm about Yining's question, because this is a woman. Whether they are smart or not or what they are now, what's the situation, what they care about most will always be the man they care about most. Facing Ziming's smile, Yining lowered her head again. She also knew that she shouldn't ask these questions at this time, but he just couldn't help it. Ziming raised her little hand and said, "Yining, you don't have to be embarrassed. Actually, you have all asked these questions. First of all, I did meet with Teacher Zaira, but she took me to another person, mainly two. The third person wanted to see me. We ate at the Quincy restaurant on the Harvard campus, but we didn't eat well today. I only ate 2 bites and left. Next time I have a chance, I will take you to eat." Yining was so happy that he almost jumped up immediately. "Okay, teacher, don't lie to me." Ziming also smiled and said hello. Seeing Yining's innocent smile, Ziming felt like a disgusting hooligan. What he said is completely a pickup girl who prescribed the right medicine to a girl. After coaxing Yining, Ziming returned to the dormitory and received a call from Omar saying that the election committee had set the time and place for voting. He also notified all voters who supported him the time. If nothing else by accident, he was confident that he would win the election. However, it was such a trick. On the third day, the accident happened. Early in the morning of the third day, Ziming received a call from Omar when he finished the first class. He was very panicked and yelled to Ziming on the phone. Ziming was a little surprised. As there were still classes later, Ziming asked Omar to meet at a nearby cafeteria. When I arrived at the cafeteria and saw Omar sitting down, Omar couldn't wait to say to Ziming, "Mr. Ziming is not good. This morning the election committee called me to change the time and place of voting." "Temporary change? Is this something wrong?" Ziming asked. Omar shook his head and said, "It's not for this reason." "Mr. Ziming, you may not know that elections in the United States are a very important thing. Generally speaking, a set date is not allowed to be changed at will. Once the time and place are changed, it often means that someone is doing tricks." Ziming did not say a word, indicating that Omar went on to say, "The United States is a country under the rule of law, and any behavior must be under the framework of the law, including elections. However, political power is also what many people want to manipulate. In this case, in order to ensure their own interests, the majority of the parties will control the election committee to vote at a time and place that is beneficial to them. For example, if most of the people who support them have plenty of time, and the opponent's supporters are mostly office workers, then the voting time can be arranged during working hours, and the location can be in places that are difficult to park and find, so that it is easy for the opponent's supporters who missed the voting time and voluntarily gave up the right to vote. Then the majority party undoubtedly won the election with despicable means within the legal framework," Omar said. After listening to Omar's words, Ziming laughed. Although Ziming never thought that the elections in the United States and the West were truly democratic, he did not expect to be so dirty. It was a good trick. "So Omar, you also think that this time the election committee temporarily changed the time and place of voting to help the candidates they need to win the election? Then who would this person be?" Ziming asked curiously. When Ziming's voice fell, another voice immediately sounded next to him. "Isn't this Omar?" It's been a long time. When Omar heard this voice, he was startled first, and then subconsciously clenched. He closed his fist, turned his head and looked at him, gritted his teeth and highlighted a name, Kane. Chapter 36 Election Results? It was not the first time that Ziming heard the name Kane. In fact, when Omar came back to look for him at the time, Ziming had already heard of it. He raised his head and glanced at Kane. This is a tall and handsome American. However, it is this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He used his power to not only make Austrian Mal lost the opportunity to be a judge, and even gave him a very humiliating green hat. Cain did not come here alone. He was accompanied by a very beautiful white girl. Judging from the fact that she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Omar, it was obvious that she was the Lucy who cuckolded Omar. Up. Cain, you hypocrite. Why do you still have a face in front of me? I wish I could cut you off, Omar said angrily to Cain, and even got up from his chair, fists clenched, as if wishing to eat the other party. Cain was shocked, subconsciously took a step back, but then he laughed. Austria, my angry. You cannot come out of a Harvard JD, but rather a circus out funny the clown, or the devil that crawled out of the abyss of hell. Especially the hideous expression you had just now, is so vivid. Austrian Ma was about to shot, but was pulled. Ziming asked him, Mr. Cain, right, you have something wrong. Chinese? Cain turned his head to look at Ziming. He looked up and down for a while before he laughed again. He turned his head and said to Omar, nigger, you can only degenerate to the Chinese now. Have you gotten together? Where is the pride of the former jurist? You are really disappointing, said Cain. Burst suddenly realized, I think of it, listen to say you are Omar recently at several Chinese people's support for it seems that you are in the running for the Senate to be more unbearable than I thought. I think you are not. Recent books and go to school does not view China Tong, otherwise why are there so the illusion of it? I'm just curious, is that you really happy to see Cinderella or the little match girl? Because they're like a dream. Ah, the last I heard was Cain hysterical cry out, holding his feet and then jumping up and pointing them. Ziming said, who just stepped on my foot, including Lucy and Austrian everyone, including the very Ma. Looked dazed. Cain, Ziming looked very innocent, he said, the original of your feet stepped on it. That you cannot be too careful, as we according to the Chinese saying, the 5 elements are wicked and unsuitable to stay in this place, otherwise you may have more serious disasters and even be possessed by demons. Are you afraid? Of course I am not afraid, I'm a pious sincere Christians, only these heathen before you damn. Ah! Cain's words came to this point, and he let out another scream like a pig. He had to jump off the side of Ziming's table, pointed at Ziming and said, it's you. You were the one who stepped on me just now, right? You are all shit, you can only use this shameful method. Ziming innocently Angzuitan, I said, Cain you 5 rows wicked, does not fit to stay in this place, or that your feet still hurt. After Ziming stood up, Cain immediately took a few steps back. He said to Ziming, you Chinese, you wait for me, I won't want you to have a better life. Cain said nothing. 2 steps ran away. Behind him, Lucy gave Omar a few deep glances before following. Watching the figures of Cain and Lucy gradually run away, Omar sat down sullenly. Ziming also sat down. Omar thanked Ziming. Ziming smiled and patted him on the shoulder and said, don't be too much care, that's a mad dog that bites people. We are humans. You can't care about so many people who are bitten by a mad dog. So look a little bit. Omar shook his head and said, I didn't mean that, I mean I am afraid that the elections are dangerous. Ziming did not speak, and Omar continued to say to him, Mr. Ziming, you may not know the situation at Cain's home. This time the election committee suddenly changed the time and place of voting. I think I may fail with the hands and feet I have done with family power. I am very sorry to you, Mr. Ziming. Omar lowered his head as he said, feeling very annoyed. But Ziming said to him, don't be so pessimistic. In China, there is an old saying that soldiers come to cover the water and the earth. It means that no matter what the other party has done, we can still have a solution as long as we use our brains. Moreover, we only change the time and place, and may not be able to manipulate the results. Since we can find so many supporters on time, too. Omar nodded heavily. He stood up and regained his confidence. Yes, I believe that justice will not be defeated by evil. Ziming smiled at Omar. I laughed. But very quickly, the result they were most worried about came out. Only 1 day later, the Fenway District Election Committee announced the time and place of voting. It was from 8 to 10 in the morning and 2 to 4 in the afternoon on June 3rd, 4th, and 5th in Lanya. Voting takes place at polling spot number 34 on Main Street. After getting the time and place of the voting, Ziming and Omar had a very bad feeling, because they had no impression at all at number 34, Lanya Avenue. Not only them, but even the way they went there. I asked many people and didn't know. They had been on the road for nearly an hour, and finally they found this Lanya Street. When he arrived at the place, Omar was surprised and said, "My God, if it wasn't for Kane's hands and feet behind his back, then the people in the parliament must have water in their heads to set the voting spot here." To Omar's anger, Ziming can understand, because this is indeed not a very friendly polling place. First of all, this is just a very old street. The surrounding houses may have their own characteristics, but they are all the same height. The most important point is that the house numbers here are irregular. If you don't look at the house numbers one by one, I'm afraid you'll just look for them. No. Secondly, the road here is very narrow. There are shops and residential buildings nearby, but there is no parking lot. The only parking lot is on another street 1 kilometer away. All in all, if someone here does not organize voters to come and vote, even the most loyal supporters may not insist on voting. Thinking of this, Ziming suddenly heard a slightly mocking voice. "Oh, Mr. Huang Pai, where have we met?" Ziming turned his head and saw a very rich American image. The fat man was walking towards him. Of course, this fat man, Ziming knew him. He was Bob, who was splashed with manure by himself on election day. Ziming didn't want to be extravagant, so he said, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you." "I'm afraid you have admitted the wrong person." However, Bob reluctantly said, "You were taken away by the devil, but I don't have any. I still remember you, damn yellow-skinned bastard." Ziming frowned. "I hope you can lock your mouth, otherwise I don't mind letting things happen again. Half a month ago, but this time I will definitely stuff everything up. Go to your loosely locked mouth." Ziming's words reminded Bob of his fear of being splashed with dung in public half a month ago. It seems that the smelly body is back again. He couldn't help but shudder, but he didn't back down because of it. He still said to Ziming, "You Chinese, you can do it if you have the courage. But I tell you, even if you throw me 1,000 times 10,000 times, as long as I'm here, you don't want to think about the position of a member." "Really?" Ziming smiled and asked, "I'm curious who gave you this courage?" "It's none of your business," said Bob. "Just remember that in the Vinda community I used to be a counselor, and I will still be a counselor now and in the future. Time soon to the 6:37 o'clock camp day. Weekming and Omar voters arrived with their Lanya Street. Due to the previously inspected the scene, Ziming know the polling place and easy to find here, so he is focused those who brought their voters by bus. More than 100 voters sat in 3 buses. But when I got here, someone immediately retreated, because the narrow Lanya Street was already full of people at the moment, and it was difficult for a bus to get in. Zuxianqing Ming, are you sure we can vote at 8 o'clock, right? Because you know we're going to work at 8:30. Although I support Omar's policy, but I do not want to lose my job. Maybe I don't earn much money from work, but that's the biggest income for our family, and neither my family nor I can lose this income. This is a middle-aged Chinese community in Ueda, Ziming said. In addition to other Hispanic people are said to Omar, Austria. "Mr. Ma, I wish you success. If I may, will you come here in the afternoon?" For these people, Ziming nodded helplessly, and then nearly half of them got out of the bus. Members Veda community of voters, you know every one of them in life, there will be a significant opportunity to change their own destiny, and now you can sit here, is to make a right choice, because your choice will to make the most fundamental change to the medical environment of Vinda community. Your behavior is to save your family. Austria Malta in a speech to board the bus doing all the rest of the electorate. But Omar's speech can choose a firm hearts of the people, but cannot change some objective circumstances. When the 3 buses car finally opened a narrow road to reach the parking lot, when they found here had gone parking spaces. "Damn, it seems we are late today." Austrian Ma says, angry. Face of such a situation, Huang Yi, make recommendations, said, the old teacher, or we can directly to the bus stop at the roadside Ya Street, get off. Voters go to the polls. Anyway, just a temporary pause, should be no problem. The answer to Huang Yi was the sound of police sirens passing by. Several police cars passed Lanya Street, and many traffic police got off. One by one, they were issuing tickets to vehicles parking illegally on the side of the road. If they did not cooperate, the tow truck would be used. He entered the scene and dragged the car away. At the same time, there were policemen standing by. Whenever they saw the police resisting the assault, they immediately came up and arrested them. Damn, these dogs. Mother, they obviously don't let us vote, Omar scolded. Ziming still remained calm and said, don't worry, isn't this what we expected? Since there is no way in front of us, let's go find another place and stop the car. Anyway, when we came over last time, we didn't find it. Are there other spare parking lots? It's just a bit farther away. Ziming thought for a while and then said, even if it doesn't work today, and there are still 2 days to come tomorrow, we still have a chance. However, the final result is always, it was the worst. In the end, Omar still lost the election. Chapter 37 Faithful Advice? Omar will inevitably lose the election because the difficulty he faces is too great. Even on the first day, due to the parking lot, there was no one within 2 kilometers nearby. The parking lot they used made it impossible for them to park. In the end, they could only choose to find a remote corner that the traffic police could not see, put the voters down one by one, and then let them go to the polling place to vote by themselves. This method is undoubtedly forced, and it also made many voters lose their last patience. After all, although they support Omar's policy and hope to enjoy the health care reform promised by Omar, that's all. They are desperately wasting too much time to vote for Omar. This is absolutely impossible. They are not fanatical to the level of believers. Although there are still 2 days to vote in the future, since it is all during working hours, and voters only took a day off at most, not many people turned up to vote in the end. The vote count was announced on the 9th. There was no surprise. Omar lost to Bob with 47 votes to 136 votes. In front of the bulletin board of the Parliament building, Bob was happily dancing, and deliberately came to Ziming and the others triumphantly said, if I were you, I would definitely not be here today, because you wouldn't look at yours either. Configuration, nigger and cleaning insects. You are only worthy to be slaves in dark mines. Election is the right of American citizens. It is impossible for you to win even the slightest chance, said Bob. Suddenly remembered, what's the general? I heard that you have moved to the Vinda community for the election of Omar. It seems that you have really worked hard for the election, but it is useless, otherwise I can choose to let you be my assistant, to help clean the communal toilets in the community. It is worthy of your good intentions. But, you are really a dog. Mother. Omar gritted his teeth. Ziming just looked at him coldly and said, congratulations to Bob for becoming a member of the Vinda community. But maybe this is not a good thing. I would like to advise Mr. Bob to quit you. Membership will be better, otherwise in the near future, you will regret today's results. Is that so? Chinese, you are a master of humor. It's a pity that your humor is like a clown in a circus. It's just as disgusting. Your words are as stupid as wailing in a lunatic asylum. Bob continued to mock. Ziming ignored Bob's ridicule. He just sneered and dropped a sentence of I hope you remember today's words, and then left with Omar. Back in the car, Omar couldn't help his emotions anymore. He cried bitterly, crying and said to Ziming, Mr. Ziming is very sorry. I didn't win this election. I estimated the situation of this election in advance. I did not expect that Kane would suddenly intervene. I am sorry, Mr. Ziming, for your investment. I am really a waste. Mr. Omar, there is no way to become a Harvard PhD. Ziming said. Austria Ma stunned for a moment. He did not think Ziming would actually come out with such a sentence. Ziming smiled and then said this, Austria Ma who you are, but you are the first black Harvard University, commented Chairman. You are to conquer as the leader of all the residents of the Vinda community. You are the candidate I personally selected among so many people at Harvard University. I believe in you. but I want you to believe in yourself even more. There are thousands of things in this world, and everything has success or failure. They are not solely related to ability, just like the election you just concluded. Having said, Zuming paused and then said, or a promise I can tell you one less friendly to the fact that I had not thought about at the start of the campaign. You can win the election, or that you may not be a successful campaign. What a good thing. Why is that? Austrian Ma asked Leng Leng. The reason is simple. We are not strong enough. I am being targeted by a senior state senator, and Omar, you also have an opponent like Kane, and now our ability is not enough to defeat them. So instead of Malta, you are faced with numerous problems every day after elected. Might as well throw the others to take this position. We think of ways behind a screen just fine, Ziming said. Vertical blinds hearings? Austrian Ma asked, puzzled. He obviously does not understand the meaning of this word. Ziming explained and said, that is, let Bautabo in front when his members, but we can sit behind the scenes to do things by him. Let him be our marionette. But how could it? Bautabo itself and we stand in opposition, and he does not give us trouble is already blessed God. How he will listen to us then? Austrian Ma said, very surprised. Ziming did not answer, but first asked him, Austrian Ma, remember I told you if you know wrong not jump word. Austrian Ma tentatively thought for a moment and said, there is no impossible things in this world, only you do not want to start brains. Ziming played a snap of his fingers. Is this sentence, so long as we are willing to use their brains to think of ways, maybe our last Bautabo members will come seeking us. Austrian Ma very dazed looked Ziming. Bei Zumin completely unknown what to say, and Ziming also did not explain the meaning of his thin, but told him, I have to go back to Harvard, I should have a lawyer, I'm in the dormitory, and you'll understand when you get to the place. With Ziming, then, in front of the driver force stepped on his foot throttle, Ziming Buick gallop out, and soon returned to the dormitory. This time lawyer Alan have been waiting here. Ziming took him to the hall to sit down on the couch. Alan took out a paper material to Ziming, said, Zuxian Ming, I have successfully signed up for Yuamitong Logistics Company with a capital of $2 million. US Logistics Company? Austrian Ma Leng Leng asked, this time flashing numerous question marks on his head. Austrian Mr. Ma, you be wondering is because you do not know about this man. He is the chairman Veda Logistics Company. Ziming said. Listen, Ziming explained. Omar suddenly realized that Zuxian Ming, you do this is to compete with him in business. Let him use commercial means to surrender to you, right? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming shook his head and said, why Mr. Omar you compete? This word is not good, because I did not intend any competition with him. I was going to run over him with capital directly. You know I have insurance companies currently have more than $100 million in funds. Although Zuming told Omar the news, but when he heard Zuming said the export of this figure, but still could not help but suck down air conditioning. After all, $1 billion is too large a number. In addition, there is a little, this is not what I want him to compete. But Omar, you want to compete with him? Ziming hand pointing Omar said, because the old Brook members relationship, me and my classmates, they are not directly in competition among Veda community. So you are Omar as my US Logistics Company directors do best candidates for long. Austria Malta only had time to take a break in the previous message. Ziming's words make him shocked. He did not think how this PR company actually to give to him. Austrian Mole, busy shaking his head, said, Zuxian Xingming, this is not possible, because I do not know any way of doing business, but also never had something like that. I worried that I will defeat Bautabo. Yeah. So ready, Mr. Omar lost to Bautabo second time, right? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming asked. Ziming, this question is like a needle piercing into the General Omar heart. Omar loudly, certainly not. As long as you do not want to, of course I have to make you win, Ziming said. Austrian Ma Leng Leng looked Ziming, completely unknown by Zuming of meaning. Ziming then said to him, I know, worried that they do not understand any business industry skills, But I want to tell you what is going. Special business skills that will appear in the competition means a level playing field is weak or strong play. When you think boutable logistics company has met or exceeded my Wharton insurance company yet, no mistake, not jump word. I do not know how his company is like, but one thing I am certain that he and Mr. Ziming, you are absolutely not an order of magnitude. Austrian Ma said. So Austrian Mr. Ma, you do not need to worry about direct A pass. The other will play GGS. Ziming said. Omar said that he did not understand Ziming's advanced remarks. Ziming didn't explain much this time. He directly handed over the company legal documents to Omar and said, from now on, Omar, you are MTO, the chairman and chief executive officer of a logistics company. Your goal is Bob's Vinda Logistics Company. You can squeeze his living space by lowering the freight rate and advertising him negatively. I believe that small logistics company will soon be overwhelmed. But to do so does not belong to malicious competition. It, according to Massachusetts law, is to go to prison to die. The Austrian Ma worried that although I am not afraid of jail, but I was not willing to end. Of course I won't let you end this way, but it is not a malicious competition. I think I should listen to the views of professional legal professionals. Ziming said that he handed over the right to speak to Alan. Alan cleared his throat and said to Omar, from a legal point of view, malicious competition is a very difficult behavior to define. Generally speaking, if there is no direct evidence to prove that it has passed, advertising or other means of malicious slander will not be sentenced to malicious competition. That's why there are many small companies shooting targeted advertisements to obtain product marketing cases. Ziming took over Alan's words and said, even the big multinational companies can't help it. A little Bob can turn the sky over. If he wants to go to court, I don't think we will be afraid of him. Omar took a deep breath and replied, I understand Mr. Ziming, leave it to me, I believe I can do it. At the same time in the Lexington Villa, Massachusetts Speaker Anthony and Oldbrook were sitting in the courtyard chatting. Suddenly Oldbrook's butler came over and said a few words in his ear, making Oldbrook suddenly happy. Anthony knew him well, so he asked him, my Brook brother, let me guess, it was the result of the Vinda community selection that came out, and that Chinese lost the election? Yes, that damn China people. How can he have a congressman? Even the most basic level congressman is not allowed. Oldbrook said, Mr. Speaker guessed it so quickly, so you knew it was the news? Anthony he shook his head and said, I don't know, but I know my Brook brother better than the Chinese. Now you are too attached to that Chinese. Shouldn't our eyes be on the other side? Just this time, the guns in the Middle East rang out. We defeated that family and lost the Chinese who had been blessed by the family. Can you still need it at will? Mr. Speaker, don't worry, I have not forgotten. I am waiting for the opportunity. Oldbrook said. Well, I trust my Brook brother. Anthony shrugged meaninglessly. Obviously he didn't believe in Oldbrook. He went on to say, but I came here today. There is another news for Brother Tobruk. What brought that family is that before the gunfire in the Middle East, we can do something against China Bank. Chapter 38. Competition? There are several lonely buildings in the north of Vinda community near the Charles River. This is a small dock on the bank of the Charles River in the past, but it has all been rented by Vinda Logistics to become a company of the company. The logistics transfer station is now in the office of the chairman of the board of directors on the top floor of the company's office building. There was a burst of tempest. Heavy breathing. A brown smooth back facing the door, she straddled. Sitting on a fat American, she was up and down, the long dark red hair is flying up and down with her movements. There is no doubt that they are the source of breathing. The photos and business cards on the desk all showed the fat man's name. He was the chairman of Vinda Logistics, Bob. Suddenly, Bob stretched out his hand and hit the woman's ass severely, and shouted, "Hurry up, you damn little Mexican bitch, your face looks like those Chinese craps every time I see them. It's the dirtiest and most irritating thing. I want to stab your bodies severely and throw you into the Charles River." As Bob said, he reached out and grabbed the woman's chest, grasping very hard. The woman immediately cried out in pain, "Let go, you hurt me, you damn buttery fat man." But Bob seemed to have hurt harder and harder. His lower body was very hard, pushing upwards vigorously, and at the same time he was still breathlessly grinning. "Scream, you damn Asian bitch. I like to hear you struggle and scream, but you look helpless that way. Make me feel better. Come on, you bitch. You seemed to be scolding me just now to see how I killed you." With the last series of shouts from Bob, the two of them finally stopped. The woman lay on Bob for a while, and then he got up and said, "What are you crazy about today? You almost killed me just now." Bob hadn't recovered yet. He laughed and said, "But you are not dead now. Don't you know, you were really strong just now. I will give you an extra $100 in this month's bonus." "Only $100? You, when it is in a casino, you know, you just catch me. Look, either now at all still swollen, and if you just give me $100 you give me special what to eat shit go. I'm not one of those weak Chinese. Believe it or not, next time I get AIDS and come back and kill you." The woman yelled, even crumpled up the toilet paper she had just used to wipe and smashed it at Bob. Boutabo picked up the paper in front of their own smell a bit, revealing a smile. "Those Chinese who really is annoying, but unfortunately they do exist, or was I beat?" Feeling like this piece of paper also reveals a fascinating fragrance. Woman spit scolded him a dog feces. Boutabo laughed, and he shut the toilet paper to thrown into the trash. Then he said to the woman, "Well, you this bitch to Mexico, you think you whore than casinos good to go? You just are not there. What things to say to me, damn, you are really a bastard who should go to hell." The woman scolded Bob, and then said to Bob, "I just wanted to tell you that there is another MTO logistics company in Vinda community that opened its doors today." Boutabo, somewhat taken aback, said, "US logistics company did not listen to me say this logistics company is a newly registered yet. No mistake, not jump word." The woman replied straightforwardly, "I don't know. I am not your agent. I just happened to see it when I was at work today. I want to investigate any information myself." "You bitch, take my money and don't do anything for me," Bob scolded. The woman laughed. "My Mr. Bob, you are such an idiot. Since you know I am a bitch, can you still count on me to do something? You can investigate slowly. I'm going to take a bath. I'm so uncomfortable." After speaking, the woman picked up the underwear on the floor and stuffed it into her pocket, twisted her butt and walked out of the office. Bob scolded a bitch again behind her back, but he thought about it calmly, and immediately picked up his pants and grabbed the car key. "I walked out of the office, got in my car downstairs, and went to find the Metong Logistics Company. The Vinda community is not particularly big, and Bob has lived here for more than 10 years since he started his business. He started as a deliveryman at the most basic level, and now it can be said that he can transfer the community again with his eyes closed, so it was only 5 minutes before he found PR Logistics. Unlike Bob's logistics company, this Metong Logistics Company is located at the East Gate intersection of Vinda community. This location is more eye-catching. Almost everyone who goes out from the East Gate will be able to see it. For this reason, when Bob arrived here, many onlookers who didn't know the truth had gathered at the door of MTO Logistics. Bob sat in the car, rolled down the window and looked at the logistics company over there, grinning, and said, "Where does this wild boy dare to open a logistics company here? It seems that no one has spread knowledge to him. But it's okay. I haven't competed with people for a long time. I just want to find someone to vent my anger." But Bob's words came to an abrupt end here, because he saw the people coming out of it. The black man next to Ziming is also his competitor, Omar. Bob had a very bad premonition in his heart. Could it be said that this so-called Metong Logistics Company was specially opened by them to cause trouble for themselves? These mother-in-law's chores are really unsettling. For a moment, Bob got out of the car angrily, and then pushed the crowd away and came to the logistics company, but Bob was just stunned when he pointed at Omar to curse, because he saw the advertisement scrolling on the TV next to him. The content of this advertisement is that the customer delivers things to the logistics company, but the people of the logistics company opened it in the warehouse privately to see if it is what they need, and if it is, take it from it. If not, you can laugh at the goods. Rubbish. At the end of the advertisement, a little girl stood up and said that MTL does not have a warehouse, and MTL is only a porter of goods. Seeing this advertisement, Bob's lungs were going to explode. He jumped out and pointed at Omar and shouted, "Your advertisement is framing and slandering, you shameless despicable." Although today was only the first day of the opening of PR Logistics, Omar was not surprised that Bob would suddenly appear. He still smiled and said to him, "Hello, Chairman Bob. I am very surprised. Will you be angry? Could it be that your vendor logistics company also has this behavior? Although I am here to compete with you, if this is the case, it would be a pity." Following Omar's words, the surrounding people all talked. I feel that Mr. Omar is right. There must be something wrong with vendor logistics. I lost my things there once. They are very irresponsible. Now think about it. Maybe it was stolen by them. They are not a logistics company, but a thief company. Someone said, the most important thing is that he let us all have no, he will take our things. Feel free to take it apart and look at it. What if we are personal belongings? Omar stood up at the right time and said, "Please don't worry, everyone. The problem you are worried about will not appear in peer news. The logistics is here, because we have signed agreements with other transportation companies. As long as your things arrive at ours, we can ship them directly. We don't have a warehouse to stock up. And more importantly, our prices are better than vendor is cheaper." Really? That's great. I will choose Metong Logistics in the future. We will all choose Metong. You shouted in the crowd. Omar and the others were very excited, but Bob was going crazy, and he roared, "You ungrateful bastards, you are all slandering. I won't let you go. I will not let you go." It is not said that Mr. Bob, your vendor logistics company did such a thing. Why are you so angry? Your reaction is more like annoyed into anger, Omar said to him. After hearing Omar's words, everyone else agreed. Yes, he must have a guilty conscience to me, and he must be stolen from us by his obese appearance. As the so-called wall fell, everyone broke the drum and beat them. In addition to echoing, some people picked up other things. If you want me to see this, Bob is a damn bastard. Everyone remembers that he was in the vendor community. How long is the counselor? But has he done anything for us? He didn't help the community at all except helping his own logistics company. He didn't build a hospital and didn't solve the problem of fewer toilets. He is a disgusting bastard. There. First person yelled, and everyone else condemned him one after another. Yes. Our vendor community doesn't need such a disgusting liar. You ungrateful things. You all deserve to go to hell. Bob roared and rushed towards the crowd. But the angry crowd is also not easy to provoke. They all yelled at Bob, and then rushed forward to beat Bob one by one. Seeing that the situation was a little out of control, Omar suddenly didn't know what to do. He immediately called Zuming. Before he could speak, Zuming asked first, "Is it because the idiot Bob can't control himself? Fighting against the people in the vendor community?" Mr. Zuming, you are really amazing. You can guess that. Everything is under your control. So what should we do now? Omar asked. Help him. Although this guy's mouth is a bit cheap, we still need this person. To some extent, he is the best member of this vendor community. Zuming said. Okay, Mr. Zuming, I understand. I will do it well. Omar hung up the phone after speaking, and then took out a loudspeaker to say, "Please calm down. Please don't get excited. It's illegal. I believe that everyone would not want to spend this Christmas in jail, right?" There are no mistakes in many words. With Omar's words, everyone stopped their hands in doubt, and Omar took the opportunity to get in. The crowd came to Bob and said to everyone, "I'm very happy to see that everyone is united. This is the vendor community I want to see, but now I still hope that everyone will go back and do take care of yourself. I believe that our vendor community will be better." Austrian Ma's words reminded everyone that it was immediately said, "No, wrong, we do not support Bautabo. We want to support Omar, we have to support the US logistics company." In the cry of all, the Austrian Malta crouched down to Bautabo said, Listen or know, this is the power of unity, and solidarity with the Veda community is very strong. At least you will not have in this community a foothold. At this time Bob was dying, but he still used all his strength to scold Omar. You shameless black man, I won't let you do what you want. As long as I'm here, you can never be. Members of the Vinda community, my Vinda Logistics company is also the best. Or promise this is true in the past. But the future is very sorry, and now look at the momentum. I am afraid the future no longer in your hands. Austrian Ma said. Chapter 39. You are not qualified to talk to me. 6:21 morning at 7:30, Ziming is the door eating breakfast. Suddenly bodyguard came to tell Ziming said a car out the wandering back and forth around the hostel. I do not know what the other purpose cannot say, is really to ensure implementation of DART responsibility to the bones go. To know that he had been to the United States 6 months' time, and in addition to the toll Brooks sent halfway to intercept the vehicle, they did not encounter any danger. In this case, I'm afraid that most people have to relax vigilance, can but still vigilant heart. It was only with their lives repay Wang Ziming soldiers to do. Ziming thought for a moment, then nodded that he knew, and he quickly finished breakfast, and with large out of the dormitory door and saw the car. It was a very ordinary Ford sedan. Ziming seeing that car smiled and walked over there. The car seemed to feel something, and he stopped after Ziming passed. Boom boom boom. Ziming hand knocked 3 windows, said, inside my friend, I was Ziming. If it came to me, just please speak out now. Do not in my dorm around a week. You do not faint Halo we do. In the week under Ming persuasion, this Ford car door was opened, a fat figure came out from the car. Mr. Ming, sorry, I think I must have something to talk to you. Ziming looked at the familiar figure although obesity but stunned for a while, then suddenly laughed. You will not bow to it a lot of error free word how things turned out. I almost do not take off the vest. I know you. He is Bob. But now he is unkempt. Not only is his clothes tattered, his face is also black and purple, and there are also traces of nail scratches on his neck and face. Bowed head down in front of Ziming. Ziming did not dare to look at, even though he had not heard of this Alexander Lord that bastard and vest jokes, but Ziming then let him feel a strong smell of ridicule. Ziming took out a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and handed a boat bow. Also said, there are what? Well, then here, dormitories tomorrow, unless you want more people to be a joke. Bob took the cigarette from Ziming and thanked Ziming. When he put the cigarette in his mouth, Ziming asked him, you are here for the matter of Metong Logistics, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Baotabu stopped the hand movements, very long pause before Ruthless inhaled, said, Zuxianqing Ming, I am wrong. If you want to position members of the community Vader I can give you, but you need to immediately withdraw Metong Logistics from the Vinda community. This is a very strange thing. I would like to know what Mr. Baotabu you made this decision. Ziming mouthed so saying, cannot fully listen to a little surprised at his tone among he seemed very hesitant when he saw that Bob was lowering his head, so he gave him a little motivation. If it doesn't matter if Mr. Bob needs to consider time, I think Mr. Bob will definitely consider it when I come back from class. Having Ziming turned back to the dorm, but Baotabu immediately shouted to Ziming, cannot compromise. Zuxianqing Ming, I think we still talk questions Vader community of it, everything else is irrelevant. Ziming listened did not speak, but his face is obvious given the answer. Baotabu had to compromise again. I understand Zuxianqing Ming, I'll tell you the whole thing. Then Bob told the story. 9 days ago, that is, on the 3rd day after he was elected as a member of the Vinda community, the PTO Logistics company was opened in the Vinda community. The quit advertisement maliciously spread rumors to his Vinda Logistics. Bot was furious and wanted to trouble Omar, but was beaten by the onlookers. After returning home, Bob decided to compete with Omar, but the low-price competition of PRM and the impact of advertising caused Vinda Logistics turnover to drop again and again. Although the Vinda community is just an ordinary community, because this community is backed by the Charles River, there are also many company business managers in the community. They all need a good cooperative logistics company, so my company can at least have a few $100 in money. At this point, Bob looked up at Ziming and said, but since the arrival of PR Logistics, my company hasn't had a customer for 3 days. Vida community is just like that. Great. I have been here for 10 years. I know how many customers there are. For this reason, I have thought of many ways to discount or reduce costs. I even called to explain the situation to the customers one by one, but it was useless. Bob said, I also thought about competing with you. Maybe you just want to breathe out. I only need to be able to survive this period of time. At this point, Bob said after a pause, but I'm just a small logistics company. I have so many funds. How can I compare with your Wharton Insurance Company? You are all billions of dollars in assets. So you put yourself in such a miserable look. Am I right to win sympathy? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped, Ziming asked meaningfully. Faced with this question, Bob's face suddenly became ashamed and angry. He told Ziming, I did not do it myself. It was my secretary and my lover. That Mexican bitch was all her coveted. My money has made me like this! Exclamation mark. Although Bob was not clear, it was not difficult for Ziming to guess what happened. It was nothing more than Bob's lover coveting his money. Now because Omar's intervention made his income lower and he was in danger of bankruptcy at any time, in such a situation, the lover was obviously reluctant to follow him, but he was reluctant to let it go. In the middle, the lover turned him into this. This is really a bloody plot. Bautabo concluded. So I am here today. Xiang Xianqing Ming, you throw in the towel. I will quit the position of members of parliament will be re-election. I believe that Omar be elected. Ranging from Bautabo's words finished, Ziming just waved interrupted him and said, I was a little curious. You? These naive. Who told you? Bob swallowed the rest of the words back into his stomach, and looked at Ziming blankly, completely unable to understand what he meant. Ziming looked at Bautabo said, how what you do not seem to understand what I mean. I do not accept your defeat. I do not need you to quit your job members, as well as the last point. I do not. I think the parliament will be re-elected, and perhaps a new member will be appointed. That week Xianqing Ming exactly you gonna do? Bautabo asked. Ziming laughed. You ask me what I think. You are gonna feel good too little. What do you think? You are eligible for direct dialogue and I have something. You went to Omar, is he, to deal with it? I will go to class soon. I would advise you not to show up in front of me again, otherwise I will guarantee that you will be 100 times worse than today. Please trust me, I will do what I say. Bautabo left to the last sentence. Ziming turned around and go back to the dormitory, leaving only froze in place a loss of Bautabo. Back to the hostel, Ziming looked out the window. Bautabo then called the Omar's phone. Now Bautabo at the door of my dorm, you'll be right over him to dispose of. I do not want when I come back, I can still see his boring face. Ziming is finished command to hang up the phone, then returned to his seat to continue to eat breakfast. He did not look outside. Bautabo look in the outside. While in the mouth whispering in Bautabo, Ziming left the why this is so, aside leaning against his car and sat down paralysis. Bautabo is really Mongolia, and he could not believe he doesn't even have the qualifications to have an equal dialogue with that Chinese. Is he looking for someone to arrange himself? But he is an American. He is just a Chinese. How can he become like this now? Bob looked up at the rising sun in the distance. He knew that today was the longest day of the sun in a year, but he felt a biting cold. Before long, another car drove over, and a tall black man came to Bob and blocked the sun for him. Bob looked at the man, and then he was stunned. You are Omar. Did you arrange for me? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Omar smiled, then squatted down in front of Bob and asked him, otherwise, what do you think? Are you still qualified to negotiate face-to-face with Mr. Ziming? Bob lowered his head. Indeed, he has no qualifications now. For him, Vinda Logistics is everything to him. Losing Vinda Logistics means losing everything. Perhaps he still has the status of a community counselor, But if you don't have the support of Vinda Logistics, it's a shit. You must know that the grassroots members are all part-time members and don't get a penny salary. In other words, if Vinda Logistics goes bankrupt, he can't even survive. When it's there, how can you be a counselor? Omar, I know I was wrong. I have already conceded. I can let the congressman do it for you. Do I only want my Vinda Logistics company? Nothing is wrong. No skipping, Bob said hurriedly. Omar smiled. But it's a pity that I don't look down on a small community member. What I want is the company. Bob glared at Omar and said, do you want me to die? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Don't worry, my congressman. I think you can listen to me and express your opinion afterwards. Omar said to him in his very magnetic voice, my thoughts are my beauty. Logistics company acquired your Vinda Logistics company, then you continue to do your members. Of course, you need not worry about your life. I can let you serve as a director of our Logistics company, and funds to support the activities of your members. Omar paused at the end before asking, do you understand what I mean by saying that? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Omar's voice is very nice, but at this moment, in Bob's ears, it hits his heart like a magic sound from hell, making him breathless. Do you want me to be your marionette? Bob asked through gritted teeth. Omar shook his head and said, no, no, no. The term puppets is too rude. I have a better term called Changlian. After all, as a member of our Vinda community, you need to be supervised by the community. We are all. I can make any suggestions to you. What's the difference? It's nothing more than wrapping up your shit, Bob said bitterly. Mr. Bob seems to really have a soft spot. Omar said, then I won't talk nonsense with you. Do you want to be your counselor, or go to the Charles River in despair? What? Bob clenched his fists in silence for a while, and finally lowered his head helplessly. I understand. I will listen to your arrangements. This is really a wise choice, Senator Bob. Omar said to him, but I have one more question. Did anyone help you in this election? Bob had already given up at this time. He nodded and said directly about Omar's problem without thinking, yes, his name is Kane. He said that his family is very capable and can help me become a member of the Vinda community. It turns out that it is. Thank you very much, Omar said. Chapter 40. Take a stand alone. Bow. Thank you for the monthly support of You Are a Little Dizzy, Function Wanzai and Function Yushao. On the morning of June 22nd, a speech was delivered at the Eastgate Plaza of Vinda Community. The platform was set up, and there was a logo of Metong Logistics Company next to it. The Vinda community is not big. There are so many people who come and go every day, and there are not many things happening. Recently, the most talked about in the Vinda community is the establishment of Mittel, relying on low prices and advertising advantages. Although he was only 10 days old, everyone in the Vinda community chose him. Due to the popularity of PR logistics, and today is the weekend, many people in the community were attracted by this. Seeing a lot of people coming, Omar took Bob to the stage together. Their presence undoubtedly surprised everyone. As the so-called colleagues are enemies, shouldn't they be competitors? How come together? In the face of everyone's doubts, Omar smiled and said, dear brothers and sisters in the Vinda community, I know everyone is wondering why Bob and I are together. There are even some people who are very unfriendly because of this. Lenovo. But I can tell you very responsibly that there is absolutely no conspiracy here. I am with him because we need to tell you a piece of news. Mr. Bob and I have reached an agreement. Starting today, the United States Stong Logistics Company will wholly acquire Vinda Logistics Company. Astonishing. Omar's words caused an uproar in the following. No one expected this result, because although everyone complained about Vinda Logistics Company a lot, they have to admit Vinda Logistics has been entrenched in the community for 10 years. How could it be acquired by a company that has only been in business for 10 days? This is too far-fetched. Is this a conspiracy between Vinda Logistics and PR Logistics? They seem to be in a competitive relationship. But in fact they are all raccoon dogs, and only this answer can explain it. Everyone thought so. They looked at Omar no longer so kindly. They thought Omar deceived them. On the podium, Omar did not say much about everyone's doubts, but only invited Bob to the stage. Bob said to everyone, "I completely agree with the acquisition of Vinda Logistics by PR Logistics." After finishing talking, Bob consciously stepped aside. Omar went on to say, "Brothers and sisters in the community, Bob is the chairman of Vinda Logistics." I believe his words are the most convincing. Omar, this sentence did not exchange any cheers, but got a boo, because Bob and Omar's speech made them more convinced that they were deceived. Everyone booed and gestured to Omar with their middle fingers. "Go to hell, you bad scammers, we won't believe you anymore." This is definitely the worst joke this year. We would rather go to a logistics company farther away than choose a scammer. This situation made Omar frown, but he did not flinch, but continued to say loudly, "Dear brothers and sisters of the Veda community, I don't know what caused you to misunderstand that we are a liar, to think I have to explain here. Mr. Bob and I, we didn't know each other before, and he even snatched the position of a community counselor from me." Omar tried to explain, but angry people they didn't want to listen. They were still pointing their middle fingers to Omar, and some even took off their socks and threw them on the stage. They were still swearing viciously, "Go to hell, you damn liar. I won't believe any of your words anymore. You and Bob are the worst assholes. You should go to hell and suffer the most severe torture." These abuses caused a huge impact and made Omar subconsciously take a step back. He could see Bob's mocking smile behind him, and he did not expect that the situation on the scene would become like this. How could everyone have such a big misunderstanding of him? Omar didn't understand. He also wanted to give up, but he thought that Ziming trusted himself in that way, and he must not let him down. So Omar gained confidence again, stepped forward, and sang a melodious melody. "Ah, can you see what makes us so proud when the dawn dawns? She is in the last dawn of dawn, whose flag is always high in the fierce battle." With this melody sung by Omar, the scene gradually became quiet, because this is the national anthem of the United States. When everyone was quiet, Omar said again, "You think I deceived you. The fact is that you were wrong, and it was so wrong. Here today, I can solemnly swear to the stars and stripes. The company acquired Vinda Logistics, but PR Logistics will still stick to its tradition and only be a cargo porter." Omar's speech surprised everyone. Omar also continued, "Many of you have been my supporter who followed me to the polling place and voted, so you should also know my vision of Vinda's community health care reform." Following Omar's speech, the people below all nodded subconsciously. Omar went on to say, "So here today, I can assure everyone that Mr. Bob can concentrate on being his counselor, and build better. Our community, and our Metong Logistics company will build this part of the hospital, and give full support. Please believe it." Omar's speech was like dropping a blockbuster in everyone's mind, shocking everyone. Yes, but Omar's speech is not over yet. Omar continued, "You have misunderstood me just now, which makes me very sad, but I can forgive you, because I really love you. I love each of you, and for this I would rather suffer the pain of being nailed to the cross." If Omar's words just now were just a blockbuster, then his words at the moment are like a stormy sea, which moved everyone, and they shed tears of remorse, vying for each other. Sorry to Omar, as if all of them became his most loyal believers. In the face of everyone's apologies, Omar also shed tears. He was moved because he did it, but he also raised his head and said in his heart, "Mr. Ziming, I did it, and I can finally do it for you. No, I have lived up to your expectations of me. No." Omar's success has undoubtedly made Bob more uncomfortable. He now regrets very much why he must fight for this congressman, spending so much money in vain every 2 years without getting any substantive benefits, especially after the incident of spilling the dung. Why didn't he want to fight for any more parliamentarians? But later, because of that damn cane, he said that he had some greater support, so he started running for parliament again. Well, they had given themselves a lot of support, and they have also been elected as a member of parliament. But now that I think about it, it is simply shit. and they have been used as guns by others. It must be Kane and that person that they had conflicts with Ziming, so they let themselves go to make trouble for him. I hate myself for believing so stupidly. As a result, I am now a puppet of the Chinese. In fact, Bob has been in Vinda community for 10 years and has already taken root here. He shouldn't have been acquired by such a simple acquisition. Even though the behemoth Wharton Insurance Company is standing behind PR, Bob, even if Bob doesn't have a customer, it's okay to support the first half or even 1 year, but Bob can hold it. But the other shareholders first abandoned him. Bob also deeply remembered what Omar said to himself when he found himself in the morning. Your shareholders have sold all their shares to me. I have more than 50% of the shares, and I have the largest. You now have two options. One is to hold a shareholders meeting and you take your shares and get out of the way, and the other is to accept the acquisition of Metong Logistics and accept my dictation to you. In this situation, in addition to accepting, Bob does not think he has any other options. Bob didn't know how he got through to the end of Omar's activities. He only knew that when the activities were over, he immediately went back to his car and started crying. Bob, you are such an idiot. Everything happening in Vinda's community is dominated by Ziming, whether it's the establishment of Metong Logistics Company or the subsequent acquisition of Vinda Logistics Company. Both events require huge capital support. Especially for the acquisition of Vinda Logistics was a complete threat. Because in any case, Vinda Logistics is a company that has existed for 10 years. Perhaps there is a big shortage in terms of expansion, but there is no shortage of dividends distributed to shareholders every year, and shareholders have a certain degree of respect for the company. Feelings, originally would not give up easily. But this time before, Metong Logistics continued to compress his living space. And at the same time Ziming was willing to pay double the price to buy shares. This top-wronged approach allowed Vinda Logistics shareholders to surrender and quietly sell their shares to Ziming. It is precisely because of this that Omar has the most important bargaining chip, and Bob can only obey his orders. However, at this moment, Ziming's eyes are not in the Vinda community at all. As Ziming said, Bob is not qualified yet. At the same time, as the future President of the United States, even if he is still young, Omar definitely has a unique role. Even if he fails, it doesn't matter if he's ability. Secondly, it's because of another news that he cares more about. Ziming this time sitting on a chair in his room, directly across from a TV, which is playing the news. Here is the Brighton News. A video from Dongbei Finance and Economics News recently released a video showing that China Bank Brighton branch President Hoover lobbied customers to repay their loans in advance. Once this news was released, it immediately caused a lot of trouble in the stock market. Investors believe that Hoover's behavior indicates that China Bank's debt crisis has been very serious and has even reached the result of insolvency. They have dumped China Bank's stock. In just one day, China Bank's stock fell by more than 7 percentage points, which is from 87 since the financial crisis. Chinese banks another serious crisis. According to my desk commentator analysis, the Chinese banking crisis, most likely 87 extension of the crisis continued, because there is no sign that the stock market decline, resulting in investment losses of more than $500 million of Chinese banks, although the final Chinese silver line success of financial resources and borrowing had that crisis. But the loss is irreparable for this time of crisis and pave the way. Face of the deteriorating situation. The shareholders, Chinese banks and other investors have asked banks disclose financial statements, but as of press time before reporters, Chinese banks are still not released any news. This is a piece of news that Ziming has been paying attention to recently. In fact, since the day when Hoover came to him to repay the loan in advance, Ziming has been paying attention to the news about China Banking Corporation. The old teacher. In recent days Chinese bank stocks doing really poorly. There may be some rebound in the beginning, but from the day before yesterday, his stock has been in a state of collapse. Yining sitting weak Ming's side reminded him. Ziming silently nodded and said, It seems that I need to go to Mr. Hoover. A good time to talk. Chapter 41. Looking up to the same blue sky. At noon, Ziming car came to South Brighton area. Here is the political and economic Brighton Centre. Brighton City's most important institutions are headquartered here. Chinese Bank is no exception. China Bank of China Financial Tower is a tall building with more classical features. It is located opposite to the Brighton Bank. It can also be regarded as a landmark building in Brighton. This is actually a more interesting situation, because the Brighton Bank is the core of the Brighton Consortium. And the Brighton Consortium is one of the top 10 consortiums that control the lifeblood of the United States. Although the Americans may not care too much, but the Tangerine Bank stands directly opposite the Brighton Bank. This situation in itself is enough to prove the strength of the Tangerine Bank, but when Ziming arrived here, he saw the dilemma of the Tangerine Bank. There is a financial organization holding a rally at the entrance of Xiamen. Just like the news broadcast, they held up banners and some took the lead in shouting slogans. They kept distributing propaganda materials to pedestrians passing by, demanding that China Bank of China disclose its account confidence to all depositors and investors. Explain. Beside them are the Brighton police, who are paying close attention to the situation. On the other side, many depositors were crowded in front of the China Bank of China. They held up their deposit receipts and demanded that China Bank of China return the money to them immediately. Ziming saw this situation in his eyes. He knew very well that this situation was called a bank run. Simply put, when the bank's credit declined, depositors went to the bank to withdraw their money in order to avoid losses. The cash situation. Generally speaking, this kind of thing will not happen. And once it happens, it will cause a fatal blow to the bank. The reason is simple. Depositors keep their money in banks. Banks have to pay depositor interest and shareholder dividends. At the same time, they must maintain their own operations and expansion. They must invest the accumulated depositors' funds, and usually only a small part of it is left. Funds should be withdrawn by depositors. At this time, once there is a concentrated run on depositors, it will cause insufficient bank reserves and make the bank's credit worse. If the bank cannot pass this level, then the only thing waiting for him is bankruptcy on the way. It's just that this kind of run happened either during the financial crisis, when everyone blindly made runs due to the impact of the crisis, or it happened to some small banks. According to Ziming's understanding, China Banking Corporation is also a large bank with strong capital. What shouldn't happen is that, it seems that China Banking Corporation is really in serious trouble. Ziming thought this in his heart, and then asked the police to start the car again, drove into the underground parking lot of Tangerine Bank, and finally went upstairs to find Hoover. Now that the China Bank of China is in big trouble, Hoover, as the head of the Brighton branch of China Bank of China, will naturally not feel well. When Ziming came to his office, he found that many people were waiting here. Needless to say, the people here must be the same as those below, except that those below are small depositors, and these are large customers, or have a better name called investor. But no matter how the name is different, when trouble comes, the result is the same. Ziming looked around, but suddenly realized that there was an acquaintance inside, and that was Mark, the chairman of Deep Blue Airlines. Mark was also a little embarrassed to see Ziming. He explained to Ziming, "I actually want to help China Banking Corporation, but Deep Blue Airlines is not doing very well right now, so to be on the safe side, I still have to withdraw my money." "Mr. Mark, you don't need to explain anything to me if you want to save your money," Ziming said. He did not expect that he had only cooperated with him once, and he was so polite to himself. And as far as I know, he didn't seem to have any cooperation with China Banking Corporation before. Could it be because of his own relationship? Ziming didn't know, and of course it didn't matter. He'll talk to Mr. Hoover for other things, and we'll talk later. Ziming would go inside after he finished speaking, but a tall white man was standing right away. He got up and blocked Ziming's path, and said unkindly, "Chinese, are you blind? I haven't seen so many people here waiting. You should just roll back and wait." After the white man finished speaking, Everyone else echoed, "Yes, damn Chinese. You have to know that this is the United States. Pay attention to your own quality influence." Faced with this chaotic scene, Ziming had not had time to speak. Hearing Hoover's secretary stood up and shouted, "Is Mr. Ziming here?" "Mr. Hoover invites you to the office." As the secretary said this, the office outside suddenly became quiet because of this. It is undoubtedly a heavy slap in the face. Explanations should be a cry, and then strode across the office and said loudly to everyone, "I'm sorry it seems I did not jump the queue, but Mr. Hoover and I have more important things to talk about." Said after Ziming followed the secretary into Hoover's office, the others outside cursed after hearing Ziming's words. Don't think they were also complaining about their behavior of jumping in line, but as the office door was closed, outside Ziming's matter was not what Ziming cared about. In contrast, Ziming was even more surprised by the current situation. In front of Ziming, Hoover was sitting on his office chair, and beside him was a nurse lady who was helping him change his drip. "There have been a lot of things recently. My old problem happened to have happened again, so that's all." Hoover took the initiative to explain his surprise to Ziming, and he then asked, "But Ziming, won't you come here today also to withdraw cash?" "Well, that would really make us worse. I would think if someone was willing to give me $1 million. But unfortunately no one did it, and at the same time I don't have that many deposits in China Bank." Ziming back with ridicule Hoover, followed by Ziming sitting in front of Hoover. "Secretary to Miss Ziming, cup of tea." Ziming said the sound thanks to Hoover that she said. "But having said that, I will come today that the purpose of the Bank of China is indeed related to the current situation of China Bank of China. If I remember correctly, China Bank of China's capital should be at least $10 billion. It is not a small bank. How could it be run like this? What do you think? It's very unscientific. In fact, not only you, but also the shareholders and the senior management of the bank, everyone thinks this is unscientific, but it actually happened. The reason is simple. This is because the capital of China Banking Corporation has shrunk significantly. Since the Black Monday in 1987, many investments of China Banking Corporation have suffered a huge blow. Hoover said, "That's why you found me last time, Manager Hu, asking me to pay back the loan in advance, right?" Ziming asked. Hoover nodded and said, "Because of the failure of investment, China Banking Corporation has always had a shortage of funds. The senior management was worried that someone would take the opportunity to spread rumors, or sell bank stocks and run on. So we managers were asked to persuade major customers, require large customers to return loans and pull deposits in advance, and be prepared in advance to deal with the reserves for the run. It seems that you have known that someone is targeting you a long time ago. Is it the grievances between the consortium, which China Bank of China belongs to?" From the consortium, Ziming asked again. Facing Ziming's question, Hoover looked at Ziming for a while and then reluctantly shook his head and said, "Ziming, you have been around for a long time," and finally entered the subject. "I think this is the main purpose of your coming today, right?" "There are many typos." Ziming nodded without denying this. "I really want to know, because someone pretended to be Mr. Nordliman and told me some interesting situations, including the situation of Gulf and China Bank." To hear Ziming to say, Hoover surprised a moment, then laughed. "If I am wrong, then," he said, "he was from Chicago. He said that the Gulf War would break out. It is because Chinese banks and Chinese banks behind the consortium invested in Iraq and controlled the oil in the Persian Gulf. So the consortium that is hostile to us needs a war to stop this." At the end of the day, Hoover looked at Ziming and asked, "Am I right?" Skip the word. Ziming didn't change his face and asked, "Isn't it true that this is the case?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Hoover thought for a while and replied, "On the surface, it is true, but in fact the situation is far more complicated than you think." "How complicated?" "It is the controlling consortium behind China Banking Corporation." "Is it? Or is the consortium itself split?" Ziming asked 3 questions in one breath. Hoover did not answer this directly, but first asked Ziming, Why are you obsessed with this question? Why do you think I will answer you? Do you know that there are so many customers outside waiting for me to go? Deal with it. Why do you think I will waste time on you? I didn't say that you must answer me, but I think since you took me to find Uncle Tiger also made me have any difficulties to find you. Now I come here, you can't be so stingy, right? Words Ziming said. That was because Mr. Tiger valued you at the time, but what you did later disappointed him. Have you forgotten it? Hoover said. It seems that there is something like that, Ziming said suddenly. But President Hu, are you sure that your Mr. Tiger is really disappointed in me? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming's last question the two. Hoover was stunned, and only laughed after a long time. No wonder Mr. Tiger values you so much for really have by you at the capital to the make him value all jobs. Indeed, after that you did, Tiger, not only did your husband not disappoint you, but he paid more attention to you, because you were better than he thought. He believes you can do better than he thought. Hoover's answer gave Ziming a sigh of relief. In fact, he doesn't know what Uncle Tiger thinks. And he has no way of knowing whether his intentional act of showing weakness in the first place will really make Uncle Tiger angry, or whether Uncle Tiger has the same habit of controlling like some big people. But in the end Ziming still thought that since Uncle Tiger could be more powerful than Hoover, he would definitely not be a person without vision. It turned out that Ziming had guessed right, and Uncle Hu really understood his original thoughts and acted in a play with him. However, the topic did not end here. Ziming asked Hoover, so now Mr. Hoover can answer my question? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Of course it can, but I am just a small person and don't know much, Hoover reminded Ziming. Ziming nodded to express his understanding. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, Hoover is already the head of the Brighton branch of China Banking Corporation. He must be a very powerful man. But you must know that there are also regional branches and head offices above him. There is a larger consortium behind the China Banking Corporation, and above the consortium there is an organization united by several big chaebols like Kang Kian. So counting, Hoover is indeed just a small person. But the little people are also looking up at the same blue sky as the big ones, don't they? Nothing is wrong, Ziming said. Hoover froze for a moment, then gave Ziming a thumbs up and said, as expected, he is a person whom Uncle Tiger valued. It is really domineering. Fourth 12 chapters dare to put the emperor down horse. Hoover praise of Ziming is sincere, because, for most people, whether they are trying to study or work, whether you are working in the fields or at the computer in the Wall Street financial building, the purpose is nothing more than to get a promotion and raise a salary. It is very satisfying to get more salary every month. The so-called ambition that is up to someone saved enough money to open a small company own boss. Can a company do it? Is included under the wings of large consortia. This is the most people expect ideas. However, Ziming was not satisfied, and he should also want to look up to these consortia with a blue sky, which may sound like a childhood ambition of people, but Hoover was a feeling that he really can do, or not only can he do it, but he can even do better. Think of here, Hoover steady as steady mind, and Ziming said, as far as I know Fan Wei, majority owner Chinese banks behind California, Texas and Morgan consortium of 3, 2 of which Morgan and Texas each consortium holds 25% and the California consortium holds 30%. Therefore, the headquarters of China Banking Corporation is located in San Francisco, California. That what Uncle Tiger who? He also Jialafuniya consortium of people? Ziming asked. Hoover point head and said, no mistake, he is from California within the consortium a very large family. And that family is the largest family-owned consortium of California. That it now has 3 corporate backing. How Chinese banks will fall into the run trend of it. I have a relative in California and Texas have not got it to understand, but at least Morgan Consortium Finance started. He should have a way to resolve this crisis no matter did not he do? Ziming asked curiously. Hoover smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, although China banking is not the core business of the Morgan Consortium, as an important holding company of Morgan, The Morgan Consortium cannot stand idly by. However, freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold, and China Bank's dilemma is also it is not caused by 1 or 2 days, but the explosion of accumulated problems over a long period of time. Therefore, even for the Morgan Consortium, it is very difficult to solve it. Hoover said after thinking about it and said, if Ziming, you have had a problem recently. If you pay attention to the stock market, then you should see the stocks of Massachusetts Securities Company plummeting. This is a countermeasure of the Morgan Consortium. In Circle Y and Savesell, Ziming said, but then again, Brighton is Brighton. If the China banking group entered so hastily on the site of the Dayton Consortium, it would definitely attract the other party's crazy targeting, right? Didn't either 3 major consortium make any plans? Mr. Ziming, have you never heard of the phrase that the plan cannot keep up with the changes? What? Hoover said, pre-plans are only useful when you can control the situation. It's like buying a company smaller than you, but who can predict the battles and layout between large consortia. Since it is unpredictable, it is very likely that you will become useless if you do any plan. It turns out that it is. Then Mr. Hoover, can you tell me about the Brighton Consortium? Ziming asked, and he thought for a moment. Add another sentence, within the range of what you know. Hoover replied, of course there is no problem. As the branch president of China Banking Corporation in Brighton, I have to remember the situation of the Brighton Consortium by heart. There. Subsequently, the composition of the consortium Hoover put Brighton et al. Told Ziming, first consortium composed of Brighton. Brighton, no matter how long history of the consortium, consisting of him and the other consortium, the structure is still very similar, mainly composed of the 4 families of Adams, Kennedy, Loveland Lawrence and the companies they control. Among the 4 major families, the 2 families of Loveland Lawrence have their main spheres of influence in their own city, Harvard University and MIT, and they are not so active by nature, so the most important of them is Adams and Kennedy are 2 major families. Needless to say, the Kennedy family is familiar to many people who care about international politics. The man who almost declared war with the Soviet Union during the Cuban Missile Crisis led to the possible Third World War and was later assassinated in Texas. The president is from this family. The Kennedy family's ability to win a president is inseparable from the family's own financial resources. The Kennedy family started in finance, controlling Brighton Bank, and owned Kennedy Securities and a number of food companies. Since Kennedy selfishly handed over all defense orders to the Brighton Consortium during his presidency, the Kennedy family also owns very important shares in the Bell Company, which manufactures aircraft, and Phoenix, which manufactures missiles and other high-end weapons. For this reason, although the Kennedy family debuted much later than the other 3 families, they still ranked second in terms of strength. The Brighton Consortium is the most powerful and at the same time the core of the consortium. Undoubtedly the Adams family. The Adams family has the title of the first royal family of the United States. This is not only because the Adams family planned the American Revolutionary War and was one of the 3 most important founding fathers in the United States. The White House was planned and built by Adams, but also because the Adams family opened both father and son became presidents. It can be said that since the founding of the United States, the Adams family has established its core position in the Brighton Consortium. As the core of the consortium, the Adams family has holdings in all important companies of the consortium, whether it is the Bell Company and Phoenix Company for arms orders, or food companies, even Harvard University, MIT, and Adams controlled by the Lowell and Lawrence families. The families have also served as school directors, and the holdings of the Adams family of Brighton Bank, the foundation of the consortium, have reached a terrifying 49%. For this reason, there is a joke here in Massachusetts that if the governor catches a cold, at most one governor can be changed. But if Adams catches a cold, then the entire state of Massachusetts will be infected. Hoover told Ziming. Ziming was not surprised at all. After all, Adams was the oldest consortium family in the United States. Even during his presidency, he arbitrarily made the decision to move the capital in order to fight against other consortia. If such a powerful family didn't even control its own base area, it would be an unscientific story. But Ziming was interested in another story. Since the Brighton Consortium is so strong here, there must be many spokespersons for the consortium in the state government and parliament, Ziming asked, and Hoover gave a positive answer. Ziming then asked, "So I want to ask, yes, who is the Brooke family?" "The Adams family." Hoover's answer was very straightforward. Ziming suddenly realized, there is a reason why the Brooke family is so powerful. Hoover nodded and told Ziming, "Yes, the Adams family implemented a siege policy in the state legislature, because since the presidency has retired, they have. I understand that yuan is just a time-limited puppet, and only the parliamentary system is eternal. Therefore, he never directly supports the governor or the speaker, but only focuses on supporting his own senator who has the right to speak in the state assembly. Old Brooke is one of them." "One of them?" Hoover thought for a while and said, "And according to other news, in addition to being a senator supported by the Adams family, Old Brooke also has a big economic cooperation with the Adams family. Old Brooke Holdings, the investment company of the Adams family, is an important enterprise of the Adams family. So, as far as I know, there are not many senior senators in the state legislature. In other words, if I find a way to give the Old Brooke or the investment company controlled by the Old Brooke to, if you kill it, won't you be able to force the Adams out of the family?" Ziming said. At the end of his speech, he looked at Hoover and said, "I think this is also the real purpose of Uncle Tiger looking for me." Facing Ziming's sudden question, Hoover panicked, and subconsciously said, "Why do you think, Ziming?" "Because there is no love for no reason in this world. Since Uncle Tiger has found me, he asked you to support me and asked me to be in love. How can there be no purpose in becoming an influential person in Brighton within a year?" Ziming asked. Hoover had recovered his emotions at this time. He said to Ziming, "I don't know the real purpose, but I guess Mr. Tiger simply hopes that you can cause as much trouble to the Brighton Consortium as possible, because this will relieve the pressure on China Banking Corporation. Mr. Tiger really looks up to me. He actually thought of asking me to start in the base camp of the Brighton Consortium and create trouble for this big consortium that controls the lifeblood of the United States." Ziming grew significantly. He thought for a while and asked, "I don't think I was the first to be selected by Mr. Hoover to do these things, am I? What about the results of my predecessors? They all failed. Some are dead, and some are imprisoned." Hoover lowered his head as he said, afraid to look at Ziming's eyes, and seemed to be ashamed of this inhuman request. But Ziming next. The words surprised him. "This is really a tragic story, but it is exciting," Ziming said. Hoover raised his head again. He looked at Ziming dumbfounded and asked, "Ziming, you said you were excited? Why aren't you excited?" Ziming asked Hoover. "Look at the Brighton Consortium, one of the 10 largest consortiums that control the United States, and the oldest consortium in the United States, knows that it also instigated the U.S. Confederate War, but now I want to make trouble for him. Isn't that the equivalent of digging the corner of the United States? I participated in the Soviet Union, disintegrated, and now I have to play with the American chaebol. How can you not make people excited?" Hoover took a breath of air, and when he faced Ziming, he was shocked in his heart. Because originally Hoover would have thought that Ziming would give up after seeing through his purpose. After all, Ziming is already a small accomplishment in Brighton. There is not only an insurance company with assets of more than 100 million yuan, but also a promising candidate. No matter how you look at it, it's a rising small consortium posture. At this time, no one should provoke the Brighton Consortium, a local snake. In other words, they are all the big chaebols who control the lifeline of the American economy. There are at least 10,000 ways to make Ziming unable to stay in Brighton. However, Ziming said that he was very excited because he wanted to play with the Brighton Consortium. How could this not be shocking? Hoover was so shocked that he couldn't even say anything wrong. Ziming, are you sure you really want to do this? Why not? You forgot what I said. I want looking up at the same blue sky as those big people," Ziming said. If Hoover was still shocked just now, then he was completely convinced after listening to Ziming's words. He remembered a very rash sentence: willing to pluck, dare to pull the emperor off the horse. Isn't this what Ziming looks like now? Only then did Hoover understand why there have been so many dynasty changes in Chinese history. Unlike in Europe, a family can rule a country for 1,000 years. Isn't it because there are many kings like Ziming who are domineering, daring and supremely powerful? The Challenger. Chapter 43, Left to Right. Mr. Tiger, as expected, Ziming came to me just now and asked about the Brighton Consortium. I put the main components of the Brighton Consortium. I was told that he also expressed his willingness to cause trouble to the Brighton Consortium. This surprised me because normal people would not do this, especially when his career was just starting and he had small achievements. Many people, they will choose to steadily develop and protect themselves. After all, it is not easy to start from scratch. No one wants to go through the entrepreneurial process repeatedly. That is not a good dream. In the office of the president of China Banking Tower, Hoover stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of his office and looked out. Charles River in the distance, with a phone in his hand, is the only one in his office at this moment. Yes, it seems like what you said, Mr. Tiger. Ziming is a young man, so he will have the enthusiasm of a young man. Hoover hesitated at this point, and then went on to say, but there are also many shortcomings, because before leaving, he specifically asked me about the relationship between Brooke and the Brighton Consortium. I think he is still too attached to his hatred and is not really going to lead us. Of course, I also understand that people like him won't really be willing to use it for us, but at least he can't be so obsessed with his own personal grievances, right? This approach is too unattractive and not a long-term investment object. My suggestion is to look at it first. Let's see what he does. Hoover paused after talking, and after listening carefully to the answer, he said, "Don't worry, Mr. Tiger, I know my identity and position very well. I will do everything in my part. Things that come down will not be so pleasant." Hoover did not end the call and did not directly hang up, but he first glanced at the time, and then dialed the extension number of the secretary at the door. "It's over here. You clean up the customers at the door. If possible, let them leave first. Tell them that their deposits will be no problem, and we will soon. There will be important customers coming." At the same time, Ziming has been with the bodyguard. We went to the underground parking lot and got in our Buick car. Don't you think I just promised Hoover to help them deal with the Brighton Consortium, which was a bit of their use as a gun? Ziming suddenly turned his head and asked. Regarding this sudden problem, the police did not be surprised. On the one hand, his Soldier King's psychological quality is superb, and nothing alone can surprise him. On the other hand, Ziming often finds him when he is okay. Although they are a task relationship, but for the two of them, there is more emotion in it, so they are used to it. From the surface, there is a little bit, but from the situation, you have no other choice. After all, you have now forged a feud with the Brooke family, and the Brooke family is a member of the Brighton Consortium. Now the Brighton Consortium has not made a move, maybe it is unnecessary or for other reasons, but no one can guarantee that they will not run into it in the future. Analysis. Little by little, Ziming, you are here in Brighton. It's a newcomer. It's impossible to fight the Brighton Consortium on your own without information and conditions. You must look for an alliance. Now that someone has thrown an olive branch, there is nothing wrong with you, regardless of their purpose. Why, at least I can guarantee that when I face the Brighton Consortium in the future, someone can help. Unexpectedly, you can analyze so much truth from such a little thing. But I don't think as much as you, Ziming said. I was just thinking that when I came to the United States, I wanted to do something for my career. I didn't know the situation in the United States or the composition of which consortium. Even if I wanted to fight with which consortium, I couldn't find an opponent, and I couldn't find the key point. Now it's hard for someone to show me the way. Of course, I must seize this opportunity." Ziming's words made the stunned, and after a while smiled bitterly and said to Ziming, "The princes and generals are kind. It seems that I am still too conservative, just thinking about finding allies to fight the Brighton Consortium together. But you have thought about how to kill the Brighton Consortium in the future or replace it." Ziming shook his head and smiled and said, "In fact, I may not be as ambitious as you think. I didn't plan to be Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, but I faintly felt that the situation on the American side was not as stable as I imagined. At least between these American consortiums fighting with each other, maybe I can do something." After some conversation, I started the car and took Ziming back to the dormitory, but sometimes it was just such a coincidence. Here, when Ziming's car left the gate of the building, another car drove from the other side, which happened to be the same as Ziming's car. Staggered, Old Brook was sitting in another car, with him in the car at the same time, and his lawyer's Sapiro. Old Brook also came to the China Bank building. He got out of the car and went straight to Hoover's office. When Old Brook arrived at Hoover's office, he happened to see the secretary coursing other customers. Old Brook said playfully, "Why is Mr. Hoover's office so messy? China Bank is about to go bankrupt." Already? Their words were shocking, and Old Brook's words immediately attracted all eyes. As a senior senator from Massachusetts, Old Brook was immediately recognized. "Brook, what happened today is that you are doing things behind your back, right?" someone accused Old Brook. Old Brook smiled slightly at this. "I am very happy to be able to say this, which means that my influence has risen a step further. But little man, I still advise you to pay attention to your words. It is best to." Brook added honorific words in front, "because whether you can get your deposits before the bankruptcy of China Bank, the key lies with me." Everyone was too surprised, and then the secretary came forward and said, "Hello Mr. Brook, Mr. Hoover is waiting for you, please come in with me." Hearing the invitation of Miss Secretary, Old Brook beckoned to the others. "Gentlemen, I am very happy to see you here. Let me understand the waiting. What kind of idiots did I save?" "Goodbye." Old Brook finished speaking very arrogantly and walked into Hoover's office. The people outside were very angry, but they were helpless with Old Brook. First, let's not talk about Old Brook. The status of a senior senator, the Adams family behind them, is even more unattractive. Just say that Brook may indeed be here today to inject capital into China Banking Corporation, and I am afraid it is indeed to save them. Hoover is still hanging on, and Old Brook can't help but smile when he sees him like this. Mr. Hoover is a general of China Banking Corporation. Why has it become like this now? No way, this is what the situation forced. Hoover replied helplessly, "But Mr. Brook, I don't think you made a special trip to laugh at me today. Did you?" "Of course, I am not that boring," Old Brook said, sitting in front of Hoover, and he continued, "Okay, we can start talking about business now. Regarding my previous proposal, I don't know how Mr. Hoover is thinking about it." Regarding this question, Hoover said with embarrassment, "Mr. Brook, for your price, I have communicated with the headquarters and it is difficult to accept it. So I hope that Mr. Brook can add more. As long as I can convince the headquarters, then we can sign the contract immediately." "Is that so?" said Old Brook. "But Mr. Hoover, you have to understand that you are not betraying this China Bank building, but you are only transferring the lease of some of the floors, and this is exactly the bank building, the place with the least value. And with all due respect, given the current economic situation of China Banking Corporation, these floors are useless even if they are not sold to me, in your own hands." "I don't deny this," Hoover said, "but Mr. Brook, the price you offered is really unacceptable. You know that I am just the branch manager of China Banking Corporation. The one who can really make the decision is the headquarters. Then since Mr. Brook, you really want these floors, it does need to be sold. So why not take a step back? Now this will only waste our time, isn't it?" Old Brook raised his eyebrows, and then began to count Hoover's resume. Mr. Hoover graduated in '59. He then joined the China Banking Corporation and worked at the Bank of China. In the past 21 years, He has been the most basic bank manager and has been in the position of the current Brighton branch president. Hoover said in the face of the old Brooks whisper. If he didn't send it, he just looked at the other side quietly, waiting for the other side to reveal his true purpose. Old Brook did not disappoint Hoover either. After counting Hoover's resume, he said, "So Mr. Hoover is also a smart person. Then I don't think we need to play any cleverness, such as who for the headquarters that Mr. Foe just mentioned. If I didn't guess wrong, China Banking Corporation should have given full decision-making power to Mr. Hoover. Am I right?" Hoover still said nothing, and Old Brook continued. He said, "Now the funds of China Bank are in an unprecedented crisis. The stocks are sold desperately. There are still so many people outside waiting to withdraw money. Many floors of the bank building are basically for display. If I give up today, then they will lose value. So Mr. Hoover, will you still insist on your choice?" After talking, Old Brook leaned back in the chair and looked at Hoover confidently. The two sides stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes for a long time. When Old Brook became impatient and ready to leave, Hoover finally lost the battle. "Mr. Brook, I agree with your price." The old cloth looked this contemptuous sneer. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hoover, if you in a minute nod before the bell, then I would agree, but now I have no patience, unless you are willing to let me give 10%. "You are robbery," Hoover said angrily. "Mr. Hoover, blame I did not warn you. Impatient, but poor. You need to make a decision as soon as possible." The old cloth Luke said. Hoover took a deep breath, then quickly pointed head and said, "Well, I agree." The old cloth Luke laughed and said, "This is really a good news for happy people, but unfortunately if Mr. Hoover promised earlier, it was best of both worlds." Hoover does not care about the old cloth Luke ridicule. He just took out an third contract, said, "Cloth, Mr. Rook, now your lawyer here, we signed the first contract. It what a home impatient partner." Old cloth Rook put contracts, showed his lawyer's Sapiro, then asked him, "Mr. Hoover, venture to ask, when the Chinese bank after the accident, Ziming has not come, I found you." It seems cloth Mr. Ukta Ziming is still very concerned about. "I do not understand why you have to ask that question," Hoover said. "I really very concerned about the little guy, and I wish him all the time Charles thrown into the river to feed the fish." The old cloth Luke said, "Not over now, if he had not come to you. Him just I hope you can give," he said, "let him prepare a little more antihypertensive drugs, because I am going to prepare for him a very fine color program, but this program is not so friendly to him." Chapter 44 is very bad cake of results on (630 days). This is a very ordinary day, but for Zooming and finance classes for the students they are not common. This one morning, when Zooming and financial classes of students who came to the Department of Economics building ready for class at that time, he suddenly received a call from the company. In general, said Zooming's people know they are still in school at Harvard University, and therefore never made a phone call during class period the company. Now this call came suddenly, especially at the point where the incident happened at the China Banking Corporation, which made Zooming instinctively feel the seriousness of the matter. So Zooming personally answered the phone, and then he heard the panicked report over there. "The chairman is not good. People from the Bureau of Justice are here." They also brought judicial documents, saying that the company's accounts and all assets will be frozen. Ziming frowned when he heard the news, but he was still very calm and said, "I know about this, and I will rush back to the company immediately." "You first stabilize the people from the Bureau of Justice, and tell them that you don't have the power to handle company affairs." "Teacher, is there any trouble with the company?" Ziming hung up, and Yining immediately asked him. Ziming smiled and said to her, "Nothing, not a big deal. Is nothing but the old Brook to us looking for trouble. It is quite normal. I'll see you back. You first feel at ease to school now." Having Week Ming and Xia left the teaching building together, Yining originally wanted to follow along, but she immediately thought that it would be useless to follow her own abilities, so she might as well continue to study and work hard to enrich herself in order to help Zhu Ming is more busy. In addition, Yining also agrees with Ziming's words. It is normal for them to find Old Brook for them from time to time. After all, the enmity between them and Old Brook cannot be resolved. Old Brook is not. When making trouble for them, you are trying to figure out how to create trouble for them. Between the two, it is better to choose the former, because at least they already know what trouble the other party is looking for, as it is now. More than half an hour later, Ziming rushed to the Tanti building to take the elevator, then opened the elevators, and saw a beautiful blonde woman waiting at the door. This is the executive director in charge of corporate affairs when he and the finance class students are away. The name is Julie. He graduated from the University of Brighton and was dug out from the Massachusetts insurance company by Ziming with an annual salary of $200,000. Of course, for nearly half a year, her work results are indeed worthy of the salary Ziming paid her, not to mention how leapfrog development the company can make, but at least it is guaranteed that the company will not stagnate when she and the finance class students are not there. It still maintains steady development. This may sound easy, but you must know that Wharton Insurance Company is basically responsible for Ziming and Jin. If the students in the wrong class are not there, it is equivalent to taking away most of the company's resources. Imagine a company, including the chairman, several vice presidents, and most of the marketing department are absent from the company for a long time. If you need to replace it with an incompetent executive, the company will basically fall into a semi-paralyzed state. Only Julie can keep the company in order, even though she often complains to Ziming. Speaking of it, it was luck for Ziming to find Julie. When Ziming found a headhunting company to find a suitable executive director, the headhunting company actually recommended another person after hearing Ziming's request. Julie was just a backup candidate. After all, I have only graduated now and have not made any achievements yet, so my score in a headhunting company is not very high. However, Ziming decided on her, because Ziming happened to know that there was such a person and knew that she was indeed capable of bringing a company to life, so he hit it off with a headhunting company, and then hired her with a high salary. However, this capable executive is now full of anxiety. Mr. Ziming, I am sorry, but they are from the Bureau of Justice. They also brought official judicial documents. I have told them everything about the company. I have no right to deal with legal issues, but I can't stop them. They said that our previous selling was against the law. Ziming interrupted Julie's explanation. These are not important. I believe you are a serious person. The administrative director in charge. What about the law enforcement officers of the Judicial Bureau now? They are all checking our financial information in the financial room, Zili replied. Seeing Ziming frowned, she immediately explained. I understand that Mr. Ming is a finance company. Is the premise of the court did not explicitly support the right to refuse disclosure, but their people, and also with formal judicial documents. Ranging Zhu after Li said Ziming. She smiled and said to her, "It's okay, I understand your difficulty, and I didn't mean to blame you. Let's go and see what's going on now." Ziming walked in first after speaking. At the company, Julie just froze for a moment, and then followed Ziming and joined the company. At this moment, the Wharton Insurance Company is in a mess. The folders on the desk are stumbling, and a lot of documents are scattered on the floor. Several black men in the uniforms of the Justice Bureau are looking through the drawers one by one. In the front financial room, it was the sound of a tin cabinet. Several administrative staff in all uniforms watched all this in a panic. When they saw Ziming, they immediately ran towards him like a master. Ziming raised his hand to signal them to stay calm, then raised his head and said loudly to the front financial room, "I want to ask, can I call the police in this case?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Hearing Ziming's question, the law enforcement officers of the Judicial Bureau stopped their movements, and there was no sound in the finance room. A short and chubby man came out, looked up and down Ziming several times and said, "Chinese, Are you the legal representative of this company? Then I will inform you that your insurance company's previous selling behavior is suspected of high-frequency trading and insider trading. The Justice Bureau will freeze all the assets of your company. This is your judicial documents. There. Other party took out a document and threw it to Ziming. After finishing this, he and Ziming looked at each other for a while and said, "If there is no problem, you can leave." Ziming smiled, and he asked, "I don't know what you call it." "I am the legal officer of the Financial Supervision Division of the Bureau of Justice, and my name is Lincoln," said the fat man. "Okay, Lincoln, legal officer. I don't know if my English expression is wrong or your listening is not good enough." Lincoln looked at Ziming suspiciously. He obviously didn't understand what Ziming meant, so Ziming had to point out. Circled the office, and then said, "Lincoln, legal officer, didn't you hear my question just now? Can I call the police in this situation? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Why call the police? We are the Bureau of Justice." Lincoln asked in a daze, obviously still not understanding. "Of course I know that you are the Bureau of Justice," Ziming said, "but now you have broken into my company privately and have to freeze my property. You are the legal officer. I wonder if your behavior is illegal. It must be clearer than me. Right? No mistakes, no skipping." Lincoln suddenly realized what Ziming meant. "So you are saying that I am breaking the law, but the Chinese? Are you sure you are joking with me? I am the legal officer of the Bureau of Justice in charge of law enforcement, and your eyes are blind." "Already? I still brought the judicial documents here today. I am acting in accordance with the law. I have the right to freeze all the property of this company. But I can't see the Judicial Bureau is enforcing the law. All I see is a bunch of the robbers who entered the house. They made a mess of my company," Ziming said loudly. Lincoln was taken aback, and then he came back to his senses and pointed at Ziming and said, "Who gave you the power to speak to me so loudly? I tell you, I can say at any time that you are threatening law enforcement. You say you face at least, do you know, more than 3 years of imprisonment? No mistakes, no skips." After hearing the 3-year imprisonment, Julie and the others immediately took Ziming back so that Ziming would stop quarreling with Lincoln. However, when Lincoln saw Ziming this way, he was still reluctant. "Chinese, now this company still belongs to you, but you have to get out of here now, because he has been frozen. No matter it is the funds in your bank account or this room, you can't touch it anymore." At this time, Ziming has been taken by Julie. They pulled out of the office. Ziming was not afraid of Lincoln, but he did not go in the office again because Julie was crying at the door. "Mr. Ziming, I'm really very sorry. You trusted me so much and gave me the company, but I didn't protect him. Now they are frozen like this. This is really a very bad result." Julie cried. "Julie, you don't need to apologize, because it's not your fault." Ziming comforted her. "You have seen it just now. They are not so much here to enforce the law, but rather they are a group of people who came to make trouble. The bandit, and to protect. It is also the chairman of me who has not fulfilled his due responsibility. You have done a very good job now." Julie shook her head and said, "But that's not enough." Julie looked at Ziming and said, "Mr. Ziming, do you know, I love Wharton Insurance Company. I really love this place. When I came into the company, there was nothing here, but Mr. Ziming was the one who told me there will be everything here in the future. It was you who gave me a very high salary and paid off his gambling debts for my father. From then on, I vowed that I would make this company grow. I look at this company growing up little by little, as well as the magical investments made by you and your classmates, Mr. Ziming. This allows me to witness the rise of a miracle with my own eyes." Julie suddenly became very disappointed when she said that, but at this moment, the Bureau of Justice came, and they brought judicial documents to freeze all of the company's assets. "This is to forcibly interrupt our dreams. I am so unwilling, because if I can do better, Mr. Ziming may not need you to take the risk of doing those sell-offs. This is because I did not do my best." In the face of Julie, Ziming felt very ashamed, because comparing my heart, this thing is really not her responsibility, because no matter how well she did, she would definitely do this selling action, and as long as old Brooke kept staring at her, the Justice Bureau would still come to her door. Ziming thought this way and said, "Julie, I don't think you should think that way. After all, there are some things." But this time Ziming was interrupted before finishing saying what he saw. The elevator over there opened. A figure that Ziming was very familiar with came over. It was Old Brook. "Yo, what's the matter with Wharton Insurance Company today? How come law enforcement officers from the Bureau of Justice have come over? Did something illegal?" "So I said long ago, no matter what you do, you still have to follow it. The legal framework is good," Old Brook said hypocritically. Ziming smiled coldly and said, "I don't want to bother Congressman Brook. I just want to ask Congressman Brook, who is not in the Parliament building, why he came to me. Did he bring me any judicial documents? No mistakes, no skipping?" "Of course not. I'm not a legal officer, so why would I bring any judicial documents?" Old Brook changed the conversation and said, "But what I brought to you, Mr. Ziming, is not good news." Chapter 45, Very Bad Results Part 2. Bowen thank bookmate 17,853,788 inches for the monthly support. "Isn't it good news?" Ziming said to Old Brook. "I don't think so. After all, now I don't seem to have any worse news anymore, so since there is no worse news, the next ones will be good news for me." Ziming said that he deliberately looked up and down the two Old Brooks. The eyes said, "And I never think anyone can spit out ivory from their dog's mouth, even if he is a shit senior senator." It seems that Mr. Ziming's mouth is still so old. Fuck. Old Brook gritted his teeth and said to Ziming, "Can Senator Brook tell me as soon as I have something to do? Don't get in front of me if there is nothing to do. Otherwise I have the right to ask you to leave here," Ziming said. Old Brook smiled again at this time. "I said, Ziming, you can act. You have fallen into the river now, but you dare to threaten the people on the shore. But forget it. I don't care about you. Just there is one thing I think I have to tell you, that is, please give me $5 million as soon as possible, because my employees need this money." Old Brook said that he took a document from his lawyer. It was shown in front of Ziming and said, "Chinese people are optimistic about this. This is the medical insurance contract that my employees bought from you. Now they have all suffered serious infectious diseases and are hospitalized. As the general manager of the company, I have found an insurance company for them to make unified claims. According to our campaigners' accounting calculations, this treatment will cost at least $5 million. Only $5 million? That's not a lot of money," Ziming said lightly. Old Brook was a little surprised by Ziming's calmness. However, Old Brook continued to say, "Perhaps, for Mr. Ziming, this amount of money is really not too much, but $5 million is just our best, a conservative estimate. But if the treatment continues and the maximum insurance coverage stipulated in the contract, I think the final figure may reach $8 to $9 million." Old Brook was proud of what he said. In his opinion, the figure he had thrown was already very exaggerated. No matter any insurance company faced this figure, it would have a headache, and Ziming would naturally be no exception. However, the result still disappointed him. Ziming just let out a cry absent-mindedly. This made Old Brook very unacceptable. He didn't understand what Ziming was thinking. "You must know that $8 to $9 million is already a very high claim figure, and it is almost reaching the upper limit of the contract. Could it be you? Are you not in a hurry? Isn't it $9 million? It doesn't matter if you add another $9 million or even $19 million or $190 million, because I don't have any. Or I don't have a cent. I will give it to you," Ziming said very bachelor. This answer made Old Brook almost vomit blood. He never thought Ziming would give such a rogue answer. Before, he felt that although he didn't understand Ziming's thoughts, this was not a problem. After all, you have to give me money. Just put it away. But he didn't want Ziming to come out with a sentence as much as you like. "Anyway, I just don't have any money." Compared to Old Brook's madness, his lawyer Sapiro was very calm. He calmed down Old Brook's emotions a bit, and then went out and said to Ziming, "This Mr. Ziming, right? Nothing wrong. Few words. I don't think we've met for the first time. I'm Mr. Brooks' attorney and my name is Sapiro. I think I can help you solve the immediate crisis. According to Massachusetts law, if your insurance company has if you can't make normal claims, you can file a bankruptcy application to the court, but insurance companies are not allowed to go bankrupt. So your company will be acquired by other insurance companies, and all your insurance policies will be handed over to the acquirer who acquired your company, which means that the money will be paid by the next insurance company for you. Sapiro explained to Ziming. But I don't have any idea to bankrupt the company, and I don't want to give you a cent, Ziming said. Sapiro smiled. Mr. Ziming is sorry, your idea is not valid from a legal point of view, because we have a contract, and now all employees who have signed a contract with Wharton Insurance Company have indeed moved in. After the hospital, we have the right to ask for compensation. Of course you can continue to refuse to settle the claim and maliciously embezzle the insurance money, Sapiro continued, but then we can choose to sue. Julie stood up and said, Lawyer Sapiro, please wait a moment, maybe you have misunderstood what Mr. Ziming meant. He didn't want to refuse the claim, but we have just received your claim. We need some time to investigate. In addition, I think you have also seen that the current situation of our insurance company is more troublesome. There will be certain difficulties in claim settlement. We need time. Julie was interrupted by Sapiro before she finished saying, according to Massachusetts law, according to major medical conditions, the insurance company's longest the investigation time should not exceed 3 days. This is to protect the legitimate rights and interests of patients. As for your difficulties, this has nothing to do with us, because we only purchased the insurance contract from you, and you must perform the contract. Others, as long as they are not listed in the contract, the problem has nothing to do with us. Old Brook took over Sapiro's words and said, so Chinese, I will give you 3 days. I see what result you can give me. Ziming said to him, Congressman Brook, don't worry, I will definitely investigate, but I won't give you any result, because I didn't plan to give you a penny. Old Brook laughed and said, okay, I'm very looking forward to this result, because I am more willing to take over your entire insurance company than to ask for your 9 million claims funds. At this point, Old Brook suddenly stretched his head in front of Ziming and whispered to him, I'll tell you by the way. In one sentence, today there will be law enforcement officers from the Bureau of Justice to freeze your company's assets, which I did, because I want you to take money when you can't afford it. But there's no way. Who will let you do it before? Did such a serious high-frequency trading give me a chance? Can't help but say, Brook, you guy is really an annoying bastard. Ziming scolded him. Old Brook smiled happily. Thank you very much. I will take this as a compliment to me, and I will carry him forward until you get out of Brighton. Mr. Brook, you seem to be mistaken. What? You should get out now, Ziming said. Old Brook shook his finger in front of Ziming very pretentiously. As an accomplished entrepreneur, you shouldn't scold people so casually, but for Ziming, I think you can be forgiven, because the title of achieved entrepreneur has nothing to do with you. I very much hope that next time I see you, I will see you off at the airport. I will definitely prepare a big gift for you at that time. Old Brook finished. He turned and left, leaving behind a string of presumptuous laughter, and when Old Brook left, Ziming turned his head and immediately saw Julie shed tears in silence. Mr. Ziming, they were deliberately right or wrong. They concocted false information about the company's insider trading. Then when the law enforcement officers of the Justice Bureau came to freeze the company's assets, they came back and demanded compensation. This is basically what they planned. Is not it part of the right? Their purpose is to steal our company. They were raised by bitches. Julie cried and cursed. That's the truth. I can't help but admit that this is really terrible news. Ziming sighed. Mr. Ziming, we are paid in 3 days, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Julie asked suddenly. Ziming nodded and said yes, and then asked Julie, why did you suddenly ask this question? Are you worried about the future of Wharton Insurance Company and want to resign to me? Julie hurriedly explained, it's not like that, Mr. Ziming. You have misunderstood. I love this company very much. As long as the company doesn't give up on me, I will never give up on the company. I just want to say that when I ask about salary, I can actually give up. My salary this month is to help the company tide over this difficult period. Ziming was too surprised by what Julie said. Several other executives also said to Ziming, Chairman, we are all willing to give up this 2-monthly salary, as long as the company can survive the difficulties. Ziming was very touched by the words of Julie and other administrative staff, because Ziming originally hired them to be able to handle them when he and the finance class students were away. Things will not stop all business. Ziming only regarded them as NPCs who could handle things according to regulations, but he didn't expect that they had such a deep affection for their insurance company, and they actually asked to give up their salary. Although their salary is just a drop in the bucket for the big talk of the old Brooklyans, and they are not even enough to pay Alan's legal fees, it is very rare for them to adopt this attitude. You know, this is the capitalist America. It's not a dedicated person. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Julie and the others, you are all my excellent employees. I am proud of Wharton Insurance Company to have you. However, it is precisely because of this that I can never deduct your salary. Julie and the others were anxious to say something, but Ziming went on to say, I know that you all want to be good for the company, so the company can't treat you badly. Think about it, a company that needs to deduct employees' salaries to develop, then will there be a sense of security? That is just a cancer, and our Wharton company will never be such a cancer. Therefore, Julie and everyone's salary will be paid on time, whether this month or next month, or whether you are in every month here. Faced with Ziming's speech, everyone cheered. Only Julie heard Ziming's extraneous voice, Mr. Ziming, what you mean by that? Is about our company. Can I get through this difficult time? Of course, isn't it $8 or $9 million? Not to mention that I very much doubt the reason for their claims this time. Even if there is really no illegal act, I can use the money at any time. Can take it out. Ziming said, if we can't overcome even such a difficulty, how can we achieve our dream? I can still remember our campaign's advertising slogan. Then Zili and the others took over Ziming's words in unison. The head said, our goal is the stars and the sea. Chapter 46 of the Common Belief is over. Although we have completed the property statistics of Wharton Insurance Company today, all Wharton Insurance Company's associated accounts have been affected, frozen, but we will still closely monitor the flow of all Wharton Insurance Company assets. Now you can go back to your office. This is the last word left by the legal officer Lincoln of the Financial Supervision Division of the Massachusetts Department of Justice, and then he left. Ziming took Julie back to the office. There was already a mess inside, as if someone had been ransacked. Julie and the others shed sad tears. Ziming sighed helplessly, these bastards unexpectedly put this place here. It's messed up. Regarding this matter, I will definitely sue them directly in the Massachusetts court, and I won't let them go easily. Ziming picked up the documents from the ground one by one as he said, then sorted them out and put them away on the table. Julie and the others were stunned. They didn't understand what Ziming was doing. At this time, Ziming turned around and asked them, I don't have much time in the company. I don't know how these documents were originally placed. Thinking you work here every day, you will definitely know better than me, right? Nothing wrong, no skipping. After hearing these words, Julie reacted, don't worry, Mr. Ziming, of course we know it, so just leave it to us. Julie said that he took the document from Ziming, and then picked up another document from the ground. Clamp it away. With Ziming and Zili taking the lead, everyone else also reacted ignorantly and came over to help pick up the documents on the ground. At this time, Ziming said to them, I'm very sorry, I should have done this kind of thing. Invite people to do it. But these are not rubbish after all, so I have to trouble you to pick them up one by one and sort them out. Ziming finished speaking, and Julie took his words and said, Mr. Ziming, I hope that your next words will not be to give us a salary increase. I don't know what they think, but I am definitely not happy because I said that I love this company very much. I don't want to add any burden to the company when the company is in the most distress. Julie set a good example, and other executives also expressed their opinions. Mr. Chairman, we also love this company very much. We are all willing to cooperate with the company. We share our joys and sorrows together. Ziming could only say, since you all said that, I can only say thank you. But you can rest assured that as long as the company can pass this barrier, this year's bonus will definitely be very generous. Hear Ziming say, Julie. They still broke out of the most enthusiastic cheers, and then they went together to clean from the company's health. This work would continue from day to direct the dark, until 7:30 p.m. before the whole company restore as before. Everyone was tired of sitting in a chair. Ziming let go buy a few bottles of water to give to you. Rest for a while after. Ziming looked at the time of the big house, said, very grateful, thank everyone today. I've been busy so late. In order to show my gratitude to everyone, if you don't mind, I think I can invite everyone to dinner. You can pick a place and order whatever you want to eat. To Ziming's gratitude, everyone had no time to express their gratitude. They listened to the phone on their waist ringing. Ziming picked it up and connected. It was Hoover, the head of the Brighton branch of China Banking Corporation. Zuxianxing Ming, I just heard a very bad news. Bureau of Justice to freeze all the assets of your company, and today Old Brook has also appeared in the phenomenon of collective food poisoning. You need your insurance company claims. Which of the two news for you is a very serious blow? I think I can help on your busy. Hoover to Ziming said it was clear that he and Ziming are with each other familiar, not polite, directly on the open, right to the point. Not to Ziming, but was very curious. First of all, I am grateful to Mr. Xi Hoover's good intentions, but I wonder, is funding Chinese banks to solve it? No mistake, not jump word. And not, Hoover said, I am not over and that Mr. Ziming to provide between you help me think that there are no conflicts, because Mr. Ziming can really help you. But the tiger, sir. Ziming raised an eyebrow, said, so, do not over. I was very curious. Tiger, Mr. Condition is what? What? He needs to stay quote on insurance companies, need to have at least 15% stake. Of course Tiger sir will be willing to pay more money to you. There will definitely be more than the value of his stake to be purchased. Hoover said, but I'm sorry, I am currently still do not have any intention to sell the stake, and even if in the future I want to sell, it will not sell more than half of the stock out. Ziming said, I can understand Ziming's feelings. After all, Wharton Insurance Company was brought up by you. It is really difficult to accept that you suddenly want to sell it to others. But Mr. Ziming, in fact, from another perspective, this is also the case. A very good opportunity for Wharton Insurance Company and its own development, which can be improved by a large level. And this is a normal financing channel abroad, which is worth trying. Hoover continued to persuade. Ziming smiled. If I can, I would be willing to buy more than half of the shares of China People's Bank. Don't be surprised, President Hu. Please believe that I have this ability. If you can't persuade your boss, I don't think you should persuade me anymore. There. Having Ziming hung up the phone, see Julie, they are intently looking at myself. And just know Hoover if they are heard. So Ziming said to them, someone came up with the money to buy our company. However, I refused because I could bring the company out of trouble. Julie and the others cheered again, and then when Ziming got up and took them to go out, they happened to find that someone had come to the company. Familiar faces of Ziming, Danny, chairman of the Harvard University Student Union, and his father Bordany. Ziming didn't know the situation. So he asked Julie and the others to go to the place to order food, and then they would arrive. After Julie and the others had left, Ziming took Danny and his son back to the company to sit down. Like Hoover, Danny and his sons were very straightforward. They sat down and said, Ziming, we already know the troubles Wharton Insurance Company is facing. The Judicial Bureau's frozen assets, And then old Brooks claims, now Wharton Insurance Company is no longer able to settle claims. I think you need to introduce new funds, and my father's investment company is very willing to invest this money for you. You also want to acquire Wharton Insurance Company's money for this reason. Equity. Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped, Ziming asked. Regarding Ziming's words, Danny and his son were stunned for a moment. And then Danny and his son looked at each other before saying, "It seems that someone has called Zuming before us just now, but please don't worry, we won't want for any equity in the Newton Insurance Company. What we need is your candidate, Omar." Zuming shook his head and said that he did not understand what Danny and his son meant. Danny had no choice but to explain to Zuming, "I am not hiding anything. My father's candidate failed. But he saw Omar's successful election. He thought that Omar was successful. This is his worthy investment. So if Ziming is willing to let Omar join my father's campaign, then he will be willing to provide you with a loan to settle this claim." At their end, Danny also emphasized that no, Ziming was happy about it. Chairman Danny is really generous. The 9 million claim settlement is not a small number. I believe that you can get a lot of returns if you invest this money in any field, but you invest in it. When it comes to Omar, it seems that for you, Omar's investment potential must be greater than that of Wharton Insurance Company, right? Danny frowned and replied, "I think there are different answers to this question from different angles, but as far as we are concerned, we need Omar more. I'm sorry, I don't accept this. Conditions. If you are here to provide the loan, then I am very grateful, but if you have any conditions, then no discussion." Ziming got up to see off the guests after he finished speaking, and Pordenich couldn't help but tell Ziming, said, "I know this is difficult for you to accept, but this is indeed a very favorable condition for you. Otherwise, in the situation you are facing now, I am afraid it will be difficult for the company to continue. Not only in the company, if you continue to insist, if you continue to resist, even you yourself will face very serious legal problems." Danny also said to Ziming, "That's it. We have consulted a lawyer for you. If you maliciously refuse to settle the claim, you will face more than 10 years. I think it will be the one that old Brooke is most willing to see." Ziming, "Not willing to do this, right?" "There are many words without error." Ziming smiled. "I think you have misunderstood one of the most serious problems. It's only $9 million, and it doesn't bother me." Ziming left after speaking. Boldeney thought Ziming was pretending to be an attitude, but Danny thought that Ziming might really have something to follow. Ziming soon came to the restaurant set by Julie and the others and ate dinner with them before returning to the dormitory. Although Ziming had spoken to the students in the finance class in advance, when Ziming returned to the dormitory, he still saw the students in the finance class sitting in the lobby in danger, waiting for Ziming to return. Ziming sighed in his heart, but Ziming had expected this a long time ago. So Ziming came back with his lawyer Alan. Ziming returned to the dormitory and immediately held a meeting, and Ziming directly made it public at the meeting. He told all the students in the finance class what happened in the company today, including the phone call from Hoover and the incident that Danny and his son came to look for. "Classmates, all the assets of Wharton Insurance Company have been frozen. This is what Brooke did against us. The purpose is to get us into a situation where we cannot be recovered, including Hoover and Danny of China Banking Corporation. They all think that we are going to be over, because we are an insurance company. Although the insurance company is not allowed to close down, it will be severely punished by the law if it maliciously fails to settle claims." Ziming paused at this point, and he looked around silently before asking, "Then what about you? Do you also think we are going to die?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. This question made everyone stunned. After a while, Yining first said, "Of course not. As long as there is a teacher with you, we will not fail, and we will not accept failure." With Yining taking the lead, others, the students in the finance class, also shouted one after another, which made Zuming very pleased. "Very well, you are all students in my finance class. but it is not enough to have a passion. We also need some knowledge. We can't believe what they say. Ziming turned his eyes to AI after he finished speaking. Lun, he replied knowingly, according to Massachusetts law, insurance companies do have to bear legal responsibility for refusing to settle claims, but at the same time the law also protects the interests of insurance companies. In any case of claims, insurance companies have the right to investigate. The matter is too complicated. The insurance company can also choose to submit an application to the court to request an extension of the investigation period. Alan went on to say, in the case of Wharton Insurance Company, I think it is possible to apply to the court for an extension of the time limit. If it is found out the problem, the insurance company can even claim against Tollbrook. Ziming spread his hands and finally said, so everyone heard it. We are not completely passively beaten. At least I think we still have a chance to fight back. Chapter 47, Decision of the Partial Position. Day 2 early in the morning, Ziming and Alan came to the Fenway District Court together and submitted an application to the court, asking the court to support Wharton Insurance's request to extend the investigation time limit. The court accepted this request and scheduled a hearing at 2 o'clock in the afternoon that day. This was for the special consideration of the case. Of course, because the hearing was a temporary arrangement, Ziming also paid a large amount of emergency hearing fees to the court. Time soon arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ziming and Alan came to the court again to appear in court. Naturally, they were only arranged for a small court with one room, with only them, a judge and a clerk. The judge glanced at the application and said, you are Wharton Insurance Company. Because you have a dispute over a claims case, you need to apply for an extension of the investigation period. Then please state your views and provide the court with corresponding supporting evidence. Good Lord Judge. Alan nodded, and at the same time he handed a document directly to the judge, and then continued, this is the investigation transcript that I seconded from Brighton Police through legal means. According to the Brighton Police, there are many doubts about the collective poisoning in the processing plant this time, and it does not rule out the possibility of deliberate poisoning. Your Honor, here is a copy of the insurance company's contract, Alan said. The judge was given a document saying, according to the insurance company's contract and the insurance law, if there are indeed any illegal or criminal acts, the collective poisoning behavior of the processing plant is indeed caused by humans, then it will not fall into the insurance company's claim settlement category, or must you have to wait until the criminal case investigation is over before you can enter the formal insurance claims procedure. There. Judge took the document handed over by Alan, and he looked around and was about to say something, but at this time the door of the court was opened and someone walked quickly. Came the whispered in the ear judge what the judge immediately stood up and said to Ziming, I'm sorry, because I have something temporary, now temporarily adjourned. Soon there will be other judges to take my work to continue hearing the case. The judge left the court after speaking, leaving Ziming and Alan staring at each other. Don't worry, Mr. Ziming, although such things are extremely rare, maybe the judge just now really wants to deal with other things. We will wait for the next judge to succeed. After all, once a case is accepted and arranged, Judge, there is no way to revoke it. So we should wait patiently for a while. Alan advised Ziming. Ziming smiled and said to Alan, I understand, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. As if to prove something, when Ziming's words fell, a fat judge left. When he came in, he sat on the judge's bench and said to Ziming and Alan, hello, I'm here to replace the judge in this case. I don't know how far the previous case has been heard, but please start again. Then, now I ask you to state your views and provide the corresponding supporting evidence to the court. There. Second time I heard this, Alan had a very bad premonition. As a last resort, Alan could only change what he said just now. Repeatedly, the new judge pointed to the document left on the bench. He picked up the file on the desktop and glanced at it a few times and said, this is indeed the case. But please pay attention to the problem. Neither you nor the police are sure that the collective poisoning in the processing plant is a criminal case. It's just a guess, so your request is not valid. Your Honor, Alan said, I admit that the reason for our application is a kind of guessing, but isn't the source of all cases all guessing? If there is no guessing, it won't be true. There will be suspects, and all those who have not been sentenced are called suspects. This does not mean that the law itself supports suspicion and speculation. Then, now that such a serious matter has happened in the processing plant, our suspicions should also be legalized. Support and protection. I'm sorry, Attorney Allen cannot convince this court for your reasons, so the court ruled. Their court was about to knock down the gavel, but Allen quickly interrupted him at this time. Your Honor, I have more powerful evidence here. There is a very big conflict between the chairman of the processing plant and my client. He has been retaliating against my client, whether it is in business or using his own senator. The FBI was dispatched with his power, and now he has frozen all the assets of our client's company. The purpose of what he did was to block my client, and now he uses poison to demand compensation from my client's company. This is a series of conspiracies, Allen said sonorously and forcefully. However, the fat judge leaned back in his chair leisurely and said, Attorney Allen's story is very good. But don't you think this is your wishful thinking? Is this the chairman who told you this personally? No mistakes, no skipping. Yes, this is what he told me personally, Ziming said suddenly, on the day when the Judicial Bureau froze my company's property. He came over to take the opportunity to buy my company and told me all the truth. With the tape recorder on his body, it can be used as evidence, Ziming said as he took out a cassette from his pocket and put it on his desk. Seeing this tape, the fat judge was shocked at the time. He subconsciously murmured, I rely on you to have it. Ziming smiled and said, of course I have. I'm afraid he didn't expect that I would carry it. The mini recorder was on my body, so I told me that, but it happened to be recorded by me. Allen handed the tape to the judge, and he came back to his senses, took the tape and took a deep breath and said, however, this does not prove, because if there is a conflict between you, then the other party may have deliberately said it in a hurry, and it cannot be used as evidence. Therefore, this court made a ruling and rejected the Wharton Insurance Company's request. Application for extension of the investigation time limit. Allen knocked the gavel after speaking, and did not give Ziming and the others any opportunity to explain. After the hammer was finalized, Ziming and Allen got up angrily and blocked the judge's path. Why is he? Mr. Judge, we need an explanation. Regarding today's case, we clearly have sufficient evidence to support our speculation. I believe that the evidence can be filed at the police station. I don't understand why we even support it in court. None of our litigation requests can be fulfilled. Mr. Judge, we think your ruling is against the spirit of the Constitution. Allen accused. You have my ruling is in doubt it? No mistake, not jump word. The judge blamed Roadback. I tell you, I have their own considerations. If you have any objection to my ruling may be appealed to a higher court at any time, but this time, I just want to dismiss your lawsuit. After speaking, the judge left the courtroom. Allen wanted to chase him out, but Ziming stopped him. The judge really too bastard. How can you make such a hasty decision? I have to appeal to a higher court, but I would like to appeal. The judge is irresponsible. Allen angry that he then remembered what, asked Ziming Road. Zuxianqing Ming, why should you finally pull me? I think we are now in his accounted for advantage. Accounted for the advantage of the premises to stand on a fair judge in this position for the job. Ziming said. Allen was very surprised. Ziming, you suspect this is just temporary replacement judge? You judge court that there are some strange, new judges and attitude that is very bad indeed, but here is the Fenway District Court. Who this should not dominate the judge's ability, right? There are no mistakes. Ziming gently shook his head. Who is this ability? I do not know, but I'm sure their own ideas, because the tape. Allen just came round to think of it. Yes, Mr. Ziming, you win some box of tapes. I'm your lawyer, you should tell me in advance for the job soon, so I go to develop better strategies. Court. Allen said they worried. But now that tape have other evidence the judge took away. That's very important evidence. Yeah, he should not run away. I catch back. After talking about Ellen, He was about to chase out, but he was once again held back by Ziming. Ziming said to him, "It's not necessary. Let him take it if he wants, and let him listen if he wants to. Let him do everything he wants, because there is nothing in that tape." At the same on the other side of the courtroom, the judge is Fat and Old Brook when they meet. Judge Will, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid they would have succeeded this time. You know that there are so many workers in my processing plant waiting for me to save. I have to take it to the insurance company's claims, but these Chinese people didn't let me do this at all, and for this reason they deliberately slandered me. Old Brook was interrupted by the judge before he could finish his words, and saw him from his pocket. He took out a tape to Old Brook and said, "This is the tape that the Chinese gave me just now." You told him the truth and recorded it. What? That Chinese chopsticks are really sinister! Old Brook said in surprise. Okay, don't complain in front of me. You will have a long time and don't make such a stupid mistake. This time I will help you dismiss their litigation request, and also help you bring all their evidence. The rest is up to you, said the fat judge. Old Brook thanked him again, and then he called the accompanying secretary and asked him to bring his tape recorder. Old Brook put the tape in. Let me hear what the Chinese chopsticks have recorded. Then you can listen here slowly. I have to leave beforehand. After saying that, the fat judge was leaving, but after 5 or 6 minutes, there was still no sound in the tape recorder, which made the fat judge very surprised. This is impossible. I have not moved from the future to get this tape. How could it be broken? More stuff they cannot, and I did not have them any form of physical contact. Phase Judge than Fat was surprised, but Old Brook seemed to think of something. Maybe it doesn't have to be like this. I guess this tape may be empty at all. The Chinese doesn't have any recordings at all. He lied to you. This damn bastard. What does he mean by doing this? Didn't he know that he would go to jail for perjury? Said the fat judge. Old Brook laughed at this moment. Judge Will, I think he did this. Maybe he has already seen that your position is wrong, so he deliberately took out this empty tape to make you show your true shape. It's a pity that you fell into his trick. The fat judge also smiled at this time. The Chinese dare to calculate me, but what if he knows that I made the sentence on purpose? No matter if he appeals or complains, he can't do anything with me. Of course he can't help it. Who made you a member of the Addams family? Old Brook finally took the conversation and said, Chapter 48 is not worthy of being compared with the pig. Bow thanks to the support of the 3 monthly tickets of Angshao 83. Ziming, as usual, after coming out of the court, he first sent Alan back to his law firm, and then himself just returned to the Harvard dormitory. It was night when he returned to the dormitory. All the finance class students gathered in the lobby on the first floor. Seeing that Ziming came back, they immediately put aside their own affairs, and went to Ziming to ask questions. Look, faced with so many gazes, Ziming smiled, staring back one by one and said, Am all looking at what I am doing? Is it possible that the account of Wharton Insurance Company has been frozen, so you can do nothing? Don't forget our original situation. What is your goal? I know that you are very concerned about the company's situation, and I am also very happy for your ownership spirit, Ziming said, turning the front, but there is one thing, I hope you can focus more. At least don't be so easily distracted by other insignificant things. Ziming paused deliberately at this point, then looked around and then said, Do you think my words are a bit inappropriate? But I want to say that I am not wrong, because as far as you are concerned, you do not have any ability to make changes. No matter what the outcome of my trial today, you are powerless. Then this is irrelevant. Compared to this, yes, the more important thing for you is to complete the task I gave you until you are really capable of advancing and retreating with me. In the face of Ziming, all the finance class students bowed their heads, and Chen Xiu, as the class leader, took the initiative. Stand up and say, Teacher, I understand. We will focus more on each task you confessed in the future. Ziming nodded in satisfaction with Chen Shu's words. He then went upstairs and went back to his room, called Chen Yining and Li Yang to go upstairs together. Ziming took them back to the room and sat on the sofa together. Ziming asked them, "I think you should have guessed the reason why I called you up. There are no mistakes, many words there." Three nodded together, and finally Chen Shu said, "Teacher, you should be telling us something special." Ziming smiled and shook his head and said, "In fact, there is nothing special. It just tells you some facts about today's court." Ziming emphasized, "I am very confident for the three of you, so I can tell you that the court rejected my application today, which means that our Wharton Insurance Company must pay more than $7 million in claims within 3 days. Or under the current situation that all assets are frozen, if payment cannot be made as scheduled, the judicial system will intervene to liquidate and reorganize the assets of Wharton Insurance Company. Judging from the current situation, Ziming guessed, if not in the event of an accident, it should be the old Congressman Brooks Investment Company to take over my Wharton Insurance Company. As Ziming said his last words, Chen Yining and Li Yang immediately took a breath of air, and Ziming let them digest for a while, and then he said, "It's not a big deal, at least not cause too much impact on our next task, but this thing is not being disclosed. I worry about what will cause unnecessary disruption." Trio they all nodded to express their understanding. Ziming waved their hands to let them leave, but before they left the house, Ziming also exhorted them, "After you go out, don't tell everyone that you have solved it. Just try not to mention it. I believe you know what to do." After they all went out, Ziming took out the pager with a message from Alan, and Ziming immediately picked up the phone in the room and called. Alan quickly got on the phone. After knowing that it was Ziming, he immediately went straight to the subject. "Mr. Ziming, I just checked and found a piece of news that is very unfavorable to you. The one who opened the court for us today, Judge Will, his last name is Adams. I think you should understand." Ziming laughed. Of course he could understand that the word Adams was the most frequently heard word by Ziming in the past few days. Although every Adams is the father of the United States, Adams is like China's Zhao Qian Sun Li, just a very ordinary word. Surname, but now that Alan mentioned it so solemnly, then obviously this Adams is the Adams he is most worried about. Ziming thought of this and sighed, "I can't help such a powerful family do such things, but what I didn't expect is that the old Brook guy really invited the Adams family out." Two thought that the big boss would only appear until the end. Alan didn't understand the ridicule of the big boss. He just explained to Ziming, "But the Adams family has been in Brighton for more than 300 years. It's very large. Today, this Will Adams is just an unimportant side branch of the family, so he didn't take over any industry, but was a very ordinary judge in the Fenway District Court." Ziming shook his head helplessly. For Alan's explanation, "I really don't know whether he should be laughing or crying. The reason to laugh is that Will Adams is just an unimportant side branch of that family, which shows that things are not without any room for change, and we should cry because even an unimportant side branch of the Adams family can be a judge. This achievement it has been envied by many people, so what about the co-members of those families? One can imagine how terrifying the power of this family is." Ziming slowly exhaled and said, "Thank you, Attorney Allen, I know about this. Can you help me contact this judge named Will Adams?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Ziming, as your attorney, when there is a case, we cannot have too much contact with the judge, otherwise it will be regarded as obstruction of justice." Alan said, "But Mr. Ziming, but if you don't intend to live, I met him in China, or accidentally called him by dialing the wrong number, which is still permitted by law." These words made Ziming dumb, saying that those who are close to Zhou are red and black are those who are black. It seems that the lawyer of the future White House's legal advisor to the President of the United States has also learned badly, knowing that this is a loophole. Ziming thanked Alan, then hung up the phone, and then dialed Hoover's phone, but no one answered it, and the phone was unable to get through. In desperation, Ziming had to go directly to China Bank of China the next day. I'm looking for him. Tangerine Bank is still crowded as before. Ziming wanted to go directly to Hoover. But Hoover's secretary told Ziming that he had no time. Ziming had to ask him through the secretary if he could help contact Will of Fenway District Court. Judge Adams, I need to meet him. Hoover that side promised that good. Ziming skeptical go back to other news. The secretary finally told on the phone the next day. Hoover's Ziming said to have helped him made an appointment to meet at the restaurant. Hoover helped weeks time about Ming Shira's Zhongwu point not to Ziming at 11:30 on the first came to the restaurant, which is a respect for each other, but also because of worry. After all, today is the last day of the claim the time limit, which means that if Ziming cannot convince Judge Will on this day, then he will lose Wharton Insurance Company. So Ziming feels that he must give it a go anyway. At 12 o'clock, a fat figure appeared in front of Ziming as scheduled. He was Judge Will Adams. Wire arrived at the agreed place but saw Ziming. Ziming got up to take the initiative to say hello and shake his hand, but he simply ignored Ziming's outstretched hand, just laughed contemptuously. But it was you? I meet about it. You know your private appointment like this is an illegal act and is suspected of obstructing justice. I can report you to the procuratorate, and you will go to jail. Ziming did will be scared, but not Gan is not embarrassed to recover his hand and said, for which I am sure. Then Ziming turned the topic of conversation, said, I'm sure you will not, I report, because first of all we just inadvertently encounter at the restaurant only. We do a face-to-face on the road cannot interfere with the justice edition. It is if the justice is obstructed, then you know that I asked you to come back, then Judge Will you are also breaking the law, right? I think your Lord Judge Will you have reported me. I am afraid that you will not escape the law. Internet cafes. Wire Adams' eyes turn cold. Zuxian Xingming, this is threatening me. No mistake, not jump word. Ziming unnecessary shrugged and said, this look at how you looked at Will your honor. I think that I was more between us. Yizong exchange. You say? Exchange? Wire Adams laughed. You do not over is a little luck of the Chinese people. I am the Adams family man. You are litigants on my court. I am the judge. You feel between me and you. Is there any need for communication? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Ziming does not care about each other's sarcasm. Still say, I think is necessary. After all, this is related to an asset insurance company's billions of dollars, and involved billions of policy. Once the bomb exploded, I think it is the mayor of Brighton can't bear it, right? There are many words that are correct. Judge Will. What do you think? This is indeed not a little money. Wire Adams' mouth talking about something, and then again on the topic shifted to Ziming, who cannot this thanks to you, thanks to the Chinese people do. No mistake, not jump word. I have known your insurance company. You sell insurance in name, but in fact you promise to give all the policyholders a high return of benefits. In fact, you take all the policyholders' money to engage in some illegal activities, or directly take back the money to the insured, interest also in front of the insured, which is a blatant Ponzi scheme. Wire Adams severely reprimanded Ziming Road. Wire Adams sees Ziming did not speak immediately. He self-satisfied and said, how can it, like nothing to say it, as you get out of this villain in respect of the United States, taking advantage of before I report you have not. Ziming looked up at Wire Adams, sneered and shook his head and said, I'm sorry, let you down. I do not have nothing to say. I just considered a problem. Wire asked what Adams is unconscious. He told Ziming said, I was thinking, you are a pigget. No mistake, not jump word. Wire Adams obviously did not think Ziming would actually come out with such a word, and stood at the time, and after a long pause before reaching Ziming said, pointing out, you just said what you actually dare me? Ziming shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I do not have any insult you mean, because as I think that sentence is the biggest insult to the pig who you are far worse, or does not deserve to be compared before, and pigs yes. Wire Adams was shaking with anger. How dare you say you know him, the Adams family man? You know you have a significant evidence in my hand. you have the suspicion of perjury. I can always report you to the procuratorate and accuse you of obstructing justice. I can throw you into jail and never let you out. Ziming drama case said, no wrong with my honor, you really Adams family man, but only an insignificant offshoot of it. As the important evidence, you feel fit to report to you immediately do it. Do not hesitate, I am looking forward to who is obstructing justice. As for your last words, I think we can become evidence in court of. Zhu spoke magic in general come up with a mini tape recorder. Ming also deliberately shook in front of him. Wire Adams saw this tape recorder, then his face on the white. Chapter 49 This is the last chance part 1. For Will Adams, the tape is definitely an insult to him. He deeply remember the blank tape volumes in court 2 days before the Fenway area, zooming out. So he is very anxious. Verdict. Finally, in order to avoid reversing the case, the embarrassment of taking the tapes in violation of regulations. Wire every 2 days Adams think of it, could feel his face was severely smoked. A slap in the face. Now Ziming actually has come up with tape, so that he cannot put up with this. Wire Adams, raising his hand, pointing angry. Ziming said, this is what you want to take a blank tape to threaten me? Ziming laughed. What it blank magnetic? With evidence in court by Mr. Will you take this thing to do? I think I should go to a higher court report, because my lawyer told me it was very serious crime. Mr. Will, do you think it is appropriate for you to do it for a few years? Wire Adams disdain, said, you do not have evidence, and I was named Judge Adams. The federal court lawsuit even hit me. Afraid of you. The Adams family is indeed powerful, so I didn't report it. Ziming said. This sudden turn made Will Adams almost choked to death in one breath, and Ziming then shook the miniature in his hand. The tape recorder said, but today, Mr. Will, what you said is very useful. If I make him public, I think even the Adams family will lose face, right? He'll let your mother ass. I know you guys are sure it's a bluff again, you cunning liar. Will Adams' words came to an abrupt end here, because Ziming pressed the switch of the recorder, and the speaker of the recorder immediately repeated their previous conversation. Will Adams' eyes darkened. I knew you were despicable before. I didn't expect you to be shameless than I thought. A judge who could take the litigants' key evidence in court said it was shameless. And I really don't. I know whether I should be happy or sad. Ziming said, but it doesn't matter. I only have one question now, Mr. Will. Can we talk about it? After all, supporting me is not bad for you. Besides, the evidence supports me doing this. I'm sorry. The Chinese. I still refuse. Will Adams said. You would say that. I'm afraid you don't know what kind of family Adams is, and your tricks. It won't cause any harm to me. Will Adams said, glanced at his watch, and said, besides, it's too late to return to the court in time, because all the court schedules have been completed. No matter if you go out, no amount of money will go to court, so Chinese people, your insurance company is destined to be unprotected, so now there is only one question left, that is, when will Senator Brooke go through the legal process and take over your insurance company? Speaking of Will Adams, what came to mind and added, by the way, I can kindly remind you that I will also be responsible for the liquidation and restructuring procedures of your insurance company at that time, and I will definitely liquidate Wharton at that time. Insolvent. After speaking, Will Adams leaned back in his seat contentedly. I don't know what you want to talk about today. But this is my attitude. Of course, if you can persuade the governor to use financial means to help you pay for the insurance, otherwise you can choose to give up. It's just that you are a Chinese. Is it possible to know the governor and persuade him to help you? So there is still a way. Thank Lord Judge Will. Ziming said. Will Adams was stunned at the time. You didn't really intend to do this, are you kidding? Ziming shook his head and said, of course I don't make jokes. Let alone make jokes on my insurance company. Before Ziming's words fell, Will Adams grinned. Then you must have a broken head. I have heard a sentence once that God will shut a door for you, but at the same time, he will be ruthless. Hold your head, I think that must be you. In the face of Will Adams' ridicule, Ziming did not refute it. In fact, Ziming could not refute it. After all, today is the last day of the 3-day time limit, and now it's noon. In other words, Ziming only has one afternoon to find the governor, and then persuade the governor to use the state's fiscal power to help him pay the insurance claims of up to $7 million. A state in the United States is equivalent to a province in China, so this method is equivalent to a small company boss who has never met the secretary of the provincial party committee, and suddenly visits the secretary of the provincial party committee to save his company for $7 million. How do you listen? It's all like a fairy tale. Unless this kind of thing is an acquaintance, or the company is a very important pillar of the economy. Even if this is the case, it will be difficult to convince the governor, not to mention that Ziming doesn't know the governor of Roshi, and his company is just one. The small insurance company for half a year is no longer close to the two. Soon, Ziming ended his lunch with Will Adams and returned to the Harvard dormitory a quarter of an hour later. Chen Yining, Li Yang, and lawyer Allen were all waiting for news from Ziming. I talked to Will Adams. He didn't care about my threats, but one thing was good. At least he pointed me a direction. Ziming continued. He said I can go to the governor. If I can persuade the governor to use the financial means of the state government to pay me this claim within the time limit, then the same can be solved. Ziming said this to lawyer Allen, and Allen understands Ziming. He wanted to confirm, but he didn't answer at the first time, but tentatively asked, Mr. Ziming, you don't really want to go to the governor, do you? Is this method not working? Ziming asked back. Allen shook his head and said, that's not what the Constitution meant. The Constitution supports the governor's use of financial means to bail out the market when the state's enterprises are in trouble. However, Mr. Ziming, please forgive me for being blunt. The targets in this situation are generally big banks, the kind of big group that will shake the economic foundation of a state. And the Wharton Insurance Company has only existed for half a year. How could the governor support it? Chen Yining and Li Yang both admired Ziming very much. No matter what decision Ziming made, they would support it unconditionally. But now they all showed a worried expression, obviously because they were not optimistic about Ziming's ideas. Why don't you all believe me? Ziming looked around and asked. In fact, I don't believe it very much myself. But I don't think it is important. The important thing is that now we have no other way except this way. Don't you? You forgot what I said. People still have a little hope. If they lose hope, what is the difference from a salted fish? Do you want to be a salted fish? Everyone said what Ziming said. Shaking his head subconsciously, Ziming went on to say, so, no matter how likely this thing is, but at least it can work, we must do it. No matter what. Whether it can be done is a matter of ability. It's a matter of attitude to go or not. Ziming said, in the face of problems, heroes are brave to challenge, so cowards are the ones who shrink back. I don't know what attitude you have, but I am definitely not that easy. People who will give up. Teacher, we will not give up easily. Li Yang immediately stood up and said. After Li Yang, Chen Xiu and Yining also stated, Teacher, we all support your decision. Whether it is persuading the governor or the President of the United States, we will do our best. This scene made Allen dumbfounded, and it made him feel full of emotion, because many people would lament the injustice of fate to them and complain that they have no good luck in this life, but in fact, who would be willing to work hard for the trivial possibility? If you don't work hard, but you shrink when you see the difficulties, then how can you succeed? Only Ziming. As long as he thinks that the road in front of him is possible to succeed, then no matter the probability is 1% or 1%, no matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are on the road, he will do his best. This is the real hero. Allen made such an evaluation of Ziming in his own heart. Since you have decided, Mr. Ziming, then I have nothing to say. There is no legal risk in this matter. As long as Mr. Ziming you are not going to see the governor through illegal means. Allen said, Mr. Ming, I wish you every success in the end. Allen's last sentence of success in the horse was spoken in Chinese. Although it was lame, it also showed that he did his homework behind the scenes. and Zhu Ming was very moved. Later, Zhu Ming and Alan Chen Yining discussed how to meet the governor. Chen Yining and Li Yang were silent on this question, because they had no idea except for the governor who was waiting for the governor at the gate of the state government. Other methods. But this is also normal. They have only come to the United States for less than half a year, just like Zhu Ming. It would be an evil way to think of a way to see the governor at any time. Zhu Ming didn't count on them either. Instead, he set his sights on Alan, the future presidential attorney and White House legal advisor. He always has his own way, right? Alan did not disappoint Zhu Ming. He thought for a while and said, "Mr. Zhu Ming, I have a friend who works in the governor's office. Maybe I can help you enter the state building and approach the governor's office through him. It's up to you to see the governor and persuade him." This answer made Zhu Ming breathe a sigh of relief. Zhu Ming said to Alan, "Thank you very much. As long as I can see the governor, what I worry most is that I will not see the governor at all. That is the most helpless. I don't know where to start if I want to work hard." Chen Yining and Li Yang nodded silently after hearing Zhu Ming's words, because they were the most helpless in Zhu Ming's mouth, and they didn't know how to meet the governor. Now Zhu Ming's time is 1 second less than 1 second, and Alan also understands this. Therefore, he did not delay, and immediately called his friend to get through, and Alan immediately used the most concise one. The language explained the meaning to him, and although there were only a few words, it also shocked the other side. "My God, Alan, are you kidding me? In one afternoon, you plan to persuade the governor to pay $7 million from the state treasury to help your client pay the claim. That is Tanfang Yitan. I have never heard a story more bizarre than this," said over there. "Hey James, I know this is an exaggeration, but he can achieve it, isn't it? So brother, I need your help. Would you be willing to help us achieve this miracle, right?" Alan asked. After Alan's questioning, James was silent for a long time before finally saying, "Well, I can help you, but you owe me a fruit pizza." James' answer made Alan breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled and said to the phone, "No problem, my brother, I can buy you 10 pizzas. Then I'm very rude," James teased, and then said seriously, "But Alan, there is one thing I want to remind you. You must rush to the state government within an hour, because Mr. Governor will have a trip in an hour. It is arranged by the governor himself. I don't know where he will go. So if you miss it, yes, you have to wait until tomorrow." "Okay, I remember, thank you very much," Alan said. Chapter 50. This is the last chance part 2. Without further ado, Zhu Ming and Alan set off immediately, and when Alan contacted his friend who worked in the governor's office, well, on the other side Adams also called Old Brook. "Clothrook, Mr. Hope, I'm not interrupting your meeting, but I have a message here. But you are very concerned about that you hated the Chinese people." Adams was finished. The Old Brook there in a hurry to ask what happened. Will Adams felt the taste after that. He says, "It's real no big deal. Just at noon, he invited me to eat lunch, talked a little about the case of insurance companies Wharton things. Turned out to be so." Old Cloth Luke relieved. "The family partnership is looking for you. Intercede on with the last magnetic. Threaten you with something to reconsider the decision. Ruled that it." Adams nodded and said, "That is so, but in the Adams family man, how I threatened him yet. So I let him not wishful thinking, and I also told him that if you want to change their own destiny, he can go to the governor. Use state finances to pay him the claim." To hear him say, look tense up Old Brook. What did Vigra? You really say yet? Why do you want to tell him that? Do not you know this is giving him the opportunity to do? Adams does not agree. Tell him anything. Mr. Brook, do you really think he would go to the governor? It is only a moron would do it, and I'm going to tell him. Give him a chance. But this, opportunities are hopeless. Only in this way can he be hit harder, isn't it? I'm also considering Congressman Brook. Shouldn't you be thankful to me? The Old Cloth Brook but sighed and said, I do not want to feel thank you, because you are not only gave him a chance, but give him a clear direction can be successful. Adams surprised. Are you sure you are Clothbrook members? When did you become so timid paranoid? Want me to tell you that we in New England, Massachusetts, can be considered a center of the state, although the governor? Not that we Adams family holding out, but also, and I have had a lot of contact, is very noble presence. Do you think is the supermarket cashier? He wants to see you at any time to see. In addition, Wire Adams went on to say, I know the identity of the Governor General is not, but a foreigner to come to the United States 6 months, or the most despicable of the Chinese people, to meet him and said to move him unless God helps, but unfortunately he doesn't believe in God. I hope so, but to be on the safe side, I should still make a call to the state government. Old Brooke said after he remembered something, and then said, although you shouldn't tell him, Will, you can tell the news. Tell me. I still thank you very much. I will send the check to your home tomorrow, and the check will have the number you want. Then Old Brooke hung up the phone, and Will Adams also hung up the phone, but his face was full of disdain, and he murmured, it seems that this old fellow Brooke is too persistent. He is only a Chinese. Why should I be so nervous? If I can help me with a little money, I am too lazy. Take care of you. Back to Zuming's side, with superb driving skills, in less than half an hour, they arrived in front of the state government building in South Brighton. In the car, Alan dialed James' number, but no one answered. Alan dialed again, but no one answered. Alan dialed a third time and no one answered, so he had to call him a page message. At this time, a motorcade drove out of the state government building, leaving Alan stunned there, and even forgot to say the paging message, because he knew that motorcade was the governor's motorcade. How? Unfinished chapter. Please flip. Why is this so? Could it be that the governor has gone out? But didn't James just say that the governor will not leave the house until an hour later? It's only half an hour now. Alan's surprise was quickly explained. After only a minute, Alan's cell phone rang, and Alan immediately connected. Hearing James' voice, Alan immediately asked, James, my brother, what happened? Why did I just see the governor's team leave? James said, Brother Alan, this is me. I am very sorry to tell you the reason for calling you. Just now, the governor has left early. Why did you leave early? Is there anything important, Mr. Governor? Alan asked subconsciously. James thought for a moment to answer, said, original state, Mr. Long, was that a parliamentary exchanges and a new economic stimulus bill, but Senator Brooke not to participate due to temporary problems, so this meeting will be suspended. The governor left ahead. I sent the governor out, and just returned to the office. I received a paging from you. Is Cloth Luke Senator? I Lun surprised. What it called again? Is Brooke Senator have any questions for me? James' curiosity asked. I Lun was full of surprise myself. Slip of the tongue. Hurried James said no problem, followed by zooming and exchange a lot before asking, that you know the state. Where were you, Mr. Long? I'm sorry. This is the trip the governor to decide. I do not know, but I can tell you that the governor said he was going to visit a friend of his son. James was his mouth in a news zooming after they finished. James hung up the phone, put away his cell phone to Alan. James just told their own situation and repeated again. Zuxian Anqing Ming. It seems that this time the governor missed a private trip. But damn, it was Senator Brooke again. It must be the bitch that Will Adams told him, so he deliberately cancelled the meeting today to let the governor go out early. Most likely so, but it is no way. Ziming said. His head turned, asked, can now keep up with the governor of their team do aside to start the car as he replied, now they take the team time soon. I can try. After all, he is the governor, whose car is the route most likely choose the main road, so open and safe. Best effort into it. I have a feeling that we can see today is the governor. Ziming said. He didn't speak, but stomped the accelerator to the end, and surpassed several cars very quickly, and finally saw the governor's convoy after passing an intersection. But before they could cheer, they were stopped by a traffic light. God. Why did you give us a red light at this time? Alan said disappointedly. Mister, can't you run a red light? I can proceed with this lawsuit for free, or we can still intersect from the side road. Did not answer, but pointed to the vehicles on both sides of Alan. They were in the middle of the road, not in front of the stop line, and there were vehicles blocking the front, back, left, and right, unless they hit all the way. Go out, otherwise it is impossible to catch up with the governor's convoy quickly. But if they do, they will only attract the police faster, rather than catch up with the governor's convoy. Regarding another point, Ziming answered the question. It's not easy to go around the small road, because the prerequisite for passing the small road is to know which direction they are going, but this is a fork in the main road. Once you make a mistake, you will go the wrong way. But Mr. Ziming, this chapter is not over. Please turn the page. You said that this is your last chance. I think we are worth a gamble. Alan said, this the governor of the new term. I know that his political views are more toward the north, so he will definitely go to the north. We can try to follow it. Ziming disagreed, but Attorney Alan, maybe you forget. Your friend Mr. James just said that Mr. Governor did not go out this time because of work, but to visit his friend's son. It's a private matter. Alan frustrated, Mr. Ziming, then this should be done. What should I do? I finally found the governor. I just lost it like that. It's really unwilling. That's not necessarily. The governor is a motorcade after all. The road that I traveled will definitely be a little different from the ordinary road. For example, the distance between cars can be separated as long as they are carefully separated. Ziming said. Can this work? Alan asked uncertainly. Do your best. Have you forgotten what I said? I have a foreboding that I can meet the governor. Ziming said. Alan didn't know where Ziming's confidence came from, but he didn't say anything at this time. After the traffic light ended, drove the car in the direction of the governor's motorcade and slowed down until it approached the fork in the road. He carefully observed the situation on both sides and said to Ziming, I think the governor's motorcade is likely to go south. Ziming made a decisive decision. Then let's go south and see if we can catch up. Silently nodded and speeded up again. But at this moment, Ziming's cell phone suddenly rang. Ziming picked up the connection, and it was Omar who called. When the phone was connected, Omar couldn't wait to say, Mr. Ziming, I want to tell you something incredible. Just now, the governor's secretary called me and said that the governor is coming to my Vinda community. Faced with this news, Ziming couldn't help being surprised no matter how good his mental quality was. Although Ziming did have a hunch that he could meet the governor, at least it should be himself and the Soldier King. At the same time, I found the governor's progress bit by bit from the clues on the road, and finally saw the governor after the twists and turns. But I didn't expect Omar to call him directly now, which made Ziming unable to do so. There is no feeling of living in a dream. However, Ziming also quickly stabilized his emotions and confirmed with Omar again, before allowing that to speed up and rush towards the Vinda community. At the same time, Ziming also thought of another question. Omar, what is your relationship with the governor? He should be visiting his friend's son now. Ziming asked. It's my mother, Omar replied. My mother and Mr. Governor have known each other for more than 30 years. This answer made Ziming suddenly realize that this is really an old friend, and it also explained why 17 years later, he can be elected president. After all, the world is a reality. A civilian with nothing, no matter how talented he is, it is impossible to live in the White House without the efforts of several generations. We don't know which school bus child will be the President of the United States in the future. Such words can only deceive an ignorant, innocent teenager. Ziming knew now is not the time to consider this, but he did not go to test into account, because if the relationship between the governor and Omar is really that good, maybe this is a chance to own is the last best chance. Think of here. Ziming exhaled a long Zuoki, and then said to Omar, Austria Ma, now I need you to do me a favor. I'll come Vader community. I need the governor and Mr. Face-to-face networking opportunities. Can you help me? Austrian mull over the do not hesitate to give the answer. No problem. End of this chapter.